Chapter 176 Return of the Lion, for subscription. Magnificent and huge, the megalithic fortress made of rock and steel is suspended in the icy void. As the home planet of the Dark Angel, it is extremely guarded. Any enemy who tries to attack it will find himself hitting an iron wall in the end, and will only make himself fragmented, but will not achieve any results. After emerging from the warp, Guilliman's flagship, the Glory of Macrage, sent a standard Imperial Void Port berth request to the Stone Fortress. In the communication with the Dark Angel Master Azrael, Guilliman did not shy away, saying that he has the method and power to save the Lord of the First Legion. The other party was so excited that he was almost speechless. The inner apron of the Boulder Fortress. Azrael, who had completed the original casting upgrade, stood on the edge of the tarmac, fully armed. This is the highest etiquette of a warband. The Astartes are different from the rest of the Empire. If they don't wear battle armor when they meet an Imperial official, it basically means that they are dismissive of the official. If the other party deliberately repairs the armor, waxes and polishes it so that it is smooth enough to reflect light, it means that the battle group recognizes this friend. Behind Azrael are 10 giants in white robes. They stood in the shadows of the tarmac, and the light from the surrounding lumens stretched their shadows very long. The warriors in white robes all held a two-handed sword in their hands. From the face to the chest, stand straight in front. The sharp blade gleamed under the erratic light, and it seemed that it had been temporarily polished. The drone of servo skulls echoed across the deck, and red lights shone beneath the massive ceiling. Those servo skulls are constantly measuring the surrounding scene, waiting for the next order from the Dark Angels. Beside them, a small figure in robes also stood aside. They were wearing robes, so they couldn't see any facial information. The Dark Angels have long been accustomed to their existence. Both are one. Represents some unknown secrets. Aerodynamic sound came from the hangar deck, and the huge pressure steam pipe ejected gas to release the pressure. The huge metal baffle was slowly opened under the power of the machine, revealing the cold starry sky scene outside. A Overlord gunship entered the hangar deck under the Valkyrie formation. Accompanied by the friction sound from the moving and fixed machinery of the cable, the Bawang gunboat stopped quickly. The hatch of the gunship engine opened with a hissing sound as the decompression gas was discharged. The Regent of the Empire walked out surrounded by the personal guards of glory. Azrael stepped forward to salute, behind him Ezekiel and the other Dark Angels also saluted. "My Lord Regent," Azrael said very respectfully, "I'm very glad that you can visit the Stone Fortress again. Last time, I'm sorry that I couldn't receive you in person. The last time, when Guilliman went to the Stone Fortress, Azrael was almost killed by the Alpha Legion attack. I lay on the hospital bed the whole time, with an oxygen tube inserted. If it weren't for the original casting technology, I'm afraid Azrael would be finished. The subspace toxin is an incurable wound for the Primarch, let alone a psychic like him. The upgrade of the original casting technology allowed him to survive. For this reason, he also has a good impression of the reforms led by the Imperial Regency. The Empire has indeed reached a point where it has to change. What's more, the corruption and inefficiency of Terra's bureaucracy once disgusted the Dark Angels. They are often unwilling to pay attention to Terra. Generally, where support is needed, where to go. No need to say sorry, Azrael, you are an Imperial hero," Guilliman said with a smile. Azrael raised his head and looked at the noble face of the Primarch. He couldn't wait to ask, "Regent of the Empire, is what you said true? Can the Lion King really be awakened?" "I'm sure." Guilliman nodded, "I got some guidance from the Emperor on Terra, and then I went to search for a lot of materials and information. Ryan's deep sleep is due to the correction power of the laws of space and time and some special personal reasons he spanned 10,000 years, from the past directly to the present, during which time he lost his image of existence, just like building a tall building without building in the middle but directly building a high-rise, collapse is an inevitable thing. According to my father's enlightenment, there is only one way to avoid the situation, and that is to find a way to ignore the high-rise buildings in the middle, so that this kind of contradictory building can exist and even become reasonable. Is there any way to do this?" Azrael asked eagerly. Ezekiel, Dagonet, Boris and others also showed anxious expressions. They also want to know how to wake up the lion. It would definitely be a good thing for the Dark Angels if they could recall the father of genes. In this universe, there is only one way to ignore the laws of space and time, and that is the warp. Guilliman looked at the Dark Watchers standing aside. The Dark Watchers were so small that Guilliman had to bow his head to see them. The K subspace is unpredictable and full of dangers. When we realized that the Lion King had suffered an accident, we also made a similar attempt, but it didn't work. "What are you going to do?" The voice of the Dark Watch rang in Guilliman's mind. The artifacts gathered, and the space-time rift appeared, sending Ryan to the present 10,000 years later. Several high-level members of the Dark Angel and the Dark Watcher discovered the Lion King immediately, brought him back, and placed him in the deepest part of the megalith fortress. Before the Dark Watcher made contact with Guilliman, he was already trying to wake up the Lion King. Unfortunately, all their methods failed. Of course you can't succeed. Only by letting the Lion King awaken the subspace form can he wake up in the subspace, and use the characteristics of the subspace to reduce the damage caused by time and space. To awaken the Ryan subspace entity, either let him suffer severe damage, betrayal, and awakening. Or use the blood of the Emperor to guide him to awaken, similar to those rebellious primordial ascending demons. "We have no Emperor's blood." The Dark Watch shook his head. "But I have, the blood of the Emperor flows on my body." Guilliman looked at Azrael, "Let's go, I don't have much time, the current burden of the Empire makes me waste no time. Take me to see Ryan, after waking him up, I have other things to do. Okay, Regent. Azrael nodded, and turned to lead the way for the Empire Regent. A group of people walked in along the promenade of the megalithic fortress, and took a train for transporting supplies inside the fortress. The megalithic fortress is too huge, with foundry factories, assembly factories, training camps, and residential areas. The materials and personnel coming and going are huge. Without the use of transportation vehicles such as motor vehicles, there is no way to transport a huge amount of goods and people in various regions. Basically, many large warships have internal trains to transport cargo. This is also a feature of imperial warships. The battleship is already equivalent to a small world. Lien was sleeping in the megalithic fortress. To wake him up, the only way to awaken this lion is to send him into the subspace and awaken the form of the subspace. Guilliman repeated to the crowd what the Emperor had told him. The Dark Watcher and Azrael extracted important information from it, and quickly determined the steps of the ceremony. Ezekiel stood by, listening to the conversation of the crowd. There was a sigh in his heart. 10,000 years ago, War Master Horus was severely wounded and fell asleep. A witchcraft made him embark on the road of betrayal. Now, Lion King Lion is sleeping, and Guilliman also intends to use witchcraft to wake it up. How similar, slightly ironic. A witchcraft changed the Great Crusade. Now a witchcraft will also change the Empire. The priests carved densely packed runes of the state religion in the secret room. Candles are placed in their respective positions according to the requirements of the ceremony. Azrael supervised the work of these people, ensuring that the steps of the ceremony were completed meticulously. No errors are allowed. This matter is related to the recovery of the father of genes, so the Grand Master cannot be careless. Once he made a mistake, he couldn't forgive himself. Guilliman also ordered the fleet to be put under martial law near the giant stone fortress, and the defense protocol was opened, and any visitors were stopped immediately until the ceremony was completed. He ordered Sicarius and others to cooperate with the Dark Angels to guard against interference and destruction from guys like the subspace. The Dark Watchers also joined hands to perform the forbidden rituals inherited from their races, sealing off the existence of the megalith fortress in the subspace, and creating an independent space. They have been passed down for countless years, older than many demon races in the space. Experienced the battle of civilizations, experienced the age of the ancient saints, and also experienced the battle of heaven, and mastered unimaginable secrets. The study of the warp goes deeper than the Eldar. Together, they sealed off the stone keep to ensure that the ritual of awakening the lion was safe. The Empire's most cutting-edge warriors are combined with ancient witchcraft to ensure that they will not be disturbed by warp space and traitor forces in the depths of the megalithic fortress. As Grand Master and Chief Psyker of the Dark Angels, Azrael is well versed in such rituals. When Guilliman took off the armor on his hand, cut his palm with the sword of the Emperor, and the blood of the Primarch flowed out. He ordered people to collect them in vessels carved with the Holy Emperor's runes. Several librarians used the blood of the Primarch to carve psychic runes near the platform where the lion sleeps. They need to send Lion into the warp and use the Primarch's blood to stimulate his awakening. Wait until everything is ready. Under Guilliman's behest, the Dark Watcher deactivated the force field device used to protect Lion. When the light of the force field disappears, the power of time and space also swept in, hurting the real body of the lion. His breathing gradually became weak, and his hair became dull and no longer shiny. Azrael and the others chanted the spell, sending their power into the carved runes. At the same time, their spiritual consciousness began to connect together to form a special group for traveling in the realm outside the world. It's this time. A small man in white robes was suspended in the air, and powerful spiritual energy burst out from his body. There was nothing there, only the dark inside of the robe suddenly emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the entire secret room. It's like there's a giant sun under that robe. Eternity. The little man in white robe made a voice, and the robe fell off, revealing the original appearance of their family. An entity composed of strange light containing cosmic stars, no longer has a flesh and blood body. The stars in its body twinkled, as if it really contained a universe in its body. They have already evolved and transcended, getting rid of the troubles of flesh and blood. Accompanied by a strong light, a subspace entrance appeared above Ryan. Swallowed it in an instant. The consciousness of everyone also submerged into that entrance along with Ryan. They need to enter Ryan's spiritual realm together, activate his power, and wake up the sleeping lion. Jump, dodge, attack, kill, win. As agile as a lion, the strong boy roared at a monster. His combat skills are very skilled, stronger than those hunters and knights. Soon, a huge beast like a hill lay under his feet, making a loud bang. The young man walked up to the giant beast's head along the scales, and stabbed the long sword in his hand into the opponent's weak point. Completely ended the life of the behemoth. Then, he looked into the distance, frowning slightly. In the lush forest, there are low-pitched roars from time to time. In the forest, there are other giant beasts. The young man stared at Lin Hai, and from time to time, he saw those super giant beasts whose bodies reached a kilometer. They moved far away, but because of their huge bodies, they could be seen. Those guys are like mythical titans. Huge, scary. Gives a feeling of invincibility. They stay deep in the forest, and the whole area will be distorted by their presence. Some strange power polluted them, making their shapes distorted and terrifying. Huge tentacles and spikes are their most effective weapons. If you swing them at will, buildings and giant trees may collapse and explode. Let people die in pieces. No mortal can withstand a blow from those monsters. Many people let alone fight these monsters, even if they take a second look, they are terrified to death, wishing their parents would grow 2 more legs. The young man standing on the head of the giant beast showed no fear at all, he held the long sword in his hand tightly. Swear that one day, he will kill these giant beasts. No one told him to do it. It's just his heart telling him that he must do this. Cut off the usable part of the fallen behemoth. The boy turned around and walked out of the jungle with the cut and processed pieces of meat on his back. His body is as strong as a lion, and his bare chest is strong and powerful, as if cast from steel. The long hair is extremely smooth, dragging behind his head, which further highlights his wildness, not being restrained by the world. He is the kind of person who belongs to the forest and belongs to freedom. The young man walked for a long time with those pieces of meat on his back. It was dark and dawn again. It took several days and nights to finally see a wide road made of stone slabs. Walking along the main road, he soon saw a fortress city built like a turtle shell. The guards held weapons in their hands, watching the travelers and merchants who came in and out vigilantly. When they saw the boy carrying dried meat, they smiled. We thought you were dead. The odds of surviving the buyer at the old tavern are now as high as 100 times, but no one dares to buy it. It seems that we all missed the opportunity to make a fortune. The veteran who looked a bit old said to the boy. Yes, Ryan, you have been away for a month and a half this time. We all thought that you would not be able to get out of the forest alive. It's a miracle, how did you do it? You have to tell us about your legendary experience. The boy nodded and agreed to tell about his hunting trip in the tavern. The guards put him in the city. The boy returned to the human world, looked at the noisy surroundings, and smiled. He sold his meat to a butcher shop and returned to his home. The basic necessities of life here maintain a medieval style. When traveling far away, he relies on a carriage, wears flax, and basically eats simple cooking methods such as boiling and roasting. Everything looks so backward. But there are some places that are unusual. For example, the lighting they need is provided by the sun hanging from the city dome, and does not need the sun outside. The weapons in people's hands can emit blue arcs, and with a random swing, they can kill those powerful forest beasts. Some wealthy travelers even have shields made of light, which can withstand various attacks. This is a slightly incongruous world. Ryan has long been used to this, maybe the world works like this. He returned to his humble home, changed his clothes, cleaned up the filth, and walked towards the tavern. Under the threat of giant beasts, people can only build their residences underground as much as possible. Although there are giant stealthy beasts underground, they are not a big threat to cities with knights and can be easily resolved. The knights are very powerful. They control the armor bestowed by the gods to kill those giant beasts that dare to attack the city. Every city is protected by a knight order. Their armor has been passed down from generation to generation, possessing terrifying power, capable of destroying mountains, rivers, and lakes with ease. Ryan saw them make a move, and a beam of light leveled a forest and wiped it all away. The people in the tavern were in a commotion because of Ryan's arrival. People called him the lion, the son of the forest, and some malicious people called him the little crazy. He has lived here for 15 years. Started hunting in the forest when he was very young, and every time he came back alive, he also brought back various wild animals, which shocked countless people. Most of this world is covered by deep forests, which inhabit all kinds of terrible beasts distorted by chaos. Extremely brutal. No one can safely cross the forest without the protection of the knights. Ryan can easily do this. Even keep hunting wild animals. You should join the knights. A drinking guest said, that way, you will have brothers. They can help you defeat those beasts faster. Yes, Ryan, why don't you join the knights? They are very powerful, and they also have armor bestowed by the gods. Drinking guests talked a lot. Encouraged him to join the knights. The knights have recruited this mysterious boy many times. But every time the boy would refuse without hesitation. Hearing the discussions among the drinkers, Ryan shook his head, expressing that he had no intention of joining the knights, nor did he want to have any entanglements with the knights. There was always a strange voice in his heart. That voice told him not to join the knights. Don't miss any illusory friendship like brothers. Otherwise, in the end all that is left is the bitterness of betrayal. Ryan will always think of some fragmented names in his heart. Every time he thinks about it, he feels pain and inexplicable tears. He didn't know why. There is a force that keeps stopping him, recalling the meaning of those names. Suddenly, the tavern fell silent. Several steel giants in black armor walked in. They sat in a corner of the tavern. The guests in the tavern can tell that they are not easy to mess with, and the aura exuding from their bodies is more terrifying than those knights. It's like a terrible war monster coming out of a sea of corpses and blood. Just sitting next to them felt unprecedented fear, as if the blood was about to be frozen. They subconsciously looked elsewhere, not daring to look directly at the soldiers in steel armor. He sealed those memories by himself. Ezekiel looked towards the corner of the tavern, where the young Ryan was drinking. For him, those memories are too painful. Azrael said in a low voice, no one can accept a series of betrayals. Brothers, comrades in arms, everything they fought for was lies. After the lion put down the Horus rebellion, he returned to the Caliban monastery to find that his former comrade in arms, Luther, had betrayed him. With weak self-esteem, he is unwilling to admit that his negligence and indifference caused the separation of the Dark Angel. He vented his anger furiously, and ordered the fleet to launch a devastating blow to Caliban, completely removing the rotten seeds. That battle was sad. Lion set foot on the land of Caliban with the scarred Dark Angels. Rage made him lose his mind, he just wanted to kill Luther. He fought side by side with the Emperor, freeing countless planets from the pollution of chaos. Now, they see their homeland, Caliban, falling into the hands of the same evil force because of their mentor and comrades in arms. Lien led the Dark Angel to raid the fortress he designed himself. The two sides in the battle became close friends and brothers, and once made an oath that they thought was indestructible. However, they met swords on Caliban, and the cruelty of the fighting made the gods laugh. The ancient homeland of the Grand Knights, reduced to ruins in their epic battles. The Loyalist fleet continued to bombard the planet, destroying the fortresses of all remaining monasteries. The planet disintegrated in the violent bombardment, leaving behind the strong Caliban fortress. Azrael learned about the final battle from the handwriting passed down from the time of the Grand Master. The former brothers all showed strength beyond mortals. The two were evenly matched in all aspects, and they fought hard. In the end, the lion showed more powerful strength and broke through Luther's defense. The male lion held the blade high, but was still unable to swing the blow, but let out a thunderous and desperate roar, crying for everything he could not recover. Luther seized the opportunity, unleashed the evil force, and severely damaged the prim arch. But when the lion falls down and struggles to get up, the indelible humanity in Luther's heart broke through his evil. The power of the gods faded, allowing his blinded eyes to see Lion who once regarded him as a brother again. Recalling the past fighting side by side, the pain occupied the betrayer's heart. He abandoned himself, he abandoned the lion, he abandoned the legion and the emperor, all because of his own selfish desires. Realizing what he had done, Luther fell to the ground in pain. The gods laughed at this. Brothers draw their swords against each other, which is always something that can please them. The evil imprisoned in Caliban released a terrible power, tore apart time and space, completely destroyed its prison, and threw the lion 10,000 years later, and was taken away by the Dark Watchers 10,000 years later, sent back to the stone fortress. The traitors left Luther alone in the ruins, bearing the bitterness of betrayal alone. The remaining Dark Watchers reseal the evil gods, guide the Dark Angels on the road against the subspace, and protect the secrets of the giant stone fortress and the lion. Until today, all the secrets have surfaced. Luther didn't lie, it was indeed the Dark Watcher who took Ryan away. It was not the Dark Watcher at that time, but the Dark Watcher 10,000 years later. The space storm of Calibania 10,000 years ago and the event of the three artifacts 10,000 years later formed a closed space-time loop. If you hadn't witnessed this kind of thing with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one would dare to believe that such a ridiculous thing would happen. Of course, it is not a matter of studying the space-time continuum and whether the future is fixed. The most important thing is how to wake up the lion. The pain of betrayal made him close his heart, hide in his own world, and repeat the scene of hunting the giant beast of Caliban again and again. Ryan felt the gaze of those people. He looked over vigilantly, without fear. Those people were wearing heavy steel armor, with firm eyes, and it was very complicated when they looked at themselves. There are expectations, regrets, and a little bit of grief. Ryan was a little confused. Did he know these guys? It shouldn't be. I didn't even join the Knights, and I have always been alone. It is impossible to know such a person. A moment later, those outsiders in steel armor walked up to Ryan. Are you the best hunter here? The man asked. No, if you want to find hunters to deal with those giant beasts, you can find the Knights, they are the strongest hunters. Ryan shook his head and denied. We don't need to hunt giant beasts, we just need an excellent hunter. The man looked at Ryan and said. Ryan stood up, looked left and right, and then looked at each other. Although he is only a teenager, his physical development is much faster than ordinary people. At only 15 years old, he has already grown to a height of more than 2 meters, no less than the foreigner in steel armor in front of him. My salary is very expensive, you can't afford it, so find someone else. Ryan said. I can pay you any reward you need. For the sake of integrity, I can use this sword as a mortgage. The man took out a long sword with exquisite shape. Seeing this sword, Ryan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. But he couldn't name the sword. There was a voice that kept trying to shout out, but couldn't. He thought he knew the name of the sword, but why couldn't he call it out? Okay, I agree. Ryan nodded. When can you start? The man asked. We need someone to be a guide to help us go deep into the forest. This matter will take a long time. Anytime, Lane said. I'm alone, and I don't need any preparation. Where's your brother? The man asked. Ryan was silent for a moment. When he said this word, he felt a little pain. He looked into the other person's eyes and said loudly. I don't need a brother, and I don't have a brother. Everyone was walking in the leafy forest, and the mutated beast roared. Those terrible voices echoed in the dark jungle. If ordinary people heard this voice, they would have been scared out of their wits. However, Azrael and others have experienced countless battles, and experienced the original casting upgrade, gaining more powerful power. Some beasts polluted by chaos are not worth mentioning to them. Until they come across a monstrous behemoth covered in bony spurs and wielding a gigantic behemoth. Its body is as high as 1,000 feet, like a continuous mountain range, occupying a huge area. Its eyes are like blood moons, exuding extreme malice. Those tentacles are sticky, slippery, and foul-smelling, highly poisonous, and the smell alone makes the trees wither. Those spikes are so sharp that they can easily pierce even steel. The giant beast lurks inside a huge lake. No one realizes that the clear water of the lake is a terrifying beast. When the giant beast showed its original appearance, they had no way to escape and could only show their weapons to fight. Lien kept jumping and rolling, avoiding the attacks of those tentacles. However, they were soon cornered. Take this sword. Azrael threw the sword in his hand to him. It was a heavy two-handed giant sword, but Ryan easily caught it and pressed the activation rune. Very skilled. It was as if the sword had fought him countless times. Holding this sword, Ryan chopped off the monster's tentacles with one strike, and even those hard bone spurs were easily cut off. What's the name of this sword? Ryan looked at the stranger. The Lion's Fury, said Azrael, is modeled after a hero's sword. Ryan was stunned for a moment, and some voices became stronger and stronger in his mind. Someone is calling. Do not. Ryan said painfully. This is your mission, Ryan. Azrael blocked an incoming tentacle. He looked at Ryan and said loudly, don't run away anymore, the Empire needs you, and your brother, Guilliman needs you too. No. The severe pain in his brain made Ryan scream in pain, and the sealed memory was trying to resurface. Black lines appeared on his body, and a pair of strange wings made of black mist appeared on his back. Guilliman has awakened. Azrael showed a hint of joy when he saw the strange appearance of Lion. He shouted while fighting against the monster, he needs your help, Lion. Have you forgotten is it your honor and mission? No. Ryan screamed again, and he fell to his knees, his eyes burning with flames as he raised his head, the wings behind his back billowing. Black flames burned along the lines on his body, like a mythical angel of punishment. He is the lord of the dark angels, forged by the hand of the emperor. The black flames burned fiercely, and the monster was reduced to ashes in an instant. The majesty of a lion is unpredictable. 1. No glory. Ryan shouted, his voice full of anger. It's all over, and there's no glory. There's only ashes and betrayal, and what's the difference between what we've created and what we've destroyed? During the Great Crusade, the lion destroyed countless dynasties that would not obey the emperor. A king asked him why he was destroying them when they were being destroyed. The lion said it was for redemption. The king said that his dynasty has existed for 5,000 years, and they have passed through the age of the night safely, and they do not need redemption. The lion laughed at his short-sightedness and stupidity, and destroyed that dynasty, beheading the opponent's head with his own hands. Recall now what the gods did to the Imperium of man. Is different from what they did to those dynasties. The human empire claims to bring salvation, and the gods also claim to bring salvation. What is the difference between the two? Nothing more than one terrible and another even more terrible hell. Was his exploit really an honor? Perhaps it was just a sin committed by a vain man in order to conquer and kill. Horus' betrayal, didn't Luther's betrayal confirm this? There is no glory. Ryan shed tears, and he howled at his son like a madman. No. It's all over, we failed. No, Ryan, it's not too late, we haven't failed yet. Azrael said, we can still get the future under the leadership of the regent. Lion. Lord of the Great Knights. Come back, we need you. Ezekiel and others spoke one after another. This is Ryan's home field, and he can only wake up if he wants to wake up. If a Primarch resists returning, who will bring him back? No. Lane yelled, let this be over. We did a lot wrong, but it's not too late. A voice came from behind the fighting crowd. Guilliman did not know when he appeared behind the crowd. Azrael and Ezekiel showed astonished eyes. No one denies the power of the imperial regency. But his Shanic power is really unseen among many Primarches, and it can be described as a chicken. Even ordinary psychers can easily defeat him. How did he get in here? You know, they can enter here because they are all skilled psychers. It can make the spirit out of the body and travel into the realm of the other side. Guilliman. Ryan looked at Guilliman in blue power armor, who twisted his body unnaturally, obviously not used to the state of mentally traveling in subspace. It's me, Ryan. Guilliman stepped forward, it's awkward, meeting in this situation. What do you want to say? Ryan said, if you are persuading me, then don't persuade me again. We failed, didn't we? When I saw Luther's rebellion, I already knew that human beings would never be able to get rid of the chaos. Polluted. When the Emperor showed up in Caliban, I already knew what he wanted to do. It was a crazy plan, and I was obsessed with it, and I was involved in it, trying to make it happen. But in the end you see, everything has failed. The Emperor has left, and it is impossible for human beings to get rid of the pollution of chaos. I should have understood long ago that we are not special. Countless species that have long since become extinct, doing the same thing with the same expectation, finally they all became history, an insignificant little wave in the long river of time. Every species believes that it has something unique, and believes that it will be able to get out of this vicious circle of civilization development, until in the end all species and all empires are the same, and they will all usher in destruction. That's right. Guilliman nodded in agreement. Indeed, a powerful empire always has enemies, and when one enemy falls, another enemy will rise up, lose the experience and lessons of the former, and then make a comeback. Lion was stunned for a moment, and he looked at Guilliman. Is this guy really here to persuade himself? But what does it matter? It's enough for one generation to do what one generation does. Guilliman smiled, we have been endowed with superhuman strength and wisdom. For this reason, we used to be arrogant and self-righteous. We subconsciously accepting the Emperor's brainwashing, we can ignore the suffering in the process in order to win the final victory. But later, we found that we actually got nothing. We think that everything we do is to protect human beings, but we never listen to their voices. We have built a huge empire, but we have forgotten why we built this empire. We have forgotten our original intention. Until I again waking up and seeing the men and women who have suffered and yet are still alive, I understand this. We are not great because of ourselves, but because of those who are willing to follow us. Ryan, it's not too late. Let's fix our mistakes and reshape this empire to make it right. We'll listen to the ordinary, love what they love, and think what they've suffered suffering. We owed them, we promised good and we gave them hell. Guilliman put his hand on Lion's shoulder. No one is better than you, Lane. Those traitors will cry at your name, and they will cry like a fart at your return. Chapter 177 The Battle Between the Lion and the Tau Empire, subscribe. Guilliman's words and eyes are full of truth. He just looked at Ryan like that, his eyes were firm and full of conviction, giving people a natural sense of convincing. Hearing these words, Ryan looked at Guilliman with complicated eyes. After the Battle of Terra, his Primarch brother has clearly grown considerably. He has his own unique understanding of the existence of the Empire and the cause of the Emperor. He's trying to fix everything wrong, bringing the Imperium of Man back to the path they once wanted it to walk on. Can we still do it? Ryan was a little frustrated. It's not that Ryan poured cold water on him. Can things that he couldn't do at the beginning really be able to do now? During the period of the Great Crusade, the 18 Primarches of the Empire, as well as the Emperor, Malkador and many other immortals, can be said to be full of talents, and the influence of the Dark Gods on the real universe can also be said to be negligible. The Great Crusade ended with the Horus Rebellion and attacked Terra. Father and son fight, and finally one dies and one is seriously injured. Now, the Emperor sleeps, and many immortals have died in the Great Rebellion. Is there really hope for mankind? It's not too late. Guilliman said with a smile, with just a little help from you, humanity will regroup and launch a counterattack to the subspace. Ryan, we failed 10,000 years ago, but now we will definitely succeed. Guilliman's tone became serious. This is not just to encourage you, it is also something I am determined to achieve. One day, human beings point the sword at the gods, cross the stars, and shape the supreme empire. Your arrogance is no different from his. I hope everything will go as smoothly as you said. This is inevitable, you know, I never say anything without confidence. Lien returned to a strong and powerful adult appearance, fought against Luther, and fell asleep for so long. He became deeper, and the few scars on his face made him look very vicissitudes. In the Great Rebellion 10,000 years ago, he lost too much. Brother betrayed, the empire came within a hair's breadth of falling into ruins. Let's go, the empire urgently needs a commander who can share the burden for me. Guilliman said. Then I hope to witness with my own eyes how you can do things that even he couldn't do in the past. Ryan said. Guilliman wanted to say something, but the sense of repulsion around his body suddenly increased, trying to send him out of this space. In just a few breaths, the scene in front of Guilliman's eyes became unreal. Then, everything fell apart. Guilliman stood again in the dimly lit secret room, and several dark watchers in robes stood beside him. Although he can easily crush big demons and punch traitors, Guilliman's psychic talent can be called rubbish. If you want to travel the subspace with spiritual consciousness, you can only use the power of the Dark Watcher. Guilliman wanted to ask why the other party pulled him out. Just after the conversation started, Guilliman also performed what is called an empty glove white wolf. Give him the name of the Empire's empty warlord, fool the Lord of the First Legion, and let him know what is dangerous in the universe. Guilliman is now the regent of the Empire and the supreme military consul. Even if Ryan got the position of war commander, many troops just listened to him and kept announcing him. Compared with Horus, who was in charge of the military in the past, it is not a concept at all. The subspace is rioting. A Dark Watcher said weakly, the essence of the Primarch is very powerful. Once it wakes up, it will bring an amazing storm. With Ryan's awakening, this storm is brewing. It will throw the megalithic fortress at will. The rest of the galaxy. If you don't leave in time, you will most likely be taken away. The Imperium of Man needs your helm, 13. You can't leave with the stone fortress, it's too risky. Guilliman could only swallow the words, then what will happen to Ryan? Damn, just advised me, don't go wrong again. The four gods are eyeing each other fiercely, Fulgen and Magnus are gnashing their teeth again, at least they come back to share the firepower. He will wake up soon, there is no accident at all. The Dark Watcher said, now, on the 13th, you must leave the stone fortress as soon as possible. Otherwise, this place will lead you into the turbulence of time and space. Guilliman glanced at the ritual platform that was still emitting psychic energy fluctuations, and could only leave some instructions before turning and leaving. Guilliman can still tell which is more important. If he loses contact for a year and a half, it is estimated that Terra will be turned upside down. Those conservatives still haven't shouted, once the regent dies, the emperor will be re-established, the power will be restored to the nobles, and the destiny will return. He can't take a chance. As long as Ryan can wake up, he will send someone to find him when the time comes. Leaving behind a group of technical priests who have absorbed the latest knowledge, Guilliman returned to the glory of Markrag with Sicarius and others. When this huge flagship sailed to a safe place, the violent subspace energy turned into endless waves, layer by layer, tearing apart the space-time structure, forming a huge crack. The crack was like a slit in the starry sky, with a strange light flowing. The gap formed by the crack swallowed the huge megalithic fortress, and then disappeared. Guilliman stood on the observation deck platform of the glory of Markrag. Through the porthole, watching the giant stone fortress being taken away by that force, it is the overflow of power brought about by Ryan's awakening. The power of the Primarch is extremely terrifying. Even if there is no blessing from the four gods, once awakened, it will be extremely powerful. The demon Primarch did the stupidest thing possible. I bought myself and exchanged for something that belonged to me. However, if he had a normal mind, he wouldn't have followed Horus all the way to the dark. Sicarius and Khal stood beside him, accompanying their lord. The scene fell into silence for a while, until the voice of Briher, the captain of the Makraj's glory, sounded. Master Regent, what is our next mission? Gilliman withdrew his mind from the vast starry sky. Now Ryan has awakened. The first Primarch has awakened. Time to get busy with other things. Nowadays, the situation in the Empire is complicated. There is a strong enemy Abaddon outside, and there are conservative forces inside. It can be said that internal and external troubles are at stake. After such a long delay, it's time to continue my plan of the unyielding expedition. Return to Terra, Gilliman said. Put Terra in place, and he will continue the indomitable crusade. Drive out the aliens and demons from the Imperial Sanctuary. Go to the home planets of different battle groups to see if you can get other prompts, and recall the original body first. The more loyalist Primarchs come back, the less pressure he has. Of course, there are potential risks. The Primarch's appeal is very strong, and if you are not careful, there will be Horus rebellion in the past. Gilliman turned around and walked towards his own strategy room. Kaur followed closely behind, his heavy steel body advancing with the help of an anti-gravity suspension platform and mechanical legs. Khal, how is the work on the gene seed of a plasma going? Gilliman asked as he walked. Before I set off for Terra, we had already completed the genetic chain required for super soldiers, abandoned the traditional method of using the Primarch as the anchor point, and used Gilliman's heart as the anchor point instead. At most in 5 years, we will be able to complete quantitative production and mass-produce Astartes that do not require the original body. Gilliman nodded. This plan is kept strictly confidential, and no one but you and me can know about it. Wait until the plasma genetic warriors become mainstream, accounting for more than 80% of the Empire's Astartes monks. Is when this secret is revealed. Understood. Kaur said respectfully. Sicarius and the numerous honor guards remained silent, following their lord wordlessly. They know that sometimes, some things don't require them to speak. Gilliman does not doubt the loyalty of the other Primarchs. But many times, loyalty can be bad. The road to always begins well. Those who do not plan for the eternal life are not enough to seek for a moment. Far Eastern Frontier, Planet Havers. A felon looked around the battle hall, his eyes became firm. There are no luxurious furnishings here. Its floors, walls, and ceilings are all made of dark bedrock. At the end of the hall, the sculpture of Ryan stands here. As a frown of the Overwatch chapter, here he pays tribute to the father of his blood for the last time. The Overwatch has a very long history of building an army, and it belongs to the subgroup of the Dark Angels. Each chapter is traceable, and their superhuman strength stems from a great Primarch loyal to humanity, loyal to the Imperium. After the formation of the Wardens, they moved away from the political center of Terra, and went to the Far East to guard and prevent aliens from invading the human world. They have experienced countless battles and guarded mankind for thousands of years. After the Great Rift appeared, the Warden chapter also lost contact with other brother chapters. Under the bombardment of countless help messages from the subspace, a felon could only send out the Astartes monks in his hands. He cannot sit back and watch other Imperial worlds fall and remain indifferent. A felon sent troops to those worlds that asked for help to help them tide over the difficulties. And those aliens, the Tau Empire, who claimed to be the future master of the galaxy, took the opportunity to launch an attack. It can be said to be despicable and shameless, taking advantage of others' danger. But a felon also knew that it was pointless to condemn the enemy, the galaxy was so cruel. The only thing he can do is to prevent the Tau Empire from invading as much as possible, and ask for support from other brother troops of the Empire. However, the appearance of the Big Rift made all the astronomical messages for help disappear. At this point, a frown knew he was heading for failure. The Watcher Legion can only garrison monastic fortresses. Forgive me. A felon looked at Ryan's sculpture, and said with some pain, my mission may have ended here, and I will die willingly. Heavy footsteps came from behind a felon. The steel boots stepped on the floor made of bedrock, making a dull impact sound. A warrior wearing scarred armor came in, the sword on his waist and the decoration collided with each other, and the crisp sound echoed in the hall. Andorra, Aldama lost contact, those damned blueskins are advancing to the monastery. The warrior said. A felon turned his head to look at the warrior, and there was no undamaged area on the opponent's armor. The gloss of the surface has disappeared, the paint has been worn to reveal the exposed ceramic steel, and there are marks left by rapid welding in some places. Since the Tau Empire came to the surface, they have waged several wars. How many are they? A frown asked. An army. The soldier said, the initial estimate is about 60,000 people. A large number of them are well trained and have fierce firepower. The defenders on the planet Havers have been beaten and disabled, and we gathered some of the remnants. How many of us are there? There are still 100 Astartes monks, and there are about 3,000 remnants of the defenders gathered. Is this our last strength? A frown said. Yes, the last power, the message for help sent by the astropath has not received any response, and we are alone and helpless. Then let's prepare for the final battle. A felon put his hand on the warrior's shoulder armor, those damned blueskins will know that the price they paid to defeat the space warrior is unacceptable. A felon walked out of the battle hall and walked out along the road in the center of the cathedral. The last warriors of the Watchmen gathered together, singing the song of the lion. They are the sons of the noble lion. They never forgot that they came from Caliban, nor that they would belong to the Emperor's throne. All warriors are black armor, many of the original spray paint has been worn out in battle. The blood and the flames of the battlefield reshape the color of their armor, making them black. A felon stands on the cathedral's pulpit, the priest stands on his left. He gazed at the last of the chapter brothers. There are only 100 people left, which includes more than half of the new blood. They have not experienced any battles. Because of the emergency, they had to be forcibly awakened from the sublimation of blood in advance, put on the armor of their ancestors, and plunge into this war that will not win. A felon didn't speak, he sang along with the other brothers, using his singing to strengthen the blood bond of the Gene Father in their bodies. They will fight side by side. Together they will go to death. This is the last singing. When it is over, they will embark on the road of sacrifice for the Primarch and the Emperor. A tall dreadnought was mixed among them, and a disabled veteran was sleeping in the sarcophagus. He's roaring out the lyrics through a megaphone, and it's awful. But no one cares. Tears flowed down a felon's face, the Watcher will be wiped out. The new blood is cut off, and the old soldiers die. This defeat was a fatal blow to the warband from which they would never recover. When the Song of the Lion came to an end, a felon put away his last sorrow. Never let the enemy see your weakness. When the last echoes faded from the cathedral's steel, a felon regained its former peace. The voice he spoke was firm and clear, and all the brothers listened to him. The lion's fury flows in our blood. Even though the Primarch has been gone for countless years, his power still flows in our body. Maybe this battle will become our last battle, but the blood of lion will never die. Not cut off. Those Xenos thought they were going to win. No, we're going to tell them to defeat the Space Marines at a price they couldn't afford. Chaos spread throughout the Imperium, and all worlds fell into turmoil and darkness. Even Terra there is no more information, but we will never compromise, the darkness will be defeated, and the future belongs to mankind. A felon raised the weapon in his hand, we will be united, we will go hand in hand, let us go out together, embrace our common blood, the son of Ryan will never be cowardly. Son of Lane, never cowardly. Son of Lane, never cowardly. Son of Lane, never cowardly. The last watchmen shouted slogans and made their final roar. Their voices shook the monastery. Glorious death, the final battle. A felon shouted. We're about to win. Tiwa stared at the Hawashi warriors in front of him, they were full of energy and fighting spirit. No one doubts the veracity of Tivar's words. Humanity is retreating steadily, and those huge cities have surrendered, leaving only the last stronghold of resistance. Let us spread the supreme goodness to this world and let them know that this era no longer belongs to them. The commander's voice sounded from the COMM, inspiring the warriors of the Fire Clan. They all clenched their fists and beat their chests to show their loyalty to the Ether, and issued an oath before the battle. We'll surely win. Attack, complete the final hunt. Tiwa shouted, he activated the propulsion device on the battle suit, jumped into the sky, flew over the city, and flew towards the final battlefield. The Huo family who were in charge of the assault also followed his example, turned on the thrusters, and rushed to the last bastion of the Empire. On the ground, the heavy bipedal walking tank is also taking heavy steps amidst the electromagnetic hiss. They are huge in size, one level larger than Dreadnought. The driver's nervous system is directly connected to the sensor and the operation center, so that each other can be well integrated. Huge electromagnetic and plasma cannons are installed under their shoulders, which looks full of technology. As they approached the majestic, unesthetic fortress, the defensive artillery also began to attack the Tau Empire's Hawashi warriors. Tiwa activates the tactical module and sets the evasion values so that the combat suit can avoid the dense artillery. The monastery has set up its shield. Although the technology of the human empire is barbaric, it should not be underestimated. The shield can resist starship-level bombing. With the weapons in their hands, it is impossible to break the shield head-on. The only way is to slow down the speed of the combat suit to a low speed enough to pass through the shield. Reducing the speed also brings a certain crisis. After all, human artillery is not vegetarian. The anti-aircraft guns fired continuously, forming a covering firepower. Many Huo clan fighters suffered from the firepower of the human defenders, and their battle suits were torn apart by the huge explosion. Tiwa saw that the online signals of several of his comrades turned grey, and then disappeared from the display panel. He took a risky look twice, and the Hawashi warrior who was hit turned into thick smoke and an explosion in the sky, only fragmented limbs splashed with the power of the explosion. Hateful, Tivar whispered, full of rage. These humans, the Tau Empire has brought salvation, but they still have to resist so stubbornly, they really don't know what to do. After crossing the shield, the titanium tile reduced the power of the propeller and fell directly from a high altitude, with the rail gun in its hand shooting continuously. The bodies of those human defenders were instantly blown to pieces under the attack of supersonic bullets. Titanium tiles fell to the ground, and within a short while, at least 10 corpses had fallen near him. A look of horror appeared on the faces of the defenders. Fleeing back in a panic. Their equipment is nothing compared to the Tau Empire. Tivar tasted the fear of these foolish humans, and he continued to shoot without mercy. Didn't surrender to the highest good Deo immediately, these guys should all be executed. Tiwa uses the mobility of the battlesuit to shuttle across the battlefield. Using the guidance of the tactical system of the combat uniform, a group of drones flew past according to Tiwa's wishes. Heavy machine guns and machine bees acted as attacking firepower units, sweeping up those heavy weapon strongholds for him, and suppressing them. Scout drones provide him with battlefield intelligence. Comprehensive battlefield information and superior firepower suppression allow Tiwa to take all the advantages in fighting on the battlefield. Before the enemy found him, he had already locked on the opponent. Many enemies are ignorant of this. Until the moment of death, they also looked blank, ignorant of the enemies who hunted and killed them. Relying on the crushing of technology, titanium tile easily harvests those idiots who don't know how to surrender to the best way. Another shot blasted the heads of the human defenders, and the outer defense line of humans announced a breakthrough. Tiwa and several other Hwashi fighters restarted their propulsion engines and flew up to a high place. The Emperor's angels in black armor began to appear. They raised their bolters and fired at the fire warriors. This is much more dangerous than those puny mortal troops whose shots never miss. A bolter hit Tiwa's body, shaking him. Immediately after, more bombs hit him. Fortunately, a heavy shield drone helped him block the fire. The heavy shield drone exploded at a high altitude, and the power of the explosion made the flight of the titanium tile shake violently. The Emperor's angels formed their respective ranges, leaving the fire warriors in chaos. Don't panic, fight back, and ask for fire support. Tiwa comforted, and asked the rear to fire. 10 seconds later, dozens of drones swarmed in, and dense lasers shot at those Emperor angels overwhelmingly. In the sky, several missiles whizzed towards the opponent's defensive stronghold dragging their flame tails. The two Emperor angels were directly blown away, and their fragmented bodies fell from the high wall. Others also hid, greatly reducing the pressure on the flying Hwashi warriors. The advantage of the Tau Empire lies in its firepower and highly integrated combat system. Titanium knows this very well. He will never waste the strengths of the Tau and fight against the Empire. What you want is fire suppression, what you want is crushing. Wearing a battle suit, the titanium tiles used propellers to fly high into the sky, then fell from the sky like a heavy bone crusher, and fell heavily on the ground, making a dull sound. Your time has come, stupid savage creatures. Titanium tile shouted. His voice rose above the billowing smoke, cheering up the other fire's warriors. Titanium tile kept pulling the trigger, and the rail gun in his hand kept firing. The rail assault rifle is a powerful weapon capable of piercing enemy armor and shields with ease. Even the armor of the Emperor Angel can be easily broken. Other Huo clans also rushed up one after another, forming a firepower suppression on the Emperor's angels. These guys are formidable opponents. According to the research of the Tau Empire and the information provided by those humans, these guys were built by the corpse emperor who has become a skeleton, endowed with terrible power, and are the strongest fighters of the empire. These guys are also some of the most fearsome warriors in the galaxy. Wherever they went, no planet dared to stand against them. Many planets wanted to be independent, but were scared by these terrible dictator thugs and forced to continue to submit to Terra. Fire will end their myth. The Titanium Empire will replace the human empire and become the overlord of the galaxy, bringing peace and a future to all races in the galaxy. For the higher good. Tiwa hit an Emperor's angel, and the helmeted head of the opponent was blown to pieces. Huo's fighters broke into the fortress with advanced technology and overwhelming numbers. The battle was fought hard. Those Emperor angels are not something to mess with. Firing furiously, the savage weapon slowed Tivar's comrades, leaving the dead torn apart and strewn with dismembered remains. Unfortunately, there are so few of them. The Tau Empire has tens of thousands of soldiers, and there is a steady stream of support. Tiwa and others finally won. The Emperor's angels retreated, and their leader finally retreated into their halls. Fire warriors surrounded the hall, trying to capture the commander alive. Give up, you have already failed. Tiwa stood outside, with the heavy shield machine B in front of him. Emperor Angel is very stubborn, as long as there is a slight chance, he will not hesitate to drag his opponent to death. Tiwa must be prepared not to be dragged to death by the other party. Dream, aliens. You will surely meet the wrath of the Empire. A felon held his battle axe and yelled at the aliens outside the door. At his feet lay the corpses of more than a dozen Hwashi warriors. They tried to capture A felon by force, but he killed him and became his spoils before death. Stupid, the highest good is superior to your beliefs. Under the leadership of the Ether, you will get hope and a future. Tiwa said. Bah. A felon spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm, your promises make me sick. When you understand the cruelty of this universe, you will know that the so-called supreme good is nothing but a scam. Tiwa frowned. This guy's mind is extremely stubborn, and it seems that there is no need to continue to win him over. Don't waste any more time in the lives of Fire's warriors. Go to hell. Tiwa waved his hand and ordered all the troops to move forward. Since the opponent does not surrender, it can only be wiped out. Just a pathetic guy. Huo's fighters swarmed in, and the drones fired at the same time. A felon uttered a battle cry, shouted Ryan's name, and launched the final attack. But he was facing hundreds of Hwashi fighters and a huge number of drones. Even if he showed fearless courage, it was difficult to change the final outcome. A son of a lion, never a coward. Before being hit in the head by a magnetic rail bomb, a frown shouted the last slogan. The heavy body crashed down. Fell on the bodies of those dead fire warriors. He killed many enemies by himself. Unfortunately, he failed to win the final victory. Stupid belief. Tiva walked to a felon's side, and said disdainfully, stupid creature, the lion in your mouth can't save you, and the human empire is doomed. Enter the physical space. The voice of the machine came from the mouth of the machine slave. Many crew members running back and forth. The controlling officers looked nervous. The subspace is very active, just like the waves of the sea are surging. They must be careful to ensure that this magnificent fortress will not be destroyed by the power of the warp. The power of the non-material world expands and tightens, and the space-time structure of the real universe is torn apart with a desperate scream. Accompanied by bursts of unclean light, the majestic and huge stone fortress broke free from the subspace and returned to the real universe. The wall suddenly opened the circulation pipe, spraying scalding steam. The air in the fortress was also released as the gravity device stabilized, and the shock wave swept across the huge fortress. The energy supply system stabilized with a crackling sound. The plasma energy stack supplies energy to each system to the greatest extent. The flickering lumen light became steady. All systems are running smoothly under the control of mechanical priests and technical sergeants. They escaped the terrible warp space storm, and escaped from that dangerous place, and came to a certain place in the galaxy. In the vast hall of the megalith fortress, Azrael, Ezekiel, Boris, and many other dark angels knelt on one knee, holding an unactivated weapon in one hand, and clenched one hand into a fist on their chest-s position. Even the heavy Dauntless raised his weapon, expressing the greatest respect. On the throne in the hall, a tall, giant-like man sat on the throne. He rested his elbows on the arm of the carved chair, his fingers folded in front of him, barely touching his lips. Blonde hair cascaded back, unblinking savage green eyes unique to the Caliban forest. He stared at the holographic projection in front of him, and the picture recorded for him with an optical device. Every dark angel expresses absolute surrender and allegiance to him. Because this man is the lord of the First Legion, the primarch of the Dark Angels, the Emperor's eldest son, the first Eldar, the Lion King, and the Emperor's keeper of secrets. In the Empire, only the regent of the Empire who holds an important position can overwhelm him in name. Where have we been? Ryan looked at Azrael, the great mentor of the Dark Angel, and asked casually. Now we are in a remote galaxy, my lord. According to the analysis of the Thinkers database, this is the Far East Frontier, planet Havers, a secondary industrial planet. His eyes were full of excitement and excitement. Even the tone of his speech was a little uncontrollable excitement. A technical sergeant hurried in. My lord, planet Havers didn't respond to our inquiry, but instead sent a signal from a strange shape. They declared that we had invaded their territory and asked us to disarm immediately and accept their inspection. Alien. Ryan frowned slightly. Yes, a signal of a different shape. After preliminary analysis by the technical sergeant, it is believed that the signal belongs to the Tau Empire. The technical sergeant nodded a few times, and answered Ryan's words. This belongs to the Empire, no matter what happened before, it belongs to the Empire now. Let them go, or shoot them all down. Ryan stood up. During the Great Crusade, he traveled to the edge of the galaxy, strangling the aliens. He knew those aliens were abominable. They are the minions of chaos, or part of it. The Empire has never been kind to the aliens. As the executioner of the alien, it is even more impossible for Ryan to compromise on the alien. Regardless of whether this planet has fallen, or has never been controlled by humans. Now, it's all part of the Empire. Those opposing races and forces will be turned into dust in the universe, and no one will remember them. Standing in the control room of the main battleship of the fortress, Commander Xia looked at the display screen in front of him, his blue face became ugly. A gigantic fortress came to the starry sky with a huge fleet. The golden double-headed eagle above is very clear. This symbol tells the many Tau fleets which side this sudden fleet belongs to. Humanity. This mysterious, sudden arrival of the fleet belongs to the Imperium of Man. That corrupt, cruel, but extremely terrifying empire. How could they be so fast? Commander Xia's tone became serious. Outside, it often takes decades, or even hundreds of years for them to react. The Titanium Empire's research on the human empire can be said to be very thorough. The human empire is powerful. But the huge size makes them extremely inefficient in everything they do. A counterattack may take decades, hundreds of years to prepare. But now, they have just captured the Havers galaxy, and the punishment of the human empire has come. It was so fast that people were caught off guard. Of course, he will not be afraid. Issuing an order to the Tau Empire troops near Havers, let them support us as quickly as possible. The size of this fleet far exceeds the human fleet in the old Damocles battle. Control, and we risk losing a string of newly acquired worlds. Commander Xia has great confidence in the Tau Empire, thinking that this fleet might bring some trouble. But the final outcome must be the final victory of the Tau Empire. You know, the human empire is too corrupt. In the past, in the Battle of Damocles with troops several times larger than that of the Tau Empire, they were all forced to leave in embarrassment. The Tau Empire suffered heavy casualties only after leaving 50% of the troops and using the method of dying together. Nowadays, the Tau Empire's military strength is getting stronger and stronger, and it has also created a star-tide hub, a giant technology that can quickly jump stars. They were able to give the human empire a head-on blow on Havers' planet, letting them know that this galaxy no longer belongs to them. The human empire has fallen into unprecedented chaos, and this is the best time for the rise of the Tau Empire. It is absolutely impossible for Havers' planet to be returned to humans. Send an alarm to all the troops and tell them that the battle is not over yet, and those human reinforcements are coming. The harsh siren sounded. Echoed in every corner of the entire Haversian planet. Tianwei, who had just conquered the Watchman chapter, looked confused. He looked up to the sky, and the commander's voice came through the communication. The battle is not over yet, human reinforcements are coming, get ready and give them a head-on blow. Hearing this, Tiwa clicked the button on the side of the helmet, revealing a blue face. He looked up into the sky and smiled. Those stupid, inefficient humans react so quickly this time, it's really surprising. Another wonderful hunt. Tiwa whispered, I don't know what kind of prey I will get this time. In the various hives of the planet Havers, the personnel of the Tau Empire who were accepting the surrender of the dignitaries of humans also heard the sirens. These Tushi in charge of diplomacy did not panic in the slightest. After many battles, they have understood that the human empire is a paper tiger. Backward technology, ignorant personnel, inefficient administration, and old-fashioned tactics. The only way for them to win the Tau Empire is to use their huge size to crush them, otherwise there is no chance of winning. In the past, the Tau Empire would still be terrified of the huge size of the human empire, and would not dare to be too radical to stimulate this decaying ancient force. But now, the human empire has encountered unprecedented changes, and the entire empire has been torn apart. Their main force was fighting fires everywhere, unable to take care of the frontier affairs at all. The imperial forces without numerical superiority are no match for the Tau Empire at all. Even if reinforcements came, it would be death, not a problem. We swear our allegiance to the supreme good and the great ether forever. You have saved us, please don't let us return to that terrible dictatorial empire. A dignitary carefully made a promise in front of the Tushi diplomats, the same goes for other nobles. Don't worry, everything will be safe. The Earth's diplomats said in standard Gothic language, the best way will defeat that decaying empire. Please be careful, the troops of the human empire are very fanatical, and they will do whatever it takes to regain the territory of the corpse emperor. The dignitary said. There is no need to worry. The Earth's diplomat comforted, we have made all preparations, and the fleets of other worlds are waiting to support us at any time. The Tau Empire has complete industrial capabilities, and the potential for war is not rotten humans. Empires are comparable. Long live the ether, the glory of the supreme good is immortal, and it will surely shine on the galaxy. The dignitary said piously, making the Tushi diplomats smile with satisfaction. After the other party left, another dignitary came over. Is it really okay for us to do this? There is a good saying in Gyudera, which is that those who know the current affairs are the best. But now, the Empire's support has arrived, what if these blueskins lose? Losing? How did you lose? You didn't see that the zombie empire was defeated by the Tau Empire before. We can gain more trust from them by expressing our position in advance. I always feel that this is not good. We should be safe and wait until they defeat the imperial reinforcements. It will be too late, and you have to surrender as soon as possible. You can't even drink the soup. Now, immediately go and push all the sculptures in the emperor's churches to pave the road, and immediately let the craftsmen begin to carve the great Lord Ethereal. Is it really necessary to go too far? What is this too much? We are already planning to mess with the Tau Empire. Why keep those things? It's all ruined. The radical words of that dignitary have been supported by others, and they have already surrendered, so it is better to do it thoroughly. In this way, they can also show their determination to the Tau Empire. Those who opposed it finally agreed. After all, with so many conflicts, the Tau Empire basically had the last laugh. This time, it seems that there will be no exception. The Emperor is dead, the ether shall stand. Chapter 178 Randan Alien reappears in the galaxy, subscribe. The threat posed by the sudden appearance of human warships. Evacuate numerous Tau warships from low Earth orbit on the planet Havers. Reformed a standard tactical formation in the void, slowly sailing towards the huge, majestic fortress battleship. The megalithic fortress was involved in the warp space storm, and other ships also entered the warp space. Relying on the advanced technology given by the regent of the empire, they came out of the subspace without any loss. The human empire's military strength is far superior to that of the Tau Empire, and the monolith fortress alone is incomparable to the Tau Empire's fleet. Even if the number of enemies and friends is very different. The Tau Empire has no fear at all, and firmly believes that victory will belong to the best way. Tau ships look cleaner. The three main ships of the fortress class are magnificent, and they are the backbone of the fleet. Many hero-class, escort-class frigates and cruisers have also formed a large-scale naval formation. Commander Xia immediately issued an order to activate the deflector shields of all starships, and all troops entered a state of combat readiness. Then release the Warden, Manta, Barracuda, and other void fighters, and make a confrontational posture, trying to overwhelm the opponent fiercely. Commander, the humans have sent us a message, said a Tau in charge of communications. What did they say? Commander Xia asked the correspondent. They demanded that we leave planet Havers immediately, otherwise we will be expelled by force. The communicator translated the human message. Tell them that this is the territory of the Tau Empire, and let these human battleships disarm immediately. Tell them, those who violate the Tau Empire will be punished no matter how far away they are. Commander Xia's words were powerful, firm, and decisive, full of confidence. After a while, the communicator continued to speak, translating human speech. They declined. I don't know how to live or die, just tell them that if they dare to cross the galaxy's warning line, they will never come back. The Tau Empire will surely bury all enemies, let them know that the majesty of the Tau Empire is inviolable, the goodness of the world cannot be desecrated, and the glory of the ether no provocation is allowed either. If you go any further, you will definitely burn yourself with fire. Commander Xia slammed the table and roared loudly. Many Tau Empire commanders chanted slogans like ether. Also beat his chest with his fist to show his loyalty. The communication personnel immediately sent a message from Commander Xia to the other party, asking the human beings to retreat immediately, or launch an attack immediately. However, the human giant warships ignored their warnings. Straight past the Tau Empire's space scanning relay station -722:199. It is a top-level creation that combines the most sophisticated technology of the Empire, and collects information about the void nearby for the Tau Empire. The hidden door will be opened every once in a while, and the automatic perception device will be exposed. After collecting the void data, the device will be retracted and the lens panel will be closed again. It was designed to run for at least 500 years. However, it stood in front of the giant stone fortress. Even though it has activated the mobile jet device, it is still difficult to avoid. The huge imperial fortress turned into a cluster of sparks that exploded in space. Its destruction also means that the human empire has crossed the bottom line of the Tau Empire. Commander Xia's face darkened. How dare the human empire ignore his ultimatum? Then don't blame him for being rude. Give them a hard blow, and let them know how painful the Tau Empire's iron fist is. Commander Xia issued an order to the entire ship. Many Tau captains and members of the vassal races shouted ether and launched an attack in response to his command. Soon, missiles and white plasma beams instantly filled the void. The shield of the megalithic fortress was hit by countless beams of light, causing countless ripples. The light circled and circled, rippling, and the scene looked very shocking. Brilliant light sparked bursts of shimmer in space. Everyone on the ground can see the scattered light. The hatch of the megalithic fortress opened, releasing densely packed Valkyries. Let them form their own group to protect the forward airspace of the Boulder Fortress and clean up the torpedoes and low-speed missiles launched by the Tau fleet. Commander Xia stared at the screen, and the tactical computer displayed every data and information on the void battlefield. Humans did not make any powerful counterattacks, and the giant battleship, which was rough and barbaric and had no sense of technological beauty, was still trying to advance. Obviously, the opponent intends to resist their firepower and make a tactical advance. Such tactics are simply a joke in front of Tau Empire warships that pursue battlefield informatization and superior maneuverability. Humans are just here to die. Commander Xia had such a thought in his mind. They are still advancing, and the visual distance between the two sides will be reduced to less than 100,000 kilometers. The Tau commander on the side said, their shields are very hard, much harder than those imperial warships we encountered before. Continue to increase the firepower, order the tactical array to operate at full capacity, and find out the weakness of the shield. Commander Xia said, humanity's technology is very backward, and they are not dangerous. They won't last long. They were too reckless, so they ran over without any rules. Do they have to rely on the size of the battleship to win? Another Space Fleet Commander Polonium Law said. They have always been so ignorant. Commander Xia said, it seems that they haven't learned their lesson yet, and it's time for them to pay the price. After this battle, humans will run away when they see the Tau Empire. Many Tau commanders looked at the tactical holographic screen and smiled knowingly. In the eyes of the Tau Empire, humans have always been a symbol of barbarism and rudeness. Not as elegant as they are, full of reason and wisdom. One day the human beings under the rule of the Corpse Emperor will realize the beauty of the superior good, and then surrender to the great ether. By then, the Tau will be the best, most distinguished, and most respected race in the galaxy. Of course, now they still need to teach these stupid humans a little lesson. Make them understand the huge gap between the Imperium of Man and the Tau Empire. Whoever dares to offend the Tau Empire must be prepared for annihilation. Tremble before the iron fist of the Tau Empire. The Tau family will sweep the starry sky. The Lord of the First Legion sat on a gorgeous throne made of ivory and obsidian, looking a little lazy. A huge holographic projection appeared in front of him. The rune image is shining, and some dotted lines are shining and forming, depicting the trajectory of the megalithic fortress and the surrounding enemies. During this period of time, Ryan has had a comprehensive understanding of the megalithic fortress. In this battle, just do nothing, just push it over like that, and the Empire won. Back when Guilliman first visited Monolith Fortress, it received a whole new set of technologies. The Imperial Regency has lifted the ban on the use of many technologies, and the Dark Angels have no idea of sticking to the rules. They simply used those technologies to enhance this giant fortress dedicated to the void. This magnificent celestial-level fortress has undergone a large-scale transformation. Improved the energy circuit and installed many advanced weapons. Star Destroyer, Geomagnetic Force Field Device, Shock Force Wave and so on. Traces of science and rationality reappeared in this giant fortress. Brand new mechanisms replace those that have been in use for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The application of these new technologies has increased the power of the megalith fortress by at least 300%. In particular, the improvement of the void shield has enhanced the protection ability of the megalith fortress. The dense light spears of the aliens hit the void shield, and they could only stir up waves of ripples, which could not reach the level of overloading the void shield at all. Lion finally knew where Guilliman's confidence was. The Great Crusade is a campaign led by the Astartes, and the Great Crusade cannot go on without them. What if the alien fleet is too strong? The Astartes jump to fight, hacking the battleship from the inside with a battle axe. The enemy's technology is too strong, what should I do if the mortal troops are screaming? Astartes decapitate by airborne, chopping down the leader of the opponent with a battle axe. The other units are all auxiliary, and the whole process is Astartes' various hacks. Now, Guilliman has fully enhanced the strength of the Empire's troops. The Mortal Legion is far better equipped than it was during the Great Crusade to be a race. Automatic shoulder cannon, built-in intelligence, plus exoskeleton armor integrated in the survival pack. The combat power has increased several times, and one regiment can be compared to the previous dozen regiments. Not to mention the newly launched Primaris Space Marine, the body has been fully upgraded, and the armor has also been fully upgraded, with shields, high-speed neural response devices and power packs added. The Imperial Navy is fully strengthened. Brand new warships with higher efficiency, stronger firepower, and faster production speed, with a large quantity and full capacity, and the pile of numbers can kill the enemy. Various colossi of God's retribution, stellar fortress, planet mining ship, etc. My lord, they rejected our proposal and opened fire on us. Azrael conveyed the intelligence director's words. Then let them disappear. Ryan's words were very concise. Understood. Azrael nodded. As he was about to walk out, Ryan spoke again. This is my first battle after waking up, and I don't want any problems. Don't worry, my lord, everything will be as you wish. Azrael said in a swearing tone. Go. The personnel of Monolith Fortress are composed of ordinary people, Primaris Space Marines, and tech priests. In addition to the powerful original cast space fighters, the fortress defenders composed of ordinary people and mechanical servants are also large in scale and extremely terrifying. Especially after obtaining Guilliman's brand new technology, the battlefield firepower and survivability of these mortals have skyrocketed, and they are countless times stronger than before. Azrael gave orders to all departments to wipe out the enemy army. The frigates that have been defending the megalithic fortress, the cruiser began to conduct tactical maneuvers. The fighting between the two sides was not intense. Mostly the Tau Empire took the initiative to attack, while humans were basically defensive. Azrael was not in a hurry either, he looked at the tactical screen in front of him and analyzed the enemy's weaknesses. Soon, he locked onto the Fortress-class battleship that was always in the rear and was protected by several battleships at all times. Obviously, that battleship is the enemy's flagship. Beheading is the quickest way to end a battle. Space Marines also favor decapitation tactics. Azrael called up the strategic weapon panel of the stone fortress, ready to kill the opponent with one shot. There is no need to waste any time with the enemy. Since you are given the opportunity and don't run, then you really don't know what to do. On the spherical coordinate system with the stone fortress as the origin, the enemy's flagship is marked as a red light spot. The distance hides the detailed structure of the target. In space, there are hundreds of thousands or millions of kilometers away, and everything is just a point. Azrael clicked on the strategic weapon panel and called up the latest Star Destroyer weapon of the Empire. The megalithic fortress is big enough, as long as the parts of the Star Destroyer cannon are transported from those forging worlds, and then assembled, it can be used. Of course, the energy pipeline also needs to be adjusted to prevent the Star Destroyer from causing too much burden on the fortress. Azrael clicked repeatedly on the interface to perform a locking operation. A red halo is set on the light spot of the Fortress-class battleship. Are you sure to activate the Star Destroyer? Azrael clicked to confirm, and a brass-colored metal device rose from the side, and the golden light beam that swept out scanned his pupils up and down. Biological information confirmed. The soul wave skin meets the predetermined data, please enter the strike code. A series of security measures can be called strict. After all, it is a star-destroying weapon, and the Empire's management of it is also extremely strict. After the verification was passed, Azrael's screen turned red. Data computing resources have been allocated. The tactical model is being established, the main battleship of Tau Empire Fort has been locked on, and the most advantageous plan is being planned. The recharging process of the Star Destroyer cannon has started, and the best strike path has been determined. Charging progress 1%, 2%, 3%, 98%, 99%, 100%. The Star Destroyer is fully charged, waiting for the launch command. Following a series of reminders, the heads of the thinkers standing in the data array behind the weapons director all opened their mouths in pain. The bubbling bubbles emerged from the nutrient solution, and the calculation of such a huge amount of data made these meditators enter a state of overload. Azrael clicked the light point confirming the launch. Hurried sirens sounded from all over the great stone fortress. The lights in various areas dimmed a lot, and all the energy was pumped out and sent to the array of star-killing cannons. The densely packed electromagnetic lines on the metal arrays of the three huge obelisks exude a faint halo. The tip also became red. A huge ball of light appeared in the middle area of the three metal obelisks. Thick electric arcs crackle and the air smells of industrial ozone. The sphere of light became huge in just a few minutes, and finally formed a beam of light with a huge diameter, which traversed the entire starry sky. The light brightens up the dark void in an instant. We successfully overloaded the shield of one of the opponent's warships. The opponent's fighter group was hit, and the loss reached 80%. Xia. Excited voices can be heard in the control room where the commander is located from time to time. They are constantly gaining victories. The warships and fighter planes of the human fleet are constantly suffering losses. Not a single warship has been destroyed by the Tau fleet yet, but Commander Xia thinks there will be soon. It's just the battle now, don't worry. Time is on the side of the Tau Empire. If you persist for a long time, the resources of the Tau Empire will come in a steady stream. Human battleships are not at the same level of technology as Tau Empire warships. They were destined to win. All warships have received good news. The morale of many commanders and crew members on the side of the Tau Empire is like a rainbow. In their view, the human empire has been severely suppressed by the Tau Empire and will soon lose. The human empire has a huge number of battleships, but their firepower is scattered, and they are easily blocked by the deflector shield of the Tau Empire. There are some attacks that can't even break the shields of Tau ships. Is simply a word of garbage. It seems that their preparations are not sufficient, and the counterattack firepower is scattered. Commander Xia looked at the data and information sent back by the warships, grinning from ear to ear. Even dare to challenge the Tau Empire. I really don't know how to live or die. Suicide. Why are they rushing in like this? Polonium on the side also shook his head endlessly. It must be due to the lack of long-range firepower, so we can only close the distance. After so many battles, the human army won't always rely on close combat to win. Long-range firepower and technological equipment are not our opponents at all. Xia. The commander made his judgment based on past experience. Their broadside guns are indeed stronger than ours. Obviously, they want to use the side guns to win. Another commander also said, this tactic has been used by the human empire many times. If the distance is too small, they will be beaten passively. Victory will belong to the Tau Empire. I can already foresee tonight's celebration dinner. Taking Hafis planet and defeating the reinforcements of the human empire, doesn't this just represent the Tau Empire's manifest destiny to rule the galaxy? Commander Xia said excitedly. Following Commander Xia's words, laughter echoed in the control room. All Tau commanders showed excited expressions, looking forward to the upcoming victory. A correspondent's words sounded. What it is? Everyone followed the communicator's hand to look at a tactical screen. What is shown above is horrifying. Their smiles froze on their faces. The giant human fortress released a terrifying beam of light. It is extremely bright, like the thunderbolt of judgment sent by Zeus from the heaven. The entire void is illuminated. The ear-piercing siren also sounded simultaneously. The energy index of the light spear released in just a few seconds exceeded the highest value that the titanium group detection instruments could detect. According to the estimates of Earth's scientists, nothing can survive the extremely terrifying beam of light. Everything in front of that light beam will be directly vaporized and turned into the most basic particles. Maneuver, fast, maneuver, get out of the opponent's attack range. Commander Xia roared frantically. It may be too late. Many detection devices of the titanium family are based on electromagnetic transmission of signals. As we all know, the highest speed of electromagnetism is only the speed of light. The speed of the light spear is also the speed of light, which means that when Commander Xia and the others saw the beam, the blow had already arrived. The terrifying power of the star-destroying beam makes people tremble. The Tau warships along the way are useless even if they turn on the deflector shield. In just an instant, those battleships disappeared, were torn apart, and became the most basic particles. No. Commander Xia screamed in horror. The other Tau commanders were not much better, all screaming in fright, and even froze in place. Facing the lance of light that could destroy the entire world, the same question appeared in their minds. When did human beings master such a terrifying technology? Obviously, their technology is so backward, why did they have such lethal technology all of a sudden? Unfortunately, no one gave them an answer. The light beam engulfed the fortress-class battleship, and every member of the Tau family on it also turned into elementary particles. Wait until the beam disappears and the void returns to darkness. Those warships covered by beams have disappeared without a trace. Some battleships that were only wiped by luck also turned into broken wrecks in the void. Ether above, what have these humans done? Blue lips quivered as one of the Chi commanders spoke. Such a terrifying blow caused his worldview to collapse instantly. The technology mastered by human beings is so terrible. Just one blow, and all the warships along the way were wiped out. The flagship is gone. Many of the Tau Empire's top commanders are gone. With one strike from the destroyer cannon, the outcome of the Battle of the Void has been decided. After Guillemon woke up, the Empire lifted the ban on most technologies and introduced many brand new technologies. The shield and firepower of the battleship have been greatly improved. The Tau Empire's advantage over the human empire is gone. The Tau Empire fleet, which was originally full of morale, fell to pieces in an instant. The commanders of the Qi clan who tried to resist found that they could not destroy the warships of the Empire as easily as before. They tried to escape from the battle, but they were firmly bitten by the Empire, and finally they were destroyed in the siege. One after another Tau warships were destroyed. Desperate information was sent back to the ground, terrified the ground command. The Huo clan gathered all their superior forces, prepared to resist those humans desperately, and asked for help from the family world. Tiwa stood on a balcony in a human city, looking towards the sky. The sky is clear, and you can see the shining points of light in the void. Each flash represents the death of tens of thousands of Tau warriors. Human warships are unprecedentedly powerful, and just one blow has caused heavy casualties to the Tau Empire. Sirens rang through the sky. Tiwa clenched his fists tightly, his eyes showing anger. He's going to make those humans pay. Maybe they defeated the Air Clan's fleet, but they could never defeat the Fire Clan. Those savage humans will smash their heads and blood in front of the high wall built by Huashi. Quick, install the explosives. A dignitary in fine clothes loudly commanded his personal guards. Install explosives on state church buildings and imperial hero sculptures, and prepare for a perfect blast, as a token of your vote to the Tau Empire. You can't look like this. A devout believer of the state religion tried to stop the crazy move of the powerful, but was kicked to the ground by the opponent's men. Damn untouchable, do you also want to stop the noble Lord Andrew? That subordinate treated the civilian believer who was kicked down by him very badly, and when he talked about his master, his tone was very flattering. Such a performance made the dignitaries on the side nod slightly. Such a loyal dogleg is rare. Must be entrusted with important tasks. Several soldiers pointed their guns at the devout believers, and the crackling muzzles exuded a dangerous atmosphere. Several corpses have fallen in the open place, all of which were killed. The ragged believers were frightened by the powerful methods. They can only protest outside the safety line required by the other party. Untouchables, the era of the corpse emperor is over, now is the time to embrace the higher good. The dignitary opened his arms and said loudly, now, let us embrace the ether together and embrace the beautiful new era. Hua's dignitaries said to the crowd. My lord, what you said is very good. A new era of happiness and happiness has come, so we should decisively abandon the old era of cannibalism and corruption. That subordinate applauded vigorously, which greatly benefited Andrew. When talking, someone helps to liven up the atmosphere, so it feels different. That is the power that they are born to be superior and destined to rule the untouchables. You will be punished for this, and the judges of the empire will not let you go. The pastor of the church was pinned to the ground, but he still shouted as hard as he could, hoping to stop this blasphemous atrocity. Empire. Andrew showed a smile, as if he heard something very ridiculous. The empire is over, Hafis is the territory of the Tao tribe, and we all have to believe in the kindness of their wives. The corpse emperor is right, our reign is over, forget about him, it's over. The emperor is everywhere, and his angels will bring punishment, said the priest. Haha. Andrew looked at the priest who was pinned to the ground, and laughed loudly. The emperor's angels have been killed, they are all dead. The ether has won, they have won. Give up the emperor, we will usher in a new life. So what if the empire sends support? They will just flee back in embarrassment like the old Damocles battle. The Tao Empire's technological upgrades are so fast that the idiots of the High Lords can't imagine. Do you understand? Andrew spoke hoarsely, advocating that the empire must be defeated, the end of the corpse emperor and so on. The subordinates on the side applauded with all their might, clapping loudly, shouting from time to time that Mr. Andrew is unparalleled in wisdom, and Mr. Andrew is unparalleled. The successive compliments made Andy overjoyed, and he spoke more vigorously. At this time, a voice came from the communicator placed next to the ear. Are the soldiers who install the explosives? They are ready to detonate all explosives with the push of a button. My lord, all the explosives have been installed. Do you want to detonate immediately? Andrew was about to say bomb immediately when he was interrupted by another voice. A panicked woman yells over the communicator. Lost, lost, the empire lost. Hearing this, the smile on Andrew's face became brighter. Don't worry, speak slowly, I know that the empire has lost again, and the corpse emperor is finished. You don't need to worry, speak slowly, and declare the defeat of the empire to these idiots. Andrew connected the communication signal to a suspended servo skull, ready to let all the people listen to the latest battle report. Let you see how vicious the eyes of the nobles are. You untouchables will never even think about challenging the rule of the nobles for the rest of your life. You can't do it just because of vision. The woman's voice was released by the loudspeaker. She cried and yelled. No, the Tao Empire failed. The human empire destroyed all Tao Empire ships, and they are about to airborne. It is said that it is the Dark Angel. The Dark Angel is coming. Andrew's smile froze on his face, and then his body trembled involuntarily. Then he remembered something, switched to the channel of the soldiers who installed the explosives, and shouted tremblingly. Fry. Following his words, a rumbling sound sounded. The huge state church building was engulfed by the flames of the explosion, and many statues of the imperial heroes also rumbled down due to the impact of the explosion, shattering into countless stones. Accompanied by a loud noise, the dignitary yelled out the last three words like killing a pig. No way. See the collapsed state church buildings and the statues of the imperial heroes of the empire. Andrew was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. There is only one idea in his mind. It's over. It's all over. If the empire wins, he will not be burned to the stake. Quick, help me up. Andrew cried and said, wanting to discuss countermeasures with other dignitaries. Just now, he had a flattering face. He said long live Mr. Andrew on the left, and said on the right that Mr. Andrew's unparalleled subordinates all changed their expressions. Looked at the collapsed state church buildings and hero statues in the distance, and then looked at Andrew, who was scared to pee his pants. All of them were also stunned. Damn it, the Emperor's army came back just after the state church was blown up. What evil did I do to play with people like this? In the sky, the roar of fighter planes came. Several Valkyries roared past and got into a fight with the Tau fighters. Soon, the Tau fighters retreated into the distance. Quick, help me up, don't waste time. Andrew roared loudly at his servant. If it weren't for his weak legs, Andrew would have wanted to give these guys 2 punches, no vision. This matter is extremely urgent, so I have to go back and find a solution. Otherwise, the body will be divided into pieces and burned on the stake, and if it is not dead, it will be cannon fodder. Fuck you, you traitorous emperor trash. The subordinate who had shown a loyal look before spit on Andrew's face and punched and kicked him. Andrew was stunned, and before he could continue speaking, he was pinned to the ground and beaten. Kill the traitor. Yes, kill him. Kill him. The soldiers who were pointing their guns at the civilian believers just now turned their guns and joined the team of those subordinates who beat up Andrew. The state priest who was on the ground was also helped up. At this time, his head was bleeding, and he looked in a mess. Burn these damned traitors to death. The pastor said tremblingly. Others also rushed forward, and the scene became chaotic. Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, a killer whale fighter plane landed, and billows of smoke rose. Human troops stepped out of the thick smoke, harvesting the troops of the Tau Empire like the of death. The powerful firepower made the Huo clan miserable and retreated steadily. The vassal race suffered heavy casualties, with corpses strewn all over the field. Retreat, retreat to the defensive position of the human hive capital. Tiwa shouted, quickly, all troops are going to protect Lord Anshi. Anshi is the ether following this expedition. In the Tau Empire, the status of Ether is the highest. The other teams must do whatever it takes to protect the Ether at all costs. Titan tiles covered the blue face of the helmet with a look of horror and confusion. The support troops of the human empire this time are completely different from the previous troops. They abandoned the traditional airborne method and used some kind of teleportation technology to directly reach the surface. Accompanied by flashes of light, they appeared in front of Huo's position, and they were caught off guard. The original anti-aircraft artillery did not work at all. In addition to the change of airborne, what makes Tiwa even more palpitating is the upgrade of human equipment. Mortals all wear exoskeleton vehicles, equipped with automatic artillery. Hovering tanks, armed servo skulls, fighter slaves, etc., all have terrible firepower and advanced computing modules, forming a precise and terrifying firepower. The steppers also launched a charge on them, using shields and power weapons to tear apart the Huashi warriors' defenses. As soon as they made contact, the Tau were crushed. Those servo skulls are a formidable enemy of the drones. What's even more frightening is that their number is much larger than that of Tiwa and other man-machine bees, and they are everywhere. Those Emperor Angels are even more terrifying, they are much stronger than those that Tivar has dealt with before. He saw with his own eyes an Emperor's Angel whose leg had been broken, only to recover within minutes. Its resilience is so strong that it can be called abnormal. Individual combat capabilities have been crushed, and the original firepower advantage has also been crushed. On the frontal battlefield, they are almost defenseless. The Huo's army was defeated by the opponent. If it weren't for Master Enshi's continuous use of the power of elements to strengthen the belief of Huo's warriors never giving up, I'm afraid they would have fled long ago, throwing away their armor and armor. Retreating to a hive city defense line, the remnants of the Tau Empire used the Void Shield device originally left by the human hive city, and they barely blocked the powerful human troops. Void Shield generators are cumbersome, but the shields produced are strong enough to allow survivors of the Tau Empire to breathe. Under the order of Master Enshi, many commanders gathered in a hive room for a meeting to discuss the next tactical arrangement. Because there were too many high-level casualties, Tiwa was also temporarily promoted, and went to the meeting with him. They must find a way to stop the human attack and persist until reinforcements arrive. Bullet Fortress. Captive Tau commander chained to chair. Several experienced Dark Angels are conducting spiritual interrogation on him. In this regard, the Empire can be said to be experienced. Azrael led many think tanks, with his tenacious spirit, forcibly disintegrated the opponent's spiritual defense line, and searched for the answer they wanted from the deepest memory of the opponent. Soon, detailed information about the history of the Tau clan appeared in front of Ryan. The development history of the Titanium family is a miracle. The Imperial Mechanicum became aware of the Tau's existence in the 35th millennium. In the original records, Tau was just a dry world with some lush vegetation and aliens resembling human forms. The most advanced tribes have only just mastered the use of fire and can only make the most primitive weapons. This planet is listed as a planet that poses no threat to the Empire. The plan is to cleanse the planet and colonize it. A subspace storm caused the military fleet in charge of cleaning to disappear. In this impenetrable warp storm, the Empire gradually forgot about this weak race. Originally, this race has nothing special. No matter how it develops, it will take hundreds of thousands of years to step through the feudal age, the industrial age, and finally reach the interstellar age. However, what the Empire did not expect was that after Titanium received the help of the mysterious ether, technology began to advance by leaps and bounds. It took only a few thousand years to complete the journey that other races took tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, and mastered very advanced technology. In 6,000 years, the Tau race has grown from a tribal civilization that can only use wooden spears to an interstellar empire spanning hundreds of light years. The speed of its development is comparable to that in Zyuxian novels, where it took 9 months to transform from a top-notch waste material that everyone hates to a peerless fairy king full of children and grandchildren, wives and concubines. Open and hang up like a girl who is the incarnation of heaven and a son who has been raised for 10 years. Ryan is also keenly aware of the mysterious existence of ether. Ether is the highest existence of the Tau Empire and other ranks, with a noble status, and is also the creator of the most important concept of the Tau Empire, the way of the highest good. After carefully looking at the information of the Tau tribe, Ryan focused on the information of the supreme good Dao. This thing makes him feel very familiar. Ether also gave him a sense of familiarity. Flicking through the interrogation memory of the Tau commander several times in a row, and checking the screen, Ryan finally understood where this sense of familiarity came from. He had dealt with these pseudo-ethers during the Great Crusade. At that time, they were not called ethers, but by another name. A name that has completely disappeared from the Imperium and is constantly guarded by the Dark Angels chapter. That name is Randan. People in the Empire who know this alien race are definitely no more than a slap in the face. Various institutions have very few records on Randan. Only the Dark Angels battle group has kept certain classics, and related subgroups have been active, targeting this alien race for thousands of years. Resolutely do not allow the existence of this race to be known to others. Because just knowing that this race exists, one may be poisoned by its particularity. This race is so deceptive that one Primarch once firmly believed that Randan's concept of galactic coexistence was better than the Emperor's human supremacy. For this reason, the Emperor had to send Rus to execute the Primarch and erase the memory of all fighters under his legion. The several Primarches involved in it also have their memories washed away. Imperial Fist Primarch Dorn is among them. In addition to forgetting that matter, the more important thing is to clear Randan's influence. This race is very weird. They have no entity, only a thought body, and the way of reproduction is even weirder than ordinary races can imagine. Will live in different races and use them for activities. Extremely advocate their ideas, and in those races that recognize them, cultivate larvae, absorb ideas and gradually become stronger. Attract races that have no discernment at all to join them. Once it grows stronger, it will reveal its cruel scene. In the era of Long Night, some human beings joined in, preparing to establish a so-called galactic coexistence circle with Randan. It's a pity that there is never anything beautiful about this galaxy. Only pesticides coated in honey. A farmer who is willing to fertilize the leek field must not think that the farmer loves the leek field. He just wants to harvest more. The same is true for Randan, their concept looks very good at the beginning. Once grown, they reveal their brutal nature. Treat those races that follow them as food. Ryan showed a smile. I thought you were all dead. I didn't expect you to survive. Hiding here, changing the old philosophy to the supreme good, are you still delusional about continuing to rule all races in the galaxy? Chapter 179. Lion Ryan stood up from his throne, his tall body cast a huge shadow under the light of the fire in the hall. The dark angels responsible for guarding the Primarch felt a strong sense of oppression. Just standing next to the Primarch, it feels like being watched by a terrifying beast, which has the illusion of being a natural enemy of the food chain. Their genetic father feels very different. The Imperial Regent is like the ocean, deep and stable, but when necessary, it will also show a terrible storm that can swallow everything. Their Primarch was like a ferocious predator, feeling unthreatening as he lolled on his throne. But when he wanted to do something, the terrible oppression was enough to make people unable to breathe. Ryan's gaze became severe and dignified. Randan is the one who knows the horror of the alien shape best. The 3 battles about Randan's aliens are definitely the most painful wars that mankind has experienced during the Great Crusade. The scale of that war dwarfs even the Battle of Olaner, which defeated the Orc Emperor and established Horus as War Master. When the expedition fleet broke through the eastern edge of the galaxy, this approach attracted the attention of the alien race of Randan. The strength and technology of this race are so terrifying. At least for a while, the crusading imperial forces felt they had met their doom. None of the eastern expedition fleet was spared, and all of them were wiped out or enslaved by Randan. Multiple worlds have been reduced to wasteland. Dozens of Titan legions were removed from the Empire. Some were killed in action, and some were mutinies. By the end of the war, the Imperium had lost more than one entire legion of space marines. Ordinary mortal armies suffered countless casualties. Many sectors were destroyed by the extermination order. Those star regions have been empty for hundreds of years, without a single living thing. The eastern border was once listed as a restricted area, and no one was allowed to explore. Many details of that battle were not even recorded by the Dark Angels chapter. Only the person involved knows exactly what happened at that time. The Emperor was forced to return to Mars, opened the underground palace, and used the power of the Void Dragon to destroy the opponent's technology. This terrible threat was finally stopped. The Dark Angels led by Lion spent 10 years killing these damned aliens. In order to completely eradicate this alien, Ryan launched a series of genocide massacres. All the races controlled by Randan were killed immediately. These extinctions resulted in several human-inhabited sectors becoming lifeless, only to ensure eventual victory. Unexpectedly, the alien Randan, who was crazily suppressed and killed at the beginning, has not died yet. Now, they incarnate as ether, improving their abilities. Prepare to make a comeback and enslave the entire galaxy again. Tau is undoubtedly their best tool. This stupid race has become a tool without knowing it. The salvation in their mouths will eventually evolve into a terrifying monster that enslaves all intelligent creatures. Anyone who follows the path of the greater good will end up in a very sad end. Lion rescued those humans who were controlled by Randan's alien. They enthusiastically support each other's concept of the galactic coexistence circle, and are willing to become the food of Randan's aliens. Shouting various slogans, crazy to the extreme. Those rescued humans are useless. Their souls and minds have been completely twisted. These people are no different from the Tau today. They are willing to die for Randan, and for creating the galactic coexistence circle. Send the order, I will personally participate in the battle. Ryan gave the order to the Dark Angel who was his guard. He must visit the battlefield in person, only in this way can he know how far the enemy has recovered. The Primarch's eyes were full of determination, and he would never allow this race to show any signs of recovery. As long as there is a sign, he will press it without hesitation. Originally, he only wanted to expel this alien race. The human empire has many things to do at present, there is no need to waste time on an insignificant race. Now, he has changed his mind. This alien race called the Tau needs to be completely purified. The Tau tribe is not scary, but the Randan standing behind them is scary. Never allow this race to have any possibility of recovery. The Lion King stepped out of the hall, followed by the Dark Angel, their faces were excited, and being able to fight side by side with the Primarch is definitely one of the greatest honors in this life. Hive Capital. The booming artillery fire continued, bombarding the purple barrier formed by the Void Shield, forming huge ripples one by one. 2 scientists have upgraded the shield generator of the human hive. Those shield generators are inferior products in the eyes of Earth scientists. They used more advanced technology to repair these shield generators, making them more efficient in performance, lower in energy consumption, and stronger in output power. This is the extremely terrifying learning ability of the Tau Empire. Give them a while and humans won't be overwhelmed. All threats to the galaxy are safe. Tiwo leaped onto a high tower using the thrusters of his battle suit, and looked at the battlefield vigilantly, ready to support friendly forces at any time. After a short and effective military council, he was ordered to garrison a section of the northern front. All military commanders have formed a consensus. That is, the Tau are not strong enough to stand up against the dreadful armies of the humans. For the current plan, they can only stay in the city and wait for the rescue of other troops. This is destined to be an extremely difficult battle that will definitely fail. Tiwa admits that this is definitely the only battle he has ever fought against the Empire. In the past, they had nothing but contempt for humans. Think they're just a bunch of lucky monkeys. But now, Titanium Tile has no such idea. When the advantages of technology are erased, the horror of the human core will appear. They are fearless and even more insane than fire warriors. In order to kill the enemies of the Empire, they will do whatever it takes, even if they die together. They have an attitude that the fire warriors don't have. Extremely indifferent to the concept of sacrifice. They don't care if they die. The officers don't care, and neither do the ordinary soldiers. They only exist to kill enemies. Tiwa raised his head and looked at the void shield that was constantly being bombarded. The dense artillery fire stirred up waves of ripples, and scattered brilliant light, illuminating the entire dark sky. This is a fight to the death. A voice came from behind. Tiwa turned his head to look, and found that it was his teammate. His blue face, not covered by his combat helmet, smiled. Death is just a way to meet the highest good. Tiwa said with a smile. He waved the knife in his hand and made a chopping motion. This kind of death is really not reconciled. Those barbaric creatures have gained an advantage. You know, in the past, they were easily defeated by us and collapsed. The team members walked to Tiwa, and the other party's eyes revealed show a trace of hatred. Obviously, the loss of this battle made these proud Huo clan realize that the power and technology of human beings are far superior to them. The previous sense of superiority was shattered in the successive collapses and retreats. Everything is changed. They became the one behind in technology. Keep your own calmness, only in this way can you see the enemy's weakness. Tiwa said, humans are very powerful, but they lack wisdom, they can only gain a temporary advantage, and they will surely lose again, becoming the defeat of the Tau tribe. The learning ability we have is unmatched by them, and the Earth clan will quickly analyze their technology, and then reverse study to develop stronger equipment. Tiwa put his hand on the weapon, using this movement to strengthen the power of his language. The team member wanted to say something else. But his eyes suddenly fixed on the front, and then showed a frightened expression. Tiwa followed the other party's gaze, and unconcealable fear emerged in his heart. A huge gap appeared in the purple void shield. Imperial troops rushed in through the gap. Do not. They came in. Those humans bypassed the void shield and entered the hive. They have a shield back door, which is used to solve the situation that their own weapons and equipment are stolen by the enemy. Alarm, the shield has fallen. Tiwa shouted into the communicator, and then he activated the thrusters of the battle suit, rushing towards the Imperial troops pouring in through the gap. Most of the troops rushing in were Emperor's angels. They uniformly wear black armor and white robes, and carry activated power swords and bolters in their hands. 5 people form a tactical small team to rush forward quickly. In just a few minutes, it pierced through the defense line arranged by the Tau tribe like a sharp sword. Those vassal races were killed as if they were chopped melons and vegetables. Pieces of corpses fell on the battlefield, and bolters and power weapons easily tore the bodies of those guys, leaving them fragmented and maimed. Behind the Emperor's angel is a roaring heavy-duty suspension tank, and the high-speed vibrating gravity field crushes the fallen corpses and broken fortifications on the battlefield, pressing them to the ground. Among them, some vassals and Huo's warriors hadn't died yet, but the human empire had no mercy and just ran over them, causing those guys to be crushed into scarlet residue amidst screams. Tiwa showed anger, and he roared hoarsely. The combat suit was raised to the highest power by him, and the gun in his hand kept firing. Rail bullets hit them with a sonic boom that could shatter steel. However, Tiwa saw a hopeless thing. The strength of those space fighters far exceeded his imagination. The power armor on his body is even more advanced than those space fighters he dealt with before. When the magnetic rail bullet hits it, it can only make a white mark, and it can't even break the defense. The weapons of those space fighters are extremely powerful. Just one explosive bomb knocked out a Hawashi warrior wearing a combat uniform and lost his combat effectiveness. Those power weapons with blue arcs are even more terrifying. The battle suit was like paper in front of those power weapons, it was easily shattered, broken into several pieces. Tiwa went crazy, turned his target, and fired continuously at the space fighter closest to him. But his attacks were useless. Can only sit back and watch the opponent approach his defense line a little bit. That's their leader. A fire shield warrior issued a marking signal to all. Titanium Tile looked along the mark. Discovery is an unusually tall space marine. Those interstellar warriors are basically the center, and there are still a group of people who protect him all the time. Obviously, this is a big fish. Ether is above, this is definitely their chance to come back. As long as they can kill that guy, the human army will collapse. Tiwa combined all the data and analyzed the current battlefield situation. Human troops poured in continuously from the gap, and the situation was already very critical. If there is no other means, their demise is already an inevitable thing. For today's plan, only the soldiers' dangerous moves can reverse the situation of the battle. Kill that guy, for the best. Tiwa issued a summoning order, ordering all the Huos to gather, and concentrate the final firepower next to the space soldier, preparing to focus fire and carry out the beheading plan. Holding the belief that they must die, the surviving Hawashi warriors gathered together towards Tiwa. Artillery fire also covered this area one after another. Kill. Seeing that the timing was almost the same, Tiwa shouted. Many Hwashi fighters turned on their propellers one after another, rushing towards the space soldier listed as the target of beheading. The opponent did not wear a helmet, but wore a robe and cloak, and under the protection of many interstellar soldiers, broke into the battlefield. Tiwa could see the arrogance and disdain on the opponent's face, and he swore that the opponent would soon pay for his carelessness. For the sake of the highest good, go to death, human. Tiwa roared in his heart, and the railgun in his hand fired continuously. After reaching a certain distance, he abandoned the railgun. In order to cope with the threat brought by the space fighters, the battle suits of the Tau Empire are also constantly adding various new abilities. Among them, especially for the melee advantage of the space fighters, the Tushi scientists of the Tau Empire worked hard to develop laser weapons, which can effectively counter the power weapons of the space fighters. Tiwa dropped the railgun, then activated the laser blade on the armguard of the battlesuit. Other Hwashi warriors also imitated him, activated the laser blade on the armguard, and rushed down to fight with the space warriors. Their melee combat ability is far inferior to that of space fighters, but they form more assault teams than the opponent's guards. When the other space fighters realized the purpose of the fire warriors and wanted to come to support them, they were firmly blocked. Tiwa and the most elite group of Hwashi fighters got a rare opportunity. They swung their laser blades and slashed at the tall space warrior. The other party's handsome face was full of astonishment and disbelief. Feel our wrath, stupid humans. Tivar shouted. Chapter 180 Extinction Protocol, for subscription. Ryan never thought that when he set foot on the battlefield again for the first time, it would happen like this. He was targeted by the enemy. These stupid aliens have long forgotten how terrible the lion's roar is. Once powerful alien races disappeared in the hands of the lion, the prestige of the first Primarch was feared by countless alien races. Just hearing the name, I was already scared and panicked. Dare to launch a surprise attack on him, either because they are brave enough to die, or because they are stupid and don't know what the existence of a lion represents. The male lion drew out his sword, turned around, and slashed at the warriors who attacked him. The speed is so fast that it is dizzying and difficult to catch. The moment the sword tip left the scabbard, the activation rune of the atomic level oscillating cracking force field had already been pressed. The giant long sword crackled. The momentum of drawing the sword turned into an attack in an instant. Ryan roared, his voice was deafening, and he used his own way to announce the return of the lion to the world. Anyone who tries to provoke his majesty will pay a very heavy price. Tiwa realized in an instant that the tactical sight glass could not capture the opponent's movements at all. He could only see a blur, and the built-in tactical computing module issued a rapid siren. The speed of the other party is so fast that even intelligence cannot rebel. With just one sword strike, Tiwa saw that many Huos who besieged that space soldier were all killed by the opponent. It's as relaxing as a tiger slapping a lamb to death. The long sword that was jumping with dynamic light slashed across the battlesuits of those Huo clan warriors, hitting their weak points with incomparable precision. Tiwa finally showed panic. He realized that the space warrior in front of him was 100 times more terrifying than he imagined. Raiding each other is as ridiculous as an egg trying to break into a rock. Unfortunately, Tiwa woke up too late. When he realizes that he is facing an unrivaled horror monster, it is too late. In an instant, the opponent killed all the Hwashi warriors who tried to besiege him. The laser blade in his hand was also cut off, and the whole person flew out and hit the abandoned vehicle. The incision exudes scarlet light. How could it be so strong? Tiwa's complexion changed several times, and finally became very ugly. He knew that the fire warriors were different from the space marines in close combat. But if they are desperate, the space warriors will be very distressed. But now, more than a dozen Huo clan's melee elites were carefully selected by the opponent, and they were all beheaded by the opponent with just one blow. The gap between the two sides is so big that it is difficult to make up for it with quantity. What a terrifying thing this is. Ordinary power is simply difficult to do this. Tau. Ryan looked at the Huo warrior who had his weapon cut off, and spoke in their Tau language. For a Primarch of extraordinary intelligence, learning a Xeno's language is no strenuous task. Lien put away his power longsword and walked towards the opponent. He didn't intend to kill the other party just like this. Ryan could tell that the alien in front of him should be in a high position. He needs to get more information from the opponent's mind. Who are you? Tiwa watched the human being walking towards him, with a look of pain and grief on his face. As the high-ranking commander of the Tau Empire, Tau Va is by no means a dull man. The opponent's sword was obviously intended to spare his life. Otherwise, now I have become a corpse just like those compatriots who fell on the ground. Letting oneself survive is definitely not the kindness of the other party. Willing to leave an enemy's life on the battlefield, its purpose is self-evident. In addition to obtaining information, captives are useless. You don't want a great Tau warrior to succumb. It's better to be broken than to be whole. Tiwa jumped up again with the broken light blade in his hand, and slashed at Ryan again. Lien reached out with one hand, and under Tiwa's astonished gaze, he grabbed the glowing blade. Laser blade, the hot high temperature can make the high-speed iron melt into iron juice. But in Ryan's hands, Tiwa's laser blade couldn't hurt him at all. An unnamed force protects him. The power from the other side gave the lion unparalleled strength. Lien exerted a little force, and the laser blade in his hand directly turned into fragments, scattered all over the ground. Tiwa was also caught, and the broad palm grabbed his throat tightly. You can't expect to get any information. This is unavoidable. The male lion stared at the captured Tiwa, and the unprecedented pressure rushed towards the opponent. When Tiwa saw those emerald green pupils, he felt that his brain had suffered an extremely heavy blow. Countless memories emerged from his mind, quickly passing through his mind like watching a lantern on a horse. After a while, Ryan had all the information he wanted. With a sudden force with both hands, he tore the opponent into two halves. Even the battlesuit on the opponent was torn. The proud technology of the Tau Empire is nothing compared to the Primarch. Ryan looked forward. The front line of the battlefield is constantly advancing. The powerful firepower of the Empire suppressed the Tau troops, leaving them no chance to fight back. Humanity is victorious, while the enemy is defeated. Ryan stepped towards the direction of the existence of the ethereal master in the mind of the alien. Azrael and others followed suit. They followed their genetic father all the way forward. Any enemy who tried to stop them, was beheaded. The Tau Empire's defenses collapsed, killing and screaming everywhere. Many Fire Clan warriors realized they had lost their chance of victory, but they didn't let it go. Rather stick to your guns. For the sake of the higher good, they decided to sacrifice their lives to let humans know the tenacity of the Tau race. The Hua warriors carried out suicide attacks one by one. When they saw the human army, they rushed forward desperately, wanting to die with the human beings. However, under the suppression of the terrifying firepower of humans, everything they did was doomed to be in vain. There was no way to stop the advance of the human troops, nor could they cause too much damage. The surviving troops of the Tau Empire were cornered little by little, and fell into a battle of beasts. The ether was protected in the middle by them. The other party is still continuously blessing those scarred Hua warriors, so that the morale of the Hua warriors will not collapse. Under the siege of the Primaris Space Marines, those fire warriors fought for the last chance of survival, trying to protect the Etherean society from fleeing. But the Primaris Space Marines have already blocked all escape routes, and all their attempts have failed. Countless corpses lay in the trenches, densely packed and piled up together. With the fall of the last Huoshi, the Etherean society, who was on the expedition with the army, was surrounded by many space warriors. You have been swallowed by war. And she said to the crowd. Even at this time, he did not give up continuing to confuse other creatures. However, Primaris Space Marines are genetically programmed to be loyal to humanity and to the Emperor. Etherean society is doomed. All his actions were in vain. Give up. The Dark Angels automatically parted ways, and Ryan walked towards the so-called Etherean society. The lion's eyes were full of mockery and disgust. After such a long interval, they will deal with this race again. And she saw the appearance of the lion, showing consternation, followed by fear. You shouldn't be here. And she said in standard Gothic, you war demons shouldn't come back to this galaxy again. You should never enter this world again like that sleeping corpse emperor. Despicable alien. Xiangxi sneered, unfortunately, you don't count. It seems that you want to make a comeback. We will reshape the galaxy, so that all species can unite under the glory of the supreme good, and survive in the galaxy without being tortured and teased by the evil gods of the subspace. All races are useless. It will only burn and destroy the entire galaxy. Now, do you want to repeat it again? You are not qualified to judge the affairs of the human empire, alien. You will only see that everything you have built will be destroyed again, destroyed by humans just like your disgusting thoughts, annihilated in the long river of time, and finally completely forgotten by people. And she stared at the lion, and he did not doubt the determination and ability of the lion. This damned man turned the prosperous Rendan Empire into ruins 10,000 years ago, ruins in the true sense. Every planet, every continent has been bombed by the other side. Those lands still bear remnants of radiation from the past. Do you think we haven't done anything in these 10,000 years? And she smiled, when we fled from our home in panic, we have been replaying your so-called primarches. If there is no way to find a way against you, no matter how many battles we can win, no more races will follow us. You will always resort to pure violence and destroy everything we have worked so hard to build. For this, we have tried countless times until we have absolute certainty, and then we appear on the stage of the galaxy again and choose our spokesperson. Using thousands of years to slowly cultivate them. Do you think you can defeat us again and destroy our achievements? Anshi's eyes emitted black light, and the bodies of the Tau tribe melted in the light, revealing their essence. A ball of blackness, twisting the black light ball. They draw spiritual and intellectual growth and are the most unique race in the galaxy. Can host any race. They can also use their special abilities to enslave other races, making them believe that they voluntarily serve them, and regard serving them as an honor. Before everyone could react, the black light expanded rapidly, instantly submerging the position of the original body. Azrael and the others showed panic. Although I don't know what's going on, judging from this situation, the other party is definitely not benevolent. They also tried to walk into the black light, but were hindered by an invisible force field. Obviously, the other party wants to create a closed space separate from the original body. Unite and break its barriers. Azrael shouted. As the great teacher, he immediately judged that the black light belonged to some kind of ether force field, which can only be broken by using the power of the spirit. While Azrael and the others were working hard, the expression of the male lion shrouded in black light remained the same without any change. The surrounding scenes changed several times, turning into a dense forest and a group of terrifying and hideous monsters. This is Caliban. Ryan looked around and recognized the scenery. This is your spiritual world. Anshi's voice sounded. Here, he reincarnated into reality, standing in front of the lion. No one can deny the horror of a primarch. You were born for war and killing. Not only can you easily command large-scale wars with many details, but your own force and physical fitness are even more terrifying. You give us thousands of years have not forgotten the fear brought about by it. When the rebellion among humans ended and you all disappeared, we did not dare to approach your empire at all, for fear of being strangled by you again. It wasn't until thousands of years passed that we worked out a plan for you, and the fear that had been weighing on our hearts slowly faded away. After today, you will remember the fear your ancestors suffered, and you will never forget it. Ryan wanted to use the sword, but found that his hand was empty. You are arrogant and ignorant. You don't know anything about this place. And she was very calm and seemed confident. This is your spiritual world, and it's also a tedious place. Your swordsmanship, all your genetic forging power, are useless here. You can't imagine how powerful our spirit is, and you will be beaten. We reinvented, completely surrendered to. Words turned into silent choking. The lion grabbed Anshi by the throat, lifted him up, made his eyes protrude, and kicked his feet in vain. How dare you probe into the mind of a primarch? The lion revealed the physical appearance of the warp, with black wings emerging from his back, the lines on his body glowing, emerald green eyes, burning flames. He looked more like a warp native than a primarch. And she was speechless, only those eyes could see his panic. The plan to reshape the mental world of the primarch, this path is undoubtedly wrong. 10,000 years ago, the two primarches chose to depart from the empire and jointly build a galactic coexistence circle. Although he was killed in the end, it also made other clansmen see the possibility of controlling the primarch. Each time, they spend a lot of time on targeted evolution. As long as you brainwash the primarch and become one of them, the benefits are unimaginable. But they forgot one thing, they are progressing, and so is the primarch. The spirit of the lion easily overwhelmed the spirit of Anshi, and even invaded the opponent in reverse, plundering those memories. Anshi helplessly resisted the detection of the lion. Doesn't work at all. Not only failed to brainwash, but was robbed of all memories by the lion. Anshi's spirit was completely defeated, but the lion pulled away his strong will, and he stepped into death. The blue body fell powerlessly to the ground, setting off waves of dust and smoke. Azrael walked over, the weight of the power armor made the wrecked floor vibrate slightly. He glanced at the ether, then looked up at the primarch, waiting for the other party's order. The lion extracted all the memories of that Randan alien, peeled off the cocoons, and analyzed their current capabilities and scale. After a long time, he looked up at the dark angels assembled headed by Azrael. It's time to start the extermination agreement. The ideas of this alien race are absolutely not allowed to spread. Any race that believes in the best way needs to be completely wiped out. Number 1 promised in the group that number 2 will update a chapter at 7 o'clock. But at 6:30, I had only written 1,000 words. After staying up for 7 hours to write 1,000 words, I felt ashamed to face others. In view of the fact that I have repeatedly said big things but failed to achieve them, I have cut myself off from fans. Now I don't dare to promise any more, and the group has also announced its disbandment. People who talk big are not qualified to raise fans, and I will not ask for votes this month, for fear that I will not be able to complete the predetermined code word goal. Chapter 181 The Heavens and Universe Plan, for subscription. As the sacred homeland of mankind, the traumatized Terra revealed its tough side after the war. Despite the invasion of Kern demons, Terra quickly recovered from the ruins of Apocalypse. A large number of new buildings have been re-established with the efforts of the hard-working Terran people. Everything has a new look, with new changes every day. The new Terra political system headed by Guilliman is functioning as originally envisioned. As the home world of human beings, Terra is rich in resources. After all, it has the support of the entire empire. Nowadays, with Guilliman's various new technologies, Terra can be said to be earth-shaking now. The ocean that disappeared for more than 10,000 years also reappeared on the earth. Various types of civil aircraft soon spread to every household, greatly improving people's sense of happiness. Various magnificent buildings and natural ecological circles appeared on the land of Terra with the assistance of the mechanical priest. Patches of forests cover the desolate desert land. The regent of the empire issued an order requiring Mars to start research and development of environmental modification machines for the human world, so as to comprehensively improve the living environment of human beings in the galaxy. The strong iron fist in various departments and the various factory emission standards introduced by the Chamber of Commerce have effectively curbed those high-consumption and low-efficiency factories and broken the old chain of interests. The Environmental Protection Act was also passed under the authority of Guilliman. Many efforts have greatly improved the harsh climate and living environment of human beings. You know, the land of Terra was almost drenched with poison in the past. No plant can survive in the wild, and the whole world presents a kind of desertification. The air of the entire planet is a foul, poisonous smell. People can only live in cities. The grey sky was also purified for the first time, revealing the azure sky, as if washed by water, spotless. The sacred homeland of mankind is being restored to its former beauty. Blue sky, ocean, forest. Various terms that had long been lost in the mouths of the sons of Terra reappeared in their mouths. Confidence and expectations for the future appear on people's faces. Throughout Terra, every citizen of the empire feels motivated, and an unprecedented bright future awaits them. Never had an ethos like this before. After the imperial regency came, everything became better quickly. Empire Chancellor Petunia stood on the edge of the balcony garden of the Imperial Senate, overlooking the vast city. Magnificent and gigantic buildings sprung up in the cities of Terra like mushrooms after rain. Green gardens are dotted among them. The most eye-catching thing is the flying anti-gravity traffic, like the endless stream of fish among the plants on the bottom of the sea. The sky became clear again, as Terra rotated. As the sun gradually rose from the east, the golden sunlight shone into the majestic and huge urban agglomeration, and was divided into beams of light by the tall cities, coating the traffic in the sky with a layer of golden brilliance. Facing such a beautiful new world, Penny, as the Prime Minister of the Empire, would always be secretly excited, and sometimes even wanted to cry bitterly. The feeling of new life permeated every corner of Terra. Compared with the beautiful present, the past is really an indescribably terrible nightmare. If Tyrion hadn't left, seeing everything now, I'm afraid he would be too excited to shout. Terra today is the idealized human society he once pursued. Humanity is getting back on track, and they are about to become the most powerful force in the galaxy again. Terra's basic education project has also started. Of course, this education did little to weaken the Emperor's faith. From the moment those children entered the school, they learned the thoughts of the Emperor and various theories in religion classes. They are raised to be firm believers who have the ability to think independently. What they have to do is to complete the rise of mankind and the great revival of the Empire, so that mankind will once again move toward glory. The barbarism and vulgarity of the state religion was weakened and suppressed by the Primarch using many means. From a rational point of view, religion has many disadvantages. But it is not without advantages. It can strengthen people's beliefs and strengthen a group's sense of identity and belonging. So that the people of the Empire can unite tightly under the banner of the Emperor, declare war on demons, aliens, and those traitors, and avoid meaningless internal friction. It penetrates the hearts of the people of the Empire in another way. Belief in an era where science and rationality coexist. This is the darkest age for mankind. The emergence of the Great Rift has allowed traitors and demons to devour the living space of mankind with impunity. But this is also the most beautiful era for mankind, and they have regained the leadership of an emperor's own son. No, Penny apologized for her mistake. Now it is no longer one emperor's son, but two emperor's sons. Latest news. Lion, the genetic father of the Dark Angels chapter, has also returned. According to the regent of the Empire, Guilliman, the Primarch of the Dark Angels is already leading an army against those hateful enemies, and it is believed that there will be related success reports soon. For the Empire that is thriving today, the return of a Primarch is undoubtedly a powerful sedative, which can inspire the world and strengthen the cohesion of the Empire. Humanity regained the protection of these demigods of war, and once again embraced the brilliance of technology and reason. The old era came to an end with the dissolution of the High Lord's Council. For 10,000 years, the Empire was ruled by a single body of 12 men and women. They are responsible for making all the major decisions of the nation, guiding humanity through many trials and challenges. There is no power more powerful than the High Lord's Council at the political level of Terra. The High Lords from various forces assumed the position of running the Empire, managing the country, and acting as middlemen between the people and the Emperor. They use methods such as speculative scholarship, prayer, or tarot cards to guess the Emperor's will and convey it to the world. Before the Primarch recovered, no one dared to challenge any decisions made by the High Lords Conference. For this reason, their position is firmly rooted. Everyone will think that this system will run forever. However, no one expected that one day, the High Lords Council would be banned. This system that has lasted for thousands of years will be completely smashed by its creator. After Guilliman recovered, he took away all power. Became regent of the Empire. Government affairs, military affairs, and even technology are all under his firm control. Many people are well aware that Guilliman has not officially declared himself Emperor of the Empire. But everyone knows that Guilliman is already the actual master of mankind. The military, technology, politics, and public opinion are all firmly under his control. No one can shake his position at all. Even a revived loyal Primarch can hardly overthrow Guilliman's rule. Penny didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Judging from the development of Terra, it would be a good thing for all humans to make Guilliman the new lord of mankind. Tyrion's death made everyone see clearly how terrifying the corruption of the Terra government is. Those High Lords have long forgotten their responsibilities, only caring about enjoying power for themselves, and ignoring the interests of the bottom. Irtu, headed by the Ministry of the Interior, is even more frantic. As the most powerful and longest-serving elder in the High Lords Council, he insisted that the various basic systems left by the Emperor and Guilliman should not be changed in order to safeguard his own interests. The conservatives headed by him oppose any form of reform. Every time they face the reformists, the conservatives headed by Ilto claim that through a deep understanding of history, law, and theology, the imperial constitution has been proven to be the most perfect legal system for mankind. Any attempt to alter the imperial constitution is a betrayal of the Emperor himself. It was also a betrayal of many imperial primarches. Using the Primarch and the Emperor as a shield, the reformers will be smashed in front of this problem every time. In the past years, no one dared to say that the system designed by the Primarch and the Emperor was no longer in line with the development of the Empire. Words like that can easily be regarded by the state religion as blasphemy and betrayal of the Primarch and the Emperor. Dare to make such remarks, the ending is often not very good. For this reason, many attempts by Tyrion and others to reform were ultimately aborted under the obstruction of Yato and others. Even if it is a tentative reform, the Conservative Alliance will never agree. However, when Guilliman woke up, the situation ushered in a dramatic change. Guilliman, who created the High Lord parliamentary system, personally reformed the political system of the Empire. The Primarch and Emperor's sacred theory insisted by Irtu and others were shattered by Guilliman. Those dignitaries who feared that they would lose their rights did not hesitate to plan the Battle of Beta Garman. Unfortunately, their various attempts to retain power were ultimately thwarted by the Primarch. Most of the High Lords also paid for the death of Imperial Chancellor Tyrion. The highly centralized empire has been twisted into a rope with Guilliman at the center, and they are fighting for one goal together. That is the rise of humanity, and the great revival of the Empire. Every battle that takes place in the Empire will be transferred to all the people of the Empire through invisible systems such as administration and economy. Let them clearly realize that the entire Empire is one, and they have no way to stay out of any war. What Penny has to do is to cooperate with Guilliman, help him coordinate various affairs of the Empire, and effectively promote his orders and reforms. This is not an easy task. Even if the Empire can sail in the Star Sea, it is a real interstellar civilization. But the civilian technology of the human Empire is a mess, and it is impossible to effectively supervise the people of the Empire. In addition to civilian technology, the Empire's illiteracy rate is also extremely terrible. Even in Terra, 80% of the people have not received systematic education. Their knowledge of the outside world is limited to the hive city, and they have no concept of the huge human empire. Many worlds are still at the tribal and feudal level of civilization. Terra in the past had no intention of improving technology for them, nor did they want to improve their civilization. On those planets, the only role of those imperial subjects is to provide cheap, exploitable labor for the empire. Of course, this kind of thing is not allowed in Guilliman's reforms. He requires every planet to have a basic understanding of the galaxy and understand what kind of existence the human empire is. The illiteracy rate of each planet must be 0. You must master the use of the most basic electronic equipment, understand what your rights and obligations are, and be prepared to fight for the empire. The old stand of the human empire can be said to be extremely rotten. Want to promote a policy that makes all worlds dance to the Primarch's footsteps, one can imagine the pressure. Even now, the regent of the empire has released many technological restrictions. Spiritual brain engineering, citizen data chips, low-end intelligent mechanical applications, etc. But Penny still doesn't have much confidence. According to her speculation, it will take at least 300 years to fully promote the reform of the Primarch within the Empire and complete the corresponding goals. It took such a long time to push the reform of the Primarch to every planet, allowing the ignorant people of the Empire in countless worlds to complete the transformation, reduce the illiteracy rate, and improve the local technological level. Let every citizen of the Empire know how great the human empire they are in is. This is a very difficult and troublesome project. Once it is completed, there will be no one in the past, and there will be no one in the future, and the glory of mankind must continue. Human beings are not the smartest or the most gifted among the rising races of the galaxy. But human beings are a very special race. They are more united than the Eldar, tougher than the Tau, and more tolerant of pain than the Necrons. Every aspect is not outstanding, but every aspect is not a shortcoming. In a huge society, mediocrity is precisely the source of human strength and the foundation of their strength. Only mediocrity can unite. Only unity is strength. This force is the one that can destroy everything, everything. Humanity never pursues a hero to determine the future. Even the regent of the empire has repeatedly emphasized that lone wolfism and heroism will never be the main tone of human beings. The most common sentence he said about his own achievements is, "Those credits belong to those who struggle, not me. I am great because of the world, not because I saved the world. We will succeed." Penny watched the traffic in the city and the bustling workers, and said silently in her heart. Just thinking of Guilliman filled her with hope for the future of humanity. The human empire will surely go to glory in his hands. He will unite all mankind and challenge all evil existences that try to hinder mankind. Mankind will surely win. The empire will surely go to glory. Subspace. After was separated from the stone fortress, the fleet headed by the glory of Macridge was still sailing towards Terra. While sailing, Guilliman summoned the great sage of the ruler, Call, to prepare for his strategic transfer plan. 3 caves in cunning soil. The empire must be prepared for both a frontal challenge and a strategic shift. If the land is lost, people will be lost. Lost land saves people, and everyone gains land. The war with chaos is destined to be an unimaginably protracted war. Radicalism of any kind is prohibited. Xiang Yu caused Liu Bang to suffer dozens of defeats, and Liu Bang was able to make a comeback. And Xiang Yu suffered a defeat, and he was finished. What's the use of Xiang Yu being good at fighting? War is about logistics, about supplies, and about persistence. Being able to fight is just a little bastard, not a problem. Accompanied by the hiss of the hydraulic device, the heavy metal door of the strategy room opened. The ruler sage came in from the outside and saluted respectfully. "I have something to look for, Lord Regent. I have something I need you to do," Guilliman said while sitting in his chair. "What's the matter?" "I want you to form a team and find a way to go to another universe." 182, New Plan. Traveling to other universes has always been Guilliman's plan. Especially after communicating with the Dark Watchers left behind by those ancient civilizations in the monastery of the Dark Angel, Megalith Fortress. Strengthened his idea of going to other universes. If a civilization cannot guarantee enough curiosity and continues to expand outward, it is tantamount to taking chronic poison. The ultimate security of mankind can only come from outward expansion and colonization. In the ruthless competition of civilizations, only export-oriented civilizations can survive, and conservative civilizations that live in a corner will eventually perish. Now, Guilliman has not completely rescued the human empire, but he must make a plan for the future. Humanity must be prepared to colonize other galaxies and other universes. Of course, he summoned Call, and forming a different universe exploration team was just a casual move, reserving enough living space for human beings as a backup strategic plan. The current focus of the empire is still to fight against chaos, against traitors and enemies in the galaxy. The ruling great sage stared dumbfounded at the Primarch sitting on the wide chair. Such absurd words, but when the other party recounted them, his tone was so serious. For a moment, he didn't know whether Guilliman was joking or serious. Exploring other universes. Call said hesitantly, "My lord, please forgive my ignorance, can you tell me exactly, are you joking? The human empire is the largest empire in human history. But it only occupies 2/3 of the territory of the galaxy. That is to say, human beings have not even been able to completely control the entire galaxy so far. Don't even talk about going to other galaxies. Compared to the vast universe, the human empire is really too small to be worth mentioning. It's like a grain of sand in the frenzy of the waves, so small that no one cares about it." Under such circumstances, Guilliman actually wanted to travel to other universes. If this is the case, it is like a village boy who has not even made a monthly income of 3,000, but wants to be a guest at the home of the richest man in the world. Kaur couldn't help but have a slightly disrespectful thought. "Primarch, this is too delusional." Guilliman looked at Kaur with a playful smile. "Does the great sage think that I am a person who likes to joke?" Kaur was also silent for a moment, and then the sound of gears and mechanical roar came from his neck. The head covered with metal and precision gear structure shook slightly. Thinking about it carefully, Guilliman is indeed not someone who likes to joke. During the period from waking up to the present, the various plans that Guilliman launched are really crazy. But in the end, those crazy plans often come true. Guilliman promoted those plans with his frightening perseverance and wisdom. Sometimes, many plans seem useless, but they will play an amazing role in the future. The links are intertwined, and once you think about it, people are frightened by his vision. How do we go to other universes? We can't even go to other galaxies. So far, the Empire has never reached other galaxies. Maybe some people have gone to other galaxies, but they have never been able to come back. Such exploration is meaningless. Big. Kaur's mechanical arm extended with a buzzing sound. A holographic projection interface pops up on the thick metal arm. In the projection, countless stars are suspended, moving around the core inside the galaxy. It is worth mentioning that the positions of stars in the universe are not less than 10%, and they also move. The distance of the stars in the first few hundred years is different from the distance in the next few hundred years. Humans are too small to feel the movement of the Milky Way. It's like a person standing on the Earth, he can't feel the movement of the ground under his feet. The cosmic background of the stars is changing every moment, and the solar system is moving with the many stars in the Milky Way. This is one of the reasons why the warp needs lighthouses. If there is no lighthouse as a reference, those ships entering the warp will easily get lost in the frenzied etheric currents, and eventually be wrapped in the depths of the warp. Once the cosmic coordinates of the stars change, the ship continues to enter that area according to previous cognition. It is very likely that it will plunge headlong into the star, or appear in the void outside, and will not reach the galaxy at all. Going to other universes is easier than we imagined, Call. Do you remember the mortar I went to last time? Guilliman stood up, his tall body cast a shadow on the room, and he walked to the bookshelf. Next to him, he continued to speak, Moduo is a very special place, it originated from those ancient races. In the stone fortress. I talked to those Dark Watchers. They told me that before the Eldar appeared, and even their creators did not lead the galaxy, the first civilization war broke out in the universe. The races involved in the war forged these roads to other universes to escape disaster. Motor is the entrance of such a road, which is laid along the territory of the gods and extends to other universes. Our current work is to explore along this road. In the early stage, we aim to familiarize ourselves with the roads to and from other universes. Being able to go there and come back is the goal of the first stage. Then there is the second stage of development, as far as possible familiarize yourself with the technology of making roads, widen the roads, and strive to allow established troops to pass. The third step is to master the road technology proficiently, and mobilize the troops of the Empire to colonize other universes. In this way, even if we are defeated here, we can withdraw to other universes and preserve vitality. The original casting technology in the second stage has matured. I need you to sit in Modo, conduct various tests, and equip them with different abilities to ensure that they can enter other universes and return safely. Such a plan is very difficult to implement. Even if Call lived for 10,000 years, he has seen any big scenes. But now, he really can't accept it. The regent of the Empire is so arrogant that he wants to get his hands on other universes. The Primarch is more rampant than his father. The Emperor is only creating the webway, he is crazy enough to build inter-universe roads. If there is no difficulty, we must do it. If there is difficulty, we must do it. Guilliman spread his hands, you will be fully responsible for this matter in the early stage. After I solve some problems in the Empire, I will personally lead this project. Seeing Guilliman's resolute attitude, Call could only nod his head, and the appointment continued. After talking about going to other universes, Guilliman sat back on his chair and clicked on a holographic projection covering the entire room, showing the picture of the Milky Way. Hundreds of millions of light spots appeared in the room, forming a white haze of light. Light fog is composed of densely packed light spots, with a large number, and each point is emitting light. Exudes a faint silver glow. Guilliman waved his hands and zoomed in on the partial scene. The little particles have turned into shining stars. The two of them seem to be in the Milky Way. This is the display of all the stars in the entire galaxy. Guilliman zoomed in as he spoke, and did not stop until he could clearly see each point of light. The sea of stars composed of hundreds of billions of stars coated their bodies with a faint silver edge. Carl keenly noticed that there was an area mixed with golden light in the holographic projection. The light spot composed of gold and silver two-color light only occupies about 1/20 of the entire picture. When the starry sky image is not enlarged, it is difficult to notice this detail. The light spot composed of gold and silver two-color light radiates out thin tentacles to the surroundings. These countless tentacles constitute the intricate links between them, forming an infinitely fine network structure. It seems that you have noticed this place. Guilliman said, this is the area covered by the lighthouse project. Those tentacles are a dense shipping network composed of lighthouse nodes, which can effectively reduce the impact of warp space storms and maintain the Empire. The normal operation of the system does not need to rely on Terra's astronomical torch. Kaur stared at it for a while, feeling a little turmoil in his heart. Since the establishment of the Empire for thousands of years, it has relied on the guidance provided by the Emperor's astronomical torch. The State Church and the Council of High Lords have always maintained the doctrine of the sacredness of the Astro Torch, and regard this as a strong proof that Terra ruled other regions, representing the legitimacy of the Emperor. Some people have also questioned whether the human empire is too dependent on the Astro Torch. Once there is a problem, human beings are likely to be in trouble. It's a pity that anyone who dares to question the end result is not very good. In front of the State Church and High Lords, this kind of questioning is unbearable for them. To question the astronomical torch is to question the Emperor, to question the Emperor is to question Terra, and to question Terra is to question the legitimacy of their rule. If you dare to question legality now, you may rebel in a few days. Only a person with such courage as the regent of the Empire can say that breaking the intricate chain of interests of those vested interests in the High Lords and state religions, and promoting this kind of lighthouse node. Decades ago, who would have dared to publicize such a thing? After finishing speaking today, the State Church and the Court of Justice would come to the door the next day. On the third day, even the ashes could not be found. When everything is formed and mixed with Jinhui, it will represent the success of the Lighthouse Project, and humans will no longer be so passive in the face of the subspace. Guilliman said, the subspace is very dangerous for humans, but it is very important. If the subspace is lost, I am afraid that the human empire will fall apart in a few years. For this reason, we must tame the subspace and let it become our help rather than our doom. When you sit in Moto, you also need to pay attention to this matter to ensure the perfect promotion of the Lighthouse Project. This is the most important step for human beings to achieve glory. Guilliman explained to Call the importance of the Lighthouse Project. Once completed, mankind will get rid of the Terra astronomical torch, get rid of the inefficient communication efficiency, and strengthen the Empire's control over the worlds. In the past, the astronomical communication was extremely inefficient. A message in astronomical language calling for urgent help may drift in the subspace for decades before being finally received by Terra. It would be decades before Terra responded by sending troops to the area to deal with it. Such a situation makes the Empire's ability to deal with various crises simply unbearable to look directly at it. Can be expressed in the word garbage. This is the main reason why Guilliman gave each planet democratic autonomy. Terra really has no way to control every colony. They can only let them choose the person who can represent their own interests, and then let that person fight for their interests. Moreover, the absolute dictatorship, which firmly controls the tentacles, is completely unworthy for the Empire, and the costs and benefits paid for this are not equal. That is a lack of self-confidence, fearing that one's power will be eroded and eventually lose everything. Absolute dictatorship will make officials of all classes pay more attention to the interests of their superiors than to the residents he rules. When an official can be rewarded without taking into account the interests of the ruled civilians, then there is no need for the official to protect the interests of the residents. There is no way to solve the root problem of human selfishness and greed. Any forces that claim to use ideals and beliefs to eliminate selfishness and greed in human nature are all lies without exception. If an official wants to achieve a certain position, if it depends on the opinions of the residents in his jurisdiction, then he will inevitably serve the residents in the area and fight for their interests in order to gain support. If an official can be promoted, it depends on his leadership. Then he only needs to serve his boss well and please his boss. In this process, if he is still willing to fight for the interests of the local residents, then he is really a rare good person, a good official, and he can be called a saint in terms of ideology, morality, and consciousness. Why? In an absolute dictatorship system, fighting for the interests of local residents is a matter of no benefit at all, or very little benefit. The boss will not praise that person because of this, let alone promote that person's position. The local residents have no way to benefit that person. Just dedication without any return, isn't this a saint? Guilliman only allowed the centralized power of Terra to be concentrated in star regions, sub-star regions, and even galaxies, but not in the field of planets, which is the reason. Once these officials appointed to the planet give up fighting for the interests of the local residents and choose to please the above, then his reforms will lose all meaning. The higher UPS ordered a task, and the lower level ones performed even better in order to improve their political capital. Directly squeeze the residents of the planet and force them to complete the task, even if the residents of the planet cannot survive, so what? When the local people die, they die. The boss's task cannot be violated. If he violates the hat, he will not be guaranteed. If you dare to rebel, you dare to kill, and after you kill them all, hide the news. As long as the boss doesn't speak, even if half a planet's people died for the mission, they will still be promoted and raise their salary. Terra is tens of thousands of light years away, who knows what happened, at most, he saw that person get promoted. It is even more impossible for Guilliman to check every planet to see whether the officials appointed by Terra are responsible and whether they are good officials who plead for the people. Human nature can only be guided, not blocked. Even if the tribunal has the time and energy for a year to launch purges again and again to clean up all those officials who are greedy for profit and ignore the people of the empire, more officials will take this road. When one corrupt official falls, tens of thousands of corrupt officials will stand up. To curry favor with high-level officials, murder and set fire, violent suppression, promotion and salary increase. Pray for the people, be fair and honest, be kind to the people, and be a scumbag all your life. Saints are always a minority, and the world itself is mercenary. Using interests to guide them is the right way. If the interests lead to bad people, the society will inevitably go to moral decline. If interests lead to good people, then the society will be fair and clean, and the accounts will not be closed at night. Taking the planet as the unit, it is very important for the bottom layer to fight for their own interests and make their own voices heard. With opposition, those talents dare not act recklessly. Those officials in high positions will focus more on formulating reasonable plans instead of playing power. Only by balancing the interests of all parties can it be possible for the planetary governor to implement it. Otherwise, if the other party directly throws back the plan, it will only appear that you are incompetent and become a laughing stock. The governors of those planets will not oppress the local residents too much for the preferences of the above. Standing in the position of the planetary governor, pleasing the higher UPS, will not be promoted. Provoking the anger of the people below, he was about to resign in desperation instead, without gaining any benefits. Absolute dictatorship is undesirable. Absolute democracy is even more undesirable. The economy is easily decoupled and becomes a behind-the-scenes existence that manipulates politics, and the country will also become a business-based country. For this reason, the military and the economy must be separated from politics and incorporated into the empire's control system, providing the empire with military support and a large enough flow of funds to maintain technology and various military equipment. Otherwise, the entire empire will easily fall into a vicious cycle of being controlled by large political and economic groups. Once the country becomes a business-based country, the situation will be as bad as falling into an absolute dictatorship, or even worse. After all, being an emperor has to protect his own regime and benefit the people. Businessmen can only blood, but they don't know how to spend money on people's livelihood. They will only continue to extract benefits until all contradictions are out of control. The Lighthouse Project, in conjunction with Gilliman's reforms, can be said to be the best system for the empire today. It can effectively reduce the possibility of the governor of the local planet doing evil in the case of poor communication, and prevent people from falling into ignorance and ignorance again, and living a life that is worse than death. Absolute freedom and democracy will turn human beings into little lambs in the mouth of evil gods, with power scattered, and all forces fighting for their own interests until their brains fly out. Absolute dictatorship will turn the empire into another hell, people will lose their freedom of thought, and civilization will regress. A balance between the two is the best. I understand. Call bowed slightly, indicating that he knew his mission well. The two talked again, and made a judgment on the current situation of the empire, as well as some details of the next plan. Afterwards, Gilliman let Call go out and let him go about his own business. And he stayed in the strategy room and continued to deal with the government affairs of the empire. As long as the time comes to return to Terra and solve some problems, Gilliman will set sail again. Hand over the affairs of Terra to the bureaucrats headed by Penny. As the actual ruler of the empire, the new lord of humanity, Gilliman will not interfere too much with the operation of the empire. His character is by no means an ancient emperor, but the savior of mankind. There is an essential difference between the two. Those emperors chose dictatorship for their own benefit. Gilliman chose dictatorship for the overall benefit of mankind. His duty is to save the empire and lead mankind out of this dark universe. Dictatorship is only a means, not the ultimate goal. Sitting in the golden palace of Terra, there is no salvation. He must take the lead in the front line of the battlefield in order to inspire the soldiers of the empire. Any grand narrative death or injury will always be the bottom layer of those who have faith. Gilliman must let them know that the interests of the rulers of the empire and their interests are one. The next phase of the indomitable crusade must begin. 183, this is the age of Abaddon. Vigilance Star. The planet has not yet been enveloped by the light of Reformation, nor has the benevolence of the Imperial Regency reached this region. The residents here are still under the administration of Lucian XII. The estate of the Lucian family is located in the high tower of the capital Saint Port. It is the richest and most powerful family on the planet. On Vigilus, no force can shake their foundations. Any challenger who wants to do that will pay a heavy price. This family claims to have been appointed by the Emperor as the rightful rulers of the planet. Anyone who disobeys their orders is rebelling against the Emperor, an unforgivable crime. If you look closely, it is actually easy to see the lies of the Lucian family. The Lucian family was not a family that rose during the Great Crusade. Therefore, it cannot be appointed by the Emperor. This family is only recognized by the Terra Council. This family promises more taxes and soldiers to the Empire than the previous ruler's family. The High Lord who got the benefits in return signed a bill for this, and the Lucian family got the legal right to rule Vigilus. Since then, this family has started a rule of 4,000 years. Emperor would not even know who they were. For civilians living on Vigilante, the Lucian family is the most terrifying existence. But the Lucian family is insignificant to the Empire, and a judge can kill this bug family without paying any price. Vigilante is located on the edge of the obscure field. This planet will provide a large number of soldiers and shield equipment for the Empire. As a tithe paid to the Empire, Vigilus has a unique defense technology. A long time ago, the mechanical sages who passed by the Vigilante found a stance shield STC driven by Chinook technology in the ruins of an ancient golden age. This shield technology is more suitable for fighting against demons or various spiritual attacks than other shield technologies of the Empire, so it is very popular. This STC was quickly approved and put into production by the mechanical sages of Mars. Except for being sent to interstellar trade ships by interstellar merchants to become a solid defense device for other planets. These fortress-level force field shields are also installed on the edge of each continent of Vigilance, providing enough powerful shield protection for Vigilance. It is these shields that keep Vigilance at peace for a long time. After all, even Chaos Warriors have difficulty breaking through those fortress-level defensive shields. Even with Chaos Witchcraft. That kind of shield technology is specially used to target Chinook energy. Given the importance of shields, the mechanic priests who maintain these shields are also given high status. They even reached an agreement with the family of the planetary governor. The planet's force field shield has been repaired by the mechanic priest. The Lucian family allowed them to build their own facilities on the northern Foundry continent for research and production of equipment needed by various empires. The mechanical sages value the northern continent of Vigilus, not just for casting, nor for the purpose of competing with the Lucian family for power and profit. The reason why they are so concerned is because there is a mysterious black mineral underground on the northern continent. This black mineral is extremely valuable, it can stabilize and increase the power of the ether, and if it is in a special frequency, it can even generate an anti-ether force field. These characteristics establish the value of the mineral. For this reason, it has been enthusiastically sought after by the Mechanikus. After detection by the mechanicism, these minerals are distributed under the surface of the northern continent like blood vessels. The scale of reserves is so large that it is difficult to measure. It is very possible that the entire formation is covered with these black ores. Technical bishops have created a large number of mechanical equipment for a large number of collection activities to dig out these minerals and manufacture them into various industrial products or military weapons. Relying on the unique force field technology and black minerals, during the peace period, the wealth of this planet is quickly accumulated, and people's overall life is considered good. After all, the annual income of the rich and powerful families can be called terrifying, and it is not a big deal to spend a little to appease the civilians of the vigilante. Everyone thought that life would go on like this day by day. However, this calm crumbled with the fall of Kadian. Accompanied by a subspace storm, a new era of darkness has come to the wasteland and hive capital of Vigilus. When the subspace rift tore the starry sky in two, everyone thought the end was coming. A large amount of purple light gushed out from the crack. Those radiances have special magical powers, and every citizen of the Empire who sees them will be involuntarily bewildered by those radiances. In the early days of the disaster, many conflicts broke out among the hive residents in order to be able to get closer to the eerie light. Cost thousands of lives. But the fanaticism of those people has not subsided, they are still extremely crazy, and they want to get close to the crack by any means, and the army's aircraft for this purpose. It was not until the ruler of the planet, the patriarch of the Lucian family, that Lucian reacted at this time, that he issued a ban requiring residents not to look up at the sky at night, and not to go out after nightfall. Those who violated the law will be punished with whipping, and those who violate it may be directly killed. Under the Iron Fist, people resented a lot. On the other hand, with the emergence of the Great Rift, all Imperial civilians on Vigilus found themselves tormented by nightmares. Their sleep quality becomes poor, their nerves become weak, and their whole people become very sensitive. For this reason, many citizens believed in the doomsday theory of those underground sects and accepted the crazy brainwashing of the other party. Under the instigation of those sects, some hives set off hundreds of riots a month, and life and production were affected. Various crises followed. As an important fulcrum that can stabilize the space structure and maintain the Nockmond promenade, it also serves as a warning star at the entrance of the promenade, and other races soon realized its strategic value. Perhaps in the dark, the Orc gods took care of and guided Mao Ershan. It was the Orc fleet that came to Vigilus first. The Orcs invaded Vigilance with a fleet of various warships. The warp storm and etheric frenzy caused by the Great Rift frantically tormented the officially certified psychers and seers of the Empire. So that no one observed the invasion of the Orc fleet, let alone warned. The unsuspecting Imperial Navy was dispersed by the huge scale of the Orcs without organizing an effective defense line. Wait until they regroup and try to fight the Orcs to the death. Those Orc ships have already crashed into the vast and desolate plain of Vigilus like a meteor, completing a wave of space gestures dedicated to Orcs. The strategic purpose of the Orcs is simple and straightforward, that is to invade Vigilus, turn Vigilus into their territory, or turn it into a meat-grinding battlefield they like. Those Orcs who survived the impact of the warships on the surface quickly established the unique building of the Orcs, the Garbage City. As we all know, Orcs develop very fast. After landing for half a month, there are running green figures everywhere in the wilderness. Everywhere echoed the sound of metal crashing, the sound of super guns firing. The sound of the great mechanic yelling and the roar of the engine roaring when it starts. The Lucian family can't do anything about it. There are not only greenskins in the wild, but also various chaos sects and monsters walking in the dark. The Empire lost control of the wilderness, and was forced to hide in various hive cities, using shields to protect itself. The wilderness has become the territory of Orcs and those aliens and demons. However, misfortunes never come singly. In addition to the Orcs, the riots in various hive cities are also getting more and more intense. A pauper church named the Twisted Dragon launched a raid of destruction under the leadership of a prophet, making the situation even more turbulent. A large number of doomsday sects rose up one after another to brainwash the people when the rulers were overwhelmed. The riots intensified further, and the situation was on the verge of getting out of control. After investigation by special agents, it was discovered that the Twisted Dragon sect was formed by the gene stealers released by the Tyrannid Zerg, and there were also chaos cultists behind other sects. Realizing that the crisis was inevitable, the dignitaries used their power and troops to collect enough water and food for them to use for many years, hid in the inner wall, closed all the entrances and exits, and prepared to wait for the rescue of the Empire. Such a selfish behavior eventually led to a civil uprising. The anger of the people almost turned into substance, and their anger eventually tore apart the order of the entire vigilante. Under the incitement and instigation of the indomitable dragon and a large number of sects that promote doomsday theory, all kinds of riots broke out frequently in various layers of Vigilance Star. Industrial production was almost at a standstill, and transportation lines in various places were also destroyed. Many thugs are even trying to find a way to cross the inner wall and enter the area where the powerful are located to kill and loot. The Dark Eldar also rushed out of the webway during the civil strife on Vigilante. They captured a large number of humans as their playthings and slaves, and caused brutal massacres in many cities. Thousands of civilians were flayed, tortured to death, and then hung up as a threat to the Dark Eldar. However, these are not the most terrible. Chaos came after Orcs, Zerg, and Dark Eldar. A Chaos traitor who calls himself the Star Reaver declares that the age of the Empire is over, demanding that the ruler of Vigilus unconditionally pledge allegiance to the Marauder, chosen by the four gods, War Master Abaddon. He gave a limited time limit. If the time comes, the ruler of Vigilante has not surrendered, then they will launch an attack and destroy the entire Vigilus. Facing the intimidation of the Star Grabber, the Lucian family once wanted to surrender. However, the arrival of the Iron Hands and Brass Claws crushed his betrayal. The companies of these two chapters operate in the nearby subsector. They learned from other sources that Chaos wanted to get the Vigilante, so they rushed over. Gabriel of the Iron Hands chapter didn't know why Chaos chose Vigilus. Out of instinctive dislike and vigilance against Chaos traitors, and the importance of the Nockmond corridor, he knew that he had to stick to Vigilus and seek support to keep Vigilus under the control of the Empire. The librarians serving the two chapters unite and send messages across the Imperium requesting further reinforcements against the impending War Master's hordes. After the Great Rift appeared, any Shinik communication would have to pay a heavy price. Even a Shinik communication between two neighboring planets could tear the messenger's mind apart. Only the trained chapter librarians can, with the tenacity of their will, continue to send messages to the Empire. After paying a heavy price, these help information was learned by various chapters in Terra. In order to protect the last hope of the human empire, the loyal battle group dispatched fleets and embarked on the road to Vigilante. Calgar also went to Vigilus to support under the order of the Regent of the Empire. Flesh and flesh are weak, but machines are perfect. Every Iron Hand warrior pursues this philosophy. No one has a deeper understanding of this sentence than Gabriel. Each parent group of Empire has a strong personal style. Brutal and rude, a wild wolf who believes in nature. The silent, secretive Dark Angel. A blood angel who is sincere and good at fighting, and insists on fighting against his own genetic defects. White scars that come and go like the wind, chasing speed. A moral model, a battle group can pull out tens of thousands of ultra fighters. Stubborn as a rock, known as the Fist of the Empire, the High Wall of the Empire. Fire inside, the unyielding salamander. The last is the Iron Hands. Just like the name, they believe in the idea that machines are stronger than flesh. The artifacts of dark technology in the hands of the Iron Hands chapter are only slightly inferior to the treasury of the Dark Angels. They are the only Omnic Legion with multiple supports. If it weren't for the clear records in the Empire, many people would probably regard them as a branch of Mechanikus. They are as keen on digging STC as the mechanics, and engage in various mechanical research. Many fighters even have the emblem of mechanical gears on their bodies. When they fight, they often carry a large amount of mechanical equipment to strengthen their personal firepower. It was like at this time, several Omnics took heavy steps and walked in front. Gabriel followed with the other Iron Hands warriors. They wandered through the ruins of the Hive City where the sirens were blaring, looking for enemies. This is not a frontal battlefield, but a small-scale conflict. Their task is to clear the enemies in the ruins, assist local residents to evacuate, and enter a safer area. The strong lights flickered in the ruins, like the pulse of a dying person. Shadows hang around the crumbling stone pillars and arches. The strong lights from the suspended gunboat illuminate the rubble and broken corpses here. The hollowed-out eye sockets of the single-function servitor installed on the wall glowed with light, and the tendons inlaid with metal opened and closed to the ruins shrouded in darkness, sending garbled codes that no one could understand. Gabriel's steel boots stepped on the gravel, and the eyepiece mounted on the helmet activated the infrared function to help him lock the target in the dark. Two Omnics followed behind him, the clicking sound kept ringing, and the multi-barrel bolter mounted on the arm of the Omnic kept rotating, trying to lock the target in the dark. In the entire team, the number of Omnics is equivalent to the number of Iron Hands fighters. The Iron Hands are one of the few chapters in the Imperium that do not abide by the Martian prohibition. Mars has a big opinion on this. But the Iron Hands are the mother group after all, so Mars' opinion won't have any effect. The High Lords also don't want to touch a mother order for the benefit of the Mechanicum. In fact, within the territory of the Empire, the Mother Regiment is a very special existence, which will give the War Regiment of this bloodline a sense of belonging. Each war group is inherited by blood. If Terra makes an unreasonable ruling, it is likely to attract opposition from other war groups. The Iron Hand is also considered to have a detached status in the Empire. Mechanicists have nothing to do about this, and they can only acquiesce that they have their own technology. Later, they will even reach some research cooperation with Iron Hand. I smell the stench of those orcs, but it's not just them, there are other things. The Space Wolf warrior next to him, Jess whispered. His figure is much taller than Gabriel, and the power armor on his body is also thicker. Jace is a Primaris Space Marine. After the emergence of the Great Rift, he went to Macridge to support, and then the Primarch woke up and started the reform. Jess also accepted the original caste upgrade, became the original caste Space Warrior, and responded to the Indomitable Crusade. The Indomitable Crusade has a large scope and is not limited to a few major battlefields. Jess did not follow the Regent to destroy the Necrons and Orcs, but has been leading the team to help those worlds invaded by chaos. When Vigilante sent a signal for help, he rushed here with his subordinates as soon as possible, and joined the Iron Hands and Brass Claws to fight against those demons and aliens. The Gene Stealers. Gabriel responded to the Space Wolves, pointing to a ruin. Some green viscous liquid is scattered on the ruins. After analysis, these fluids should be the blood of Gene Stealers. It seems that those aliens fought first. Jess said in a deep voice. It is undoubtedly good news. I sincerely hope that they can decide the outcome and directly disable the other side. That way our pressure will be much less. Gabriel held a bolt gun and kicked away a fragment of a partition, revealing several fragmented corpses below. All are Imperial civilians. Gabriel just wanted to express his anger, and then found that these dead people had the marks of belonging to the unyielding dragon sect. He had to hold back his anger. The Indomitable Dragon is an organization established by the Gene Stealer Pauper Prince, who is planning to overthrow the Empire. These believers who joined the unyielding dragon sect are undoubtedly the enemies of the Empire. They betrayed the Holy Emperor. Help me. A faint voice sounded. A woman next to him called for help to the approaching Gabriel. She was dying, the orc cut her thigh, and the wound was simply bandaged. Under the woman's body, bright red blood was already flowing all over the ground. If there is no rescue, he will die soon. Help me. Gabriel stood in front of the woman, raising his bolter. Shameful traitor. Then, with the swing of his chainsword, he bestowed mercy. There is no need to rescue those traitors who have joined the sect of the Gene Stealers. Their souls and genes have been polluted. Even if the woman is saved, the other party will not feel any gratitude, but will betray mankind again. In that case, it is better to send him to die directly. A sad guy. Jess walked to Gabriel's side, looked at the fragmented body, and shook his head. There is no time for us to grieve. Gabriel lowered his voice and looked towards the distance of the ruins. There are two ways now, Brother Wild Wolf. The first way is to chase the orcs. They have withdrawn from the Hive City, and the Gene Stealers have caused them a lot of casualties. The second way is to hunt down the Gene Stealers. They fled to the depths of the Hive City, where the structures are complex. As a friendly brother, you can choose one of them first. Wild wolves don't like to move in narrow places. We prefer to hunt in the wilderness, so that we can fully release our nature of freedom. Jess said, for the sake of freedom and hunting, as a priest of wild wolves, I have thought carefully, decided to choose option 2. Gabriel turned his head to look at the serious wolf priest. I wonder if my allies have been polluted by chaos. It doesn't look like a wild wolf either. On the contrary, it is more like a special animal unique to ancient Terra, the husky. Doesn't wild wolves dislike moving in narrow places? Gabriel suppressed the cranky thoughts in his heart and asked puzzledly. But wolves are better at hunting down enemies in the dark, and your equipment won't be effective at the bottom of the narrow Hive City. Moreover, the stealth and ambush abilities of those Gene Stealers cannot be underestimated. Jess revealed smile, wild wolves are more experienced in this. We are predators who live in the dark, and you are sharp spears on the frontal battlefield. Gabriel also laughed, and he hit the opponent's breastplate with his fist. This is the gesture of the Iron Hand to show friendship. Gabriel was not hypocritical either, he took the Iron Hand warriors to chase the orcs. As Space Wolves said, Iron Hands, who pursue mechanical perfection, really pay more attention to the frontal battlefield. They have enough firepower and omnic support. The Iron Hands are aboard a hovering gunship, and they will bring the Emperor's fury to those damned orcs. The wolves watched the soldiers of the Iron Hands chapter leave, then turned around and continued to hunt the Gene Stealer. Calgar, who was ordered to go to Vigilus for support, stood beside Regula, the mechanical sage. At this time, he was standing on the observation platform of the mechanical arc. Is this the latest designed equipment? Calgar looked at the huge hangar in front of him, the new fighter plane caught by the mechanical arm, and asked puzzledly. In his opinion, the fighter plane in front of him was ordinary and nothing special. The design should be based on the design of the Valkyrie. The streamlined triangular body is completely different from the Stormbird and Thunderhawk and other gunships. It seems that it has a more technological sense and features of the interstellar era. Calgar is not the kind of person who pays attention to appearance. In his worldview, practicality is more important than appearance. Flowers are beautiful, but the axe is the key to everything. Appearance cannot determine the outcome of the battlefield, only the power of the weapon can determine the trend of victory on the battlefield. Yes, this is the latest design of the fighter plane. The relevant design drawings have been available for a long time. It's just that the reform and innovation will be targeted by the Martian Mechanics, and these fighter planes have never been produced. The Imperial Regent dismissed the Foundry General and abolished most of the technology. After the ban, I also built it. If possible, I hope that this fighter can enter the army of adults and conduct experiments to collect enough information. Regula said with a smug smile. As a radical sage, Regula has always been very annoyed by the pedantic Martian conservatives. It is those regulations that make it difficult to innovate within the Mechanics. To invent something, you need to be obliquely related to STC, otherwise you may bring disaster to yourself. To be honest, Regula felt that the reason why the rulers of Mars always emphasized the importance of STC was not to maintain the purity of human technology, but to ensure their own power. Mars experienced the Great Crusade and was the first forge world of the Empire. During the period of the Great Crusade, every STC discovered by the Imperial Expeditionary Force was assigned to Mars. For this reason, Mars should have the most STC templates. Maintaining the special status of STC is maintaining the status of Mars. After all, if comprehensive scientific research is opened up, if some top talents appear, the technology of that planet will be directly pulled to a level higher than that of Mars. Then Mars will fall into a very embarrassing situation. Claims to be the Holy Land of Mechanicum, but the technology is not the best. In this way, the name of the Holy Land will definitely be challenged. Over time, the status of Mars will gradually decline, and in the end it may not even be able to maintain the status of the High Lords Council. If a system centered on the STC template is established and all technologies are required to come from STC, then the status of Mars will be guaranteed. After all, they have the most STC templates in all the foundry worlds in the galaxy, so their technology is also the most powerful. In this way, the position of Mars is naturally protected. Regula's suspicion was not groundless. During the Beast War, the Martian gang blatantly violated the decision of the High Lords Council and transferred the Orc battle moon to the dark void of the solar system without authorization to study it. Alien Technology Prohibition Act? Non-STC Tech Prohibition Act? None of them complied. Even if they don't follow their own rules, one can imagine their attitude. If you want to deploy troops, it must have enough value. Calgar said, I can't see its value. If it is a simple fighter, the Valkyrie, Stormbird and other fighters have been verified for many years, and their performance is reliable. You can achieve better results with optimization, and there is no need to use brand new technology. No, the positioning of this fighter is completely different from other fighters. Regula waved his hand and opened a holographic interface. The Empire's weapons and equipment have not been developed for a long time, and many equipment cannot meet the needs of the Empire. For example, the moving speed of the Titan is too slow, and it must be delivered to the battlefield with the Titan transport ship to play a role. If the distance is too far, relying on the moving speed of the Titans, you can't count on them at all. Even the fastest Cerberus Titans or Night Titans, it is difficult for them to ensure that their maneuvering speed can keep up with the firepower needs of the Empire. For this reason, the Thunderbird, an amphibious air-ground integrated combat aircraft I designed, came in handy. Following Regula's explanation, the holographic interface in front of him also slowly rotated. The Thunderbird fighter has two forms. The first is the aircraft form, which adopts the appearance design of the Valkyrie. It can reach the first cosmic speed at the fastest, that is, 8 km per second. This speed is enough in the atmosphere to travel at half support the whole world within an hour, and carry out precise surgical strikes on the enemy. The second form is the walking mech form for land combat. The holographic interface changed again, and the Thunderbird changed from an aircraft to a Titan biped walking mecha. The fighter plane can transform in the air, and then land into a walking mech to provide fire support for land troops. The Thunderbird's firepower is not top-notch, it is only equipped with a plasma cannon, a chainsaw sword, and 6 miniature missiles, and 4 rapid-fire machine guns. The Thunderbird fighter uses a lot of new technologies introduced by the Regent of the Empire. These new technologies are very powerful, especially in the area of material science. The use of new and malleable materials makes the Thunderbird's performance even better than the original design. It can be perfect adapting to the needs of integrated air-ground operations. The Empire can strike the world within half an hour. Regula's explanation made Calga show an expression of interest. If the Thunderbird can really realize the functions that Regula said, this will definitely be a historic change for the military forces of the Empire. The improvement of the military strength of the Empire is absolutely explosive. Can these functions really be realized? And is such a fast speed and the integration of air-ground combat a big burden on the pilot? Calgar is not a military mediocrity. He knows that once the Thunderbird's many functions are realized, it will be of great help to the Empire's ground warfare. Thunderbird adopts deep immersive neural control to achieve true man-machine integration, allowing them to control Thunderbird fighters as they wish, and complete transformation and combat tasks. My lord, I once again request you to list the Thunderbird as combat equipment. Any weapon equipment needs a test process. Only in this way can we collect enough parameters. It can't stay in the laboratory all the time. That would be of no use to the Empire. Useless. Calgar looked at the Thunderbird, and then at Regula, who looked expectant. After the reforms of the Imperial Regency, the Mechanicians gained more technology and research powers, but they were also deprived of most of their military power. The mechanical Skitarii was incorporated into the Empire's military management system and no longer accepts orders from the sages. This is why Regula needs to reach an agreement with Calgar to test the Thunderbirds on a large scale to collect data. Although he took control of the mechanical arc, his military action rights have been deprived. At this time, Vigilus is still half a month away. How many Thunderbirds can you take out before reaching Vigilus? Calgar looked at Regula and asked. 24 have been produced so far, and it is expected to produce another 48 before reaching Vigilus. Regula's mechanical arm slides the holographic screen, which shows the Thunderbird's production line. The mechanical arc has a large reserve of strategic materials, and can self-sufficiently produce most of the weapons and equipment of the Empire. Regula's quantitative production of Thunderbird is inevitable. He has full confidence in his own inventions and innovations. After receiving the latest material technology provided by the Regent of the Empire, he has 200% confidence. He modified the production line early on, allowing a large number of machine slaves and labor slaves to produce related accessories. At that time, as long as it is assembled, it can be put into use. I will assign some pilots to you, and there is still half a month left. I hope you can adapt them to Thunderbird fighter jets as soon as possible. If you can succeed, it will be of great significance to the Imperial Army. Calgar said to Regula, agreeing to the other party's proposal to test weapons on Vigilus. You will not be disappointed, my lord. Regula suppressed the excitement in his heart and said. Accompanied by the distortion of the void, streams of profane rays of light from the warp spewed out from the cracks. Battleships full of chaotic atmosphere poured out of it. These ships did not activate the Geller force field, which also caused their warships to be severely distorted. The surface of the hull is covered with densely packed bones and corpses, as well as various flesh and blood and strangely spreading shadows. This Chaos fleet is huge. The leader is the messenger of the apocalypse who was included in the must-kill list by the Imperial Navy. This is a ship with a huge eye on the prow. The eye turned in the void as the battleship moved. Full of extreme malice. Just looking at it makes people palpitate and tremble. I feel like my soul will be swallowed up. The owner of this ship is named Harkin the Star Capturer. It was he who issued the Vigilante Proclamation. Now, he has come to fulfill his promise. Harkin the Star Taker is chosen by the four gods and is the mouthpiece of Abaddon. Before Abaddon founded the Black Legion, he served the man who was dedicated to destroying the Imperium. Harkin's status in the Black Legion is not low, commanding a large-scale Chaos army, and conquering one world after another for Abaddon. He would often drive a spear into the surface of a planet to announce the death of the world. Before Abaddon's army arrives, Harkin will act as the vanguard, sow the seeds of chaos and fear in the enemy's position, weaken the enemy's defense, and destroy the opponent's command center and supply center. Harkin would often unleash massacres, breaking the will of those who resisted and enslaving those mortals as slaves to the Black Legion. How's the situation? Harkin sat on his own throne and asked in a low voice. Everything is going well, our fleet has assembled. The captain next to him responded to the master he served. Because of prolonged exposure to the warp, many members of the Black Legion have mutated. The captain of the apocalypse is no exception. His face has turned into wriggling pink flesh, his eyes have turned into yellow-brown snake pupils, his mouth protrudes, and when he opens his mouth, he can see the sharp fangs in it. All have to be torn apart. The fingers became slender, like flexible tentacles, and the bones of the body seemed to disappear, soft. Harkin nodded, looked at the enemies on the screen in front of him, and smiled. We have to work quickly, otherwise the War Master arrives and we haven't done it yet, but we will be punished. Don't worry, soon, their naval power is too weak to be a threat at all. Although they have been supplemented by warships from some battle groups, they are not a concept at all compared with our team. The captain tapped his finger tap on the screen to call up the defense map of Vigilance Void. Vigilus was not the front line of the battlefield before. For this reason, not too many defensive space stations were built, nor a complete void defense system. Kill them, dedicate this planet to the great Lord Abaddon, and let those who believe in the Corpse Emperor know that this is the era of Warlord Abaddon, and their stubborn resistance will only bring destruction to themselves. Star Reaver Harkin said firmly. Understood, my lord, this planet will soon become your trophy. The captain said loudly. The naval fleet of Vigilante cannot compare with the Chaos fleet in terms of size or firepower. If you want to win with military literacy, it will be very funny. Harkin and others are old antiques that have lived for a long time. The captain served Harkin during the first expedition. In terms of tactics, and in terms of age, the fleet loyal to the Corpse Emperor is just a kid without hair. Even if the cooperation between the Chaos fleet was not perfect, the captain of the Apocalypse quickly tore apart the Empire's navy and destroyed those defensive space stations that were unwilling to surrender. Soon, the outer orbit of Vigilante fell into the hands of Harkin the Star Taker. Their arrival encouraged the Chaos War Gang and various Chaos sects that were originally active on Vigilus. Harkin originally thought that this planet would surrender soon. Who would have thought that the Iron Hand came too fast, and the governor of the planet who was just about to kneel and surrender decisively persuaded him, and transformed into a loyal servant of the Emperor again. Afterwards, a large number of space fighters came to form a larger support team. The Chaos Warriors who had landed to intimidate the local dignitaries by force were suppressed, and were even wiped out for a time. Realizing that Harkin, who cannot use intimidation to make Vigilante surrender, can only do it himself. He didn't want to be treated like trash by Abaddon. If that's the case, life would really be worse than death. Abaddon would show no mercy to a waste. Start the airborne, it's time to let those guys know the consequences of disobedience to the great predator, let the whole world burn, and present a precious gift to the great and the great War Master. Harkin opened his arms, shouting at the roaring Black Legion fighters. The soldiers of the Black Legion all let out excited shouts. They walked towards the Hellclaw, and with the help of the members of the fallen Mechanikus, they entered the cabin and prepared to land on the ground. After reaching a certain distance, Apocalypse throws out a large number of Hellclaw drop pods. Drop pods fall on cities that have lost their shields due to warp storms. These places use shields powered by Chinook technology. The ether leakage caused by the warp storm has shaken the foundation of these shields. Paralyzed all these spiritual shields. Those airborne pods fell heavily on the ground like bolides, making a booming impact, causing dense cracks to appear on the ground. The city made a rumbling sound, and a large number of buildings collapsed under such a terrifying impact, turning into ruins amidst the smoke and screams. Under the terrified eyes of the citizens, the hatch of the Hellclaw was bounced open with a hiss of high-pressure gas. Warriors in heavy armor, adorned with spikes and skulls swarmed out of it. And those demons followed closely, following the host of the real universe to appear in the city. Seeing the traitors and those demons, the citizens screamed in horror, then turned around and fled into the distance. The soldiers of the Black Legion all showed cruel smiles. These stupid guys who are loyal to the corpse emperor should be completely cleaned up. Use countless deaths to let the entire empire know one thing. Now, it is the era of Abaddon. Those who follow the war commander live, and those who oppose the war commander die. Vigilus dares not accept the ultimatum of the marauder, that is to kill itself. So what if the Iron Hands and those warbands come to support? In front of the War Master, these battle groups are nothing but small trash that can be easily destroyed. 184. Undercurrent of Vigilante. The city is burning fiercely in the raging flames. The thick pipe made a crackling sound, followed by a violent explosion, and the flames and gravel flew together. The hive city building of the magnificent Gundam collapsed with a deafening sound, and a large amount of smoke and dust rolled in, drowning everything that could not escape. The hot flames flew along with the smoke, quickly covering the entire city in smoke. People fled in horror from the area where the traitors descended, to escape the brutal massacre. Thousands were killed by the impact of the Hell Talon drop pod. The huge impact shattered the bodies of those people and scattered them all over the ground. The ground defense array was activated in a hurry amidst the sound of the siren. Rows of weapons made the sound of rotating gears, the computer slave opened his mouth wide in pain, and the sound generator on the side made a harsh beeping sound. Driven by the program, they observe and calculate everything that happens in the sky. Output the results to the screen connected to the battery, and draw images detected in the sky for the gunners. The blessed artillery fire formed a dense firepower network, intertwined in the sky, and rushed towards the orange sky. A beam of powerful laser energy pierces the dim sky. The Star Grabber Harkin also ordered the fleet to launch an offensive, bombing the ground to cover more soldiers landing on the surface. More shells and lights fell on the unprotected city, destroying buildings and lighting up the entire city. The flames from the burning building lit up the entire sky. Bodies burn amidst the wreckage of crumbling buildings. The warplanes of the Empire started urgently, but they fell one after another under the encirclement and suppression of the forces of chaos, setting off big explosions that illuminated the sky and made the earth tremble again and again. The energy stacks and high-energy fuels used by many fighter jets explode with terrifying power, as if a large number of high-energy explosives were detonated at the same time. They are not only facing traitors, but also those demons who follow the traitors. Those weird inanimate creatures have unimaginable abilities, they can easily break through the steel protection and kill the driver inside. The fighter plane dragged its flaming tail, fell to the ground, and was shattered into countless fragments amidst rumbling explosions. Bombs falling from high altitudes hit the concrete ground, deep pits appeared on the thick urban roads, and deadly fragments flew around under the force of the impact. Many people were killed by the aftermath of the explosion, and some people were killed by the flying gravel during their panicked escape. The whole city was engulfed in flames and hopeless noise. The sky was stained red with blood and flames of war, and the smoke and shrill sirens enveloped the entire city. The violent fire could be seen clearly from several kilometers away. Give it all to the War Master. The airborne capsule that landed made a hasty sound, and the thick metal door was popped open with the hiss of air pressure. Kruger walked out of the cabin and let out a battle cry. He clenched the chainsaw sword in his hand, and twisted his hideous head with bony horns. See those terrified, panic-stricken mortals. The face that made mortals feel fear and anxiety when they saw it showed a piercing smile. His armor is full of battle marks, and every piece of ceramite armor is engraved with chaos runes. Breastplate adorned with the emblem of the Black Legion. Behind it is a cloak sewn from human skin and black needlework. With the immersion of time, the cloak has already turned brown. The skull hangs from the bony spur halo on his back. It doesn't look like a warrior, but more like a wild cannibal who came out of the wild world. Kruger's body exudes a breath of desire for war and blood. He couldn't wait to offer a precious sacrifice to the gods. Walked out right behind him, and the soldiers standing next to him were also soldiers belonging to the Black Legion. They were all clad in jagged, iron-colored armor decorated with bone spurs and skulls. These armors all have a strong Baroque style. These armors are ancient, some dating back to the Great Crusade. Some of them were fighters of the Black Legion, and even Space Marines during the Great Crusade. They participated in the Great Crusade, witnessed Horus becoming the War Master, and also witnessed the scene where the father and son drew their swords and the galaxy burned. Finally, they witnessed Horus being killed, escaped from the solar system, and hid in the Eye of Terror. Now, they're back again. Come here for revenge, also to overthrow the rule of the Corpse Emperor, and bring the glory of the gods to those stupid and ignorant people of the same kind. Minutes after landing, Kruger killed nearby civilians and soldiers. Dye their chain swords red with their blood. The death and despair of those wretches who follow the Corpse Emperor are the best sacrifices to the gods. Cry. Howl in despair. You idiots who only know ignorance and believe in the Corpse Emperor, cry in front of the messengers of the gods. No one can save you. Your end has come. Kruger felt an inexplicable sense of excitement every time he killed someone. Killing became instinctive, he was immersed in blood and fighting. Actually, he was not a traitor from the beginning. In the distant past, he was a space marine loyal to Terra and the Corpse Emperor, as well as a chapter champion. A representative of nobility and integrity in the galaxy. He and his companions fought battles, formed the defense line of the Empire with wool and weapons, and stopped those hateful enemies. Kruger at that time was so loyal that he was willing to sacrifice his life to defend the Imperium of Man. Until that incident, he and his chapter brothers were punished by the saints of the state church for trumped-up charges. They are going to enter the Eye of Terror for an expedition of redemption, and the time is 100 years. Kruger was shaken in the battle, witnessing one chapter after another brother to die meaninglessly for the stupidity of the state religion and the powerful. At that moment, he felt that his struggle was meaningless. What exactly is he maintaining? A corrupt empire built by a dead emperor? A group of rich and powerful political games? The so-called purity of a group of state religion lunatics? Kruger couldn't think of an answer, and he gave up the idea of continuing to fight for the corpse emperor. The corpse emperor doesn't care about their deaths. The empire never listens to the voices of the wronged. Corruption, injustice, greed, everywhere. Warp space is a hell. Empire is another hell. Why would he help one against another for supposed loyalty? No rewards, no badges, only suspicion. Is such an empire worth his service? Finally, Kruger killed the chapter master who still wanted to be loyal to the corpse emperor, and led the remaining brothers on the road to resist the tyranny of the empire. When he appeared from the Eye of Terror again, he was no longer the guardian of the empire, but the enemy of the empire. The strong shield of the past has turned into a sharp sword that pierces the heart of the empire, threatening to completely destroy this decaying empire. Bring the glory of the gods to those who are foolish. We return with vengeance, let the whole world burn. Kruger roared, and so did the other Chaos Warriors. Many Chaos Warriors scattered away, brandishing their weapons, completing the massacre quickly and efficiently. Followers of the Corpse King died screaming. Kruger prayed while killing, thanking the mighty power of Chaos for giving him such a chance to kill the enemy. Let the Corpse King die, the reign in his name is over. Human beings will surely become the dependents of the gods. Abaddon is on the verge of success. They will be victorious, and the rotting Corpse King's forces will be defeated. The sound of rumbling shelling sounded. A Chaos Warrior was blown up, and his body was blown into 2 pieces. Kruger looked in the direction of the gunfire. A reacted Imperial force arrives under cover of a chimera. They tried to build several firepower points to prevent the invasion of Chaos Warriors. A group of stupid mortals. Kruger made a sound, and then rushed over. Kruger's speed is very fast, and the laser guns of those soldiers hit him uselessly, almost like scraping. With the speed of his sprint, his chain sword pierced through the body of a weeping soldier. Separate the opponent's upper body and lower body at once. The remnant body was thrown away by him, and the dark red blood stained his armor full of the gifts of the gods. His strength and speed exceeded those soldiers' expectations. They were caught off guard, and in just a short while, 1/3 of the members were killed or injured. A man in the uniform of an Imperial officer yells at the soldiers to direct heavy fire and chimera muzzles on Kruger. Kruger fired a shot in his direction, and the explosive bomb instantly tore his body apart, and the minced meat and blood splashed on the other soldiers, causing them to scream in horror. 2 trembling soldiers raised a single-piece plasma cannon and launched an attack on Kruger. An incandescent light shot at Kruger, who was forced to roll aside, avoiding the plasma beam. Kruger got up and turned to charge at them. The chain sword in his hand cut their lives with just one blow, leaving their bodies scattered on the battlefield. He picked up the individual plasma cannon, quickly locked the Chimera personnel carrier with his combat talent, and then pulled the trigger. A few seconds later, the Chimera personnel carrier disappeared in a sea of orange flames, and many debris rained on the battlefield, and those soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Disgusting thing. A voice came from the smoke of the explosion. Jess, who was originally ordered to hunt down the Gene Stealer, stood on a gravel, looking down at Kruger who had just slaughtered a troop. Jess had already found the Gene Stealer's lair, and even slaughtered a group of believers. Even the patriarch of the Gene Stealers was defeated by his repeated attacks. He almost chopped off that disgusting bug's head. But with the arrival of the Black Legion, he had to give up the hunting mission and return to the surface to prevent the Black Legion from invading. You too. Kruger looked at each other with hatred in his eyes. A disgusting follower of the Corpse Emperor, I can smell decay from your body. Your body is filled with a disgusting chaotic atmosphere. You should hide in your lair, so that you can survive for a while. Coming here will only make you die quickly. Jace activated the scepter in his hand, and crackling arcs wrapped around the top of the staff. Behind him, other wild wolves also came out from the smoke, and the red light emitted by the helmet's eyepiece was particularly conspicuous. They fire up their weapons, ready to give these Black Legion fools some color, and lo and behold. Do you think Guilliman can change anything when he wakes up? The Empire is over. This was announced by the Great War Master Abaddon himself. Even if the Corpse Emperor rises from the Golden Throne, he can't save mankind. It must belong to the god's fate. Krokut swung the chainsaw sword in his hand, making a piercing sound in the air. The smile on his face became more ferocious. Looking at the space wolves was full of provocation. He has no fear of these sons of wolves. There is even an urge to tease each other. Your words are like bullshit. Jess's tone was very calm, and he looked at Kruger without hiding his contempt for him. A coward who is so weak that he surrenders to the gods, you have no right to talk about anything. Really? It's hard to say whether you are a coward or I am a coward. Kruger rushed up, stepping on the gravel with his heavy steel boots, roaring. Sacrifice of blood to the gods. Kruger roared like thunder while running. Blessings from the blood god flowed in his body. Let his whole body be full of strength. Jess also rushed up, go back to your subspace, traitor. The space wolves also followed him to meet the other fighters of the Black Legion, and the fight between the two sides became fierce in an instant. Both of them showed incomparably hateful gazes, and they would only stop when one side fell completely. Anger runs in each other's veins. Both sides are filled with the desire to kill each other. They were warriors who shared their allegiance to the Empire, and now they draw swords against each other. Jess jumped down from a high place, and the scepter in his hand was filled with Chinook power, and violent thunder burst out instantly, and Kruger, who was rushing up, was knocked into the air. Chinook lightning shredded everything around it, shattering columns and sculptures on the dilapidated walkway. The other wolves roared, waved their weapons, and slashed at the enemy. The fight between the two sides was so fierce, every blow was aimed at each other's greatest weakness. Kruger failed to block the Chinook attack, and the lightning strike did not kill him, but made him fly tens of meters. The heavy and huge body slammed into a thick round stone pillar, smashing it into two pieces. Then he landed on the broken concrete street, rolling over the rubble. The eye-catching warning sign flickered frantically inside his helmet. He didn't need these reminders, and he knew from the pain that the left ceramic steel shoulder armor and upper arm armor were damaged due to the impact. Damn it, you are stronger than before. Kruger got up and waved the falling stones away. You know it's too late, traitor, today is your end. Jess waved the scepter, jumped up suddenly, and struck Kruger's head with a blow, trying to kill him directly. Kruger blocked the opponent's chainsaw sword with the chainsaw sword. Jess pressed down on the scepter suddenly, and poured spiritual energy into the scepter again. Do you think you can defeat me who has been blessed by the gods? Kruger looked at the scepter emitting a strong light. He could feel the terrifying aura in it. Once activated, he would be attacked by the opponent's spiritual energy. He was smashed to pieces. He let out a roar, and violently pushed the opponent's attack away. Immediately raised the bolter blessed by the warp and aimed it at Jess's head. Go to hell. Before he finished speaking, Jess swung his scepter and hit Kruger's hand with the gun. The explosive bomb was changed direction, and the stone pile on the side exploded with a bang. He kicked again, knocking Kruger off balance. Aiming at the opponent's head, another Chinook impact was sent out. Despicable and evil traitors who have turned to darkness, do you really think you can win? Where did you come from for this stupid idea? Are you worthy of killing a wild wolf? Jess's movements were as swift as the wind, Kruger's reaction was a beat slower, and the shining psychic light could be seen through the eyepiece. In the next second, that ray of light overwhelmed him. The light faded, Kruger's head had disappeared, only the headless corpse exuding heat crashed down. The hunt is complete. Jess smiled, and the arc of the scepter in his hand gradually faded amid the crackling sound. As expected of a wild wolf, you have killed one of my capable subordinates. Now, I need to take your head as a memorial to him. Jess followed the voice, his face suddenly became serious. Another warrior of the Black Legion, holding a spear in his hand, stood on a high ground looking down at him. It was like a repeat of the scene just now. It's just that his position has been reversed. Star Capturer. Jess' tone became serious. He naturally knew the origin of this guy. The leader of the Chaos Traders, Abaddon's capable general, the Star Taker Hakan. Before, the threat Vigilante received was from him. Harkin asked the many dignitaries on Vigilus to surrender to Abaddon within a limited time limit, otherwise the entire Vigilus would be destroyed and every life would be wiped from Vigilus. I thought the younger generation would have forgotten my name. Star Capturer Hakan showed a mocking expression. Then he jumped down from a high place, and the spear in his hand emitted a light spear, full of evil and terrifying killing breath. The spear in his hand was made by the artisans of the Eye of Terror, and possesses strange powers. The dense runes on it represent that this spear has even been blessed by the gods. Once injured, the consequences would be disastrous. We never forget the traitor. Realizing that the battle was not over, Jess reactivated the scepter, bowed his body slightly, and assumed a posture of preparation for the battle. He looked at the enemy, his eyes slowly becoming serious. Harkin the Star Capturer is definitely a name that the Empire wants to kill quickly. This guy once set off a rebellion that threw hundreds of worlds into chaos. More than 10 billion people died in that chaos, and the Empire suffered huge losses. The Space Wolves once tried to hunt and kill each other, but in the end they lost a wolf master, half of Dalian, and finally allowed the other party to escape the sanctions of the Empire. For this reason, the Space Wolves have always remembered the man who brought them great shame, and vowed to make the other party pay the heaviest price. The two sides confronted each other, and the weapons in their hands were activated, ready to attack at any time. The warriors of the Black Legion pulled the triggers, and the bombs rained down on the Space Wolves like a hailstorm. The latter has rich experience in this, they took half a step back neatly, and adjusted their formation in a short while. The Space Wolf fighter with his shield up stood at the front, blocking the explosive bomb, and then accelerated to knock the enemies forward. Soon, the two broke out in a brutal close combat. By the time they parted a little, the rough concrete streets were already covered with blood. Many 10,000-year veterans of the Rebel Legion and soldiers who had completed the original casting upgrade fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Wild Wolf Priest rushed towards Star Capturer. The weapons of the two sides collided several times in an instant, sparks flew, the power fields were entangled with each other, and the fighting between the two sides quickly became fierce. Even after going through the original casting upgrade, Jess still felt the horror of the Star Grabber. As the #1 enemy of mankind, Abaddon's capable commander, the power of the Star Reaver is by no means comparable to that of ordinary Chaos Warriors. Every time the weapon collided, Jess felt a huge reaction force, making his jaw go numb. The strength of the opponent is not inferior to him who has been upgraded from the original casting. While fighting, the two sides tried to find a gap and launched a fatal blow. After Jace misses with one shot, Harkin the Star Reaver launches his own attack. The multi-barreled bolt gun embedded under the glove opened fire, and Jess was in the flames of the explosion. He was forced to back off. Suddenly, a stone slab under Jace's feet couldn't bear his strength. The floor robbed him of his balance while cracking. In a duel of interstellar warriors, a moment is enough to decide the outcome of a war. Harkin the Star Capturer was in front of him in an instant, and the two of them almost met each other's eyes. The spear in his hand thrust out decisively without the slightest hesitation. The spear was so sharp that it pierced Jess' chest in an instant. The scepter in Jess's hand fell to the ground, and the opponent picked him up with a spear. "Hearken!" the Star-Taker roared, announcing his victory to the wolves. The Black Legion let out a cry of excitement. The wild wolves fell into anger, and they forced their opponents back one after another, approaching the direction where the wolf priest was. The traitors of the Black Legion had high morale, and for a while, they couldn't break free and rescue Jess. "Haha, you will never be able to defeat the dependents of the gods, idiots." "Hearken!" the Star-Taker made a mocking sound. Jess was dying, and he felt an unprecedented humiliation. Guilliman's heart gave him an incomparably powerful vitality, allowing him to continue to maintain his life. Otherwise, the chaos rune on the spear would be enough to kill him. "You are too happy." A huge figure rushed out, he jumped on the gravel, and slashed at the Star Capturer with his sword. The sword is fierce and fast, and every move is powerful and heavy. Star Reaver was forced to leave Jess behind, and responded hastily. The space wolves who rushed over dragged the priest back to their camp. As long as he was still alive, he would be fine. The heart of Guilliman heals all wounds. Of course, this treatment takes time. They just need to buy enough time for Jace to ensure his recovery. "Does the servant of the Corpse King only play attacks now?" Star Reaver Haken roared angrily, waving the spear in his hand again and again, trying his best to block the opponent's attack, looking a little embarrassed. "Traitor." Gabriel was indifferent to Harken's words, but launched an attack wholeheartedly, forcing back and overthrowing. Then, he pointed with his hand. Several Omnics with red eyes flashing appeared on the stage. The multi-barrel bolt guns in their hands roared, and they fired a series of shots at the enemy, making it impossible for people to react. Harken was hit twice without paying attention, and the shoulder armor on his shoulder was broken. Many Iron Hand warriors appeared one after another. When they were chasing the orcs, they saw the Hellclaws airborne, and soon realized that chaos was coming. Gabriel made a decisive decision, immediately gave up the pursuit mission, and returned to the hive capital. When he arrived, he happened to see Jess being picked up with a spear. He immediately ordered the attack, fully supporting the space wolves. Seeing the soldiers of the Iron Hands approaching, Haken realized that there was no way to achieve any more results, so he could only look for opportunities to retreat. Gabriel did not pursue either, watching the soldiers of the Black Legion withdraw from the battlefield without the slightest disturbance. Now, the vigilante has not only left the Dark Eldar, orcs, and Zerg, but also ushered in the invasion of chaos. Chasing these chaos warriors hastily, Gabriel was afraid that he would neglect his defense and be taken advantage of by other forces. In that case, the loss would be too great. "Thank you, Gabriel, you have won the friendship of the wolf." Jess, who could barely stand up, said. "That is indeed a very important gift, and you have also gained the friendship of the Iron Hand, Jess." Gabriel didn't care much about saving Jess himself. The situation is getting worse and worse now. The chaos forces on the vigilante planet have been supported. They are the powerful officers under Abaddon the Marauder. Obviously, the traitor is bound to win this place. We must think of a way to fight them. Wild Wolf Priest remembered the life-saving grace this time in his heart, and changed the subject to talk about the Black Legion. The Empire has very detailed information on traitors. Today, the greatest enemy of chaos to the Empire is the Black Legion led by Abaddon. The former captain of the Son of Horus launched 12 consecutive expeditions to the Empire within 10,000 years. Every expedition, Abaddon ended in failure. 12 times in a row, Abaddon failed and was banished back to the Eye of Terror. Everyone believed that Abaddon was no longer a threat. However, knowing the fall of Kadayan, everyone realized that it was not lucky that this lunatic could become the company commander under the command of Horus in the past. But he is really capable. 12 expeditions failed, he achieved fit goals. The Empire won tactically, and he won strategically. When Kadayan fell and the Eye of Terror expanded, causing a large rift, people realized that the black stone obelisk above Kadayan could curb the expansion of the subspace. Abaddon destroyed a large number of obelisks in the world every time he went out. The Empire never noticed this, they simply thought that the other party wanted to subvert the Empire. It wasn't until the Kadayan fortress fell that he finally revealed his wolfish ambitions. The out-of-control Eye of Terror is like a river breaking its embankment, tearing apart the entire galaxy. Abaddon's layout over the past 10,000 years has dealt the most fatal blow to the Empire. The entire Empire was divided into two, and half of the Empire's territory lost contact with the Imperial Astrotorch and fell into absolute darkness. The human Empire is only one step away from the collapse of the overall order. Only a short distance away, Abaddon could hit Terra and fulfill what his Gene Father had always been able to do. Let the Corpse Emperor step down and end the rule of this tyrant. Hang all the damned dignitaries of Terra above their mansions. Retreat first, we need to ask for help again. Gabriel said, although many space fighters have already reached Vigilus, the situation is still not optimistic. We have lost low Earth orbit and lost shields and artillery. With the current with the firepower, we can't hold out for too long, and the enemy will easily penetrate the line of defense. Let him live for a while longer. Jess, the Wolf Priest, looked at the away Star Capturer with an unwilling expression. But he didn't let his impulse dominate him, the importance of Vigilante was far above his personal honor and disgrace. Their priority is to keep Vigilus, a strategic location leading to the dark side of the Empire. One day, you will kill him yourself. Gabriel said. Yes, the wolf never forgets his prey and enemies. Jace whispered. Let's go, return to the inner city first. Port Saints. The basic disc of the Lucian family, the governor of Vigilante, is here. The most magnificent tower in the city is the mansion belonging to Lucian 12. Are you going to break your promise? Lucian 12 asked angrily, looking at the mechanical sage in front of him. Proy. It is not written in the agreement that we must die for the Lucian family. Proy refuted Lucian 12's statement with a mechanical voice. You promised to become allies with the Lucian family, to watch and help each other, and never to abandon or give up on each other. Lucian 12 read out the content of the old agreement. Do you want villains who have no promises? If I give up on you, then I won't stand here, and I won't bring my Cathars to assist the defense of Saint Port City. I will just turn around and leave, guarding my foundry, and watching you be killed those alien devours. Proy was not to be outdone, and also accused Lucian 12. Proy seldom comes to Port Saints, and most of the time he spends his time in the northern city of Jubei. The northern continent is more desolate than this side. The long-term development and trauma of that continent has made it full of canyons, deep pits and dark holes. The underground environment there is intricate, and the situation is more critical than Port Saints. Port of Saints does not need to deal with the greenskins pouring in from the underground passage. Great North City has a large number of Omnics and Cathars fighting in the underground passages every day to prevent the orcs from invading. Under such circumstances, Proy still put aside the affairs of the Great North City, and chose to go to Saint Port to assist the defense of the planetary governor Lucian 12. Are derived from contracts signed in the past. In order to obtain legal mining rights, the original mechanic order promised that no matter what the circumstances, when they received the order of the planetary governor, they would go to Port Saints to assist them in fighting the enemy. For this reason, Jubei City sent the sage Proy and a part of the Cathars to help Saint Port and protect the planetary governor. Then stand firmly with the Lucian family. Lucian 12 said angrily, that damned regent of the empire wants to take away the power that I have passed down from generation to generation. What right does he have to do that? The Lucian family has inherited it for 4,000 years, accumulated from generation to generation, and now he wants to take all of them with one order, which is the biggest betrayal to us loyalists. Without the human empire of the Lucian family, what is the meaning of existence? A man full of betrayal and lies. He has been asleep for 10,000 years, and when he wakes up, he wants to take everything away lightly, and even pretends to save mankind. So brazen, so despicable. He is full of lies, he is a complete hypocrite, everything is a lie. The Lucian family has served the empire for 4,000 years, 4,000 years, we have sacrificed everything for the empire. Why is this the result now? It's so fair. Is it fair? According to calculations, the opponent's policy has significantly improved the strength of the human empire. It is very likely that the national power of the human empire will rise to several levels within 50 years. From a rational and logical standpoint, there is no mistake in the decision-making of the empire's regent. The mechanical sage looked at Lucian 12, who became hysterical after learning of Terra's accident. His mechanical face remained unchanged. The other party was now roaring about Guilliman's banning of hereditary nobles. In the eyes of Lucian 12, Guilliman is definitely a shameful traitor to the empire. Hereditary is the power that we are born with, and it is a manifestation of our blood being superior to others. Why should we make way for those mud legs? 185, Bloody Banquet. The mechanical sage Proy roared at Lucian 12 with a deadpan face, and his whole body didn't seem to have the slightest ups and downs. From the perspective of data, there is no difference between nobles and commoners. You are constructed from the same genetic sequence, and there is no difference or specialness between you. Your so-called glory and blood are at the level of the empire. If you think about it, it won't help much. The Lucian family is only recognized by Terra because of their ancestors. Now, Terra is subject to the imperial regent, and he has the right to make any adjustments. Don't try to resist the decision of the imperial regent. According to the existing data, the Lucian family has no chance of winning. Proy's mechanical voice was extremely calm without any emotional ups and downs. The Mechanicians always maintain rationality, and only in this way can they get the best results. My ancestors shed blood for the empire. They paid a lot to get where they are today. Lucian 12 said, the reason why I can sit here is because of the sacrifices made by my ancestors. The ancestors of those untouchables. What have you done? The fate of a person should be doomed from birth. If you want to blame, you should blame your ancestors for not shedding blood for the empire. Lucian 12 stood up, pacing back and forth, with a very excited tone. My family has accumulated for 4,000 years. How can those people achieve my achievements in a few decades? Is such a reform fair? It's completely unfair. The Lucian family will never compromise with such forces. We will defend our power. Tell me, sage, which side are you on? Will you support me? Lucian 12 sat on the throne and asked Proy's position. I suggest you put away that absurd idea. You don't know anything about the power of the Empire Regency. Whether it is military or political, he has an absolute advantage. If you fight against the Empire because of reforms, you will regret it. Yes. The Mechanics will never be involved in this matter. We are absolutely loyal to Terra and Mars, and any covenant is based on this consensus. Proy shook his head. He would not risk his future for this idiot. Judging from the various images flowing out of those military parades and indomitable expeditions, the troops in the hands of the Imperial Regent are enough to crush all opposition forces and beat all dissatisfied. It is really impossible to make the Imperial Regent make concessions. No noble who tried to resist could overcome him, and no one could challenge him. The former High Lord Council may be the only force that can slightly compete with the Imperial Regent. However, after the Beta Galman Galaxy, the aristocratic forces represented by the High Lords Council came to an end. In the end, he was uprooted by the Imperial Regency. Even Terra's bureaucracy has undergone a major overhaul. The whole of Terra became a single hall for the Regent of the Empire. Terra has the Forbidden Army, the Fist of the Empire, and Mars. So many forces eventually surrendered to the Regent of the Empire. What does Vigilante have? Vigilant has an egg. Rebelling against the Imperial Regency, you can't find all the dead bodies. The actions of the Lucian family will only bring disaster to themselves. Proy had to be mentally twitched to join the opponent's camp. Lucian XII, who ascended to the position of planetary governor only by virtue of hereditary aristocratic privileges, needs military ability without military ability, and political ability without political ability. What would he use to fight a war-torn Primarch who also created the High Lord Council system? With his pig brain? Or with his 300 gin-fat pig size? The planetary governor who has been pampered since he was a child and has never been on a battlefield is completely unaware of the power of the Empire's regent. In the face of absolute power, the so-called politics is a ridiculous toy. One punch down, nothing left. Not to mention the governor of a small planet, even a star region or some warlords dare not violate the order of the regent of the Empire. Proy didn't want the rest of his life to be delayed by this idiot. Standing in the same camp as the opponent is undoubtedly a dead end. You once signed an alliance agreement with the Lucian family. According to the content of the agreement, you must protect us. Lucian XII said. You also know that it's called the alliance agreement, not the death agreement. Proy firmly refused the other party's request. I'm sorry that we can't do it with the Lucian family in violation of the Primarch's reform order, and even armed confrontation. It is a felony against the Empire. We are loyal to the Empire, and Guilliman is the one who betrayed the Empire. Lucian XII loudly refuted Proy's statement. This is your opinion. The important thing is the ruling of Terra and Mars. Proy said, once Terra and Mars decide that it is treason, it is treason. Absurd, the Primarch has already controlled Mars and Terra, what he said is not what he meant, do you think he will consider himself a traitor? Lucian XII said mockingly, he will only label himself as a human being. In the Rescuer, he is nothing more than a shameless thief, who stole power that does not belong to him, and wants to steal other people's. The era of the Primarch has passed, isn't it funny that he still dares to call himself the Regent of the Empire? The High Lords are the legal supreme rulers of the Empire, and he is just a thief. He has been approved by the Emperor, Proy said. Lucian XII was even more disdainful, his fat face trembling, as if he was amused by Proy's words. The Emperor hasn't spoken for 10,000 years, who knows what he said is true or not? Maybe, the Emperor didn't say anything, it was purely made up by him. This is blasphemy. Proy's tone became cold. Omniscia personally recognized the rule of the Primarch. I don't want to argue with you. You are too old-fashioned. There are many liars in this world, Proy. Liars of power abound. I have seen someone holding a High Lord's Council signature and becoming the governor of a planet. He worked for 100 years, until someone went to Terra to check his family history, but found that there was no note at all. After investigation, he found that he only got the signatures of the High Lords on a piece of white paper, and the letter of appointment was his written later. There was a mocking expression on Lucian XII's fat face. What do you think of this matter? A blank piece of paper has ruled a planet for 100 years. If someone uses the Emperor's fox to pretend to be a tiger, who will be able to expose him at that time? Woolen cloth. You are just guessing. Proy said, from the data analysis, the situation you mentioned does have a high probability of success in the Empire with slow communication. But in Terra, the possibility of success of this strategy is almost zero. I can't convince you, Proy. Now I only ask to fulfill the original alliance agreement and stand firmly on the side of the Lucian family. Lucian XII does not intend to continue to discuss with Proy whether the Primarch is authorized by the Emperor. Too much time wasted. He just wants to get the other side's position now. The alliance agreement is established on the basis of not violating Terra and Mars. Once you oppose the reform of the Imperial Regency, you are standing on the opposite side of Terra. In such a situation, the alliance agreement will not take effect. The Mechanic Order has the right to refuse to fulfill it. Protect your promise, we don't want to die for it. Are you going to break your promise? Lucian XII said angrily. This is for the benefit of the Mechanic Order. It is impossible for us to fight against the Regent of the Empire with you. To be honest, no one with a brain would do that. Proy shook his mechanical head and persuaded Lucian XII. He controls politics, the military, and technology. What do you control? I won't compromise. Since you don't want to stand on my side, then get thee out of Port Saints. I don't need white-eyed wolves like you as an ally against the orcs and the Dark Eldar. You are useless. Lucian XII said loudly, go away, and don't appear in front of me again. Without my maintenance, your defense system will never be used. Proy looked at Lucian XII and explained their importance to him. Without them, who else has the technology to repair the Empire's shield generator? Actually, the mechanical sage Proy is somewhat unreasonable about Lucian XII's brain circuit. In this reform, to be honest, those hereditary nobles who obeyed only lost their titles, and a lot of wealth was preserved, allowing them to live a decent retirement life. What the Mechanics lost was the monopoly of technology and military power, etc. After all, the loss was far greater than that of the nobles. But the mechanical sage Proy had no intention of resisting. In the long run, Guilliman's reforms will ultimately benefit everyone, and so will the Mechanicum. The cake of the Empire will get bigger and bigger, and eventually everyone will be able to share it. However, what Lucian XII thought about was his own little power, thinking that he could enjoy more by sitting on the merits of his ancestors. Think that the distribution system should be distributed according to the previous method. The hereditary loyalists deserve more. After being taken away by Guilliman and distributed to other people, he became angry with embarrassment, wishing to overthrow the Primarch and step down immediately. I don't care, not everyone is as stupid as you, who can't see the essence of Guilliman. He is just a dictator, a tyrant, a hypocrite who is eager to cast his own crown with blood. Lucian XII she waved his hand, I have help from the Knight family, and those mechanical priests who see the evil nature of the Primarch to help me. They will help us defend. I can't trust you anymore, Proy, you want to betray. I also want to tear up the alliance agreement. Proy's eyes showed a trace of surprise, he looked at Lucian XII, and shook his head, you have been fascinated by power, and one day, you will pay the price for it. I'm just defending my private property. Lucian XII said in a low voice while sitting on the throne, if a robber wants to take your things, shouldn't he stand up and resist? Why should I humbly accept such a thing? Despicable and shameless robbery. If resisting bandits is wrong, then what else is right in this world? When Proy, the mechanical sage, heard these words, he knew that there was no need for the two sides to talk anymore. The two parties have been unable to reach a consensus. Proy hopes that Lucian XII can talk about the next thing while being loyal to the Empire. Lucian XII hoped that the Mechanikus could communicate about the next things while being loyal to the interests of the Lucian family. The two cannot reach a consensus at all. It would be a waste of time to talk any further. He turned and walked out, the heavy mechanical body pressed against the thick stone floor, making a dull sound. A few days later, some members of the Adeptus Mechanicus headed by Proy announced that they would withdraw from the Great North City. Proy didn't want to participate in such a mortal matter. The Imperial Regency is bound to win the reform, even if it is a massacre. So far, how many dignitaries have been killed, and how many have been sent to punishment camps? The Foundry Generals of Mars all paid the price. Reform is already a general trend, and anyone who tries to stop it will be doing nothing but a mantis. Lucian XII was not moved by the news that Proy announced his return to Jubei City. He stood on the balcony of his mansion, watching the members of the Adeptus Mechanicus headed by Proy leave in vehicles. Since the Empire is aggressive, why should he continue to be loyal to this decaying human empire? He must rise up and resist, only in this way can he fight for his own power and fight for power for the world. The autocratic system of the Empire must be abolished, and a democratic system like the High Lords Council must be restored. You made a very wise decision. The Empire has long been decayed, and allegiance to the gods is the most correct thing. A voice came from the room behind him. The other party's body is covered with prayers, and it looks like a devout believer. But if you observe carefully, you will find that these prayers do not belong to the Emperor's prayers. Rather, it belongs to the prayers of the Chaos Gods. Obviously, this is a Chaos cultist. After talking with Proy, Lucian XII also gave up completely. He no longer has illusions about the Adeptus Mechanicus. If he wants to maintain his power, he has to fight for it himself. After Hakan the Starbreaker issued a declaration to the Vigilante, Lucian XII's heart was shaken for a while. After all, the Empire is in chaos, so joining chaos is also a good choice. Anyway, no matter whether it is the rule of the Empire or the rule of the gods, the Lucian family will firmly occupy the position of the ruler and become their loyal servants. Had it not been for the arrival of Brother Astartes from the Iron Hands and Brass Claws, he might have taken his oath of allegiance to chaos long ago. Originally, he still had illusions about the Empire, but when news of what the awakened Guilliman did on Terra reached Vigilus, he once thought it was just a rumor. In the history books, how could the extremely deified Primarch make such an anti-intellectual decision? Abolishing the High Lords Council and adopting a dictatorship, this is turning back the wheel of history. The human democratic system is hard won. It was shaped by the Emperor and strengthened by Guilliman to form the High Lord system. Such a system allowed the Empire to last for 10,000 years, and it also showed the world the superiority of this system from the side. Now, Guilliman wants to abolish these, and take away the wealth and power of these loyalists who have worked hard to serve the Empire. How unfair. Such a reform is a joke. The fault for this is the Empire, it is Terra, it is the resurgent Primarch. It was the self-righteous Primarch who forced the Lucian family to embark on the road of allegiance to the gods. I am tired of the dictatorship of the Empire. What Guilliman has done disgusts me. Lucian XII said, from now on I will serve the gods. Before that, I need to confirm one thing, War Master, will you really hand over this planet to the Lucian family to rule as before? Yes, I promise. The believer said firmly, the great marauder never breaks his promise. Okay, the transaction is established, what do you need me to do for you? Lucian XII said. It's very simple. The believer took out a data chip and inserted it into the playback device on the side. The task of the War Master is to let you build such a black stone magic crown and place it at the designated node. Can you do this? The faster the better. Once Guilliman's capable son Calgar arrives, you are likely to will lose power, and then everything will come to naught. I understand that before the new batch of support from the Empire arrives, I will complete your task. Lucian XII said firmly, don't forget your promise, otherwise, I will not let you go. Understood, Lord Governor. The believer said, as long as the Lord puts the black stone demon crown in the designated position and assists the great looter to complete the goal of conquering the Empire, he will not treat you badly. That's the best. Lucian XII said, what is the use of these black stone magic crowns? Can they help the big predator win? Of course it has magical effects, but we can't say it yet. But as long as you place the Black Stone Demon Crown in the designated position, the Great Marauder will be able to complete his mission and swallow half of the Empire, and the Vigilante will also become his hand, and House Lucian will continue to rule the planet for the Marauders. Seeing that he couldn't ask anything, Lucian 12 didn't ask any more questions. You wait for the good news, I will personally supervise the task of the Blackstone Demon Crown. The Great Reaver awaits your good news. After speaking, the Believer turned and left. Lucian 12 looked at Proy's vehicle, showing a hint of killing intent. He couldn't let the mechanical sage go. If you don't want to fight against the Empire with him, then be the first to die. He opened the COMM and gave the order to move. Let the colleagues who followed Horus against the Empire in the past teach these stupid mechanicists a lesson. After conveying the order, Lucian 12 showed a meaningful smile as he watched the Believer leave. He is not loyal to the Empire, nor to Chaos, and only fights for the interests of the Lucian family. This is a rare opportunity. If it is used skillfully, perhaps the Lucian family will completely get rid of the control of the Empire and become a free force. The Vengeful Spirit. Abaddon sat on the throne that once belonged to Horus, looking at the leaders of the word-bearers below. The magic sword Drachanion was placed next to Abaddon's throne, and it was still unsheathed at this time, appearing very silent. But no one will underestimate this magic sword. Even if you are suppressed by the scabbard, you can still feel the thirst for blood. Is always eager to hunt, and wants to completely tear the entire empire apart. He was weighing what killing these word-bearers would bring. As Horus' former confidant, Abaddon hated the word-bearers to the extreme. If now, the two Lorgar and Erebus appeared in front of him. He swore he would chop the two brutes down to $120. Even though Abaddon has become a war master, he possesses the power of the blessings of the four gods. But he is still brooding about the past. The ending of Horus caused him to collapse for a while, and he wandered around the Eye of Terror for a long time before regaining his strength. The culprits of all these tragedies are Lorgar and Erebus. Erebus has done a lot of things secretly. He stole the blade, the old enemy of human civilization in Inters, which led to the breakdown of the negotiations between the two parties, and they were forced to face each other. On the planet Devon, Erebus handed the blade of his old enemy to the traitor Tomba and let him stab Horus. At the time, most of the sons of Horus knew nothing of the warp. Still stubbornly believe in the Emperor's truth. Horus, who was severely injured by the evil power of the subspace, could not be healed by conventional means. Everyone could only watch him lose his vitality little by little, and slowly walk towards death. At this time, Erebus hypocritically coaxed the members of the Council of Four Kings to send the incurable Horus to the Temple of Association. Even though Abaddon had surrendered to the gods, every time he thought about it, he still suffered unceasingly. He personally pushed his genetic father into the abyss. Horus used to be so perfect, humorous, confident, full of faith and hope. He would often talk about his relationship with the Emperor, vowing to fulfill his father's dream. After entering the Temple of Association, Horus was confused by the warp. The gods tempted him on a road of no return. Under the control of the evil power of the subspace, Horus is only the carrier of power, a tool used by the gods to fight against the Emperor. Abaddon will never forget Horus at the Siege of Terra. The old powerful, intelligent, and able to easily tease the enemy's war master has become a paralyzed person who can't speak clearly and doesn't even have the ability to take care of himself. Sitting on the throne, with glazed eyes and drooling mouth, he looks like an imbecile. The image contrast between the two is so great. At one point made Abaddon weep. Thinking of those, Abaddon could hardly suppress the anger in his heart. As long as the Empire falls, and the Emperor sitting on the golden throne dies, Abaddon swears that Lorgar and the missing Erebus will be next. Abaddon would not be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart if he didn't cramp these two people and torture them every day. It's just now, not the time to tear your face apart. At this stage, he still needs the help of the word-bearers. Only in this way can he win the Vigilante Star. Complete his final cause. Once the Nockmond corridor falls, the blow to the Empire will definitely be the most terrifying. This corridor is the only way Terra leads to the dark side of the Empire, once it is interrupted. The Empire is really only half left. At that time, no matter how capable Guilliman is, he will be helpless. The Empire doesn't know much about why Vigilante can form a stable space-time structure. They don't know anything about Blackstone. Abaddon didn't know much about the Black Stone, but the knowledge he had was enough for him to understand the use of the Black Stone. The Nockmond corridor is mainly maintained by Black Stones. The Red Earth Star on the south side of the corridor and the Vigilant Star on the north side of the corridor both have large-scale Blackstone deposits. Under the layers of these two worlds, there are many Blackstone drainage needles buried. On the two planets, the spikes of unnatural Blackstone structures are pointing in the direction of each other. These spikes echo each other, and the anti-subspace field is maintained in the middle. Thus, the singularity in the chaotic catastrophe of the Nockmond corridor was created. The ordinary Blackstone deposits in these two places have enhanced the scale of the anti-subspace field, allowing the corridor to have the width of a star system, maintaining the road to the dark side of the Empire. Abaddon's thinking is very clear, his only strategic goal is to close the Nockmond corridor. To do this, he didn't need to completely wipe out the Imperial defenses on Vigilus. The condition for his victory is only that the big rift closes, allowing it to completely run through the galaxy, forming an impenetrable isolation zone. Destruction of Vigilus is just a gimmick, like the previous expeditions. Destroying the Empire is just a gimmick to fool people. To fool the enemy and your own people, it doesn't matter if you achieve it or not, it's just a name that looks tall. The most important thing in a series of actions is to achieve your own strategic goals. Abaddon's 12 expeditions, the real goal of each was to destroy the black stone obelisks scattered throughout the galaxy, deepening the contradictions between the various forces of the Empire. As a veteran who participated in the siege of Terra in the past and personally went into battle, Abaddon is well aware of the difficulty of destroying the human empire. For this reason, he has no idea of defeating the empire once. Instead, consider it a grand goal that will take countless years to complete. When the empire cheered again and again for smashing Abaddon's conspiracy, they didn't know that they were stepping into Abaddon's trap step by step. Under his plan, the fall of Kadain is inevitable. The inefficiency and short-sightedness of mortals are their biggest drawbacks. Abaddon failed 12 times, and every time he fled in embarrassment under the propaganda of the empire. The High Lords of Terra fooled themselves, believing that Abaddon would definitely fail for the 13th time. The soldiers of the empire will inevitably defeat Abaddon again under various difficult conditions. For this reason, they didn't care about Kadain's affairs, and immersed themselves in Terra to intrigue and play the game of power. Weakness is not the main cause of failure, arrogance is. The word-bearers in front of them also have a lot of status, they are the leaders of their respective warbands. Brought him a special device that is the Black Stone Demon Crown. This evil magic weapon soaked in the power of chaos can easily tear apart reality. Once placed in the right place, it can reverse the polarity of the entire Vigilus Blackstone formation, turning the world into a focus of chaotic energy and closing off the corridor. These 9 word-bearers lords are collectively known as the Triad. They will be responsible for the war on the ley line nodes on the Vigilance Star, use the slave army to install the dangerous Blackstone magic crown, and hold rituals to summon the demon allies of the subspace. Is there any problem with your plan? Abaddon suppressed the killing intent in his heart and asked the word-bearers in front of him. My lord, everything is ready. The local governor, the Lucian family, has surrendered to us. He promised to set up the Blackstone demon crown for us. As long as the timing is right, the sacrificial ceremony can be started. A leader of the word-bearers said. Very well, I don't want any mistakes, otherwise you know what the consequences will be. Abaddon's casual words made the leaders of the 9 word-bearers tremble. Being able to become a man blessed by the 4 gods at the same time, Abaddon is not a kind person. His brutality is as good as his ability to rule. Those who try to disobey him often end badly. Nothing will go wrong, War Master. I hope so. Surrounding buildings are burning. The crackling sound traveled through the air into Jace's head. His injuries have been healed with the help of Guilliman's heart. This extra organ is so powerful, as long as it is not dead, it can be restored again and again. Some secret, unofficially confirmed gossip is circulating in the army. It is said that the potential of Guilliman's heart is endless, and it can develop another form and gain demigod-level power. Jess also heard some sounds when he was pierced through the abdomen by Harkin the Star Taker. But the situation at that time made him realize that it was very bad, so he didn't listen to it. It made him wonder if he was hallucinating. Maybe I am not ready yet, the path of demigod is not so easy to walk. Please, let me go. Don't kill me, I didn't mean to. Desperate cries for mercy sounded on the battlefield. Another wave of enemies is knocked back. They dropped a large number of corpses and withdrew from the range of artillery fire. Some chaos cultists who hadn't had time to escape cried bitterly under the threat of death, hoping to be forgiven. They really don't want to die. But the loyal soldiers of the Empire showed no mercy. They raised their weapons and shot those who failed to escape. The corpses of those traitors were piled up like mountains and burned by huge flamethrowers. The billowing smoke could be seen clearly for hundreds of miles. Carry the wounded down. Jess gave an order to the mortals on the ground, check your weapons and equipment, and prepare for the next battle. The confirmation sound echoed through Jace's communicator. After confirming that there were no omissions, Jess walked to the front of the position and watched the enemies in the distance. Chaos forces are regrouping. Star Reaver Harkin is also inside, if not for the sake of the overall situation, Jess wanted to charge just now. Wolves never forget their enemies. He swore to let Harkin the Star Reaver die in this war. If it was possible, I would kill the opponent with my own hands to avenge the past. The roar of fighter planes came from the sky, and the Thunderhawk cannon fired continuously, bombarding the demon engine, fighting with those monsters in the sky. Phantoms danced in the atmosphere, and countless aircraft meleeed together, drawing bright nameless constellations in the sky with their respective weapons. The cement floor on the ground is already broken, and there are traces of battle everywhere. Many buildings collapsed, and some incomplete charred buildings stood standing. The cries of the wounded and the sound of gunfire mixed in the air, becoming a noise in the ears of others. The battle in the void continues. From time to time, there will be imperial ships jumping out of the subspace, and they all come from all directions to support Vigilus. It's a pity that the strength of the fleet of Harkin the Starbreaker cannot be underestimated. It is difficult for them to break through the opponent's firepower and support the ground. In the battle on the ground, the attack of Hakin the Star Capturer became stronger and stronger, and Jess felt the obvious pressure. If this continues, they will inevitably fail. Jess suppressed the thoughts in his heart. He walked up to a sacrificed wild wolf warrior, knelt down on one knee, prayed for him, and then recovered the opponent's gene seed. These gene seeds are precious blood inheritance. Every wolf warrior has the obligation to recover the gene seeds of the war dead to prevent them from falling into the hands of the enemy. Jess. Gabriel's voice sounded. After finishing his prayer, Jess stood up and looked at Gabriel. What happened? It's worth coming to me yourself. There are indeed some things. Gabriel walked to Jess's side. After the internal discussions of the Iron Hand, we have a new plan. I have to come and tell you in person, otherwise I am afraid that you will reject it because of honor this plan. What kind of plan? Jess stared at Gabriel, his voice was low. Our sacrifice is too great. If we continue, I'm afraid we will shed all the blood because of this long line of defense. I decided to withdraw to the city of Port Saints. It can no longer be defended here. Gabriel said, the Saints Port City has sufficient and complete defense measures, and the supplies are more abundant. It is very beneficial to defend there. What should ordinary people do? Jace asked. We can't leave them alone and let them fall into the hands of chaos. Do you think I will let those innocent people die? Don't worry, I have arranged for the evacuation, and the evacuation is expected to be completed within 3 days. At that time, we will evacuate to Saint Port City. Gabriel shrugged, indicating that he had everything in order. You are the node that I am most worried about. I know you have a grudge against that guy, but now is not the time to be arrogant. Jess nodded, I understand, I will let them evacuate. After finishing speaking, he looked at the Chaos Army in the distance and suppressed the anger in his heart. He understands that this is not a good time for revenge. For the sake of the overall situation, it is more important to guard the Vigilant Star than to defend one's dignity. Port Saints. Luxurious reception hall. A banquet that makes the gods laugh wildly is being staged. This is betrayal. A knight uttered a desperate cry, and then died of exhaustion. Behind him, 2 colleagues pulled out the sharp blades from the knight's body. The bright red blood flowed down the sharp blade and dripped on the red carpet. Brothers and comrades in arms in the past are now facing each other with swords drawn, life and death. At the banquet, it was scarlet, and there were screams everywhere. Some people were crying, some were questioning, some were trying to escape, and there was chaos. Sitting on the main seat, Lucian 12 sat firmly in his seat, swaying the red wine in the goblet, showing a faint smile on everything that happened in front of him. It is the Emperor's business to favor fools who are loyal to Terra and the Imperial Regents. All he has to do now is send those fools to the Emperor. This is a reception to cleanse dissidents. Those ignorant knights and officers were invited by Lucian 12 to participate in this grand reception. Clean up all dissidents who are unwilling to obey him. Let them know that the vigilante is the vigilante of the Lucian family, and the regent of the Empire cannot reach here, nor can it protect those idiots. Those who were unwilling to stand on the same front as the Lucian family were all killed at the reception. The bright red blood flowed on the red carpet, making it more vivid. The crystal chandeliers on the heights were also stained by the splashed blood, turning them into evil spirits. Why? An officer wearing the uniform of the Mordian Iron Guard was shot several times and grabbed Lucian 12's ankle with his last breath. His voice is full of pain and disbelief. Did not die on the battlefield, but died at the hands of his own people. More importantly, the Mordian Iron Guards are not the garrison regiment of Vigilus, they are here to support. They traveled long distances, jumped in the terrifying warp space storm, came from the other side of the galaxy to support Vigilus, and paid a heavy sacrifice on the way. When he reached Vigilus, he died not at the hands of the enemies of the Empire, but at the hands of his own people. How ironic. What a mockery. Because you are all traitors. Lucian 12 broke away from the opponent's hand slightly, you supported a tyrant, so you should die. Your loyalty to the Empire is no longer pious and pure, but for a liar who stole power and fighting, I just performed my duty and cleaned you up. Traitor, said the officer with the last of his strength. No, Guilliman is the traitor. If it weren't for him, I would still be a servant loyal to the Empire. The fault is not me, but the Empire, and that self-righteous idiot. When Lucian 12 heard the other party say that he was a traitor, he couldn't help getting excited and roaring loudly. When he put away his anger, he found that the other party had already died of anger. Lucian 12 kicked the opponent's hand away in disgust. At this time, the slaughter at the banquet had come to an end, and the dead soldiers who were absolutely loyal to the Lucian family took control of the audience immediately, and the officers and knights who attended the banquet were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. A wonderful banquet. Lucian 12 looked at the mess at the banquet, and his smile became brighter. It should be like this, it should be like this. At this time, a servant hurried in and whispered something in Lucian 12's ear. Lucian 12's smile froze on his face. Then roared like an angry lion, sweeping all the food on the table in front of him to the ground. Those damned dark mechanics, bragging about how powerful they are, they can't kill a single person now, waste, top-level waste. Just as it calmed down, a woman in a satin robe ran in a panic. My lord, it's not good. The space fighters gave up other hive capitals and chose to withdraw to Saint Port City. Several groups of refugees have already been sent over. As soon as these words came out, the blood-stained people at the banquet fell silent, and everyone looked at Lucian 12 on the throne. Space Marines are coming, what they have done can't be hidden. Once discovered, none of them can escape. Abandoned the fronts of other hive capitals? And withdrew to Saint Port City. Lucian 12 did not panic at all, but showed a strange smile. 186, Abaddon the Invincible. I was worried that I couldn't find a suitable application form, so these idiots came here. If you are really sleepy, you can give me a pillow. Lucian 12's face became hideous. He has already thought of how to deal with those space fighters who came to Vigilus for support. Surrender to the Great Marauder also needs to cast a certificate to prove his loyalty. Since they are here, let them stay together. The corners of Lucian 12's mouth rose, revealing a cruel smile. Just like watching the loyalists who were slaughtered at the banquet just now. Come out, it's time, let your masters show their strength. Lucian 12 shouted at a shadow. The believer who had talked with him before came out. My lord, this is not the best time yet. There is no best time. Lucian 12 shook his head and said, now is the best time. Those idiots withdrew from the defense line and wanted to get supplies in Saint Port City. But they came to the wrong place, they are not welcome here, they don't like them either, and together we can make Port Saints their burial place. I need your help to send a big gift to those stupid followers of the Corpse Emperor, let them know that the Lucian family is not a plaything they let them fiddle with. If you want to take away the things of the Lucian family, the price the Empire needs to pay is not so. Use their deaths to tell that reforming fool on Terra that what he's doing is only making the Empire worse. Once elites like us turn to the Marauder, it will be a loss for the Empire. As the saying goes, the people who win the hearts of the people win the world. Now, Guilliman is really digging his own grave. One day, the Marauder will enter Terra and cut down he and the Corpse Emperor's head, announce the arrival of a new era. The believers became more respectful when they heard Lucian 12's eloquent speeches. They bowed slightly and asked in a low voice. My lord, do you have any plans? Come here, I'll tell you. Lucian 12 said with a smile. The believer walked up to the governor of the planet who had turned his back on the Corpse Emperor, and the other party whispered his overall plan. Soon, the believer also smiled. But he still has some hesitation. Is it really possible to do this? I am worried that something will go wrong. If something goes wrong, it will affect the next plan. No, I have already ordered someone to install the Blackstone Demon Crown, and this matter will not be delayed. If you follow my plan, the Marauder will be able to take down the Vigilante before the rest of the Empire's support arrives. Planet Governor Lucian 12 explained. The plan is indeed perfect. If you can hit the followers of the Corpse Emperor hard, you will definitely be able to please the big predator. My lord, you can also get the favor of the gods, and maybe you can even get a blessing. Believers said. Then do as I say. Lucian 12 said, let this world become the foundation of the great Marauder's great cause and the burial place of those followers of the Corpse King. A perfect plan. Star Reaver Hakan couldn't help laughing when he heard the news from Saint Port City. He stepped up to a burning building and looked across the lines of Imperial loyalists in the distance. If you force a breakthrough, the price you will pay is unimaginable. The Space Wolves and the Iron Hands are both chapters with a long heritage, and their combat skills and combat plans are impeccable. Even if they retreat, they are very orderly, taking care of both ends, so they can't take advantage of it. If Lucian 12's plan succeeds, Iron Hands and the Space Wolves will pay an extremely heavy price. Strengthen the offensive, and let the Iron Warriors go to work, let them assist us in harassing those guys' flanks, and let them bleed dry during the long retreat. Star Capturer, Harkin said to an ordinary servant next to him. His tone was very bad. The servant was so frightened that he was trembling all over, not daring to make any overstepping movements, for fear of offending the moody master. When Hakan told him to roll, the servant turned around and ran towards his target. Seeing that the other party was terrified and trembling to convey his order, Mind Flayer Hakan smiled again. It's always such a joy to fool these idiots. He turned to look at the distant battlefield, the spear in his hand was trembling slightly, and the demons living inside were eager to drink blood. Soon, very soon. Harkin comforted his weapon, soon, you will be full of the blood of the loyalists of the Empire, and let them know how stupidly they were wrong. Jay stared at the darkness in the distance through the armored glass of the super heavy tank. The rocks and mountains are hidden in the darkness, and even superhuman vision can only see looming outlines. In order to preserve their vitality, they could only abandon those useless positions and choose to retreat to Saint Port City. There are more materials and more complete artillery defense there. They can last longer with those gear and enemies. As long as they wait for the support of the Primarch or some indomitable crusade fleet, their plight will be very easy. It is impossible for the traitors to fight against the Expeditionary Legion formed by the Regent of the Empire. The technological equipment and combat power of the Expeditionary Fleet are far superior to those of the Chaos Traitors. At that time, those traitors will find themselves not only gaining nothing by invading Vigilus, but also paying a heavy price. After staying in the cabin for a while, Jess climbed out of the tank again. He stood on the armor of the tank, staring into the darkness in the distance. The wilderness is so open, it makes people feel very small. Even if he were a Primaris Space Marine standing on top of a super heavy tank, he would be tiny. Humans are just a tiny creature. Some ideas belonging to philosophers emerged in Jess' mind. Sometimes, he will also be confused about the meaning of human birth. Perhaps, the birth of human beings is meaningless. The strong and powerful body stands on top of the high-speed maneuvering tank, like an iron sculpture, motionless in the strong wind. Many civilians need to be evacuated, and Jace escorts them with an army of mortals. If it was in the past, this kind of thing would be unimaginable. No military commander will let his elite troops protect civilians who are of little value. In the various military guidance books issued by the Imperial Military Affairs Department, the situation about the retreat of civilians is clearly written. Civilians who are no longer working are worthless. They are numbers that can be consumed and sacrificed. It wasn't until Guilliman came to power that this situation changed. He asked not to give up those civilians unless it was a last resort. Unless the situation is at the end of the mountain and the civilians have to be consumed, they can go beyond the laws of the Empire to make a decision. Jess has a lot of opinions on this. Protecting those weak civilians will only bring more risks and crises to these fighters. He couldn't imagine why the Imperial Regent would issue such an order. After thinking for a long time, he didn't get an answer. He can only regard it as the vision of the Imperial Regent or a part of a grand strategy. Jay stared into the darkness, he wanted to sit down and rest for a while. Suddenly, a thought flowed through his body like an electric current, causing him to jump up abruptly, looking vigilantly at a certain direction in the darkness. My ears moved slightly, and I heard some sounds that shouldn't be there. Enemy attack! Jess shouted with all his strength. The mortal soldiers looked blank. They looked at the radar screen and the auspicious instrument, but there was nothing on it. Where did the enemy come from? An officer climbed out of the tank, and he waved to Jess. Just as he was about to ask where the enemy was, there was a whistling sound. Several dragons rushed out of the darkness, and the sirens from the radar and auspicious instruments resounded throughout the dark wilderness. The ferocious body ejected beams of destructive beams, instantly covering the area where Jess and the others were located. Many soldiers were killed before they had time to react. Do not. What? The screams sounded one after another. The soldiers were so frightened that they ran away in a hurry. They were so frightened that they even forgot to use the weapons in their hands, and they just ran away. Unfortunately, even if you run away, it is difficult to escape the fate of death. They were reduced to torches and blood fragments by the enemy's attack. Not long after, Jess' team suffered heavy casualties. Jace pulled the trigger and fired at a hell dragon, while shouting at the crowd. Lock them up, don't panic, we have enough firepower. His words had some effect. Laser cannons and plasma beams illuminated the sky, and the hell-flying dragon, which unscrupulously spit out destruction beams, was forced to fly high into the sky, not daring to dive and attack at low altitudes like before. The human resistance made these demonic machines extremely angry, and the sound of the engine continued to roar, as if those inanimate people were venting their anger with the help of the engine. The dragon is not a real creature, but a destruction machine inhabited by demons. It is well known that demons can enter the real space in many ways. If there is enough connection between the real space and the subspace, and the environment is suitable, then the demon can appear and temporarily gain the entity to ravage the real creatures. Before there is a large rift, this behavior requires a lot of energy. This is also the reason why demons generally don't stay active for long before the Great Rift. The main reason is that they will soon lose the ability to maintain their own shape, and will eventually be expelled back to the subspace by the correcting power of the real universe. But demons are very important allies for chaos traders. Without demons, their combat power will be greatly reduced. For this reason, after a long period of exploration and research, the members of the Dark Mechanicum who entered the Eye of Terror and those wizards came up with a way to get the best of both worlds. That is to let the devil possess the machine like a mortal, so that the devil can obtain a more permanent form of existence. Thus, the devil engine appeared. The demon engine is cast through dark rituals and forbidden techniques, and the creations produced by different methods are also different. The Hell Dragon is just one of the many types of demonic vehicles. The process of casting the demon engine is very dangerous. There is no difference between being imprisoned in a machine and losing your freedom. The devil is very resistant to this behavior of imprisoning itself. Once given the chance, they will definitely kill their creators immediately. The machine body is also very rare. Once it is destroyed, the demon will also have to pay a heavy price. Under the influence of various vicious taboo techniques and rituals, those machines are deeply bound to them. Machines get damaged, they get damaged. Of course, they will not die because of the death of the machine, but they also need to sleep in the subspace for a long enough time before they can wake up again. Even if it is severely injured, those demons have to sign more contracts with those wizards and blacksmiths in order to get repairs, otherwise they can only endure pain forever. In a sense, the demons in the demon engine are completely replica serfs. The unlucky guy who borrows money to fight in the subspace. The credit for winning the battle belongs to the creators, and they have to call the gods YYDS. It was their own fault that they lost, and the gods wouldn't even give them a corner of their eye. Even punish them for their incompetence and waste. Once these demons are enslaved, they can only sign various contracts continuously, and in the end there is no way to stand up again. This kind of behavior that seriously tramples on the rights and interests of individual demons is not condemned in the subspace. No devil would think that there is anything wrong with this, but they all think it is very reasonable. After all, what the subspace pays attention to is whoever has the biggest fist, and whoever has the most reason. Wizards and blacksmiths have bigger fists than demons, who are forced to endure slavery and pour out their wrath on those weaker than themselves. The dragon roared, and the sound of the engine was deafening. The enslaved demons are burning with rage, thirsting for more blood and souls. But the human firepower is so fierce, the laser beams and cannon plasma cannons light up the entire sky. If they dare to approach, they will be beaten to pieces in just a moment. Jess watched the dragon being forced back, but there was no joy on his face. Soon, what he was worried about appeared. The Iron Warrior stepped out of the darkness and rushed towards Jace's team. Their speed is so fast, those mortals can't react at all. In an instant, the ground was a fragmented body. Not long after, Jess' team was defeated by the outer line of defense. Jess started the jumping betrayal, and after 2 steps in the run-up, he jumped up suddenly, the scepter in his hand was activated, and rushed towards the enemy. Traitors, your time of death has come. Jess roared and entered the battlefield. When it landed, the heavy body set off waves of dust and smoke on the ground. The huge impact made the ground shake slightly. Before him stood 6 iron warriors, their horned helmets and visors of demon faces illuminated by laser beams and cannon fire. The Iron Warriors are formidable opponents. The Emperor cast them into Astartes, and the Dark Gods gave them greater power. For the past 10,000 years, these heretic Adeptus Astartes were the most powerful warriors in the galaxy. Unfortunately, their legend is over. Even with the blessing of the Dark Gods, they are no longer the most powerful warriors in the galaxy. Jess with anger was as crazy as a bloodthirsty wolf. He fell to the ground like a bone crusher. The impact force is enough to shatter the rocks on the surface. The bolter in his hand fired continuously, and he held the scepter in the other hand tightly, venting his violent spiritual energy wantonly. In just one breath, all the bullets in his bolter had been discharged. Fires were shining on the relevant exhaust holes, and the explosion produced by the fired ammunition severely set off the Iron Warriors. Throw their heavy bodies behind them. An old-style bolter could never have been this powerful. The bolt guns in Jess' hands are all forged with brand new technology. Stronger lethality and more terrifying penetration. The psychic power of the scepter in his hand also gushed out, knocking the 2 Iron Warriors into the air in an instant. Just one breath. 2 Iron Warriors were killed by him. 2 Iron Warriors were knocked into the air. Such combat power is frightening. One of the Iron Warriors showed panic. From the eyes of the other party, it can be seen that Jess is far more powerful than they imagined. They were blessed by the gods. Followers of the Corpse King have nothing. Why do they have so much more terrifying combat power than them? This is unscientific. Thinking of this, the Iron Warrior suppressed the wild thoughts in his heart and concentrated on dealing with the enemy in front of him first. After all, it is useless to think about it, and the subspace does not talk about science. These days, there are too many people who don't talk about science. The right way is to kill that wolf warrior first. Jace didn't answer the enemy's confused thoughts. The scepter in his hand swung at another Iron Warrior, smashing his head to pieces. Although the other Iron Warrior was shocked, he also reacted. The old-fashioned bolter blessed by the gods fired at Jess's head. There was a roaring sound, and the bomb flew out of the barrel. It was only half a meter away from Jess's head. Jess thought he was finished, but who would have thought that time seemed to be slowed down? He could see the explosive bomb flying towards him little by little, at a slow speed like a snail crawling. The Iron Warrior who pulled the trigger also fell into a low-speed state. Jess could clearly see every change in the opponent's eyes. This state is extremely strange. It's like time has been stretched infinitely. Empire Angel Combat Engine successfully activated. User, Space Wolf Priest, Jess. The user is being scanned in all aspects. Soul purity, qualified. Loyalty, qualified. Physical fitness, qualified. A series of reminders flooded into Jess's mind along with massive amounts of data, allowing him to know more clearly how the original casting upgrade is against this guy. Space fighters are called superhumans, but space fighters are still mortals. This is an irrefutable point. After activating the Emperor Angel Combat Engine, he truly embarked on the path of demigod. Just like those chaotic believers who have been favored by the gods, they have embarked on a special path. Jess recalled that the regent of the empire always spared no effort to deny the message that he was a god. But isn't he really a god? A ruler who can make his followers walk the path of demigods, isn't he really a god? Jace dodged the fatal blow as the bolt grazed his cheek and hit the mortal soldier behind him. The huge impact shattered his body, not even a piece of complete flesh and blood could be found. Damn it! Seeing the tragic death of the mortal soldier, Jess was furious. He rushed up, and the scepter in his hand slammed down, denting the opponent's helmet. The Iron Warrior crashed down. After a while, foul-smelling blood flowed out from under the dented helmet. The 2 Iron Warriors who were knocked into the air kept pulling the trigger. The bomb shot at Jess, but was blocked by his scepter. Realizing that they could not win, the 2 Iron Warriors chose to evacuate. The troops formed by the Chaos Cultists also left behind them. Jess wanted to chase after him, but he heard a call for help from the Iron Hands. He could only give up and choose to support the Iron Hand. Returning to the tank, the others looked at Jess from respect to worship. Those Chaos Warriors have certainly turned traitor, but their strength cannot be underestimated. Once they appear on the battlefield, they will be a nightmare for mortal troops. Even if the space fighters make a move, it is difficult to say that they are sure of victory. Now, Jess picked 6 of them one by one and won without injury. He is like the god of war alive. Jess didn't have any explanation for this, and he didn't feel any complacency in his heart. Rather than saying that he is powerful, it is better to say that the original casting upgrade given by the Imperial Regent is too powerful. A hidden legend has been circulating among the warbands that the heart of Guilliman is the key to the path to the demigods. Jess thought it was a joke at first, but when he felt the power of the Emperor's Angel Battle Engine, it was only then that he truly understood that there was truth in that joke. Jess led his troops to the place where the Iron Hands sent a message for help. The battle is over. There are several corpses of battle brothers scattered around. Incomplete, collapsed in a pool of blood. Judging from the badges on their bodies, they belong to interstellar warriors who have not been upgraded. Not everyone is happy to accept the kindness of the Imperial Regency. Some people think that the Primarch's transformation of the Space Marines violates the teachings of the Emperor and is an attempt to usurp the throne. This thinking also affects Space Marines. Many Space Marines have rejected Primaris upgrades in order to preserve their purity. Obviously, now they are paying the price. Space Marines who have not upgraded face the traitors at a disadvantage. After all, the Heretic Astartes warriors were also born from the same technology, and the other party received the blessings of the gods on this basis. For this reason, those Chaos Warriors are stronger. Over the past 10,000 years, there have been countless battles to prove this. Refusing to upgrade the original casting is really a stupid decision that is not worth the loss. Jess shook his head and said to the deceased. Many claim to have spent their lives defending the Emperor. But no one studies what the Emperor himself guards. It should be to protect human beings and the Empire by any means. Only in this way is the best protection for the Emperor. After Jess took out the gene seed, he ordered someone to collect the dead body, carried it to the car, and prepared to take it back. On one side of the battlefield, a half-dreadnought collapsed on its own engine parts, flashing a distress signal. The mech's fist opened and closed twitching, and the server made noise. Are you still alive? Brother. Jess walked up to Fearless and asked. There was a calm exhaust sound from the dreadnought generator, followed by a hissing sound. Path reconstruction in progress. It seems, what else can you say? Father of Steel, I'm sorry, I'm late. Jess said sadly. Path refactoring complete, they're coming, we're failing. Indeed, but you have tried your best, and your heroic soul will surely return to the throne. Jess took out an empty gene gland access bag. Now let me take out your gene seed and complete the inheritance. Thank you, Wild Wolf. A voice came from the dreadnought. Unfortunately, I don't have any gene seeds. No, everyone has it. The gene glands are still in your body. Quick, let me take out your gene seed and return it to your brother, which means that your genes will be passed on, and your spirits will dine with the Iron Fathers at their table. Negative, my body is no longer complete, and I don't have gene storage glands. Stop messing around, there are still tasks to do. Jess said. This is not a joke. The tone of the dreadnought became serious. The cockpit valve has been locked, please give up, Brother Wild Wolf, in that case, it will be beneficial to both of us. Why? Jess looked at the abnormal behavior of the dreadnought, a little puzzled. There are still millions of civilians retreating. Any negligence and delay will cause casualties. I have no time to delay with you, Father of Steel. Please let me complete the task. If you are not willing, then I can only use one unconventional means. Jace drew a plasma ray pistol from his holster, cranked it up to full power, and prepared to force open the valve. No. The dreadnought roared, and a loud sound came out from the sounder, which made people's ears ring. Protected his face with his hands in time, preparing for the next energy explosion and the sudden burst of amniotic fluid vapor. The amniotic fluid prepared by the mechanics can allow the disabled pilot of the dreadnought to stay naked in the cockpit for a long time. Just a huge cloud of steam forming as soon as the hatch is opened. If you are not careful, you may be burned. Jace gritted his teeth and pressed the pistol button. Accompanied by a bright light, the door of the cockpit flew out with a loud noise. However, the expected scene did not appear that there was no steam and no amniotic fluid flowing. There is nothing inside but warm, fetid air. See the crammed wires and pitted gears inside the dreadnought. You shouldn't be doing that. The Fearless Project roared. Realizing the truth, Jess felt a little panic in his heart. You shouldn't open the sarcophagus of the dreadnought without authorization. Gabriel's voice came from behind, and he came with other Iron Hand fighters. Jess looked at Gabriel, his tone was a little out of control. What did you do? Did what we should do. Gabriel said calmly, continue to let those soldiers loyal to the Empire fight against the enemy of mankind. Intelligence without flesh and blood is strictly prohibited by the Empire. Jess yelled, do you know? Look at what you have done. Gabriel, you are betraying the Empire. We need every bit of strength, Jess. Gabriel said calmly, without the slightest emotional fluctuation, I have not betrayed the Empire. The Iron Hands chapter hunts down human enemies no less than any other chapter, we well done. But your method is wrong, it shouldn't be like this. Jess whispered. Nothing is impossible. Gabriel said, I hope you can keep this a secret, Jess. If you reveal this secret, it will only increase the pressure on the Iron Hands, and it has no effect on the existing situation. Effect. Jay stood up, looked at Gabriel, and spat at him, I'm ashamed to be with you, Gabriel. I'll keep your secret, but you and I are no longer friends and brothers. Leaving this sentence behind, an angry Jess turned around and left. Gabriel stood where he was. He reached out to wipe the drool off his face, watching Jess leave with a slightly desolate look. Afterwards, he asked other brothers to recover Dauntless and other corpses. On the surface of Vigilante, the battle between the Empire and Chaos is becoming more and more intense. With the continuous arrival of the Chaos Army, Jess and others protected the civilians and fought while retreating, and finally saw the Saint Port City. I thought I could get a short rest. However, the next scene made Jess unforgettable all his life. Betrayed, never far from them. The Saint's Port defense artillery that was supposed to be aimed at the enemy turned around and locked the muzzle on them. The shells fell among the fleeing crowd. The ground shook, the soil was lifted up by tens of feet, and deadly debris splashed in all directions. Screams rang out among the panicked refugees. The first shell caused the deaths of dozens of people. Their bodies were torn apart, and broken flesh and intestines were scattered everywhere. More shells follow. The sound of roaring explosions was heard endlessly, and everyone was overwhelmed by artillery fire. Crying, screaming, and desperate questioning were all mixed with the sound of artillery fire, forming a lament. The refugees did not die at the hands of the Chaos traders, but migrated long distances, and were massacred after arriving at Saint Port City. Has Saint's Port City gone crazy? Jess subconsciously yelled when he learned that Saint's Port City opened fire on them and also shelled fleeing civilians. But when he got through to the communication of Saint Port City, the cold words of the other party made him feel as if he had fallen into a cold cave. Go to hell, lackey of the Corpse Emperor. Facing his questioning, Planet Governor Lucian 12 responded with a mocking voice. Subsequently, the communication was cut off. This is betrayal. Fear emerged in Jess's heart. Before there was rebellion, and after that there were pursuers. They also have to protect millions of fleeing civilians. The situation is so critical that it is time to wait. Find a bunker, move those civilians, and get them out of range of artillery fire. Jess issued an order to the troops, the Saints' port city has betrayed, and they have violated the teachings of the Holy Emperor. Jace gave orders to the other troops to move the unarmed civilians. Subsequently, Jess led a group of Wild Wolf fighters to formulate a surprise attack plan to destroy the fort of Saint Port City and avoid causing more damage. The roaring gunboat sent Jess and the others to the sky above Saint Port City, and then these original cast space fighters jumped down. Relying on its strong body to resist the impact of the high-speed fall, the ground shook. Relying on their strong body, Jess and others moved smoothly, and a large number of traitors were killed. High explosives were installed in multiple artillery positions and then detonated. Let the beleaguered troops and civilians wait for a respite. This is your end, wolves. When Jess and the others entered the last position, the star grabber Hakon had been waiting here for a long time. The spear in the opponent's hand shone with vicious light, and Jace could feel the bloodthirsty desire of the trapped demon in the spear. This is your end too. Jess was fearless, he held the scepter tightly in his hand, and faced the star grabber Hakon. Arrogance will pay a price. Star Reaver Harkon took the lead in attacking. With howling, he raised his spear and jumped up, stabbing Jace. Jess greeted him with a scepter in hand. One was blessed by the gods, and the other was shaped by the Imperial Regent with brand new technological power. The two sides entered into a desperate confrontation of brute force and skill. Pay the price, wolf, today is your end. Harkon the Star Capturer had a distorted smile on his face, and the power of the gods flowed through his body. Jess remained silent, but the offensive in his hand became more and more fierce. However, even though Jess activated the Emperor Angel battle engine, he didn't know much about this new ability. Hakon has served the gods for a long time, and he is proficient in using the power of blessing. During hundreds of consecutive confrontations, Jess showed his flaws. Harkon seized the opportunity, and the charged iron fist smashed through Jace's defense. The power of the gods and the power of the machine are mixed together, and the destructive power is extremely powerful. Even if the original cast armor has been upgraded several times, it is still difficult to resist this punch. Jace's armor was shattered, and the bone shield protecting his chest was torn apart. He kept spitting out blood, staggered back, and it became very difficult to even stand. You are as weak as ever. Do you think that what Guilliman gave you can give you the capital to defeat me? No, you will always be weak in front of me. Hakon raised the spear in his hand. The weak is not him, but you, traitor. Father of Steel, Gabriel descended from the sky wearing a thruster, and slammed his arcing hammer at Harkon. This blow was so fierce that the opponent had to give up the plan to kill Jess, and raised his spear to resist Gabriel's attack. The impact of the two weapons was so powerful that shock waves appeared in the air. You think, you can. Harkon wanted to sneer, but he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and found that Jess, who had been severely injured by himself just now, had recovered at some point, and the scepter in his hand pierced his chest. Chest. You talk too much. Jess looked at the opponent fiercely, then activated the scepter, crushing the opponent's body. His eyes were full of anger and the pleasure of slaying the enemy. Star Capturer Hakon staggered back 2 steps, insisted on standing for a few seconds, then his legs gave way, and he knelt down on the ground. Gabriel swung his hammer again, smashing his head to pieces. Seeing the corpse of Star Taker Harkon, Jess was silent for a moment before saying, "Thank you, Gabriel. We are brothers, with common goals and beliefs. There is no need to say words of gratitude between fighters." Gabriel said, "I apologize for the previous incident, and your anger is right. The Iron Hand is in this. The road has gone too far, and when this matter is over, I will go to Terra to explain this matter to the Regent of the Empire in person. The Regent of the Empire will definitely not blame you. He is much more enlightened and kind than we imagined, Gabriel. I'm sorry for the actions and vicious words I made to you before." Jess is very sincere. Every mother group has its own secrets. The Iron Hand abused the intelligence of hatred without flesh and blood, but the mutation of the Space Wolves was also an unspeakable problem. He is not qualified to condemn the other party. Still, driven by rage, he humiliated a noble warrior and friend. "I don't care." Gabriel said, "In that case, anger is normal, not to mention you are wolves. Are wolves without anger still wolves?" Jess still wanted to say something, when a strong beam of teleportation light appeared beside them. Under the eyes of everyone, the #1 rebel, the greatest enemy of the Empire, the great predator, and the commander elected by the 4 gods stepped out of the beam of light. Behind him, there are elite soldiers of the Black Legion. Many of them are veterans of 10,000 years ago and participated in the Great Crusade. Strong combat power, superb skills, countless kills in his hands. The great predator is wearing a thick Terminator armor, the style is very old. When he just walked out, the surface of the armor was still flowing with the brilliance of ether. The opponent's aura is as terrifying as an abyss. Gabriel happened to have his back to the beam of light, and was also the closest. Before he had time to react, he was pierced by a Abaddon's claw of Horus, picked up, and his head was chopped off by the magic sword Drachanian. The speed was so fast that everyone couldn't react. Just now, they were still cheering for victory. Now, they watched as Gabriel was slain by Abaddon the Marauder. Jess stared at this scene, stunned for a moment, and then he howled with uncontrollable anger. They've only just settled down. Gabriel died right in front of him. Do not. Jess's heart was in great pain. The death of his friend made the wild wolf distraught. He attacked Abaddon the Despoiler. Abaddon swung the magic sword Drachanian, and a wicked flame grew from the skeleton-strewn sword. The magic sword sliced straight across Jace's scepter, chopped off one of his arms, split his battle armor, and pierced his first heart. Even if the combat engine was activated, Jess had no chance of fighting back in front of Abaddon. Just one blow, almost crippling him. Many wild wolves and iron hands saw their leader fall, and rushed up violently one by one. The veterans of the Black Legion behind Abaddon also rushed forward. The fighting between the two sides was extremely tragic. Abaddon seemed to be in no man's land, killing among the loyalists. The claw of Horus and the demon sword Drachanion drank blood. The loyalists were quickly slaughtered. Just when the fallen Jess was about to be executed, a violent psychic thunder burst in the air. Abaddon had to give up the attack, and stretched out his hand to block the psychic lightning. In the smog that filled the battlefield, slender figures appeared one after another, taking away those Primaris space marines who were seriously injured and survived. Jess, who was seriously injured, saw a slender figure standing beside him, and then the scene in front of him changed. When he stabilized again, he had left the battlefield and was sent to an unknown temple. Before he passed out, Jace saw an Eldar wearing a harlequin mask coming out of the temple. Obviously, they saved themselves. The thread of your destiny should not be broken here. The harlequin Eldar said, you have other missions to complete. 187, Calgar comes. Jess didn't know how long he had been asleep. When space marines are badly wounded, they often fall into a deep sleep to recover. Primaris space marines also inherit this trait. Jess was seriously injured while fighting against Abaddon. After the body mechanism confirmed that the surrounding environment was safe, he fell into a deep sleep in order to repair his body. When he woke up, his injuries had recovered to 7 or 88. Only the wound, there is still some tingling. That is a sign that the evil power of the subspace at the wound has not been completely expelled. It still needs a long period of cultivation, or a priest's baptism to completely get rid of the influence of the evil power of the subspace. Jess looked around and found himself still lying on the cold floor of the temple. Beside him stood the Eldar. They were silent, standing there like sculptures. Eldar are very slender in stature, both male and female. The armor is very close to the body, which sets off the curve of its figure and looks very flexible. The outer robe or ribbon fluttered slightly. A gorgeous and exquisite longsword is tied around the waist. Aware of Jace's awakening, an Eldar who appeared to belong to the leader walked up to him. The opponent was not wearing a helmet, and his face was as sharp as a sculpture, which could not be ignored. A clown mask was hung on the opponent's waist. Jace looked at each other. His eyes were full of vigilance. He knew that the relationship between the Imperial Regent and these guys was pretty good. But from his point of view, these guys are not credible. Who are you? Jess looked up at the Harlequin Eldar and asked. I am the prophet of Sam's world, Anvil. Sometimes, I will serve the laughing god in order to get more enlightenment. Anvil explained his identity. I know you, Wolf Priest JSI, because I have already foreseen all this in the rune. Jess looked at the other party. As a Wolf Priest, he has the ability to examine the mind. Anyone who tries to tell a lie has nothing to hide from his gaze. He couldn't see any signs of lies in the Eldar, but he was still examining the other party. The Eldar possess even more subtle sorcery skills. They had an empire older than the two empires of humanity combined. Perhaps, they have smarter means to escape his scrutiny. Jess didn't dare to relax about this. Aliens are unreliable, they can cooperate, but they need to be vigilant at all times. Prediction? If you know everything, why didn't you tell us in the early stage of the battle? Jess asked calmly. We don't confirm whether those futures are real. With the awakening of the Great Rift in Gilliman, the line of fate is becoming more and more chaotic. Many future pictures appear at the same time. No one knows which are real and which are illusory. Anvil took out a broken scepter. For this reason, we have been observing, and we did not confirm the direction of the thread of fate until you were in crisis. In order to save you, the price we paid was unimaginable. He handed the scepter to Jace. Jess took it and took a look. The texture of the scepter is very exquisite, and there is a blue gemstone on the top, but unfortunately it has been cracked. Obviously, this scepter has been scrapped. From the remaining breath, one can perceive how powerful the scepter was when it was intact in the past, and what terrifying spiritual power it contained. It's called the Rod of Responsibility. This scepter was forged by my people before the rise of your first human empire. It has extraordinary power, is ancient and sacred, and is enshrined in our hall's medium. In order to save you, I destroyed it to unleash the psychic powers that can hold back the marauder. My condolences for the sacrifice of your comrades, but we did what we could. Your ruler has already known the crisis of Vigilante, and his loyal subordinates are rushing to this galaxy. Calgar has set sail, and he has brought enough power to decide the battle, but you must persist until that moment. The Lucian family has already betrayed you, most of the city fell into the hands of Chaos forces, but you still have one last chance. What chance? Jace asked. Great North City. Anvil said, your body is very special. A powerful force has reshaped your body and restored you to health. Your ruler has given you a new strength, which is a very good thing. The change has not yet reached the point where it can definitely defeat chaos. The Vigilante must be guarded, otherwise the future of mankind will be dark, and the future of the galaxy will also be dark. Jess, remember your mission, we will meet again one day. Anvil stepped back and sank into the darkness. Jess tried to stand up, but he couldn't find the other party's figure even when he used his superhuman senses. Those Eldar disappeared, just as they suddenly appeared on the battlefield to rescue them. The sound of sizzling electricity flowed out of Jace's communication device after the Eldar left. Obviously, these guys blocked all electromagnetic signals just now. Following the contact of the shield, data flow appeared in Jess' eyes, and symbols appeared in front of his eyes. All are surviving fighters. The betrayal of the Lucian family made them suffer from the enemy, and there are less than one survivor here. Those brothers who are not here, Jess no longer has any luck in their ending. The cruelty of the marauder to the loyal is well known. The communication was restored, and the survivors quickly locked in the location of Jess and entered the temple to find him. Damn, I thought those aliens took you away, Jess. We searched all over the area, but we couldn't find any trace of you. A wild wolf warrior said. They used the psychic barrier to confuse your perception. Jess said, I have been in the temple all the time. It seems that we need to ask the Mechanics for more psychic detection equipment. The Arc Eldar and the Harlequin Eldar are currently allies of mankind. But this incident also reminded Jess and others. In terms of Shinik technology, they are far behind the Eldar. Even after going through the original casting upgrade, it is still easy to be deceived by the opponent's psychic means. It is still an ally, and there is no harm. But who knows what will happen next? Even those who claim to be absolutely loyal may betray. Not to mention an alliance composed of different races. Defenses cannot do without. After talking about the matters of the Eldar, Jess' tone became a little cautious. How is Gabriel? As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into silence. Until an Iron Hand warrior broke the silence, he's dead, and we couldn't even get his body back. At the last moment, I only saw the marauder lift his body up. The power of the predator is too strong, we are powerless to resist. Another wild wolf showed grief, we have killed and injured many brothers. Jess clenched his fists and vowed to avenge Gabriel. For the brotherhood between them, and for Gabriel's life-saving grace. Thinking of the scene where he once spurned Gabriel, Jess felt infinite sadness in his heart. He had hurt a noble, righteous Iron Father, and before he could do anything to make amends, the Emperor had called him. This guilt will always be with him. Is it the Wolf Priest Master Jess? A mechanical communication voice sounded, echoing in the ears of the surviving people. Who are you? Jess asked the other party solemnly. We are from Jubei City, thank God we finally found you. The other party's tone couldn't hide his excitement. It was obvious that the other party had been searching for him. Is there any urgent matter for you to find us? Jess asked. Luxian 12 launched the assassination of the Proi Sage. The Lucian family has completely betrayed the Empire and turned to chaos. I know, talk about something important. Jess interrupted the other party and asked about more important things. The Sage of Proi is lucky, he has escaped and returned to the Great North City. After deliberation, he and another sage reached a consensus to issue a warning and message to all troops loyal to the Empire. We will defend the last city, Your Excellency. If we lose even the Great North City, then the vigilante will fall into the hands of the Great Marauder. Great North City needs the strength of every loyalist, otherwise it will not be able to hold on. Please come to support us, Master Jess. I see. Jess said, we need some vehicles, otherwise it would be difficult to travel such a long distance to the Great North City. I understand, my lord. There will be 3 Thunder gunboats going to your area to evacuate the remaining troops who are still loyal to the Empire. I will send you the coordinates. Please rush to the meeting point as soon as possible. The evacuation team there will bring you back to Jubei City. The coordinate information was entered into Jess's personal database through the communicator. Jess clicked on his armor, and a holographic projection made of laser beams popped up, which was a map of their location. Coordinate information is calculated and entered into the map. The map compass flickered in the air. Evacuate the coordinate system, the latitude and longitude of the warning star -02143872. Confirm, and enable coordinate information sharing. Jess clicked a few times and entered the voice command. The shared database has received the coordinate information, and the evacuation coordinate map compass faces the team. Please evacuate to the designated location within the designated time. Jess turned off the projection on his arm, and looked at the surviving warriors. They are not a single chapter. There are fighters from the Mother Regiments such as Space Wolves and Iron Hands, as well as brothers from the Sun Regiments such as Brass Claw and Red Archon. We have to go to the Great North City. We won't last long in the wilderness. The big predator has already descended on the surface of the vigilante. If we can't stop the enemy in the Jubei City, then we will fail completely. If the vigilante falls, humans will go to the Empire. The passage to the dark side will be completely cut off. The Empire has reached its most critical moment, and it is time to test our loyalty. Jess looked at the other warriors. We have lost too much. Those civilians who once trusted us, those mortal soldiers who assisted us, they are all dead. Now it's just us lingering. The Marauder thinks he's sure to win. He thinks he's going to get the vigilante and split the Empire in 2. But he won't succeed. Let's unite and tell him it's just I'm dreaming. That damn traitor will have all his teeth knocked out in Jubei City, and the only thing that greets him is failure. This time, we fight for the Emperor, we fight for the Regent, and we fight for man. Jess raised his fist, declaring his determination to everyone. His staff was severed during the battle with Abaddon. But a wild wolf will not give up resistance just because it loses its sharp claws. Neither would Jace. The blood of Fenris flows in his body. Wolf never gives up easily. Fight for the Emperor. Fight for the Regency. The other fighters also shouted, their eyes were firm. Even though they have suffered huge losses, they will not give up. Chaos traitors can never break their will. Port Saints. Please, don't hit me anymore, it really hurts, please. A child is kneeling on the ground, crying loudly. His back was dripping with blood, from being beaten by those traitors. The pain of the whipping made him cry and scream. He begged those believers with chaotic runes, begging them not to abuse him like this again. Useless trash. The chaos cultists showed no mercy to the child's pleas for mercy. He took out the dagger, grabbed the child's hair, and looked at the others fiercely. There is only one end for the useless waste of the gods, and that is death. After speaking, the chaos cultist slit the child's throat. The bright red blood spurted out, making those tired and frightened men and women scream continuously. They were more frightened. Facing the cruelty of the chaos cultists, they were all trembling. The woman couldn't help crying, and the man lost the courage to resist. Their protector is dead. The emperor no longer protects them. They became the slaves of the gods, the tools and playthings of these evil people. They can do nothing but cry and surrender. Resistance will only lead to more senseless deaths. House Lucian has betrayed the emperor. This time's betrayal is undoubtedly a severe stab in the chest of the loyalists of the empire. The behavior of Jess and others raided the fort, allowing some loyalist troops and civilians to escape from this on Earth. But many people were slaughtered by the chaos cultists and heretic Astartes monks who chased after them before they could escape. The astral army corps died, and those who were captured, and they were beaten to pieces. A large number of civilians died in the shelling, and a large part were taken as prisoners. Now, they are all sent to concentration camps and labor camps as cheap labor and cannon fodder. The tallest tower in St. Port City is the residence of the planetary governor. It is also the territory of the Lucian family for generations. The scene of the servo skull and cherub escorting those captives was transmitted from the front line of the battlefield to the governor's mansion. These untouchables should be treated like this is the correct way to drive and use them. Lucian 12 smiled, this is the correct order. Those untouchables don't need any power at all, they just need to show their whips and sticks, and they will willingly work for us to death. They are so cowardly, any trivial threat is enough to make them bow down to those who enslaved them. This is the that Guilliman's idiot wants to offend the elites of the empire to save. As a primarch, his short-sightedness and stupidity are amazing. Does he really think that these pariahs are propping up the empire? No, prop up the empire is the backbone of those of us. Whoever we choose wins. Before we chose the empire and the empire won. Now we choose chaos and chaos will win. The great Lord Abaddon will take Terra and become the new galaxy lord. Your Excellency, you are wise. An official next to him who has been loyal to the Lucian family for generations nodded in agreement. The decline of the empire is inevitable, and it is inevitable for the great predator to rule the galaxy. Lucian 12 enjoyed the other party's compliment, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. Someday, Guilliman will understand how wrong he was. It's a pity that there is no medicine for regret in this world. When the empire collapsed and the marauders took Terra, there was nothing the Primarch could do, even if he regretted it. He was already looking forward to that day. When the time comes, he'll have to spit on that stupid Primarch. Abaddon stood on the city wall of Port Saints, surrounded by soldiers of the Black Legion. He watched the captives being escorted to the city by the chaos cultists with guns. It was a nice little victory. The lackeys of the corpse emperor were beaten to pieces and suffered heavy casualties. None of those guys would be able to get away if the Eldar were not in the way. Thinking of this, Abaddon became very annoyed. These damned Eldar are always up to no good. One day, he will flatten their arc world. Pile their heads up. Of course, before that, he has to take down the vigilante or complete his strategic goals. The rebellion of Lucian 12 caused most of the planet to fall into the hands of Chaos, Zerg, and Orcs. Only Jobei City is still in the hands of the loyalists of the Empire. His primary strategic goal is to clear the Empire of power and cut off their power base on the ground. At that time, the Empire will have to pay a huge price if it wants to take it back. Looking at those weak mortals, Abaddon felt disgust in his heart. How could such a race have any hope of ruling the entire galaxy? They are impotent, worshipping a rotting corpse. Had it not been for the cheap cannon fodder and hard work, Abaddon would have slaughtered them and sacrificed them to the gods without hesitation. Only those human beings who recognize the reality and take the initiative to join the ranks of the gods are the hope for the future. How is the deployment of the Blackrock Demon Crown going? Abaddon looked at the leader of the word-bearers next to him and asked. The deployment progress has reached 80%, and it will take at most a week to complete the deployment. At that time, you only need to offer enough blood sacrifices to reverse the anti-subspace force field of Vigilante and turn it into a huge amplifier. It's easier for demons to get in here, and even get amplified. The word-bearer's leader's tone was uncontrollably excited. Once the plan is successful, the benefits it brings are unimaginable. The Vigilant Star becomes a super-large subspace amplifier. Not only will the demon not be expelled by the power of reality, but it will also be strengthened. At that time, Terra's Nockmond corridor leading to the dark side of the Empire will be completely cut off. Even formed a huge overlapping area filled with etheric power. Very good. Abaddon smiled. He had fought against the Empire for 10,000 years, and now, he finally saw the dawn of victory. The rise of chaos is as unstoppable as the new rising sun. The fall of the Empire is like a rotten tree that will surely fall apart. According to the plan, lay all the Blackstone magic crowns, and launch the last ritual. Abaddon said, of course, we must also put some pressure on the followers of the Corpse Emperor, so that they will be busy and will not stop us the plan. Those fools have gathered in the Great North City, which is a forge world, and the Mechanikus has turned it into a fortress, like a turtle shell. Let the legions of the Death Skull Titans come, those Titans more thirsty for slaughter and destruction, and let this planet be drenched in blood and this world in flames. When Kalgur arrives, all he will see are ruins and die. Abaddon turned to look at his servant, and issued the order of destruction. Understood, my lord. The servant on the side said devoutly. At this time, a soldier from the Black Legion walked in from the outside. My lord, the Lucian family requests to see you. The Lucian family? Abaddon looked confused. It is the governor of this planet, and it was his betrayal that allowed us to so easily injure the followers of the corpse emperor. Hearing what the servant said, Abaddon stared at the claw of Horus in his hand, and nodded. Then let him in. Yes, my lord. A moment later, Lucian 12 walked behind Abaddon with many senior officials and generals who defected to chaos with him. Close contact with the big predators made them a little scared, and they trembled slightly when they stood there. Some noble ladies have to support the male companion next to them to stand firm. Great Marauder, thank you for saving Vigilante from the corpse emperor's dictatorship. Lucian 12 saluted in front of Abaddon respectfully, with a flattering tone, hoping to win the favor of the War Master. You performed very well. Abaddon examined Lucian 12 with playful eyes, full of disdain in his heart. A selfish and stupid guy. This is as it should be. The Empire has been corrupted beyond belief, and it is the general trend to surrender to chaos. Lucian 12 said, when Guilliman abolished the High Lord's Council, he declared that only the chapter master of the Mother Regiment can serve when the Empire was regent. The Empire was already coming to an end. He allowed a group of people with only brains to rule the Empire, and abolished the power of the elite for the sake of those pariahs. What a stupid and short-sighted decision. Aren't you saying the Empire should not be ruled by those chapter masters? Abaddon frowned slightly. Of course not. Those guys may know the enemy, but they absolutely don't know how to manage a country well. This is the responsibility of our elites, and it is also our ability, and it is also a symbol of our superiority over those pariahs. Great Predator, as long as you raise your arms, countless families will surely respond, overthrow the Empire, and elect you as the new master of the galaxy. Lucian 12 kept flattering Abaddon, bowing and humbly, trying to please him. Hang this fat pig on the city wall. Abaddon said, let those wizards find a way to torture him to their heart's content, so that his screams can resound throughout Port Saints. Lucian 12, with a smile on his face, suddenly lost his legs, not knowing where he had offended the moody Chaos War Master. He knelt on the ground and cried, hoping to get forgiveness from the other party with his miserable appearance. But this kind of behavior made the disgust on Abaddon's face even stronger. He hates cowards. My lord, I am loyal to you. My lord, you promised me to continue to rule Vigilus at the beginning. You are crossing the river and tearing down bridges. You can't do this. A stupid pig like you really disgusts me. Warriors are the best people to rule the galaxy. They fought battles, and when they were rewarded for their merits, they didn't have their names. This is betrayal and hypocrisy. Throw him go out, hang on the wall, and keep his position, let him continue to rule Vigilante. Abaddon's tone was fierce, full of disgust and hatred. A group of pigs are also qualified to call themselves elite? Without those soldiers who fought battles, it's just a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, who gave you the self-confidence. In the beginning, Horus was dissatisfied with the Emperor because the Council of Terra excluded the brothers Astartes. They conquered the galaxy, but handed it over to a group of bureaucrats to rule and be restrained by the other party. The Black Legion has always been the leader who is strong. Luxian 12's remarks are undoubtedly advocating elitism, thinking that elites like him should rule over those who fought bravely and those who were untouchables. A fool like this doesn't know his own position at all. Abaddon has no mercy, he will be tortured and then die, and his soul will become the plaything of warp demons. Of course, he will not break his promise. Lucian 12 is still the ruler of Vigilus. Abaddon only recognized him as the ruler, and did not promise him that he could continue to enjoy in the mansion. Who said that the ruler should sit in the mansion and enjoy life? Will the identity of the ruler change due to the different environments? No, sitting in the mansion and hanging on the city wall, Lucian 12 is the ruler. No. Lucian 12 yelled in horror, you can't treat me like this. They are all my most loyal subordinates. If you kill me, they will rebel immediately. As soon as these words came out, a large group of officials, ladies, and generals behind Lucian 12 knelt down. No, my lord, we have nothing to do with him. Yet, it doesn't matter. Don't listen to his slander. We want to follow Lord Abaddon devoutly, not because of him. Many officials and dignitaries opened their mouths one after another, put aside all responsibilities, and swore allegiance to Abaddon. Go into the water by yourself, but also pull others into the water. Didn't you see that all the soldiers standing next to you are Black Legion soldiers? 1. The chainsaw sword and bolt gun in the hands of others are decorations. For you, rebelling against the War Master of Chaos to his face? What kind of dream are you doing in broad daylight? Lucian 12's face turned pale with fright, and the group of people who usually claim to be the most loyal also swore to have nothing to do with him. Just for a while, he betrayed everyone. Abaddon looked mockingly at the kneeling Lucian 12, it seems that no one surrendered because of you, pull it down, such a fat pig makes people feel disgusting just by looking at it. No. You can't do this. Lucian 12 screamed, his fat body crawling over like a worm, wanting to kneel in front of Abaddon to ask for forgiveness. But he was directly dragged away by the soldiers of the Black Legion. The air still resounded with his howling. Do not. I am faithful, my lord. Astarte monks are the best candidates to rule the galaxy. I was wrong, my lord. Please, let me go, my lord, I really know I was wrong. Abaddon was indifferent to Lucian 12's entreaties, and looked at those nobles and dignitaries. Don't think that I still support you waste like the Empire. The Black Legion does not raise waste. There is only one end for the incompetent, and that is to die or become slaves and cannon fodder. Many dignitaries knelt on the ground, not daring to say a word. If the envoys of the Empire said these words, they would definitely be scolded to death by them. It's a pity that the one in front of them is Abaddon. The Empire may take into account the influence and will not do anything to them. But Abaddon is different. As the Chaos War Master, he doesn't need to worry about any influence at all. The subspace only talks about one truth, and that is the fist. For rebels, the crueler they are, the more respected they are. A merciful man is only looked down upon by other fighters. In the void, both sides have a steady stream of reinforcements coming, and a large piece of metal wreckage is scattered in the void field of Vigilus, all of which are ships that exploded in the battle. After hitting the name, the mechanic bishop of the Dark Mechanic cult discovered something was wrong. The warships of the Empire are flexible, powerful, and far superior in performance to previous warships. More importantly, parts can be exchanged for each other if they are broken. They watched with their own eyes the abandoned ships of the loyalists of the Empire dragged back, dismantled the parts for use, and restored the disabled ships. Sometimes, they even give up repairing the damaged ships, take them apart, and put the parts on other ships. The loyalists' coquettish operation made many members of the Dark Mechanics unable to react. What about the belief in Mars? What about the theory of the sacred machine soul? Is it really good to throw everything clean? The firepower of the Empire is gradually increasing, but Chaos still has a numerical advantage. Many of the heretic Astartes who once rebelled against the Empire were conquered by Abaddon the Marauder over a long period of 10,000 years. For this reason, the strength of the Black Legion cannot be underestimated. Thousand Sons warriors and Word Bearers warriors are the best among the Black Legion in using warp power. They can use sacrifices to create one storm after another, making it difficult for the Imperial fleet, which relies heavily on warp space, to support those planets that need to be supported. Calgar, who was ordered to go to Vigilus for support, encountered this kind of problem. His fleet is very powerful, equipped with a lighthouse system, and a celestial-class battleship, the Punishment Colossus, so you don't have to worry about getting lost when you are far away from the Emperor's star torch. But the biggest problem now is that he can't find the warning star. The storm covered the location of the Vigilante, so the navigator couldn't see it, and the astropaths couldn't receive any information from the Vigilante. Clearly, the Chaos Traders have another way to thwart them. Can you force a breakthrough? Calgar looked at the holographic screen in his hand, and looked at his chief psychic consultant. It's hard to do, my lord. We don't have the exact coordinates of the Vigilante. At this time, we are looking for an unmarked island in a stormy night. This island has no sound or light, and we cannot see it. The chief spiritual think tank shook his head. Damn, what should we do now? Calgar was a little annoyed, he underestimated the abilities of those traders. The Imperium of Man is too dependent on the uncontrolled warp. This mysterious realm is in the hands of the enemy, who can cut off the loyalists' route at will, and can also block the destination they need to go. There is no good way, we can only find it slowly, my lord. The chief spiritual intelligence think tank said, just like we used to, slowly find out the coordinates of the planet, and then jump into it. I hate this waiting. Those enemies must know our arrival. This kind of delay is too deadly for war. Calgar paced back and forth. If the Primarch was here, there must be a solution. The Primarch has never been troubled by anything. Calgar felt a little frustrated, he thought he could perform well on Vigilus, and consolidate his image as chapter leader. Let the Primarch know that he is a loyal son of extraordinary ability. But now, he was blocked from the Vigilante, and he could do nothing but be impotent and furious. My lord, we have detected a psychic signal. The intelligence director's voice sounded. Whose? Calgar asked. I don't know, the database shows that there is an 80% probability that it belongs to the spirit race. Calgar frowned. Come in. Clear. A flickering image appeared in the hall. The image of the Eldar in armor appeared in front of everyone. The other party is obviously some kind of communication using Shinnick energy. Lord of Ultramar, Calgar, said the Eldar. Who are you? Calgar asked. I am the prophet of Sam's Ark world, Anvil. Anvil, what do you want? Calgar looked at the Eldar in front of him. After the Battle of Ultramar, his view of the Eldar changed greatly, and the Primarch acquiesced that the Ark Eldar and Harlequin Eldar were allies of mankind. For this reason, Calgar's tone was still polite. If it was other aliens, Calgar would just shoot them there. Talking about aliens is disloyal to the Emperor. The big predators have arrived, and their plans have reached the last juncture. If you don't act as soon as possible, the consequences will be disastrous. Anvil said, the situation has reached the most critical moment. We are lost, Anvier, Vigilus is covered by warp storms, and our navigators cannot see it. Calgar's tone was a little frustrated. Obviously, it is very difficult to admit one's incompetence in front of an alien. Even if the Eldar are their allies. We will help you, and I will gather other spirit races to perform the ceremony together and turn on the psychic beacon for you. Anvil said, let your subordinates pay attention, I don't have many people, and the psychic beacon can only open it once. If you miss it, you will fail your genetic father. I understand. Calgar. Anvil nodded, and his Shinnick image disappeared. This is a technique to free the soul to roam in the warp, and it is very dangerous. Only a race like the Eldar who is good at this method can use this method with ease. The former ruler is hung on the city wall, and the winged demons are torturing him with unimaginable means. This is destined to be a long torture process. Those demons hurt Lucian 12, and healed him with witchcraft, and the cycle repeated, making him suffer until his soul was broken. This is the favorite method of demons, and the souls that fall into their hands are tortured in this way. The screams of the former ruler resounded through the communicator in this Saint Port city. Even Port Saints is no exception. Saint Port is the largest airport on Vigilus, and it is also the origin of the city name Saint Port City. The Iron Warriors took control of the port, sending down troops from the void in a steady stream, preparing to completely wipe out Jubei City. Each ship lands in a precise pattern on a port, unloads its cargo, and takes off in a carefully choreographed sequence. The Iron Warriors know a lot about this. They inherited the advantages of their genetic father, Perturabo. The Iron Warriors have talents in siege and logistics that other legions do not have. They are more precise and efficient than machines. The gates of the spaceport are in order at this time, and the troops that have surrendered to the Great Looter are passing through the gates, and are then deployed to various areas. All kinds of vehicles sailed out from the huge transport ships of countless transport ships, and the endless rumble echoed in the airport. And those huge titans, also transported to the surface. In the name of Abaddon, the titans strode from the skyport. Each step made a terrible roar, shaking the fragile shell of the planet. Most of the war machines are more than 20 meters high. It is different from the decoration of the Imperial Honor and Prayer flags. The titans of the Dead Skull Legion generally use human skin and skull devices. Some corpses are hung from spikes, screaming as they go, just to please the crazy drivers. Titans, Knights, Dark Mechanicum, Chaos Army, Demon Army, Heretic Astartes, and the enslaved civilians are all integrated together. The scale and speed with which this operation was carried out would put the experts in Imperial logistics to shame. If it weren't for the Iron Warriors standing on the opposite side of the Empire, I'm afraid they would have willingly kowtowed in front of each other and begged them to teach these logistics skills. Abaddon showed a satisfied look. Steel Warrior is indeed one of the best. Even he can hardly arrange large-scale logistics supply work so concisely and efficiently. Wait until the sizable forces are sent down and assembled where they should be. When the Dead Skull Titan Legion and the traitorous Knight family are also ready. Abaddon pulled out the magic sword Drachanion, swung the sword, and issued an order to the entire army, let's go, target Jubei City. Kill all the followers of the Corpse Emperor. After the army set off, the word-bearer's troops broke away from the team, drove a large number of civilians, and continued to complete the task assigned by Abaddon. After the laying of the Blackstone Demon Crown is completed, a large-scale sacrifice will be carried out to completely reverse the anti-subspace force field formed by the Vigilante and Cheetixing. Once the plan is completed, Terra's path to the dark side of the Empire will be cut off. At that time, the Empire will be completely over. Abaddon could already imagine Guilliman crying like a fart at the impassable chasm. 188. The end is doomed. Jubei City has entered a state of martial law. Manufacturing things with unprecedented efficiency. All factories are working continuously day and night. Ordnance factory, smelter, weapon assembly workshop, refining area or warehouse, manufacturing hangar, and more. Every factory is working without any pause. Those workers are required to work the longest hours. The red-robed experts, miners, and workers are crowded beside the hot furnace and noisy production line. Every corner of the city is filled with continuous noise and muffled vibrations. This sound is very obvious on the street. Everyone's face is very dignified. The approach of war made this forged city more solemn and the atmosphere more depressing. In the name of Holy Terra, in the name of the Emperor, in the name of Guilliman. The great sage Proi issued a war mobilization order, requiring Jubei City to enter a state of first-level combat readiness. All productivity was released immediately, civilian industrial products were all abandoned, and all were producing military equipment. A steady stream of weapons are manufactured, laser guns, bolt guns, laser cannons, missile launchers, and cannons are manufactured from the assembly line. The armored vehicle rumbled down from the vast assembly line, and the heat of welding was still rising from the surface. Vaulted hangars and entire city-sized assembly areas were devoted to the production of untold numbers of ammunition and guns. And the people who use these ammunition and guns are coming from all over the world. Jubei City has its own airport. At this time, the airport is also in a state of overload. The betrayal of the Lucian family has put many loyalist troops in trouble. There is no logistical supply, and he was attacked by Chaos troops because of leaking the location. Great North City provided them with weapons and ammunition, and at the same time assisted them in withdrawing to Great North City. The limited capacity of the airport was utilized to the extreme in order to meet the needs of friendly forces. Jubei City needs to airdrop supplies to those trapped troops, replenish weapons, ammunition, and medical supplies to those troops, and transport the wounded and important personnel away. Such a huge demand keeps the airport running non-stop, and we dare not waste any time. 3 Thunder gunships flew in from a distance with flames and thick smoke. The director of the airport had to order the ground crew to clear the apron for them and evacuate the people nearby to prevent the damaged gunships from causing an explosion, which would be meaningless. Casualties. The gunships groaned and stopped in the open space reserved for them. Amidst the air pressure sound of hissing, the hatch opened slowly. A group of scarred soldiers came down from above. It was Jess and the others who had evacuated. While going to the extraction point, they were attacked by the enemy again. A force of Chaos Warriors, Demon Engines, and a Chaos Cultist, 2 Warhound Titans, attacked the extraction point. They are powerful and fierce. Jess and the others were unable to fight against the War Dog level Titan, they were beaten to collapse one after another, and finally escaped by luck. There was a massacre at the evacuation point. Troops and civilians who tried to evacuate from all directions were massacred, and blood flowed into rivers at one point. Stumps and broken arms are everywhere. The weeping refugees wailed for salvation, only to be crushed by the Titans. Those chaos cultists have no humanity at all, they killed everyone there. Neither children nor women were spared. Despair and pain are the best sacrifices to the gods. Jace couldn't forget the last scene he saw. The dark red flesh was mixed with soil, making it extremely dazzling in the sun. Jess fell silent after stepping off the cabin. He has seen too much sacrifice and death. The betrayal of the Lucian family had terrible consequences, and many people died as a result. The wife is abandoned, the husband dies meaninglessly, the child cries in the refugee wave, and finally gets killed. The Emperor's angels were scarred, but their appearance still gave the people in the airport a lot of confidence. The refugees who escaped by chance saw their arrival and recited prayers and hymns, with hope in their eyes. Jace could read their thoughts from those eyes. Every soul is traumatized by war. They longed for the Space Marines to end these sufferings and restore life to its former peace. Jess didn't meet those eyes, he couldn't bear the expectation contained in those eyes. Facing the chaotic offensive, they have been failing and retreating in panic. The civilians who should have been protected were slaughtered wantonly by the enemy. Their screams echoed in Jace's mind. Their blood stained every inch of the battlefield red. This is our last stop. If we can't stop chaos attack, then we have to die here. A wolf warrior who lost his eyes whispered. The other fighters did not speak. But they all thought it was their own voice. Great North City is the last hope of the Empire to keep vigilance. Even if they die, they will die in Jubei City. Jess also agrees with this, they have no way out. Once Vigilante falls, the situation in the Empire will be incomparably worse. Humanity will really usher in the end. Behind them is the future of mankind, and there is no way to retreat. I'm glad you guys arrived in time. Led by the machine servant, Jess and others walked into Jubei City, planning to prepare for the final battle, and met the great sage Proi. We paid a very heavy price, abandoning those civilians who should have been protected by us, and came here at all costs. Jess' tone was a bit heavy, and it was helpless to abandon those civilians and mortal troops. Once you hold on, the warhounds and chaos forces will kill everyone. Under the circumstances that only some people can escape, it is undoubtedly the best choice to let the powerful Primaris Space Marines leave first to participate in the final battle. It's just that doing this made Jess and the others feel guilty. They should have protected those innocent people, but left them mercilessly. Your decision is very clear. The Regent of the Empire requires us to treat every life equally, but you and I both know that the value of life is never equal, especially at this critical moment. Some people are more important, and some people it can be given up. Proi's voice was very mechanical, without any humanity or emotion, but he was right. Jess felt better, he changed the subject and asked about the current situation. He wanted to see where the Marauders' offensive was pushing. This is exactly what I want to tell you. Proi waved his hand. 3 servo skulls flew over and opened their mouths made of brass. The laser beam shoots out from the open mouth, outlining a holographic 3-dimensional image in the air. In the image, there are densely packed red dots. They dispatched from St. Port City and crossed the dry seabed to enter the northern continent where Jubei City is located. Taking a closer look, the scale of those red dots is very large. Cultists with chaos runes all over their bodies, knights who rebelled against the Empire with the Lucian family, as well as demon engines, Titan Legion, and so on. Seeing the huge size of the enemy, Jess' expression became serious. Such a terrifying army, they couldn't hold it for long. Obviously, they will die here. The enemy has been dispatched. Proi explained in a mechanized voice, they will cross the seabed of the Warning Sea and attack us. I have communicated with the knights, and they will serve as the first line of defense to stop the enemy Fang Titan's march, just don't have too much expectation about it. The power of the Titans in our hands is too weak, it is impossible to stop them. On the eastern mountain range, there is also a force approaching, and some of them are heretic Astartes. These guys need you to deal with them. Only Astartes can kill Astartes. The situation in the eastern mountain range is very complicated. Years of excavation have made it full of deep mine tunnels. Gene stealers have occupied it after the riot. You must be careful. Once you enter there, you may be greeted by a multi-party melee. Jess listened to Proi's information, nodded, and had a certain judgment on the current situation. They still have Jubei City. But the big predators have already been dispatched, and the final battle will soon begin. Their winning percentage is infinitely close to 0. I'm sorry, I gave you such a dangerous task when I first arrived, but now, we have no choice. The mechanical sage Proi apologized to Jess and the others. As soon as I got down, I had to go to the battlefield to fight desperately without even drinking my saliva. It doesn't matter, we were born to be thrown into the most dangerous places. Jess said, we will set off after the armor is repaired and the ammunition is replenished. I have ordered a foundry to be cleared out. You can repair it there. The armor repair technicians are already waiting for you. Proi said. Jace nodded. Proi was silent for a moment before continuing, may Omniscia be with you. Going to the eastern mountains to stop the enemy is undoubtedly a moth to the flame. But now, there is no good way. Jubei City needs to buy time to lay artillery and build defenses. It cannot let the opponent drive straight in. In that case, Jubei City will fall within a few days. May you and I both return to the throne of the Emperor. Jess made a skyhawk salute, and then walked away. The other fighters left behind him. They repair their armor and head to the front without delay. Mechanical arc. Regula looked at the daughters of the Jiaoyang Legion. Jiaoyang Legion is a very special legion. Every driver in the legion is a woman. They set off with Calgar's fleet to support Vigilus. The fleet is lost in the subspace, and many people feel uneasy about it, fearing that they will live up to the expectations of the regent of the empire. However, the many pilots of the Jiaoyang Legion remained calm. With the help of the sage Regula, they adapted to the new war machine. You should adapt to a brand new war mode. The sage Regula stood on a high platform and looked down at the carefully selected pilots. Time has changed, and the old magic machines can no longer meet the needs of the empire. And the old faculties are playing less and less of a role in the grand enterprise of the regent. You need to learn to adapt to the new divine machine, and the amphibious titan of the Thunderbird Sky is your future partner. You must integrate with them, manipulate them to become the sharp sword of the empire, and cut through the darkness that wants to cover the entire empire. After saying this, Regula asked the assistants to continue to help them conduct tests and do a good job of neural connection. Ania watched the mechanical sage leave, and many sisters walked to their testing workshop with the help of the priest. Master Ania, this way. 2 mechanical priests and a relic administrator serving the legion came over. Ania could only follow them. Walking into the large workshop, the scorching hot metallic smell of engine oil came to the face. The workshop is very busy, and a streamlined fighter jet with a length of 60 meters is parked in the workshop. It adopts anti-gravity suspension and fixed design. No conventional fighter landing gear. Rely on the anti-gravity field to hover. The rumbling heavy boom hangs from the roof to adjust the details of the fighter. At the same time, pick up a bucket full of giant shells and slender missiles, transport them to the fighter jet arsenal, and fill the fighter plane with enough ammunition. The fighter is equipped with Titan-level weapons, lava cannons. The cannon signal weapon has been in service for tens of thousands of years in the Empire. After Guilliman returned, members of the Mechanics transformed it, making it more powerful and more stable in output power. Lava cannons are released, as well as destroyer short-range missiles, rotary laser rapid-fire guns and other short-range weapons. There is also a power spear for close-quarters combat, capable of smashing the armored defenses of an Apocalypse Titan. A Thunderbird is enough to easily crush a hive city. In the center of the fighter plane is a plasma energy supply pile, which is used to supply energy to various areas of the fighter plane. The fighter is also equipped with 3 deflector shields and 1 void shield, which can be opened by the pilot freely. The superior performance of the Thunderbird can be said to have brought a huge challenge to the old fighters of the Empire. Once it can be installed in actual combat, many foundry worlds of the Empire will usher in a phase-out of outdated production capacity. Old fighters are completely incomparable with amphibious fighters like the Thunderbird. Will inevitably be eliminated. Many thick and heavy cables with horizontal stripes extend from the ceiling of the hangar, connecting the energy core buried deep under the shield with the armored torso of the fighter. These cables are used in addition to checking the operation of the plasma reactor. It also injects a steady stream of energy into it, allowing it to accept the nourishment of an imprisoned star. With the help of the technician, Anya stepped onto the platform, took off all her clothes, and revealed a youthful body. The 2 machine slaves picked up the nozzle, turned on the nozzle, and washed Anya's body with a special potion. Disinfect her and stimulate the activity of the surface nerves for better access to the system. Anya was still young and barren, so her skin was tight and smooth like milk. The mechanical priest's metal fingers slid on the surface of the skin, checking the status of the data interface, to ensure that Anya could be connected to Thunderbird's main control system. No problem. A mechanical priest said in a deep voice, all interfaces have been tested, please enter the operating cabin. Aisha nodded, and she walked towards the Thunderbird cockpit. The Thunderbird cockpit is completely different from other cockpits. It pursues high maneuverability, and the speed in the atmosphere can reach the first speed in the universe, which is 8 km per second. With such a fast speed, if it relies on manual operation, it may be too late to react. Using intelligent control, it violates the red line of the Empire. For this reason, the driver and the fighter can only be connected by nerves, so that the two can be integrated. That is to say, like the Titan, in that way, it is like wearing a suit of clothes, making the machine an extension of the body. The human brain has a computational capacity comparable to that of an advanced computer. Under normal circumstances, the brain capacity that ordinary people can use only occupies a part of the brain, while more brain capacity is used to coordinate other areas of the body. It is as if a person wants to stand up, his consciousness will issue this instruction, and then the other parts of the brain will split and execute it. After completion, the feedback will be given to the main consciousness. The movement of standing up looks very easy. It's just such an instruction issued in the human mind. It can be executed, but the steps are very cumbersome. It is necessary to transmit relevant information to the corresponding muscle mass, control their contraction and expansion, allow other parts of the body to adjust, and keep the center of gravity from falling. Then the relevant information must be transmitted back to the main consciousness, such as when standing up, something is stuck, something is on the leg is numb, and so on. Then wait for the command to be issued again, and then perform related operations. This alone already needs to occupy most of the brain capacity. It was often said in Old Terra that the human brain was only 5% developed. In fact, this statement is ridiculous. The brain has been used to a very high proportion, and the remaining areas are redundant areas, used to deal with special situations. Many areas of the brain are used to store everyday data. A high-definition photo in the computer has a volume of tens of megabytes. Human beings are receiving the input of surrounding information all the time. Sound, smell, image, temperature, etc. These data are so huge that the storage space alone takes up half of the brain. What's more, a running system needs to be loaded, otherwise, humans will collapse. In the Empire, many people use tactical computers. But they all use computers loaded with integrated systems. Integrated systems convert complex binary and data into understandable images and text, so that people can easily use the computer. But if people in the Empire were to use binary to operate computers, many people would be dumbfounded. Complex binary is enough to drive many people crazy. As a result, using computers has become a high-threshold thing, which is not good for the development of the Empire. The same is true for human beings. If the brain is not equipped with an integrated system, then human beings are likely to starve to death as soon as they are born, and they will not be able to reproduce at all, which is very detrimental to the reproduction of the race. The subconscious mind is responsible for the work coordination of other parts of the body, and at the same time transforms various problems and difficulties encountered into concepts that the main consciousness can understand. After receiving feedback from the subconscious mind, the main consciousness takes action to solve various problems encountered by the subconscious mind. Do people feel hungry because the stomach talks? No. It is the related nerves that detect that the stomach is empty and the nutrients are not enough. The subconscious mind integrates these information and conveys this concept to the main consciousness. The stomach is already empty, you can continue to add food. After a while, if there is no food supplement, the prompt will be turned off so that the stomach will no longer secrete gastric juice. This is also the reason why people are hungry for a while and then not hungry. After seeing the food, the subconscious will give the message again. When you get busy wholeheartedly, the main consciousness will also reject these information and focus on the matter at hand. In this way, people feel that they are not hungry at all when they are busy. Actually, you rejected the message, so you are not hungry. Actually, you are already hungry. It's like the ancient emperors who didn't hear the news of famine and war, naturally thought that the world was peaceful and their country was as stable as Mount Tai. In fact, just because you haven't heard those news doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The potential of the human body is terrifying, and after strengthening, it is comparable to any soulless machine. Neural link is to empty the brain that originally processed body data and use it to process mechanical data, so as to be able to better control war machines. Anya lay down in the cockpit, and the nutrient solution was poured into it, soaking her. These liquids are rich in oxygen and will fill her stomach and the cavities in her body to protect her from the overweight squeeze caused by the fighter plane flying at high speed. During the acceleration of the fighter plane, there will be a force acting on the human body. It is difficult for a normal human body to withstand this acceleration. If it is light, it will consume the potential of the body and die easily. After injecting the liquid, Anya's body was immobilized. Avoid the violent shaking of the Thunderbird during combat causing her to be thrown. Activate the tentacles of the cerebral cortex. The voice of the mechanical priest came from outside, and the mechanized dull voice had no emotion or humanity. Anya heard a soft hiss from the extension of the neck ring. And out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the wire cockpit slithering from the retaining ring. Anya let her mind relax, and prepared herself for the short-term pain when entering the system. Many silver tentacles were like worms along her smooth skin and connected to various holy interfaces, making her feel a little pain. Part of the tentacles enter the skull from the nerve interface on the forehead, and finally connect with the neurons of the cerebral cortex. The fleeting cold pain inside the skull made Anya snort. But she quickly relaxed, and that familiar and wonderful feeling struck again. She and the fighter are integrated into one. A vast sea of information and data poured into her thinking, and the tentacles of the cerebral cortex screened and shunted it, and sent it to the areas of the brain that were not normally used, allowing her to experience every part of this gigantic machine as if it were an extension of her own flesh and blood. Within a few milliseconds, the hypnosis implantation device buried deep in the subconscious part of the brain has been activated, analyzing the pre-war inspection situation. Various data suddenly lit up inside her eyeballs, showing telemetry information about weapon readiness, fuel levels, and millions of other bits and pieces. The main control system helps her command this fighter plane that contains the top technology of the Empire. How's the situation? Anya. The biological administrator's voice sounded, and Anya subconsciously manipulated the monitoring probe on the fighter plane to look towards the sound. The figure of the administrator of the sacred object appeared in front of her eyes. He is already an old man, his body is still strong, tall, and thin, wearing a robe with the mark of the Jiaoyang Legion. He has sacred parchment all over his body. This is a very wonderful feeling. She saw the world through the eyes of the Thunderbird. At this moment, she is the destruction machine. This time the situation is good. Anya's voice came out through the communicator. That voice is very similar to hers, and it has been specially adjusted. Are really just synthesized sounds. Anya's body is in a dormant state. Her consciousness has been offline from her flesh and blood body, and has become the soul of the Thunderbird fighter, and it is impossible to speak. The data detection is normal, please complete the transformation. The mechanical priest next to him was expressionless. He looked at the tactical screen in front of him and gave instructions to Anya. Transformation is the most difficult part of the Thunderbird, a war vehicle. The change in the airframe will give the driver a sense of twist. For this reason, Regula has developed two different control systems. When the transformation is confirmed, the system will be switched directly, allowing the driver to go offline, and then go online again to take over the war vehicle after transformation. But even so, switching between different forms in a short period of time is a burden to the human body, and it takes practice to suppress this uncomfortable feeling. Anya gave the command to switch the form to the main control system. Afterwards, his eyes went dark. Everyone outside watched the suspended fighter plane making continuous clicking sounds, and the parts changed rapidly to form a 50-meter-tall Titan. The Titan transformed from the Thunderbird fighter is slimmer and more streamlined than other Titans of the Empire. The whole body is silver, and it looks full of technology. A powered spear is hung on one arm, and a lava cannon is hung on the other, with the missile system and propulsion system behind it. Even if transformed, Thunderbird's propulsion system can still be used, but it can't fly too fast. When the light reappeared in front of Ainya's eyes, the fighter plane had already completed its transformation and stood on the ground. The anti-gravity suspension system is still working, making it more flexible and agile. How does it feel? Asked the mechanical priest. Ainya looked at the power spear in her hand through the mechanical prosthesis, and moved it a few times, very smoothly, as if using her own body. Perfect. There is no problem with other data, you will be allowed to join the vigilante campaign, Ainya, please behave well. The mechanical priest said. Don't worry, I can't help but kill those stupid traitors, let them fear and cry in front of the new magic machine. In the name of Jiao Yang, we will definitely bring the punishment of the Imperial Regency. Anya's voice came out through the sound generator, deafening. Shinik beacon detected. A navigator lying in the nutrition cabin yelled in pain. Are you Eldar? Kalgar asked. Yes, it belongs to the Eldar race. According to the database calculation, the beacon should be located on the Vigilante. Kalgar's chief psychic think tank said with certainty. Enter the physical space immediately. Kalgar shouted. Ready to enter the physical space. On the bridge of the Victory Laurel, the machine slave screamed. Many crew members controlled the Victory Laurel together, broke through the barrier, and rushed into the real universe. They use the connected neural cables to quickly exchange all the data they get. Massive amounts of information were stuffed into the calculation matrix. If it weren't for the upgrade of the Thinker Array, I'm afraid it would be paralyzed at this moment due to the huge amount of data. Scenes appeared on the screen in front of Kalgar. The Imperial Navy is at war with the Chaos Fleet. The entire void of the Vigilance Star was full of flashes of torpedoes and missiles, and light spears emerged one after another, forming a terrifying firepower net. Wreckage is everywhere, dead people floating in the icy void. Kalgar did not hesitate, join the battle and tear up those stupid ships, the Empire will win. Empire shall prevail. Empire shall prevail. The voices of many captains will be heard in the communication. They have been trapped in the warp for so long, they are already full of anger. Now, it's time to make chaos pay. Vigilance Star. Pieces of distorted energy tore through the night, covering the entire mountain range in dark purple light. Dark clouds rolled across the sky, like being pulled into a huge tornado, circling around a certain dot. Thunder flashed across the rain, showing many weird silhouettes against the night sky. The sky is weeping, pouring unearthly oceans on the ground, tearing the atmosphere into jagged edges. Unholy energy roared through the air, drowning everything in the etheric currents. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, Anvil's body lay the corpse of a word-bearer. Beside him, the guards waved exquisite long swords, forming a death spiral around his body, killing the enemies who tried to get close to the prophet. Anvil's face was full of bitterness. In the distance, the magic crown shining with black light is shooting a ray of light towards the sky, making the crack in the sky more conspicuous. Those guys used the blood sacrifice to pry the power of the gods, amplified the power of the Blackstone Demon Crown, tore apart the stable space structure, and destroyed the anti-subspace force field. This is just the beginning. Anvil realized that the troops he brought could no longer stop the madness of the word-bearers. He began to enter a meditative state, using the huge etheric power to separate the enemy from himself, and then evacuated. Countless images appeared in his mind. The fuzzy picture intertwined with the present, the past, and the future revealed a corner of the terrifying future for him. Blood will soak Vigilus, and the Empire loses its last way. The galaxy will become a plaything in the hands of the gods. That eternal pain will have no day of relief. Everything will turn to dust. Everything will be reduced to ashes. Anvil didn't know whether these were true or not. He suppressed these weird things, immersed his mind in the etheric ocean currents, and set off a thunderstorm with strong willpower, forcing the word-bearers back, and then he left the battlefield with his guards. Kalgar has come to the star field of vigilance, and he has received the beacon reminder from us. Anvil had just left the battlefield when he received another message. He sent someone to perform the ceremony to guide Kalgar's arrival. On the one hand, he personally led a team to try to destroy the laying of the Blackstone Demon Crown, but the power of the word-bearers far surpassed him, and this plan failed. Time is running out. Anvil responded bitterly. Then what should we do? Prophet, if it doesn't work, let's evacuate. We have sacrificed too many compatriots for human affairs. A personal guard asked. He no longer wants to sacrifice for human affairs, too many companions have left. The combat skills of the Eldar are very superb. But facing the word-bearers, they couldn't take advantage of it. Almost all of the surviving Eldar warriors were wounded. No. Anvil shook his head. Once human beings fail, who in the galaxy can act as the opponent of chaos? We are just the afterglow of the ancient empire, and we will be easily wiped out by those evil people. The day when human beings fail day is the moment when the Milky Way is completely plunged into the abyss, and we cannot give up. Without humans, it will be difficult for us to survive, let alone rebuild the Eldar Empire. But what else can we do now? Human beings can't take it anymore, they are doomed. The guard said just now, even if Kalgar lands, the Blackstone Demon Crown ceremony has reached the last moment. The Nockmond corridor will be closed soon. Contact Kalgar, only by uniting can we have the last chance of survival. Anvil said, as long as the other party fails to completely complete the Blackstone Demon Crown ceremony, the human empire still has a glimmer of hope. Warning: see dry seabed. The war belonging to the machine is starting. Face the fear, servants of the Corpse Emperor. The warrior level titan belonging to the Death Skull Titan made a mocking sound, stimulating the nerves of the loyalists. From the profane spire of the warlord titan hang many captured captives. Spacemen, mortal officers, and even knights who were unfortunately captured. They were stripped of their equipment and held atop the titans with spikes and spears by the inhuman cultists of chaos. Those people are tortured, but they can't get relief. Dark red blood flowed down the wound, soaking in the titan's body. They witnessed the fierceness of the warrior level titans, but they were powerless to change anything. The traitors of chaos tortured those people in this way, psychologically damaging the morale of the loyalists of the empire. The lackey of the evil god. Captain Saitan roared. He is the pilot of the warrior level titan belonging to the Great North City. He drove the titan mecha and rushed towards the enemy. If you want to humiliate the empire, be prepared to pay the price. Compared to the famous Death Skull Legion 10,000 years ago, Jubei City has only one warrior level titan, which is completely crushed in terms of numbers. If it weren't for the assistance of many knights and titans loyal to the empire, Jubei City would not even be qualified to fight against the Death Skulls. However, the difference in size and firepower between the two sides cannot be bridged by courage alone. The titan core of Jubei City fell into a disadvantage. They could only rely on the complex canyon on the seabed to conduct guerrilla attacks against the Death Skulls, delaying their speed as much as possible. However, in the face of the crushing firepower of the opponent, the titan core of Jubei City made their best efforts, but only slowed down the opponent's footsteps, unable to change the fate of inevitable defeat. Captain Saitan manipulated the battle-scarred warrior level titan, and continued to move forward. The enemy titan that showed off its might has fled. At the position just now, there were only two titans that came to support each other. There was an explosion sound, and the wreckage burned in flames. The crew members howled and cried in the flames, and finally there was no sound at all. Captain Sutton had no expression on his face. He walked in the canyon on the seabed to track down the enemy. With 1 against 3, not only did he not lose, but he also defeated the opponent, leaving 2 behind. Unfortunately, that guy ran too fast. Cyber Captain was still not found in the end. Fortunately, he found another enemy. He adjusted the muzzle and shot at a stealthy Warhound class titan frantically. He has hunted many times his enemies. The arrogant and clamoring warrior level titan was beaten and fled in embarrassment by him. Paid a very huge price for this. Saitan knew very well that he could not go back. Today is his last battle. Nowadays, every enemy killed is earned. The War Dog class titan tried to sneak to the flank with the help of the complex environment of the seabed canyon, and then launched a charge, trying to hunt and kill the titan controlled by Captain Sutton. The Cyber Captain will let the opponent know who is the real hunter. War Dog's whole body flashed with the desire to hunt, and his waist joints howled while running. It can be imagined how the relay work of War Dog Titan's stabilizer was almost on the verge of collapsing and exploding. Go to hell, servant of the Corpse Emperor. The fragmented codes from the War Dogs, in addition to chaos, are also mixed with anger, fanaticism, and foolish loyalty to Abaddon. Damn you! Captain Sutton roared. He closed the shield and put all the energy into the weapon. The power spear was being danced by the Titan, the rotating stabilizer was screaming, and harsh warning runes appeared on every interface Saitan could see. But he ignored it. The stabilizer on the leg was hit by the War Dog, and he staggered and almost fell down. The War Dog let out a sound of excitement, but it underestimated the sacrifice a hunter can make. The power lance gained kinetic energy in the hands of the high-speed spinning warrior level Titan, and it precisely hit its head. Clean and tidy, brutal and terrifying. The heads of the War Dog Titans were blown off, the void shields were shattered, and the missiles exploded. The driver inside also slipped out of the cockpit, burning in the air. Was scorched black amidst the screams, hanging upside down on the fallen War Dog class Titan, like a prisoner being executed. Killed +1. Captain Saitan smiled as he looked at the fallen War Dog Titan. Not happy for a while, several missiles came with trailing flames and hit the Titan's knee, completely paralyzing its final ability to move. Originally, a warrior level Titan that was beaten by the Cyber Captain and fled in embarrassment appeared in the field of vision. Obviously, the other party came for revenge. Coward! Captain Cyber growled. In the previous battle, the coward left his companions and ran away like a bereaved dog. Now, taking advantage of his inability to fight anymore, he ran back for revenge. Not even daring to confront them head-on, only daring to take advantage of others' unprepared sneak attacks, which is extremely shameful. Dead at the hands of such a person, Captain Cyber was very angry. He turned on the overload button of the energy pile and pressed it down. The self-destruct device has been activated, and the countdown has begun. Hearing this voice, Captain Cyber touched his old partner who had been with him for many years, and sighed. After many years of fighting, he has long regarded this Titan as his friend. Now that I personally press the self-destruct button, I feel somewhat unbearable. He disconnected the neural connection, took out a pack of cigarettes from under the seat, lit it, and smoked. Aware that the Imperial Loyalist Titans are powerless to resist. The other party controlled the Titan and walked over, aiming the artillery at the head area where the Cyber Captain was, full of warning. Some people climbed up and tried to capture the crew members alive. Their speed was very fast, they broke through the shell of the Titan, entered the cockpit, and walked in front of Captain Cyber. Drop your weapons and hunt down the traitors of the Corpse King, said a chaos cultist. Cyber breathed out the last puff of smoke. Damn you. Before he finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound of explosion, and the flames surged up along the energy pile, flooding the cockpit in an instant. The huge explosion knocked all nearby enemies into the air, and even the mighty warrior-level titan was blown up badly, with one leg blown off. 189, Abaddon who was pressed to the ground and rubbed. The battle in the void has been going on for a long time. Both the Empire and Chaos maintain a stalemate. With the arrival of the Calgar fleet, this stalemate was quickly broken. The scale of victory quickly tilted to the side of the human empire. There are no accidents in the Void War, everything is a matter of course, and mankind is destined to win. When Calgar's flagship, the glorious Laurel, appeared in the void, the victory of the void battlefield is already doomed. No matter what the Chaos side does, it is impossible to change this ending. The huge Imperial fleet completely crushed Chaos in terms of firepower and numbers. In the face of the absolute power of destruction, any subtle tactic is a poor joke. What's more, the Chaos fleet has no cooperation at all due to internal fighting. A group of stragglers fighting independently face the well-equipped and advanced regular army. It is really hard to say how cruel the scene was. The fleet spearheaded by the Glory Laurel pierced into the weak area of the Chaos fleet, and the infinite firepower covered every Chaos ship within the strike range. Every Chaos battleship is seriously overflowed with damage. The Imperial fleet showed the Chaos side what is called a fire saturation strike. After Guilliman's reforms, the number of Imperial Navy ships has been rising. Forge Worlds are building warships at a frantic pace. It turned the Imperial Navy, which was always petty in war, into a fanatical follower of the theory of firepower. There is no enemy that can't be dealt with by a light spear. If there is one, give him 1,000 shots. Use absolute firepower to let the enemy know what cruelty is. Don't ask why the Empire is so wasteful, asking is arrogant. A battleship belonging to the Iron Warriors was torn apart by the endless firepower of the Void Shield. The firepower of the Empire is too terrifying. Even if there is only a tiny weak point, it will be blasted through by the overwhelming firepower, tearing up the hull structure, and finally becoming a pile of wreckage scattered in the cold space. The battleship's Void Shield was overwhelmed by countless explosions. Shield generators are overloaded with frequent flashes. Countless light spears covered the surface of the Void Shield. Let the entire Void Shield be covered with gully-shaped white flames. When the Void Shield disappeared, thousands of tons of live ammunition followed. The battleship withstood the bombardment for a full 10 seconds. The hull exploded one after another, and at the end, the flames caused by the explosion converged into a huge pillar of fire, which was ejected from the cabin, resulting in a big explosion. In a silent burst, the flames are burning. The keel of the battleship broke. A second later, the reactor exploded. A miniature sun envelops the entire ship in a perfectly shaped yellow sphere. The viewing port of the Glory Laurel will automatically darken accordingly to block out the too strong light. The edge of the nova reaction produced by the reactor explosion touched the frigate next to it. The void shield of that ship was also overloaded and shut down in the electromagnetic storm formed by many moving purple currents. Soon, the unlucky frigate also embarked on the same fate as the battleship. Burns in silent flames, bursts, and finally falls apart. The Imperial fleet is devastated, and no Chaos ship can stand in front of the spears formed by the fleet. Chaos ships let alone counterattack, they are lucky to be able to escape by chance. Only the spirit of vengeance, blessed by the gods, managed to escape from the battlefield by chance. Fleet, free fire, Calgar ordered, clean them up. There are a large number of debris floating in the void, and the Imperial fleet is besieging the remaining Chaos ships. Those Chaos ships were all running for their lives in a hurry. They thought there would be a fierce battle. However, they underestimated the power of the Imperial fleet. Their understanding of the Imperial Navy is still in the period when Guilliman has not yet awakened. Unbeknownst to them, the Imperial Navy before Guilliman awakened and the Imperial Navy after Guilliman awakened were two completely different concepts. Calgar stood on the bridge, originally wanting to wipe out these Chaos fleets completely, block those Chaos fighters on the Vigilance Star, and come out to close the door and beat the dogs. However, a psychic communication from the Eldar Seeranvil of Sam's Ark world caused him to terminate this plan. From the information disclosed by the other party, he realized that the situation of Vigilante has reached the point of urgency. The plan of the Predators is about to succeed. Once they are allowed to complete the ceremony, the Nockmond corridor will be closed directly, and Terra will lose the only stable channel leading to the dark side of the Empire. Receiving a psychic communication from an Eldar ally, Calgar could only relinquish control of the fleet to others. Lead the team to the surface of Vigilus to stop Abaddon's conspiracy. The chaotic Chaos fleet has already fallen apart, and what follows is just a meaningless unilateral massacre. Those chaotic warships that were panicked and only cared about fleeing for their lives could no longer prevent the Imperial fleet from approaching the Vigilante. Many Imperial ships passed through the wreckage ring formed by the broken ships at full speed, headed towards the warning star, and parked in low Earth orbit. Many Primaris Space Marines have also received Calgar's order, and they are all ready. They are gathered on the drop deck, waiting to be teleported. The mechanical arc has also entered the low Earth orbit of the Vigilante, and the anti-aircraft artillery controlled by the forces of Chaos has continuously bombarded the void shield of the mechanical arc. Unfortunately, the lethality was not that great, and Regula didn't care about it. At this time, he was still having a final conversation with the Thunderbird pilot. If the test passes, the Thunderbird air-to-ground amphibious fighter will be officially deployed to the Imperial Army. Is of great significance to the Empire. It is also of great significance to mechanicism. represents that the Empire and the Mechanicum will completely abandon the old concepts in the past and start to make great strides in innovation. Human beings will once again embark on the path of science and rationality. Beautiful girls, it's time to test your training results. Regula stood on the high platform and shouted with a mechanical voice. Numerous female pilots of the Jiaoyang Legion have also assembled, and they are ready for actual combat. The superiority of the Thunderbird fighter is fully demonstrated at this moment. It does not require a dropship to reach the surface. This alone is enough to instantly kill the various Titan models currently used by the Empire. The current Titans of the Empire need transport ships to send them to the ground, which is very cumbersome. Means that the Empire must suppress the opponent's anti-aircraft firepower in order to send the Titan to the ground. The Titan that landed is the god of war, with the void shield and Titan weapons killing all directions. A Titan that has not landed is like a phoenix that has shed its feathers and is not as good as a chicken. Once it is killed, the many costs that the Empire has paid for the Titan will not be recovered. The Thunderbirds simply don't need the Empire to suppress ground fire. Can rely on speed to pass through the dense firepower network and land as a firepower unit. The relevant task details have been transferred to your personal database. Perform well, girls. After finishing this sentence, Pugila, the mechanical sage, stepped back. For the Emperor. For Guillemon. We shall win. Accompanied by the girl's oath, many mechanical priests got busy, preparing for their final expedition. The Thunderbird fighter jet is controlled by a single person, there is no crew member, and all problems can only be returned to the hangar or maintenance base to deal with. For this reason, inspection before departure is essential. A slight mistake can lead to a fatal error. Soon, the Thunderbird fighter jets were pulled by the mechanical arm to the port road of the Ark one by one. They take off in sequence and rush to the void. Anya's body was sleeping in the nutrient solution. Her consciousness has merged with the Thunderbird fighter. No keystrokes or assistance required. All she needs is a command from her consciousness, and the fighter can start to operate. The roaring engine pushes the heavy fighter. After sliding through the passage leading to the outside world. At the last few meters, the thruster ejected a blue propulsion flame. The celestial force field traction device installed on the fuselage also made a huge buzzing sound. This device allows the Thunderbird fighter to eject and accelerate with the help of the celestial force field. The fighter roared out, and after completing the acceleration, it rushed directly to the surface of Vigilus. The speed quickly reached a speed of 3 km per second. 1. The ground defense force spotted the Thunderbird, but the speed made it difficult for them to lock the Thunderbird. You can only watch them easily escape the dense firepower net and invade the airspace they control. Stupid follower of the Corpse Emperor, pay the price. A warlord-level Titan from the Chaos side pulsates with heavy steps, and the sounder emits the crazy voice of Chaos cultists. This warlord-class Titan once played a huge role in the Great Crusade, capturing cities and territories for the Empire. However, after the Horus Heresy, the Death Skulls joined forces with Chaos. Stained with the blood of countless loyalists. Later, this Titan was transformed by the Dark Mechanics in the Eye of Terror, and its power was further enhanced, making it even more terrifying and powerful. With the defeat of the Knights, Zhubei City will no longer have the power to stop them. At the feet of the Titan, the Chaos cultists held banners and weapons, forming battle clusters one by one. They surrounded the Titans, using the opponent's firepower and shields to stare at the defensive artillery of Zhubei City. They were extremely excited, looking forward to breaking through the last line of defense of Zhubei City. Slaughter those stupid believers of the Corpse Emperor. Let those fools know that the will of the Chaos gods cannot be violated. The Corpse Emperor is just a lie, and the gods are the truth. The Empire is retreating steadily, and the Knights have been defeated. The fragmented wreckage of the Titan is scattered everywhere, burning with flames. The loyal Knights fought to the last moment, but it is a pity that the number of Titans on the Chaos side far exceeds them. In addition, their Titans are also much worse in quality than Chaos. Failure is an inevitable thing. Death. The Chaos cultist stabbed the defender in front of him to death. The bright red blood made him extremely excited, and he couldn't help shouting again. He couldn't bear to offer more sacrifices to the gods. The defenders hiding in ravines and fortresses became more and more desperate. There are more and more Chaos cultists, and there are Titans to help. Soon, they will all die. An officer draws his saber, ready to encourage the soldiers to fight back one last time, to die heroically. Before he could speak, there was a whistling sound in the sky. Looking up, I saw several fighter planes roaring from a distance. The speed was so fast that visible sound waves appeared at the tail of the fighter planes, and billowing white air waves formed where they flew past. The officer saw golden double-headed eagles etched on the fighter planes. This logo clearly shows that these fighters belong to the Imperial camp. The colonel showed a hint of joy, but soon became desperate again. The opponent has Titans, and fighter planes can't help them. The loss of the defense line is a foregone conclusion. The Chaos cultists looked up at the fighter plane. Unlike the Empire side, they let out excited shouts. In their view, the other party is undoubtedly looking for death, flying at low altitude in front of the Titan. Is it a display for the Titan's artillery? Today, let the Titan's cannon tell these pilots how the jet should fly. Many thick muzzles were aimed at the sky, and the missiles on the shoulders rushed towards the enemy with tail flames. However, the opponent deftly avoided the intensive attack launched by the Titans. None of the missiles and beams hit the enemy. After approaching the Titan, the fighter stopped for a moment and then switched shapes in the air. The gears and machinery were changing rapidly, and the armor was also being reshaped. In just a few tenths of seconds, the fighter plane transformed into a Titan more than 40 meters away. Under the blessing of the original speed, when the Titan landed, it moved a long distance, leaving a gully on the ground. Those Chaos believers watched this scene in horror. The warplane converted Titan is falling on top of them. The huge body fell to the ground, crushing them all into minced meat in an instant. The ravines left by the Titans were full of minced meat and blood of the Chaos cultists. The scene was once very and cruel. The Chaos believers who were still excited saw this scene, and their morale was so frightened that they lost their morale. If it weren't for the warlord army behind them, they might turn around and run away. The defenders were also dumbfounded. They watched those warplanes transform in the air, and then landed as Titans. The multi-tube rapid-fire rotary cannon mounted on the thick mechanical arm also opened fire immediately, frantically strafing the Chaos cultists on the ground. The speed of the artillery is very fast, enough to fire 1,000 lasers in 1 second, and the power is enough to penetrate the steel plate. In just a few breaths, the Chaos cultists who were still rampant and excited all suffered heavy casualties. Those who survived were also howling and screaming. In a moment, the situation was reversed. The officers and many soldiers who thought they were dead just now smiled. The warrior-level Titan saw this scene, turned its guns and fired at the fighter Titans that killed the ground troops of the Chaos side. The Thunderbird Titan is slightly thinner in size, but the technology contained in it is far superior to many traditional Titans of the Empire. Missiles and blast energy beams hitting their shields can only cause the shield to rippling with light, and cannot break through the defense at all. The ground troops attacking Jubei City were quickly slaughtered by the Thunderbird Titan. Afterwards, they turned their heads and looked at the warrior Titan. As if they had a tacit understanding, a spear with a shining blue arc popped out of the steel-cast arm. Titan duels tend not to last long. Even if the size of both sides is very large. Duels often only take a moment to decide the outcome. The force field device and the propulsion device behind it allow the Thunderbird Titan to have better mobility. They can even spin and jump, doing all sorts of things older Titans couldn't. Waving the huge palm of the warrior Titan, it made a sound like a sonic boom in the air, but it was deftly dodged. The Thunderbird Titan relies on the kinetic energy given by the thrusters and the armor piercing given by the power field. 3 or 4 spears pierced the belly of the warrior-level Titan. Another one pierced the head of the warlord-class Titan, killing 1/3 of the crew members on the spot. The battle process is simple and efficient, without the slightest sloppiness. Thunderbird-type Titan completely crushes warlord-level Titan in terms of speed. No matter how powerful the warrior-level Titan is. But you can't hit the opponent, and it's useless. Anya felt unprecedentedly relaxed, the enemy was no match for them at all. Without even a decent resistance, they have already been overthrown. The Chaos side is a piece of rubbish. If the Titan crew members on the opposite side heard her thoughts, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. The performance of the new Titan is far superior to the Titans researched by the Martian Mechanics in the past. Not to mention, the old models of the Chaos Party that were 10,000 years ago. Comparing the two, it is completely like holding a Gatling laser gun and playing an arquebus. The two are not on the same level at all. The crew members in the cockpit of the warrior Titan screamed, but their cries could not change the situation of the battle. The abdomen was pierced, and the energy core was also destroyed. The interior of the warlord Titan flashes red lights for alarm. The energy pipeline was damaged, as was the energy stack cooling device. Those crew members tried to open the hatch and escape from the warrior-level Titan. Once the overheated energy core explodes, they will all die inside. Kainiya and the others did not give them a chance. The spear in his hand retracted and stabbed out again, completely destroying the energy core and energy circuit of the warrior Titan. Detecting that the energy overflow index of the warrior-level Titan increased, Kainiya and the others withdrew, then switched to fighter plane form, and roared away. The battle here is over. They need to go to the next battle. The purpose of the Thunderbird air-to-ground amphibious fighter is this, relying on its speed advantage to quickly cut through the enemy. The battlefield situation is extremely complicated, and speed is the key to determining the outcome of a game. The competition on the battlefield is not only the number of the two sides, but also the logistics and the speed of the troops. A troop with 500,000 troops and a troop with 100,000 troops, must it be 500,000 troops encircling 100,000 troops? If the 100,000 army has super high mobility and can cooperate closely, the 500,000 army is the one that is surrounded. Troops that cannot be put into battle and supported in time do not exist for the two warring parties. The warrior-level Titan that originally had the advantage on the battlefield fell to the ground. Mars spewed out from the damaged mechanical joints like a fountain. Afterwards, Mars turned into a flame that soared into the sky, and a big explosion rumbled and the ground shook. Tens of thousands of fragments were like blades, rushing in all directions with high temperature and flames. The Chaos Army, which had suffered heavy casualties, suffered another disaster. The Titan's explosion turned several kilometers around into hell, and a huge high-temperature shockwave swept away, drowning those Chaos cultists. The missiles stored in the Titan were also detonated, setting off a series of explosions and intensifying the shock wave. The Imperial defenders also had to hide in the trenches, and when the wind and waves calmed down outside, they went out. Everything had settled, the ground was scorched black, and there were fragmented corpses everywhere. A look of awe crossed their faces. The strength of the Imperial support force was beyond their expectations. A difficult defensive battle was turned into a one-sided massacre by them. The speed was so fast that the defenders felt like they were dreaming. Just now, I was parting from life and death, and I was preparing to write a will. Now it's just a matter of laughing and watching the enemy disappear in an instant. Empire shall prevail. On the silent battlefield, I don't know who shouted the first sentence. Then the defenders shouted excitedly. They crawled out of the trenches and rushed to the burnt in the scorched battlefield where limbs and arms were scattered everywhere. Some chaos cultists survived by chance and were dragged out by them. Those guys are no longer as rampant as they were just now, their faces are full of fear and desire for life. The counterattacking defenders showed no mercy, they made the captives kneel. Do to them what the damned do to imperial captives. The same scenario is playing out elsewhere. The appearance of the imperial support troops brought the defenders of Jubei City, who were originally at a disadvantage, to an instant comeback. Some chaos cultists had already reached the city, but they were still fired by the support troops, and they were defeated, crying for their father and mother. The horrific firepower of the support troops made their previous excitement and carnival disappear without a trace, replaced by fear and despair. The mentality of the Jubei City defenders and the chaos troops has reversed. The same is true for the offense and defense of both sides. Eastern Mountains of Vigilus. Jace is here to stop the attack of Heretic Tate, and even the Eldar show up to help them defend the Eastern Mountains. Under the strata of the Eastern Mountain Range are rich blackstone deposits, and it is also one of the important nodes for the Word-Bearers to reverse the vigilant anti-subspace force field. Knowing the importance of their mission, Jess and the others are ready to fight to the death. The two sides engaged in small-scale brutal fights in the complex environment of the Black Mountains. In order to prevent the Eastern Mountain Range from falling into the hands of chaos, Jess took the risk of attracting the Gene Stealers hiding in the depths of the Eastern Mountain Range, and also attracted the orcs who were destroying everywhere. He knew very well that this place could not be held with the strength of loyalists. Abaddon is too strong, no one can stand against him. Jess can only use this method to plunge the Eastern Mountains into chaos and stop the plot of the Black Legion. This strategy was very successful. The Eastern Mountains became a land of chaos. Zerg, Orc, Empire, Chaos, and other forces are constantly fighting in the mountains. Traces of battle and mutilated corpses can be seen everywhere. The Eastern Mountain Range has a large number of tunnels, and geothermal heat gushes out. After the riot, the Gene Stealers saw it as a brood. The environment there is very suitable for the Zerg race, and they have an absolute upper hand in fighting in that kind of place. With geothermal heat, they do not lack any energy sources. It is a good place that can be attacked, defended, and farmed. For this reason, they will never hand over the Eastern Mountain Range to any party. Orcs are more pure, they were born purely for war. The more wars, the more excited they are. Realizing that there were more wars in the Eastern Mountains, Orc clans from all over the place set out on their locomotives. The more the Chaos Party uses all kinds of powerful weapons to wipe them out, the more excited they are, and they come from all directions in a steady stream, just to fight with bugs and bad shrimps. However, Abaddon's ability to become the War Master was definitely not due to him treating guests to dinner, giving the four gods a back door, nor was it brought about by his father's connections. The subspace is a place that pays attention to strength. Abaddon relied on his own strength to conquer other warbands and form the Black Legion, and finally he was recognized by the four gods and became the War Master. Seeing the stalemate in the battle, Abaddon went off in person, sweeping away all enemies who dared to stand in his way with his mighty strength. The elite of the Black Legion came out and fought their way out, allowing the Word-Bearers to install the Blackstone Demon Crown on the top of the Eastern Mountain Range and perform the ceremony. Jess was forced to take the last force and the Eldar to stop it. The long-term battle has left them scarred and on the verge of their limit. Many soldiers didn't even get a good night's sleep, and what they ate was the nutrient cream in their battle armor. However, none of the fighters flinched. Shouting oaths, they charged the Black Legion ceremony. Traitor! Jess stepped into the battlefield with a hammer in hand. His scepter has been broken, and the hammer in his hand is another warrior's relic. Stupid, idiot who can't see the truth of the universe. Abaddon walked towards Jace. This damned little bug has repeatedly sabotaged his plans, and now it's time to liquidate. Jess accelerated and rushed up, using the impact of running, he swung his warhammer to attack. Pay for your crimes. Jess's voice was full of anger. Facing Abaddon, he would think of Gabriel's death. He wants to avenge Gabriel. Blood for blood, this is the dogma of the wolf. After activating the Emperor's Angel combat engine, Jess' ability has also been greatly improved. The body becomes stronger and the senses become more acute. Abaddon didn't speak anymore, he also rushed to Jace, the claws of Horus covered with deadly energy. The magic sword Drachanian shone with a strange, evil light in his hand. The magic sword swung to Jace's head, he could only dodge hastily, and swung his warhammer to fight back. Unable to find out, the opponent's move was just a feint. The claw of Horus is his real purpose. Jess fell into a disadvantage in an instant. Even if he got the blessing of the Emperor Angel battle engine, it would be difficult for him to fight against Abaddon who was blessed by the four gods. The warhammer in his hand barely blocked the fatal blow of the magic sword. Horus' claws pierced into Jess's body, and then he was thrown flying. Jace felt dizzy, and then filled with pain. Bright red blood spurted out and splashed in the air. When it landed, the ground was already bright red. He fell heavily on the ground, his vision was blurred, stone chips splashed beside him, and severe pain spread from the wound to his whole body. Trash! Abaddon looked down at Jess condescendingly, with no concealment of contempt at the corner of his mouth. Jess endured the pain and stood up, supporting his body with the hammer. The anger in his heart sustained him. Looking at the great enemy in front of him, he let out a wolf howl soaked in grief and fury. The space wolves will never give up. He was born of Fenris, son of the frost wolves, who lived in the shadow of the glacier of death, and honed himself in the storms that swept across heaven and earth. Russ will turned into blood flowing in his veins. He is the son of Fenris, he is the successor of Ruth's will, he is the wolf. Amidst the stern wolf howl, Jess' eyes turned crimson, and black hair grew out. The strong and powerful body grew rapidly, cracking the thick armor. Teeth becomes sharp and crosses each other. A genetic data change has been detected, and the database has been formally filed wolf-like, relevant data has been recorded. The wolf has turned into a special genetic mutation, and it is being checked for genetic remodeling. The sound of the Emperor's Angel's battle engine echoed in his mind, but Jace could no longer hear it. His rationality was also overwhelmed by wildness. Under infinite rage, he turned into a werewolf. The deaths of brothers and comrades, the deaths of civilians, and the mortal soldiers who fought in despair only to be crushed in the end. During this period of time, the sacrifices in front of him turned into fuel for anger, making every cell cry out in anger. Now that it has completely erupted, the only thing supporting him is his hatred for chaos and his unbearable will to kill. Jess rushed towards Abaddon. He jumped up, smashed his knee heavily on Abaddon's arm, and suppressed him with his body and strength. A monster. Abaddon sneered, look at the difference between your current appearance and a demon. Jess couldn't speak, he just attacked the opponent crazily. The combination of wolf transformation and combat engine gave Jess an unprecedented increase in strength. Unfortunately, as the War Master, Abaddon's power has really reached a level comparable to or even surpassed that of Horus in the past. The claw of Horus, blessed by the gods, caught a gap and pierced into Jess's chest. It was extremely sharp, and the armor and tough wolf-like skin were like paper. Abaddon pierced it. Put on. The claw of Horus lifted up, tearing Jess' body apart in an instant. Bright red, scorching wolf blood spurted out with the claws of Horus, sizzling on the ground. Jay staggered back in front of Abaddon, standing still for a few seconds. Then his legs went limp and he knelt down on the ground, bleeding profusely from his damaged lips. Abaddon stood in front of Jace condescendingly. All Jace could do was stare back with angry eyes. But he was too injured and couldn't stand up anymore. The evil power of the warp on Horus' claw kept destroying his body. Heart of Gilliman's repair function has been severely weakened. Jess was completely desperate. With wolf form and combat engine, he couldn't defeat Abaddon, and he wasn't even qualified to fight him. The gap between the two is so large. It is so big that it is desperate. The game is over, you idiot, you can't beat me. Abaddon said, raising the magic sword in his hand. Drachanian let out a howl of excitement, it was eager to bathe in the blood of a hero. Killing those warriors who are unwilling will always give it more pleasure. The unwillingness and pain of those warriors during their lifetime will be transformed into its nourishment, nourishing its twisted and evil essence. When the magic sword swung down, a strong flash of light lit up beside Abaddon. The attack of the magic sword Drachanian was also blocked, and Jess was able to survive. The disgusting lackey of chaos. A deep and powerful voice came, and a blue figure appeared on the battlefield. It was the Great Lord of Ultramar, the capable subordinate of the Empire's regent, the most perfect extreme warrior, a model hero, possessed the most honored Calgar of the Ultramarines. He appeared with 300 Primaris Space Marines. Of course, this is just the beginning. On the battlefield, there was a constant flash of light, and a steady stream of original caste space warriors came out of the light. Their joining turned the Black Legion, which had the upper hand, into a disadvantage. After receiving the warning from Anvil, the prophet of Sam's Ark world, Calgar did not dare to delay, and used the teleportation technology to directly teleport to the eastern mountain range to stop Abaddon's plot. Seeing Calgar's appearance, Abaddon frowned slightly, you came too early, the gift I gave you hasn't been ready yet. If you were a day or two late, you would be able to see the corpses and infinite demons. I also prepared a gift for you. Calgar said blankly, a cage made of pure gold, and a fire rack in Terra. Are you very confident in catching me? Abaddon showed a mocking expression, who gave you what kind of confidence? Your genetic father? That stupid and cowardly Gilliman. If you can't catch it, it's okay to take the corpse back. Calgar said, to be honest, I have a problem with wasting resources to preserve the corpse of a traitor. By the way, how was the body of Horus kept in the past? I heard that he was kept very well by the Emperor's children. When you found the body, you found hundreds of pieces in pieces. Horus is really brave and strong. Ah, his heir is even more so. He can sit back and watch his genetic father be divided into hundreds of pieces without any anger. It is amazing to be so strong and brave. Abaddon, being a warrior, being a war master really wronged you. Go put on women's clothes, learn how to dance from the succubus, and prove your bravery and strength to the gods with beautiful dance moves. It will definitely be very gratifying. Abaddon's face turned cold, and Calgar's poisonous tongue made him a little at a loss as to how to answer. The blasphemy of his genetic father made him even more angry. You are looking for death. Abaddon roared. You can give it a try and see who is looking for death. How can a waste who can't even keep the body of his genetic father have the guts to stand in front of me and talk to me? Could it be that after throwing yourself into chaos, you don't even have dignity in face? Has it all been abandoned? Calgar's contempt and arrogance made the angry Abaddon even more manic. The twin explosive bolts hanging under the claw of Horus roared and fired, but Calgar did not make any evasive movements. A faint halo appeared in front of him, and the energy built into the armor blocked the impact of the explosive bomb. The flames of the explosion covered the shield, but failed to break through. Not to mention hurting Calgar. You only have this ability, waste. Calgar said indifferently, go and learn to dance, Abaddon. You are not suitable for showing bravery in battle, you can conquer the gods with dance. You'll know the answer, hope your weapon is as sharp as your mouth, bastard. Abaddon's face contorted in rage, and the air around him screamed. The demonic sword in his hand produced tentacles of demonic energy that licked the air like flames. The claw of Horus is also fully charged, making a crackling sound. The evil power of the subspace makes this power claw even more terrifying, enough to tear everything apart. Abaddon was furious to the extreme, and he struck hard. The claw of Horus and the magic sword pierced Calgar's shield and pierced his body. But he was not happy, because the hand felt very wrong. There is no sense of reality that pierces the flesh and blood. More like a phantom. Are you old and dizzy? Waste, I'm behind you. Calgar's voice sounded behind Abaddon. Abaddon was shocked, not knowing how the other party did it. Try to turn around and defend, but it's too late. A battle between the Astartes can be decided in an instant. Calgar's iron fist slammed heavily on Abaddon's body, not only smashing his back armor, but knocking him to the ground. Cough. 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 Abaddon was pinned to the ground, blood dripping from his lips. He wanted to get up, but Calgar stepped on his head, stepped on it again, and stuck to the ground. Is this the level? Calgar looked at Abaddon whose head was trampled by him. Abaddon roared furiously, but Calgar's feet seemed to be welded to the planet, unable to move at all. Do you think you have won, Calgar? Abaddon's voice was full of hatred and killing intent. Keep your head up before asking me if I won, Calgar said. You're a piece of shit, Abaddon. You. The earth shook and cracked. In the distance, a ray of light shot straight into the sky. That is the light emitted by the activated Blackstone demon crown. The sky was torn apart, and countless demons poured out of it. They howled excitedly, jumping for joy that they came to the real universe. The anti-warp field of Vigilus has been reversed to become a massive amplifier. Demonic forces are stronger on Vigilus than elsewhere. You didn't win, Calgar. Abaddon, who was trampled on Calgar's feet, said tauntingly, you focused on me like those idiots. This is your biggest mistake. If you don't save him, maybe there is a last chance to stop it, but unfortunately, you made the wrong choice. Kill you, those guys will collapse soon. Calgar said, you are destined to end here today. Do you think you can kill me? Abaddon mocked, I am the gods chosen, and you want to kill me. As soon as the words fell, a powerful shockwave of spiritual energy surged with Abaddon as the center. Calgar couldn't stand still, and took a few steps back. Abaddon rose to his feet, his strength increased as Vigilus' anti-warp field was reversed. The flames of the magic sword became brighter and more intense. Abaddon, holding the magic sword, looked at Calgar, revealing cruelty and killing intent. Today is your death day, Calgar, you are doomed, even if Guilliman comes, he will not be able to save you. 190, enough to determine the mission of the future of the Empire. The sky and the earth changed drastically, the structure of the real space was overwhelmed, and there was a dull sound, and the light of the ether spread all over the sky, like cracks. The ceremony of the word-bearers has been formed, and the Blackstone Demon Crown reverses the anti-subspace force field of the Vigilante, making it an amplifier. The violent etheric force poured out from the void warp, tearing apart the fabric of time and space. The monstrous waves of the subspace swept in with a terrifying trend unimaginable by the world. The psychers were all howling. The force of oppression is too powerful, and it is simply not something that humans can bear. Only by closing your mind can you get rid of the endless illusions. The most intuitive change that everyone can see, that is, the scar of the curse that was originally confined to the edge of the galaxy began to move inward. The crazy waves of the Great Rift are approaching, and they are about to swallow Vigilus. On the surface of Vigilante, with the operation of the Blackstone Devil Crown set up by the word-bearers, the phenomenon of reality disintegration began to appear in large numbers around the world. As a key channel connecting the dark side of the Empire on the north side and the Holy Land of the Empire on the south side. The real space inside the Nockmond corridor has always been the coveted area of the Chaos Demon. However, the existence of the anti-subspace force field prevents them from entering the real space. At most, it can only appear briefly with the help of various blood sacrifice rituals. Now, they have found a breakthrough. The dam that maintained reality finally collapsed, and the minions of the gods continued to enter the real universe like an out-of-control flood. An unprecedented disaster broke out on Vigilus. And in the eastern mountains, at the last ritual platform, Abaddon and Calgar are about to decide the winner. Are you sure? Calgar looked at the torn sky. He failed the Imperial Regent after all. Vigilus is reversed, and the Empire is literally split in two. All regions are invaded by chaos. The only way to make up for the mistake now is to... Calgar looked at Abaddon. Killing the archenemy of chaos might make the Primarch forgive him for his incompetence. Go to hell. Abaddon roared, and the magic sword in his hand released an extremely strong evil light. The breath on his body became more and more terrifying. Abaddon stabbed out with his sword, using all his strength. Thrust this sword from the lost past. Piercing this sword from an undetermined future. Pierce this sword from the trajectory line of fate. Abaddon used the blessings of the gods and the power accumulated over thousands of years. What he wants to pursue is to seal the throat with a sword. One sword will decide the outcome. This is a big gamble. As long as you win, the battle is won. However, there is no good end for gamblers. Calgar has already completed the second original casting upgrade, and his physical fitness and strength have been greatly enhanced, which has surpassed the limit of ordinary people. Star warriors are called supermen by mortals. They are so strong that ordinary people can't afford the courage to resist. But space fighters still belong to the human level. Even if they stand at the pinnacle of human body transformation, space warriors are just mortals. Calgar is different, he is already a demigod. A true demigod. The Emperor Angel combat engine has been fully activated, and it has been equipped with terrifying abilities. When Abaddon attacked for the first time, Calgar used the teleportation ability. Relying on this ability of being invisible, he easily defeated Abaddon. Let it know that the Empire is no longer the Empire it used to be. Now, Calgar directly overloaded the combat engine to fully enhance his strength. The power fist installed in his hand made a crackling sound. After charging, Calgar punched out. The speed was so fast that Abaddon only felt his vision blurred for a moment, and then he lost his feeling. With just one fist, Abaddon flew out again. He is wearing a set of Terminator power armor from 10,000 years ago. It is extremely heavy and has been blessed by the gods. There are also many powerful wizards who have poured their power into the armor. But Calgar blew up the protective shield of the power armor and the shield of the breastplate with one punch, and made Abaddon fly more than 10 meters away. One can imagine how terrifying Calgar's punch is now. The Terminator armor, which contained infinite power, was blown apart with a single punch. Abaddon wanted to stand up, but tried several times, but fell down again. Trash. Calgar repeated again. Just now, Abaddon, who clamored to kill Calgar and let Guilliman taste the pain of losing his heir, vomited blood. Just one punch, and he fell there and couldn't get up. Abaddon became even more angry in his heart, and his rationality was about to be overwhelmed by anger. But he just couldn't stand up. Calgar's punch was so terrifying that he couldn't even move. The only thing he can do is to look at Calgar's direction fiercely. Calgar walked up, he wanted to execute the opponent directly. But in the next second, a strange evil flame emerged out of thin air, quickly covering Abaddon's whole body. After shining with a bright light, the elite and War Master of the Black Legion on the battlefield disappeared. Seeing that the War Master lost to Calgar, those wizards took him away with black magic. If Abaddon dies here, the Black Legion will fall apart. For this, Abaddon must live. Whether for the good of the gods or their own. Abaddon had to live. Calgar roared angrily, calling Abaddon a coward. But there was no voice to respond to him. Abaddon, who was arrogant just now and clamored to let Calgar die, fled the battlefield in embarrassment. The wizards of the Black Legion didn't waste any time, they teleported Abaddon back to the Vengeful Spirit. Nowadays, the situation on the Vengeful Spirit is not very good. The Imperial fleet's offensive was too violent. Large numbers of Chaos ships have been destroyed, leaving only burning wrecks in the void. The Chaos fleet suffered heavy casualties and was routed by the Empire. The Spirit of Vengeance, the Queen of Glory class, was originally invincible, using extremely precise artillery fire and void shield temporary reinforcements to block every shell, light, and torpedo from the Empire. In the eyes of the Imperial Navy, this Chaos ship is literally invulnerable. Actually, the Spirit of Vengeance is no longer the Spirit of Vengeance. It has been blessed by the gods, as well as transformed and upgraded by countless wizards and followers of the Dark Mechanic cult. Abaddon secretly formed a team of Chaos wizards who were proficient in prophecy in the Spirit of Vengeance, and connected them to the battleship. The prophecy team performed the prophecy rituals continuously, and also communicated directly with the Avenging Fire's defensive fire control system. In this way, the Spirit of Vengeance can predict the enemy's attack and remain invincible. However, the firepower of the Imperial fleet brought by Calgar is too terrifying. The combined forces of the huge Imperial ships overwhelmed the fire control systems of all Chaos ships with their overwhelming firepower, and so did the Vengeful Spirit. The Chaos wizards who used to prophesy were driven mad by the fragmented future caused by the huge number of Imperial ships. There was an ear-piercing scream. After the seriously injured Abaddon returned to the Vengeful Spirit, he ordered the retreat. Soon, the flagship jumped into the warp and disappeared without a trace. The Chaos War Master will return someday in the future to continue the eternal war against the Empire. At this moment, he has failed. But Abaddon was not discouraged by this. He failed many times and was defeated many times. But now, he is still there, and those people have long since left. Patience is a virtue, and so is dormancy. Anger is necessary, but meaningless anger is not worth advocating. Abaddon admitted that this time Calgar beat him. If Calgar thought he had won, he was dead wrong. This is a long war, for everyone. Temporary victory or defeat is meaningless. Who can win the final victory is the most important thing. The duel failed. But Abaddon's goal has been achieved. The ritual of the Blackrock Demon Crown has been completed. The anti-subspace force field has also been reversed into a subspace augmentation force field. Nakmond Corridor will be closed in a few months. Without the corridor that can penetrate the Great Rift, Guilliman has no way to support the dark side of the Empire. The Empire is only half left. After all, it was Abaddon, the War Master elected by the four gods, who won. It's just the difference between winning more and winning less. The Spirit of Vengeance left, and the Chaos Fleet completely lost its last courage to resist. They also evacuated one after another. However, the departure of the Vengeful Spirit also had some dire effects. One of the most basic principles of subspace navigation is to use powerful energy to tear apart reality. For a giant ship like the Glorious Queen, the space-time rift it needs will be huge. In this universe where the Big Rift is constantly approaching, reality is already on the verge of disintegration. Vengeful Spirit, the reality rift created while teleporting away, didn't heal again like before. The correction force in the universe can no longer bridge the subspace gap, and can only let the slit lamp exist. The large gap caused by the Vengeful Spirit resonated with the Cursed Scar, and merged with the havoc brought by the previous Blackstone Demon Crown ceremony, becoming an even larger chaotic vortex that traversed the entire galaxy and shone with blue-green light. Part of the chaotic ships trying to escape were torn apart in this accident, directly torn apart by the distorted subspace and real space. The Black Legion withdrew, but unfortunately the threat of chaos has not been completely eliminated. The minions of the gods can already ignore the restrictions of the real universe, freely enter and exit the Vigilante, and even get the boost of Vigilante, a super-large subspace power amplifier, to gain stronger power. Today's Vigilus is a world on the verge of destruction. Calgar still has to save the world and find a way to prevent the closing of the Nockmond corridor, otherwise, he really doesn't know how to face his genetic father, how to explain that he threw away the other half of the Empire. Jess, who was on the verge of death, was brought back to Jabay City for treatment. Many Imperial troops who fought bravely were commended by Calgar. However, the situation is not very good. Calgar held an emergency meeting to prepare to take over Vigilus. The ships of the Empire are parked in the low Earth orbit of the Vigilante, and a large number of drones and gunships are continuously dispatched to attack the ground, and at the same time collect the situation around the Vigilante. Numerous hives are no longer under the control of the human empire, but are controlled by alien and chaotic forces. Like other worlds in the empire, the wealth of Vigilus is occupied by a group of noble families and ruling corps. Most of these people have followed Lucian 12 to defect to chaos. Which means they are targets that must be cleaned up. In addition to nobles, there are mobs and alien churches. The mob has lost faith in imperial rule. When the disaster came, the nobles gave up their duties. Scrape all the wealth and materials accumulated over thousands of years under their own high walls, and hoard enough water and food for them to live 100 lives. Then, they locked the gate tightly, keeping the people and workers out. Also hired assassins and troops to suppress malicious assemblies of the people. They are required to be hungry, to work hard with loyalty to the emperor, and with the dream of the great revival of the empire. All kinds of measures have seriously hurt the civilians of the empire. For this, they have completely given up their illusions about the empire. Under the instigation of various churches, they have launched a surging resistance movement. The Dragon Nest capital, which relies on the power of the dragon volcano, was the first to launch a resistance. There are very old indigenous beliefs here. People believed that volcanoes gave them hope. This local belief is called the fire worship sect. However, the world does not know which this belief points to. Only the subspace demons will know that, in addition to the conventional cognitions of transformation, magic, and knowledge, the Tsiench demon is also the subspace entity closest to the image of Agni. It also means that the fire-worshipping church in the Dragon's Nest capital has always pointed to the of change, Tsiench. For a long time, the demons have not been able to fully manifest because of the backlash effect of the Black Stone here. It was not until the emergence of the Great Rift that they were able to exert influence over mortal believers. When the Word-Bearer's ritual of the Black Rock Crown is complete, the demons are free to go. They emerged from the flames and lava, answering the desperate, hopeless believers. Facing the bewitching of the devil, the believers quickly started their own jihad. Countless slaves rose up to fight for their true God and for their future. Under the leadership of the Church of Fire, who believed in the God of Changed Tsiench, the civilians who hated the Empire destroyed the Dragon Volcano, causing the largest active volcano on the Vigilance planet to erupt. The erupted volcanic ash once again polluted the already extremely unbearable living environment of Vigilus. As a result, the entire sky was covered by volcanic ash, like the end of the world. In other hive cities, the Gene Stealers formed the Order of the Pauper Princes to pursue slogans such as freedom, democracy, and equality, and quickly grew in crisis. They controlled the largest water source in the eastern mountains and Vigilus. Those water sources have been mixed with biochemical poisons, and those who drink them can easily be controlled by the hypnotic psionic power of Gene Stealers. In order not to become food and slaves of the Zerg, people can only be forced to give up those water sources. For this reason, a serious water shortage crisis has been caused. The minions of the plague did not miss the chaos on Vigilus. People without water were forced to pray to every they could think of. And the merciful plague answered their plea. A great demon of Nurgle named Rainfather answered the mortal plea. This great demon is not much different in image from other great demons born from the image of the loving Father Nurgle himself. The only difference is that he is more generous and eager to respond to mortal requests. As the great unclean one moved forward, a large-scale heavy rain fell on Vigilus. People came out of the hiding place in ecstasy to welcome the timely rain. The civilians, imperial soldiers, and half-blood believers of the civilian princes were all in ecstasy, drinking the rainwater that fell during this miracle. However, the gift of chaos comes at a very heavy price. Their deaths came extremely slowly, tens of millions of bodies swollen with pus over the next few days. Grey pus oozes from every orifice in their bodies. Nurglings are even conceived within many victims. Hundreds of millions of Nurgles walking corpses are rampant in the hive city, thirsting for the flesh and blood of the living, and performing scenes of real zombie survival stories. When the chaos and carnage on Vigilus came to a head, the hot winds of war summoned another kind of demon. The people who have been deprived of everything vent their anger unrestrainedly. The dark followers of the blood use various methods to catalyze the anger of the masses. The demons of Khurn have made their way to reality in various war zones. Some demons rise from pools of blood, while others appear ritually in acts of violence. Some were summoned by the own wrath of the desperate populace. Waves of furious civilians poured into the noble district, tearing the nobles apart. The cruel and atrocities put down the last straw to the curtain of reality that had reached its limit. Just as the nobleman was smashed to death by the crowd with bare hands, a blood-red slanting light appeared out of thin air, and then the brass legion eager to kill tore through the curtain of reality and descended on the hive capital. Soon, the entire hive was completely destroyed by the demons of Khurn, and the skulls piled up like a mountain. Slaanesh demons also appear throughout Vigilius. They are summoned by the indulgent with the most extreme emotions. The nobles of each hive city abandoned the people they were supposed to protect and turned to the marauder. Catalyzed by betrayal, the cruelty of the predators, and the fear of death made them quickly degenerate themselves. They gathered together for a bottomless carnival, indulging themselves in the apocalypse. When the energy released from the black stone polishing ceremony shreds reality, these acts of attract attention beyond this world. The nobles died at the hands of the demons, or became one of them. In addition to these demons, there are also dark Eldar and orcs from all over the place. They also caused huge damage and loss to human beings. The situation on Vigilus is so bad that there is no way to do it. We have to subdue Saint's Port City first, whether it is personal emotion or strategic location. Saint's Port City is the best target, they have the largest airport, and they also have giant tracks connecting various hive cities. Personally, the Lucian family is the leader of the betrayal, and it was their betrayal that led to the complete collapse of the Loyalist front, and the massacre of a large number of soldiers and civilians. An imperial officer with a bandage on his head spoke first. Speaking of the Lucian family, his hatred almost turned into substance. If it weren't for this family, the Loyalists definitely would not have suffered such serious casualties. Calgar looked at the information given to him by various departments and the army. The situation in each nest is not optimistic. The Blackstone Demon Crown ceremony tore apart the barriers between reality and illusion, causing the Nockmond corridor to become more and more fragile, and in the end, it would even disappear directly. Before that, he had to find a way to stop this. Do you also support the conquest of Saint Port City first? Calgar looked at the crowd and asked. Saint Port City can be attacked in advance and defended in retreat. It can quickly transport troops to other hives by rail. It is an important strategic hive city. If it can be won, it will be of great benefit to us. Jess, who was barely able to move, also sat in his seat and expressed his opinion. Others agreed. Calgar thought for a moment, and finally decided to solve the matter of Saint Port City first. After confirming, Calgar gave the strike order. With the development of industry and technology in the Empire today, many previous strategic models have been abandoned. Walk the army, then build artillery positions, dig trenches, and then send out attacking troops to gnaw down the city. Now, it is an integrated operation. First came the last round of artillery fire to suppress. Then send the heavy tanks, knights, and infantry to attack directly. With the order to strike, the Imperial troops quickly moved into action. A huge teleportation platform was quickly built on the square of Jubei City. With the infusion of energy, all those instruments buzzed. The huge reaction column shone with light, and then became coherent, forming a beam of light. The concentrated energy array emits a stinging light. A huge distorted ball of charged light appeared on the platform. The tentacles shining with strong light danced wildly in the air, twisting as if they were alive. The mechanical priests adjusted the parameters of each item, the light sphere slowly stabilized, and the distorted surface became smooth as a mirror. The originally three-dimensional photosphere forms a light mirror without thickness. It is like a part of the high-dimensional universe projected into the three-dimensional universe. Part of it has extended to the high-dimensional universe, connecting the spaces of the two places, forming a transmission optical bridge. The troops entered in an orderly manner. Tank formations, night titans, and ready-made gunships, etc., flowed into the light hole like a tide. A brutal fight kicked off. The head coach of the Black Legion has already been defeated, and the remaining Chaos forces are naturally not enough to cause trouble. Soon, Saint Port City was penetrated by the Imperial Loyalist troops and entered the city. The exorcist troops composed of battle nuns and the state church used new equipment that could receive the power of the Emperor to expel demons. Bright golden light will light up in the hive city from time to time, followed by the screams of demons. Lucian 12, who was hung on the city wall, was rescued by other nobles at the last moment and re-elected as the leader. Under Abaddon's command, the demons tortured him with all cruel means, but did not let him die. Just let him suffer, let those idiot nobles know that warriors are the best people to rule this galaxy. Many nobles were afraid of getting into trouble, so they distanced themselves from him one after another. When they learned that Abaddon was beaten by the Empire and fled in embarrassment, when the Empire returned, the nobles thought of him again. Hurriedly rescued him as the backbone. Facing the powerful army of the Empire, the dying Lucian 12 had no choice but to surrender again, hoping to be forgiven. Holy Emperor, please forgive the sins of foolish people. Merciful Lord Ultramar, Lord of Limits, please forgive our sins. Lucian 12 brought many nobles to kneel in front of Kalga, a humble request. He completely forgot that not long ago, he was clamoring that the chapter master of the Space Marines was not fit to rule the Imperium. Only elites like them are the mainstays of the Empire. Whoever they choose is the winner. Now it seems that the turning of the victory compass will not change because of their choice. Their so-called aspirations of the people are somewhat ironic. Under the circumstances of their chaotic command and poor logistics, the loyalists of the Empire were beaten back by the chaos, and finally they were backstabbed by these idiots, almost collapsed, and countless people were killed or injured. After these nobles surrendered, Abaddon was taught a lesson by the iron fist of the Empire, and was beaten and fled in embarrassment. Whoever these idiots surrender to is doomed to failure. Calgar has already learned about the evil deeds of these nobles from other people. Vigilance is so bad, their responsibility is the greatest. Enjoy power and fail to fulfill the obligation to protect civilians, and also excessive oppression, leading to civil uprisings. Hang them all up on the city wall, just like what the great Marauder did in the past. Although he is an enemy, I have to say, he left me a good way to punish you bastards. Calgar had all the nobles hanged up to show the determination of the Empire to the whole world. This approach can win some civilians who have not yet completely fallen into the abyss. They just hate the rule of the nobles, and they don't really want to join chaos. All Calgar has to do is to show that the Empire will change the bad situation before. Lucian 12 screamed in horror when he heard Calgar's sentence, "You can't do this." "Of course I can. I can do everything that I think is right." Calgar said, "This is just the beginning, the Empire has already hated you trash." Solar System, Planet Terra. As a ruler, Guilliman has never had an easy job. Even with the assistance of Penny and others, he still has a lot of urgent government affairs to deal with. Every part of the Empire is in crisis, and countless people of the Empire are desperately asking for help from the Void. Guilliman has to respond to them in time, or in a desperate situation, they will throw themselves into chaos or some other nonsense. This is something that cannot be criticized. Survival is above all else. If the Empire has no way to protect those worlds, it cannot blame those worlds for leaving the Empire. Guilliman dispatched those troops as much as possible to help the beleaguered world, expel the enemies of mankind, and at the same time issued an order to expand the army, requiring all troops to expand their troops. Especially for the Primaris Space Marines, Guilliman relaxed the original Codex rules, allowing each chapter to expand to a legion size of 10,000 people. He also secretly mixed those legions with pure human gene seed without the Primarch as an anchor, to prevent the recurrence of the Horus Rebellion in the past. The heart of Guilliman has been strengthened several times, strengthening the detection of user loyalty and the detection of human identity. As long as the two do not pass the test, Guilliman's heart will be closed, and even reversely restrain the user. Ordinary troops use ideological stamps to strengthen control, planting ideas that are absolutely loyal to the Empire, loyal to humans, and hate chaos. In order to avoid accidents, Guilliman did not add any cult of personality to the latest thought stamp database after careful consideration. A believer of the state religion proposed to join the proposal of being absolutely loyal to the Emperor, which was directly rejected by Guilliman. Personality cults can easily be twisted. If the Emperor can't hold back the belief of mankind in the end, after degenerating into an evil god, the army stamped with the stamp of absolute loyalty to the Emperor's thoughts will inevitably be implicated. At that time, the consequences will be unimaginable. At the same time, he listed the thought stamp technology as the top technical secret of the Empire. Any unit, individual, no matter what their status is, once they are found to be researching or using thought stamp technology privately, they will be declared excommunicated and rebellious, and any individuals involved will be directly sentenced to death. Most of the power or high-level personnel of the state church have been controlled by Guilliman. But among the factions fighting, Guilliman can do nothing, too complicated. He can't waste time on this kind of thing, so he can only prohibit the outflow of thought stamp technology. Avoid some extreme sects using this technology to develop beliefs, it is definitely a terrible nightmare for human beings. For this reason, he had to plan ahead. Standing on the balcony of the Terra Senate of the Empire, Guilliman, freed from the busy government affairs, overlooked the changes in Terra. Reconstruction work has basically been completed. A large number of old buildings have been overturned and rebuilt to give those civilians and workers a better living environment. Terra's natural environment has also been restored very well. The long-disappeared forests and oceans reappeared in the sacred homeland of mankind. With the emergence of a large number of new technologies, most of the work can be completed by the intelligent system controlled by the divine brain system, and human beings have once again entered the rational society of data. Small floating vehicles and personal projection communication equipment are also popularized. The improvement in personal living standards is so great that it feels like a world away. Terra today and the previous Terra are completely two worlds, two eras. Guilliman has formulated a complete wealth distribution system to ensure that each class can get its reasonable share of the cake. Businessmen, workers, scientific researchers, and entertainment workers all play a pivotal role in human society. Excessive inclination of wealth to any class will lead to social problems. Only when everyone can share the cake can the motivation of the whole society be stimulated, a positive feedback be formed, and human civilization continue to develop. Empire should not be a military empire of warriors, an empire of workers and peasants, or a capital empire of merchants and entertainers. Empire should be an empire for all. Each post has its meaning of existence. Advocating that any class or group make sacrifices to satisfy the interests of another group can certainly bring about accelerated development, but it will eventually lead society into deformity and become a situation of killing the chicken and picking the egg. Terra's comprehensive basic education is also being promoted, and Guilliman stipulates that everyone must have certain cognitive and learning abilities. He must let everyone realize what power and obligation he has, so as to inspire their love for the Empire and support the existence of the human empire. Rule an Empire is not a novel. Guilliman is not the protagonist of the novel either. It is impossible to overthrow all the enemies on your own. Take 10,000 steps back and say, what's the use of Guilliman killing the 4 gods in seconds? When the 4 gods fall down, there will be countless chaotic gods standing up again, endlessly. Only by solving the problem from the root cause can human beings get rid of the control of the gods and move towards the real future. This is also the reason why Guilliman hates the cult of personality and refuses to add the ideological stamp of absolute loyalty to the emperor in the army. The Great Wall was not built by Emperor Shiwang. The ancient Roman Empire is not the credit of Alexander alone. Egyptian pyramids were not built by pharaohs. When people fall into a cult of personality, they often ignore the ordinary people who make sacrifices behind it. The emperor created the empire, created the Astartes. It is the countless sacrificed soldiers and soldiers who can sustain the existence of the empire for 10,000 years, the men and women who fought bravely for others. Their blood and ashes filled every cog in the machine of fate, keeping the empire alive. Civilization belongs to all its people, as do the merits and achievements. Guillemon withdrew his gaze. After dealing with the last matter, he was about to leave Terra. Penny-based administrative system has been formed. As long as there are no problems, the smooth operation of the empire can be guaranteed. He couldn't stay on Terra, that would ignore other places that needed him. Guillemon took a deep breath, stretched his fingers and let out a long exhalation. At this time, a soft electronic sound came. His personal database received a communication request from Sicarius. Following Guillemon's confirmation order, the projection equipment in the office started working. After a few flashes, the image of Sicarius appeared in front of Guillemon. Sorry to interrupt your work. My lord, the person you want to meet is here. The custodian. Guillemon said. Yes, he is already waiting for you outside. He came early, our agreed time should be an hour later. He said he was happy to wait, but I think it would be better to let you know. There are many annoying things in this world, but arriving early is definitely not one of them. Let him come in. I just relax from the complicated work. Yes, my lord. The projection flickered a few times and then disappeared. The office returned to tranquility. Guillemon walked to his seat, organized the language he would need later, and thought about what attitude he should use to say these words in order to get the effect he wanted. The mechanical door opens briskly under balanced pressure. A guard in golden armor appeared before his eyes. It was Valerian who had chatted with him a few times before. The dull slapping of combat boots on the marble echoed in the office. Regent of the Empire. Valerian saluted Guillemon. You're welcome, Shield Captain Valerian. I'm glad you answered my call. Guillemon said with a smile. It's our job, Valerian said. You can sit on the chair in front of me without restraint. No, I'm more used to standing, it helps me concentrate and think. Then do whatever you want. Guillemon gave up the idea of changing the opponent, and the Forbidden Army will not be changed from the day it was created. Why did you summon me here, my lord? Valerian asked. You are very resistant to change, so I need to ask, the Empire has a lot of brand new technology, maybe you can choose some to enhance yourself. Valeno said he would not accept any changes, but he gave you the power to be free, you can choose whether to continue to strengthen yourself. The Forbidden Army is perfect enough, we don't need any changes. Valerian said in a very decisive tone. Are you sure? Guillemon asked with a little deep meaning. I don't know if it's because you haven't been active in the galaxy for too long, or because you don't trust me. But no matter what, you have to admit that the Imperial Army is slowly being eliminated, the Empire is changing with each passing day, but you stick to your traditions and refuse to change. We are strong enough, my lord, you don't have to worry about that. Valerian said unmoved. It's just what you think is powerful. The enemy will not do things according to your ideas. Guillemon shook his head. If the regent is only for this matter, please forgive my presumptuousness, I have no intention of continuing the conversation. Valerian refused to continue talking about this matter, causing Guillemon to shake his head, and could only talk about another matter. Since that's the case, I won't force you. I just hope that you won't regret it when the crisis comes. There is a mission at this stage that requires the participation of the Imperial Army. This matter is very important and cannot be refused. My choice among the custodians is you. There will be people from every department, the Sisters of Silence, the Grey Knights, the elite of the chapter, the sages of the Mechanicum, and so on. May I venture to ask what it is? Valerian began. You will know it once you go to Moto. The team will gather there. Your task is to follow them, and then return to Terra safely. Write down all your experiences and submit them to the relevant departments and me. The task is so simple. Valerian frowned, a little puzzled. As I said before, this is just your perception, and the enemy doesn't think so. This mission is very confidential. Marshal Valener of the Imperial Army has agreed to it. You go directly there, and someone will tell you the details of the mission when you get there. Guillemon took out a document, which already had the seal of the Marshal of the Custodian Forces on it. Valerian looked at it, and there was no problem. But the confusion in his heart still didn't subside, and he asked again without giving up. What exactly is this mission? A mission that can change the future of the Empire. Guillemon did not respond directly to him, but only replied lightly. Is it enough to determine the future fate of the Empire? Valerian asked repeatedly, and he became more and more curious about this task, but Guillemon obviously didn't want to say anything more to him. Go, in Moto, you will get the answer. Guillemon said. 191, Appointment of War Apostles. Valerian did not get any answers about this mission from the Imperial Regent. The other party insisted that he go to Moto first. Someone will meet him over there and tell him the details of the mission. After thinking about it, Valerian finally chose to obey the order of the Regent of the Empire. The Forbidden Army is the Emperor's Guard and has a very detached position in the Empire. During the 10,000 year rise and fall of the Empire, the Forbidden Army has maintained its ancient traditions as always. Refused to change like the outside world. But the situation is different now. What the Kern Demon Army did in Terra has caused the Forbidden Army to be widely questioned. The Imperial Palace was almost captured by the enemies headed by Angren. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the Imperial Regent, no one knows what would have happened. For this reason, the Forbidden Army had to make changes. If they can't protect the Emperor, what is the meaning of the existence of the Imperial Army? Valerian walked out after saluting, holding the appointment document in his hand. There are many officers and officials outside Gilliman's office. They were very busy, shuttling through the dense forest formed by holographic projections, viewing data, and giving orders. These people assisted Gilliman in managing the entire human empire, extending his influence to every world in the empire. No one person can manage such a huge empire alone. Onerous government affairs are enough to overwhelm any superhuman mind. The dictators in the history of the empire had tragic endings. Valerian left along the way he had come. The officials made way for him one after another. Although the status has been challenged, the prestige of the Forbidden Army is still not something that ordinary people can despise at will. Valerian didn't have any arrogance either. He walked towards the door, observing the officials from the corner of his eye. They were different from the officials Valerian had seen before. With a smile on their faces, they looked more positive, as if they had endless motivation for them to squander. They are full of energy and look motivated. Those officials will occasionally look at the Imperial Guard, whispering to discuss his purpose here, and what he and the regent talked about. Valerian's hearing is very keen, even whispers, he can hear very clearly. But he wasn't interested in those people's confusion, and he didn't intend to explain anything to them. Instead, he walked straight out of the Senate Hall and went to the place where the hover vehicle was parked. Robed servants await the custodians. These servants have served the custodians for generations. They were born to learn how to serve the custodians, making them the best servants. Each generation of servants will hand over their responsibilities to their next generation at an appropriate time. Using this method, custodian servants maintain their purity and loyalty. Go back. Valerian stepped onto the hover vehicle and gave the order. The vehicle flew up lightly, and merged into the torrent of speeding cars among the huge forests composed of Terra City buildings. At this time, it was almost dusk. The setting sun shoots into the city and is cut into countless beams of light by the tall urban forest. The beams are almost parallel to the ground, which is beautiful. The suspension vehicle passes through the tall buildings in the city in the sunset light. Valerian stood on the edge of the vehicle, overlooking the city. Different from the cold steel and concrete cities of the past, the giant buildings in the Terra cities at this time are dotted with green plant parks. The arrival of Gilliman changed a lot of things. Many polluting heavy industries in Terra were ordered by him to rectify. Those factories need to spend a lot of money to purchase environmental protection equipment to ensure that the exhaust emissions meet the standards before they can continue to operate. Many families and businessmen who own factories have great opinions on this. They believe that this ridiculous policy will weaken the industrial production capacity of the empire, and will also push up the price of industrial products, leading to inflation, which will eventually lead to public resentment, and will intensify the riots. But after persevering, I found that the effect is very good. Environmental protection technology is provided by Regency and Mars, and it is very mature. If it is used on a large scale, the cost can be greatly reduced. The change in air quality has allowed the people of the Hive City to avoid a lot of unnecessary expenses, which has actually improved the quality of life. Of course, those factory owners and businessmen will always complain. No matter what they do, they are always complaining endlessly. The regent of the empire proposed a worker protection bill. They complained that it would increase the cost of production, making it impossible for the lower class to afford it, leading to turmoil. They hope that the regent of the empire can start from the perspective of the bottom and withdraw the Worker Protection Act. The regent of the empire proposed the Residence Management Act, allowing workers to move freely and allowing them to form their own guild organizations and spokespersons. They complained that doing so would make it more difficult for workers to manage and increase the cost of the factory. In the end, the people still paid for it, which made the bottom unable to bear it, and finally rioted. Before, when the imperial regent hadn't rectified the imperial daily, those news broadcasts often said that the empire was about to die, and various experts and scholars joined the battle to demand that the imperial regent take back those bills. We must continue to maintain the previous low-pay, low-welfare worker system. In this way, the cost of living can be effectively reduced and the happiness index of the people can be improved. Make the people of the empire more motivated to serve the empire. High remuneration and high benefits tend to make the imperial workers lazy, which is not conducive to the revival of the empire, let alone the struggle of the workers. Unfortunately, the regent of the empire never paid attention to those merchants and factory owners, and implemented his own reforms with an iron fist. There are also some people who use various means to resist this kind of reform that they think is unreasonable. However, they often end up in punishment camps. The effect of the implementation of these bills is also immediate. Terror riots and gatherings are at an all-time low. You must know that in the past, Terra would experience several disturbances every few months. Even the law enforcement officers of the Ministry of Justice are useless. All kinds of public executions can only be deterred for a period of time. After a few days, people forget those fears, and the riots will become more intense. Now, this situation has been greatly improved. There may even be a phenomenon where someone here has just started planning a riot, and they have already been reported to the legal department by the public, and then they are taken over by the pot. This is different from the past. In the past, people would sit back and watch those things happen, if they didn't participate. And now, those people have become the eyes of the empire. They watch their internal enemies, and when the other party shows their feet, they will assist the Ministry of Justice to arrest them as soon as possible, and suppress all kinds of chaos in the bud. The sudden good times made Valerian feel unreal. Since Gilliman returned to Terra, he has been in a dream. The change was so great that he couldn't tell whether it was reality or a dream. Half an hour later, the hover vehicle landed on an apron in the palace. Valerian went down, returned to his residence, prepared to take weapons and some necessary equipment and headed for Moto. It was a monk-style room, without any extra decoration, only bookshelves, seats, and stone walls. The bookshelves are filled with Valerian's favorite books. Valerian is a warrior, but he is also a scholar. Valerian turned off the force field and took out his weapon, wisdom. At this time, a footstep came. Valerian looked towards the door, and from the voice, he recognized the other party's identity. Sounds incredible. But for the Forbidden Army, this is just a basic ability. They have excellent memory and hearing, and can analyze the subtle differences of every sound. Lord Valinor, Valerian said. The one who came was Marshal Valinor of the Forbidden Army. It seems that my footsteps are too loud. Valinor's voice came from outside. A tall figure covered in golden armor also appeared at the door of Valerian's room. My lord. Valerian picked up the unactivated weapon and turned to look at the Marshal of the Imperial Army. Is there any urgent matter? Nothing, Captain of the Shield Guard, Valerian. Valinor said, the Regent must have talked to you. Are you going to Mordor to perform a mission? Yes, said Valerian, he said there would be a party in Mordor. I know, but he didn't tell me the details, did he tell you? No, he is very cautious. He said that after I arrive in Mordor, someone will explain it to me. Valinor fell silent. He looked at Valerian for a while before continuing. He has a lot of secrets, this is not a good sign. You are ready to go to Mordor, perhaps, you should listen to our master's thoughts. Valerian looked puzzled, he hasn't spoken for a long time. How to listen to his opinion? After consideration, I decided to let you enter the throne room. Guilliman is too mysterious. He holds a lot of things in his hands, and what he shows us is just the tip of the iceberg. I don't have any hostility towards him, but I don't know those things. Whether the secrecy risks endangering the Empire and the Emperor. For this reason, we must be careful. Valerian agreed with Valinor's statement. He also agrees with Guilliman. The custodians serve him. The custodian was not born for the Empire. They were never part of the Empire, nor of humanity. The Forbidden Army was born for a new era, but unfortunately, that era did not come. After the Horus Rebellion, the Forbidden Army had another duty, which was to protect their lord. In the concept of the custodian army, protecting the Emperor is the most important and the highest priority. Besides this, other things can be put aside. Between protecting humans and protecting the Emperor, the custodians will choose the latter without hesitation. Come with me. Valinor said, maybe when you are close to the throne, you will get his enlightenment. If not, then we will follow Guilliman's will. If so, then we will follow his instructions. Instructed to do. Valerian nodded, and he followed Valinor towards the throne. Follow those ancient corridors to the throne room. The inner courtyard is very empty, and it takes a long walk to see those automaton soldiers emitting red light. They all wore the golden imperial eagle emblem without exception, and muttered a long-forgotten processing language in their mouths. Occasionally, a childlike cherub would fly over the palace gate, waving mechanical wings, holding an incense burner and scriptures, leaving a trace of incense smoke in the sky. The two imperial guards walked in the inner court silently, and they walked to the gate of the starry sky. On the door is the Emperor's personal lightning mark. In front of the gate, stood several imperial guards. They held guard spears, motionless like golden sculptures. Tribune Heracles stood among them. His helmet has been taken off, revealing a stern and straightforward face. Tribune, Valerian greeted. Herrick nodded and greeted Valerian and Valinor, and then he asked about other things. I heard that the Regent of the Empire has found you and has given you a new mission. Yes, unfortunately, this mission is very confidential, so I don't know the details of the mission. Valerian explained to Heraclian. As long as it doesn't violate his wishes, the details of the mission are irrelevant to us. Herrick said, let's go this way. Behind the star gate is a long corridor, shaped into a ridge by piles of steel. The small lumen lights inlaid in the corridor flickered, and there were thick coolant pipes on the floor. Slender electric sparks danced in the jagged cables. The corridor connects the operating core inside the throne, and these things are all part of the throne. After walking a certain distance, Valerian and the others entered a hall. It was a hall with a huge hemispherical floor, covered by a transparent energy shield. In the transparent cover, scorching energy exchange is happening, and the shining light makes it almost impossible to blink. The air was woven by the electric current, and powerful plasma rays were flying above everyone's heads, making this metal device move vividly. Here is just one energy node of the complex network of the Golden Throne. This light-filled hall is peculiarly situated, as if on top of a bottomless murky abyss. Valerian could feel the heavy and muffled sound of the ground coming from his boots. Going forward again, there is another door. The contemptuous dreadnoughts stood in front of the gate, they stood silently in the flickering darkness without saying a word. When Valerian and others walked by, they did not move. The armored helm keeps an eye on the shadows, eternal vigilance. There are many doors and rooms in front of the hallway. They are all solemn and magnificent. Some are huge, and the plasma within them releases a surge of energy that pulses like a heart, sending blood to other areas. Some rooms are very cold, like tombs, and have not been visited for a long time. There are no living people in most of the rooms, and in a small number of rooms, mechanical magi wearing red robes are watching attentively, praying to the Omniscient with whispering voices. After a period of time, Garelian and others came to the gate of the end. The guards in Phlogopite armor and black robes perform guard duties here. Here is another entrance to the throne room, which is only used by the Imperial Army. The surface of the gate of the end is mottled black. It is cast from ancient ceramic steel. In the middle of the two gates, there is a black face, stern and sad. Immediately afterwards, the image split into two, the door opened inward, and dusty smoke poured out of it like a flood, filling the ancient floor. There Ryan followed the opened door and saw the scene inside. Rows of pillars are neatly arranged, going deep into the depths shrouded in mist. The huge energy-feeding pipe is as huge as a titan, hanging down from the invisible roof. Ordinary people standing in front of such a pipe feel very small. Ryan also saw the lines used to transmit electricity. There are a huge number of wires, placed in a mess, bound together, like a greedy giant snake crawling to the depths. The air that spills out of the porch is golden, thick as milk, like the morning sun. Particles of energy surged in the mist. Ryan looked at the energy node itself. Its huge structure runs through the entire underground, and it is very difficult to estimate its size. There was a buzzing sound from inside the golden armor, and everything behind the door vibrated due to the heat generated by the high-intensity Shinic energy. Ancient panels that do not belong to this era are connected to those energy pipes, making sounds like a pipe organ. The weird tone rose higher and higher in the mist. It is covered with patina and marks of repeated repairs. Here the light is broken or distorted. The blood circulation mechanism makes a panting sound, making the sweet smell like rotten meat everywhere. Among cascading terraces and baroque platforms, among gantry cranes and ruin-like cable lines, Ryan felt like a pearl lost in a clamshell made of hideous machinery. Golden light emanates from the high platform, like a sun imprisoned in this dark throne room. The ancient kings were buried here, ruling Terra and all things. Those black coffins were placed in the throne room, with extremely painful expressions on their faces. Ryan tried to move forward, but found an unknown force stopping them. This force receded quickly, and it seemed to be just a simple test. After passing the test, the pressure would be released. Ryan walked in, and the golden light surrounded him as if alive. You have received his approval. Valino said excitedly, go, seek his response, and he will point you to the future path. Ryan walked towards the golden throne, thinking he would see a wounded man. But not. He could only see a ray of light on the golden throne. Then, the golden light overwhelmed him. Inside the Imperial Senate. Guilliman's voice echoed in the empty room. You should take on this role, I need a brand new war apostle. In front of Guilliman is a small and thin follower. He folded his arms and was clad in a plain white robe. His name is Matthew, and he is a devout state church priest. Of course, his status is not very high, he does not have his own army and private wealth. These conditions allow Guilliman to better control the opponent. You want me to be the mouthpiece? Matthew looked at Guilliman, a tool in a monk's robe. I know from other people that you don't regard the emperor as a god, and you never recognize yourself as one. The savior sent by the emperor, why did you set up such a post of war apostle? I need someone to inspire those people. You can accomplish this task very well. To be honest, I don't hate religion, but I hate religion without scale, which is a terrible thing for anyone. The state religion, all kinds of stupid things done in 10,000 years make me always think about whether to ban it. But I have never done that, and I don't plan to do that. Guilliman paused for a moment before continuing, because I know that not everyone in the empire is strong enough to face problems, and they need some faith to support them to go on. Compared with those gods who don't know the details, the emperor's beliefs are easier to control and can better protect human beings themselves. We are fighting a war that the world cannot understand, and for this I need everyone's strength. You are very straightforward. Matthew sat in his seat and responded cautiously. Lies don't get any results, and I am in a hurry. I will leave Terra soon to continue my mission. Guilliman shrugged. Before that, I need a less blind, capable people with certain self-will, but enough piousness to act as apostles, tell people in every world that what we do is right, and it is a manifestation of the emperor's divinity. Is this a lie? Matthew asked. This depends on your point of view. From the point of view of the state religion, this is not a lie, because I am the savior sent by the emperor, his spokesperson, and my words are his will. From the point of view of science and rationality, yes, it's a lie, because the emperor didn't explicitly instruct me to do so. Guilliman admitted frankly, and he didn't have any taboos about it. You use faith as a tool. Matthew whispered. Don't be so cynical, Guilliman said. We all serve the same man, your God, my father. Matthew, do you think my father liked the old state religion? That's stupid, hateful, blindly he likes the state religion, and he likes an enlightened, rational, and beautiful state religion even more. Whether you regard faith as everything or as a useful tool, its essence remains the same. We serve him and fight for his ideals. But your approach is somewhat disrespectful. But it's very effective, isn't it? The people of the empire have been exposed to the emperor's beliefs since school. They are more devout than their parents, but they also have the ability to think rationally. Guilliman took out a piece of shiny parchment and handed it to Matthew. This is your commission, you will be the war apostle of the indomitable crusade to preach the significance of this battle, and inspire people to fight our enemies in the name of the emperor. Struggle. Matthew raised his eyebrows. He stood up and scratched the back of his head. Is that all? There is no ceremony. The state religion and Prime Minister Petunia are responsible for the ceremony. I can't interfere with everything. Humans must learn to solve problems by themselves. If I need to decide everything, then once I die, everything will return to its original state. Is it inappropriate to say something like this? You are the savior of mankind, the regent of the empire appointed by the emperor, what power can kill you? No one is immortal, and so are the gods. They are also mortal. You see me as a legend, but I know my limits. I can't solve all the problems that the Empire encounters, and I can't overcome all of them. Every enemy I can meet. One day, I will fail and die at the hands of the one who defeated me. Guilliman also stood up. The enemies we have to fight against are extremely powerful. They possess all kinds of unimaginable powers and abilities. It is not impossible to kill me. Matthew, you have sincere beliefs, but you also have to beware of going astray because of your beliefs. Throughout the ages, countless people waged wars in the name of gods, but in fact they just wanted to satisfy their endless desires. You must always remember why you have such beliefs. The Emperor loves mankind deeply, and mankind loves the Emperor deeply. Emperor. We need to understand what kind of human beings the Emperor wants, and we walk on the path guided by him, and finally get freedom in the true sense. Beware of those who do evil in the name of the Emperor, they are not true believers. A true believer will not distort the will of the people he believes in, let alone use various twisted sacrifices to desecrate what he believes in. Matthew nodded. He chose to take over the appointment. Guilliman has a special ability, he can always make others agree with his philosophy and way of doing things. As for the differences in belief, Matthew did not argue with the Primarch. He wasn't sure he really knew the faith better than the Primarch. The only thing Matthew can be sure of is that those people's slander against the Primarch is wrong. The Primarch is not as unfaithful as they rumored, but his belief is rather special. Foolish people simply cannot understand this belief. Those ordinary people think that worshipping a should consecrate all their belongings. Build sculptures and churches for that god, so that more people believe in the god. If others are unwilling, then use a sword to threaten the other party. Use all kinds of cruel means to torture the other party, and use doomsday arguments to intimidate the other party until the other party surrenders and believes in their religion. Such a is pitiful, and such believers are also pitiful. Guilliman changed the stupid practice of the previous state religion. Faith should come from the pursuit of good things, not from fear and fear. Matthew chose to take over the appointment of the Apostle of War. As the Primarch said, everyone needs to work hard for what they cherish, otherwise don't complain about losing those things. Those who don't know how to fight for their rights can only sit back and watch others take away their rights. Matthew left. Guilliman is about to summon the last person. Having received the man, he is ready to continue his expedition. Things are over here on Terra. He has to go into the void, drive those enemies away, and then return to Terra to continue the next thing. The scientific work of going to the worlds of different universes in Mars will be handed over to Kar. Guilliman didn't expect much from the Master Sage. Exploring other universes can only be done step by step. After all, the strategic transfer is just a backup plan, which will be used after the human empire cannot win. At this stage, the empire will still focus most of its energy on fighting chaos and conquering those human planets. Guilliman still had to find a way to go to the Eye of Terror, to find the lost world where the Eldar's knowledge of the webway was stored, and vigorously launch the human webway project to attract the attention of the gods. The current plan is going well, Terra has been successfully conquered, and the empire's politics, economy, and military have also been integrated. The opposition was killed by him batch after batch, and now, it is completely out of control. The current situation can be described as smooth sailing. Steady without waves, the probability of overturning is extremely low. If you defend the empire, your own life is safe. Promote the Lighthouse project quietly, and it will be useless for the gods to play the subspace storm card when the time comes. Even if Vigilante falls, the empire can still sit on Diao Yute. Recently, Vigilus has been sending battle reports, and the fight is very intense. Calgar fought from day to night, and took back Vigilus from the hands of the minions of the gods. However, the effect is not very good. Abaddon has escaped, and now Calgar is fighting with the minions of the four gods. Played very hard and desperately. Guilliman is also very pleased about this. Calgar's performance really made Chaos feel that the Nockmond corridor is the throat of life and death for the Empire. Once lost, the Empire will definitely be divided. Just fight there, as long as possible. As long as the Lighthouse project is promoted, Guilliman will show Chaos what is called a surprise. Of course, there is no way to avoid the loyalists who were killed or injured in the Vigilante fraud plan. If you want to deceive the enemy, you must first deceive your own people. If the fraudulent scheme leaks, it doesn't have that effect. That is to say, Guilliman deceived Chaos with the loyalty of those loyalists to the Emperor, to humans, and to himself. The loyalists have no idea that Vigilus is of no importance to the Empire. They risk their lives to fight just for the advancement of a deceptive plan. Guilliman knew that doing so would be unfair to those loyalists who died, but he could only say sorry in his heart, and then proceeded with the plan. War cannot be about right or wrong and fairness, only victory or defeat. Sitting on a chair, Guilliman reviewed his plans and achievements, and filled in the details to ensure that it was foolproof. At this time, Sicarius' voice came. Sir, she is here, do you want to meet her now? Let her in, we don't have much time, let's finish talking as soon as possible. Guilliman withdrew his mind and said to Sicarius in the communication. 192, deal with Nether Dragon. After getting permission from Sicarius, Penny tidied her clothes again and walked in. As Chancellor of the Empire, she met Guilliman very rarely. The Primarch is very cautious. He keeps a distance from all senior officials, creating an atmosphere where no one is trusted and no one is left out. Guilliman quietly left Terra for a period of time without the knowledge of ordinary people, and then returned. He did not give any explanation for this journey. Those soldiers who followed him were also ordered not to talk about it. Petunia didn't delve into it, she knew very well that as the supreme ruler in control of the Empire, the Primarch should have his own secrets. This kind of thing is inevitable. The human empire is the largest force in the galaxy, possessing territories and armies that other forces do not have. But human enemies are equally powerful. Especially some enemies that cannot be guessed by common sense. More importantly, in front of those enemies, human beings are still at a disadvantage. The powerful human empire was penetrated by those gods like a broken sieve. Humanity is at war with the ancient gods, seeking to survive in their near-infinite cunning and power. Being honest with others is a virtue. But this virtue is not suitable for rulers. Civilians can pursue the process and pursue the so-called justice. Rulers can only pursue results. Justice, sincerity, kindness, and honesty can all be discarded when pursuing results. Follow the corridor and enter the hall where the officials who assist the Imperial Regent are located. They are very busy, running back and forth. The affairs of the entire galaxy are handled here, and those matters are compiled into forms and submitted to Guilliman for review. Don't try to deceive him, even if he doesn't admit that he is a god, his eyes are everywhere. Any deception is futile, he will guess the existence of lies from the details. As long as it is a lie, it must have flaws. There will inevitably be a day when someone discovers it. And the Primarch has the ability to detect lies. It was impossible for mortals to deceive him, and anyone who tried to do so was punished. The servant standing outside the door salutes Penny and helps her open the door. After walking in, the door was closed, blocking out all the sound. Prime Minister. Guilliman sat on his seat, motioning for Petunia to sit in front of his desk. Master Guilliman. Petunia bowed to him and gave the eagle salute. She tried her best not to be stage frightened, and looked bravely into Guilliman's eyes. The Primarch's eyes are very deep, as if containing the entire starry sky, containing the infinite wisdom of human beings. Penny finally gave up the act of looking directly, the wisdom in those eyes was beyond her ability to bear. Guilliman has existed for over 10,000 years. Even though most of the time was spent sleeping, he was still an ancient man from 10,000 years ago. People of his contemporaries either fell into chaos or died. He and his brother led the army and laid the foundation of the empire. He led the establishment of the imperial system after the Horus Rebellion. Now, he returns again to save mankind in the Dark Doomsday. You have completed the task I arranged very well. This is a commendable thing. I should have awarded you some more medals or rewards, but your status is already so high, and the rewards will surpass the existing ones. Laws and institutions. For that, I can only thank you verbally. Guilliman's voice is very gentle, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. As a ruler, he can switch between different styles according to different scenes. When meeting his subordinates, he can't behave the same as on the battlefield. That's scary. This is what I should do. In his position, seek his own government. Penny said. Well said, there are very few people in the Empire who have self-awareness like you. Guilliman smiled. My duties in Terra are coming to an end, and this may be the last time we talk. If we are lucky, we will meet again in the future, if unfortunately, it will be the last time we see each other in a real sense. Many people do not have a clear understanding of the vast territory of the human empire. The human empire spanning tens of thousands of light years has millions of worlds. If you start from one planet and go to fight in other places, it means that you may never see those familiar people again. It's like the Astral Army Corps. When they are assembled and sent to other planets to fight, it means that they will never go back to their former home world. They will fight for decades, and finally forget where they came from. They can only know which planet they are from the name of the Corps, and other things have long been forgotten. Family, friends, and brothers will gradually become blurred, and finally completely forgotten. Guilliman knew very well that the Indomitable Crusade had really ended, and it would have been decades, even hundreds of years. How many people can stay here is unknown. There's a lot to do in Indomitable Crusade. Solve the maelstrom occupied by Red Pirates. Solve the troubles of the Empire, the den of those traitors, the Eye of Terror. Still need to find a way to solve the Big Rift. Send troops to support the dark side of the Empire and rebuild those ruined worlds. With so many things done, it will be the year of the monkey. Just like the Great Crusade launched by the Emperor, the Primarches set out from their home world to follow the Emperor to fight the galaxy. By the time they went back again, hundreds of years had passed. Many things have changed and are no longer what they knew. My lord, you have countless soldiers. Perhaps you should not leave Terra, but should sit here and coordinate the war in the galaxy. Petunia said. The regent of the Empire left, and once again invested in the Indomitable Crusade. The people of Terra are a hard thing to accept. They very much hope that the Imperial Regent can stay. Penny too. When Guilliman stayed on Terra, it always felt very safe. If he leaves, no matter how many troops there are, people are afraid that those monsters will come back. The war takes place in the mud, how can the ruler sit in the palace and make a choice? Guilliman's tone became serious, the Empire is burning. Countless worlds are in deep flames of war, and countless people of the Empire devastated. One more day of my stay here means one more day of suffering for those people. The Indomitable Crusade must continue, and I must also return to the front line of the war. Only in this way can those fallen aliens be encouraged in the world of the Demon Hand, tell them that the Empire is still trying to save them. I summoned you this time, just to ask you again, to continue my reforms, and not to let this place return to the way it was before. I will, Regent, I will stick to the laws and sacred scriptures you made to ensure the progress of the reform. Penny said firmly. The system and rules are dead, and I don't force you to fully abide by them. The most important thing is to stick to the beauty of human beings. Prime Minister Petunia, don't have any relaxation, and don't have any arrogance. Human beings have many flaws, and these flaws will lead us into the abyss and lead us to destruction. What you are fighting is an invisible war against human greed, selfishness, and depravity. The system is dead, and even there is no way to make a perfect system, it will inevitably have such and such problems. What you have to do is to observe the deficiencies of the system, and then improve it. You have to listen to the voice of every group, and then distribute their interests reasonably, use political means and legal means to induce them to take a correct path. Remember Petunia, the empire is the empire of all the empire's people. You can't favor any group, whether it's the weak or the elite. You have to ensure that they get enough benefits. Another point is to maintain the upward channel of the real elite, reject any form of inheritance. Don't pay attention to those who are incompetent but want to be above others, no matter what their background is. What you have to do is absolute fairness and take care of the interests of most people. Only in this way can a stable I don't want to turn around and suppress the rebellion after defeating the enemy. Remember my original intention, I don't hope that one day, I will have to point the butcher's knife at you. Guilliman's words are very serious, but also very straightforward. The nobles of Old Terra were swept away by him. The accumulation of those families for thousands of years was shattered by him. The newly enacted laws are extremely strict. The new generation of the empire cannot inherit the wealth in the hands of their parents. The inheritance tax as high as 90% and the strict transfer law fundamentally prevent the birth of the inheritance family. The heirs of later generations can only rely on their own struggles to obtain corresponding wealth and status. This approach is very heartless and cruel. But if the empire can last for a long time, it needs cruelty. Only this kind of cruel practice can ensure that human genius can rise from the mortal beings and occupy an important position to lead the progress of mankind. Such a cruel practice can ensure that the elites who occupy high positions and control the wealth of human society are all elites who have been killed in cruel competition. Instead of those useless waste who shouted about thousands of years of accumulation, why should they lose to 10 years of cold windows? What human beings need is a genius with a 10-year cold window, not a waste accumulated over 1,000 years. Kindness to the latter is cruelty to the former. Tolerance of trash is torture to genius. Guilliman's conversation with Petunia also revealed a warning. If the political system headed by Penny is in the same situation as the High Lord's Council, their fate will not be any different from that of the High Lord's Council. He will also mercilessly clean up the bureaucrats headed by Penny. I will never forget your teachings. Petunia made a pledge, and waited until Guilliman nodded before bowing and walking out of the meeting room. Guilliman sat on the table, watching the back of the Imperial Prime Minister go out. Power is corrosive, and no one can resist its temptation. People always want to leave some capital for their offspring, and over time, the entire social system becomes distorted. Some people will say that there is nothing wrong with making money in an upright manner and leaving it to future generations. But wealth is the product of cooperation in human society, and the so-called accumulation of wealth is nothing more than a flaw in the distribution system. It is a wrong thing to use the defects of the system to harvest the overall wealth of mankind. Using the power of the parents to open the back door for oneself, using the power conferred by the collective to squeeze other competitors, so as to make a fortune, is this also called your own efforts? It's like a hacker who speeds through the game and claims to be better than those game masters who have studied hard. Some people will say that cheating is a skill even if you are born well. But once such a person is faced with a situation where he cannot be hacked, his real ability will only kill the entire group. Such a person can play tricks in human society, but outside, those aliens and chaos will not be used to him. This is why many imperial generals and officials are invincible within the empire. This Father Wang, that Father Li, and the commoners of the empire looked at these elites inherited from the family, and they all felt that they were so majestic. As a result, when I went out, I was pressed on the ground and rubbed, harvested, and beat me so much that I cried and called my mother, and I knelt and yelled for Alien Dad and Chaos Dad to beat me lightly. The reason is that Alien and Chaos do not recognize the cheats of those trash elites. Anyone who claims to gain wealth and power through their own efforts is a liar without exception. No one can gain power and wealth on the basis of being out of society. Guilliman did everything he could do, and the rest is up to humans. The Eternal Wall Airport is the largest port in Terra, where countless airships land and transport goods and people. All transport boats in the Imperial Palace will take off and land here. The Forbidden Army does not allow any warships or transport boats to appear above the palace, even the transport boats they use themselves. Avoid those who want to use warships or transport boats to attack the palace. The Forbidden Army is very powerful, but they are not invincible. During the Beast Wars, there were Harlequin Eldar all the way to the palace, almost to the throne room. For this reason, the Imperial Guards rejected all actions that might harm the palace and the Emperor. For this reason, if they want to go to outer space, the Forbidden Army also needs to take a transport boat at the port within the range of leaving the palace. Of course, they have their own dropship and elevator access to make things quicker. The transport ship to Moto has been prepared. There Ryan took the elevator exclusive to the Imperial Army and went to outer space. As the mechanical servant pressed the start button, there was a strong pushback feeling. From the porthole of the elevator, you can see the high tower building of the spaceport gradually disappearing in the field of vision. Elevator engines rumbled through Terra's expanding atmosphere. The reborn city of Terra became smaller and smaller in the eyes, and the outline of the city became hazy. The space above the elevator is pitch black, with dots of light shining in it. The terminal station of the airport is very far from the ground, and it is already the top of the city. The central building of the Hive City will extend to the stratosphere, and in the case of the Hive of the Forge World, it will even extend to the low Earth orbit. The low Earth orbit is at least 500 kilometers from the surface of the Earth. One can imagine how tall the city buildings in the hive capital are. Valerian emerged from an orbital transfer station when the door swung open with a barometric hiss. The scene of outer space came into view. At this time, his position is the back, the sunlight only appears on the edge of the planet, and the rest of the place is dark. There are lights all over the orbital station, and soldiers with weapons and full uniforms are patrolling. Spider-shaped automatic gunmen and sluggish fighter slaves patrol along designated routes. The turret stands on the wall of the transfer station, rotating with the buzzing of the detection array. There are thousands of ships anchored on the orbital station, moored in the void. Most of them are civilian ships, transport aircraft, cargo ships, fuel transportation, food transportation, industrial product transportation and so on. These ships came from other planets, and they came to Terra through the warp. Put the goods on Terra, and at the same time take the goods and personnel of Terra to other planets. They are like a swarm of bees that maintain the lifeline of the Empire, and also maintain the lifeline of Terra. A battleship adorned with an imperial double-headed eagle hovers above the port. After confirming the data, Valerian finally decided that it was to pick up his ship. After coming out of the Golden Throne, he didn't say anything publicly about the enlightenment he got, and he didn't tell anyone privately, as if it didn't exist. The Imperial guards did not let him speak out, but let him firmly obey the Emperor's guidance. Valerian buried the matter in his heart. In the reminders and images given by the Emperor, he had a general understanding of what Guilliman was about to do. For a moment, he didn't know whether to comment on the lunatic or the genius. Among human beings, there is absolutely no such arrogant existence as him. Even those ancient civilizations are not as crazy as he is. After boarding the battleship, a group of soldiers went to Moto with him. They are fully armed and wearing the latest equipment. Full-covered exoskeleton armor, as well as self-locking shoulder cannons, miniature-propelled bombs, and equipped with high-energy rifles and magnetic storm grenades. Their force is not at the same level as the previous troops. Guilliman made full use of the firepower theory. Even an ordinary soldier possessed the firepower can be called a fort. The battleship enters the warp safely at the edge of the solar system. Valerian remained silent from the beginning to the end. At most, he would only act inside the battleship, observe the structure of the battleship, and be prepared to deal with any emergencies. He even thought about what method he should use to kill them quickly if the friendly forces of the warships mutinied. If this idea is known to other passengers, it will definitely be frightening. But this is the code of conduct of the Forbidden Army. They are always on guard against all possible emergencies, and then strive to nip them in the bud. The battleship re-entered the real space in the outer void of Moto. Here has been martial law. From the portholes of the battleship, you can see the huge fortifications being built, as well as the magnificent giant ships of those celestial bodies, which are extremely huge, like floating stars. Valerian was amazed at what he saw. From those troops, it can be seen how much the Imperial Regent attaches importance to Moto. The battleship is moored in the port of the orbital station. There are many ships here, but they all bear military marks, and there are no civilian ships. This is very unusual. Even a war world like Cadia located in the Eye of Terror will have a large number of civilian ships. But there are none here, all of them are military ships. Obviously, the entire galaxy has been classified as a restricted military zone. Valerian was brought to the surface of the planet Moto by the mechanical priest who had been waiting for a long time. At this time, countless steel buildings have stood on the surface, and there are only soldiers and technical experts here. Valerian didn't see any of the civilians who originally lived on the planet Moto. After asking, he learned that they were all sent to other planets for resettlement. Finally, Valerian was taken by his servants to a large hemispherical building. He saw the person in charge of the military restricted zone on the Moto planet here. The opponent is also a radical mechanical sage, with little flesh and blood all over his body, all made of machines. You are very welcome, Lord Custodian, the experiment is about to begin, and you will be the first batch of lucky ones to witness the future of the Empire. The mechanical sage said in an extremely excited tone, a brand new era is about to begin. Open, the human empire will rule all things. A big ceremony can be very inspiring. When Guilliman left Terra and was preparing to go on an expedition, a grand welcome ceremony was also held throughout the solar system. Countless people shouted the name of the regent of the Empire, watching the stalwart savior of the Empire embark on the battleship and restart the journey. Unknowingly, they had already burst into tears. Many people held flowers and candles, gathered around the sculptures in the square or in the open space, praying for the triumphant return of the Imperial Regent. On Terra, some excited people kissed the path he walked, seeking to walk with his great mind. They may never see the day when the Regent of the Empire sets foot on the land of Terra again, but their children will surely benefit from what this hero has done. The roaring battleship started under the gaze of the world, and of light appeared in the void. Countless magnificent war engines ignited at the same time, and that bright light represented the unyielding will of human beings. Gods, aliens should never dream of defeating this race. Accompanied by the expedition order conveyed by the Regent of the Empire, the captains pushed the forward levers of the battleships one by one, and with the help of the contemplative array, they kept accelerating synchronously with other warships. The huge fleet formed battle groups one by one, and entered the subspace one by one. Everyone watched the glory of Macrage sinking into the berserk ether light and disappearing into the ocean currents of the warp, and they couldn't help crying bitterly. The departure of the Imperial Regent is likely to be a lifetime for them. Galactic Crusade is taking too long. But they also knew that the Imperial Regent would not stay in Terra. There are countless worlds in the galaxy that need him, and countless human beings are in the dark, waiting for his redemption. He is Terra's savior, and the savior of the entire human race. It is an extremely selfish idea to keep him on Terra. The grand ceremony for the imperial regency lasted until the last expedition ship entered the warp. People feel empty and lost. He came with the glory of redemption, rescued people from endless suffering, and told them how to pursue beauty and how to shape the future. When he was greeted with applause and flowers, and enjoying the fruit, he set off again and went to the most dangerous front line. We are the eyes in the darkness, helping the Great One to see the abominations in the darkness. We are doomed to have no honor, no rewards, and no one to remember. Kimby's in black took a last look at the homeland that raised him. Resolutely stepped onto a cargo ship heading to other regions of the galaxy. The rest of his life has been entrusted with a heavy mission. There is no end, only death. The moment of falling into eternal silence is the end of the mission. Human nature is a very scary thing. It is impossible for any perfect system to avoid the influence of human nature. Under the entanglement of various emotions, even the best system will eventually decay, and bad money will drive out good money. For this reason, a supervisor is needed to supervise the world. On the surface, there are assassins and inquisitions to supervise the empire. No matter how perfect the supervision system is, there may be flaws. The assassin court is controlled by the Grand Mentor, and because of their particularity, the judges have too much power and autonomy. For this reason, Guilliman still needs another means of supervision to ensure that the imperial system is not corrupted. That's the man in black. Their role is to help the supreme ruler watch every place, avoid system corruption caused by deception, and supervise the imperial bureaucracy. The men in black will not accept any orders, nor will they appear in any official files. They are the shadows of the empire. Their task is just to observe and then report. And they will also be an extension of the influence of the imperial regency. They monitor all departments, including the trial court, to ensure that the crimes of those judges or those who try to tamper with the imperial system can be punished, and the reform results of the imperial regency can be maintained. In order to ensure justice, these men in black will implant soul-level and biological-level thought stamps. Even if they are infected by chaos, these people will subconsciously be loyal to humans and the empire. Their bodies have been altered to ensure that nothing they see is forgotten or tampered with. The devices in the body will automatically upload their data to the nearest imperial database every once in a while, and then send it to Terra. Quinby's boarded the cargo ship and followed countless cargo and passengers to other galaxies. He will never allow disgusting moths like the Escher family to destroy the great cause of the empire's regency. Those damned people who try to pollute the empire with blood, family, or some kind of messy relationship will be punished. The men in black are the scissors of the empire, used to prune those idiots who think they are above the laws of the empire, to ensure that the big tree of the empire will not grow crooked again. On Mount Olympus, where there are many steel buildings, Call watched the imperial regent go away. He didn't become one of them. There are more important missions for him to do. Staying in Terra can play a better role. The indomitable crusade is far less important to him than the things in his hands. Motuo's different universe research plan and the affairs of the Nether Dragon are the top priorities. War is the business of the Primarch and the soldiers of the Empire. Carr, as a scholar, is a bit wrong to be involved in this kind of thing. Watching the expedition fleet led by the Regent of the Empire disappear to the edge of the solar system, Call looked away. Behind him, the mechanical sage Sigma also looked away. How are you getting ready? Call looked at Sigma and asked. Already almost ready, we captured a batch of alien creatures from a planet, enough to complete the transaction. Sage Sigma said. Carr nodded, this matter is confidential, and you can't talk about it until the results are out. I understand. Sage Sigma nodded, and the mechanical neck hummed. Let's go. Call turned and set off in the direction of the sanctuary. The Regent of the Empire has reached a deal with the Nether Dragon. They will exchange their flesh and soul for the knowledge in each other's hands, and at the same time strengthen the relationship of the alliance. Nether Dragons and humans share a common enemy, the Necrons. The backstab of Necromancer is the reason why Star God left the stage. After all, the old sage had already failed at that time, and the Eldar Empire had not yet risen. In the galaxy, the star is already the overlord. In the end, he was backstabbed by the Necrons and beaten to pieces. The entrance to the rift where the Nether Dragon is held, the existing sanctuary has been repaired and the security has been strengthened. After passing through layers of inspections, Call entered the interior of the sanctuary. At this time, more than a dozen suspended rail cars have been parked inside the sanctuary. The floating track car is full of cages, and armed cat guards and machine slaves guard the prisoners inside. Cower glanced at it and got the data of these prisoners from the personal database. They are not humans, but an alien race called Andoria. The Andorians have been active in the obscure star field for a long time, and they are also a rising alien race. They are upright walking creatures like humans. But there is a big difference between the two. The ethnic characteristics of the Andorians are very obvious. In addition to the red skin, there is another most typical feature, that is, the two antennae on the head. According to the research of the mechanical priest, the tentacles of the Andorians can make them feel the subspace better, and make it easier for their consciousness to travel into the high heaven. They have stronger psychic physiques than humans, and even the development of civilization is taking the path of psychic technology. It's a pity that their technological strength is still too weak compared to humans. In order to gather enough souls for the Nether Dragon, Guilliman ordered people to hunt down a group of alien creatures very early on. Wanting to take advantage of the Great Rift and the Empire's external and internal troubles, the Andorians who invaded the Empire and enslaved the frontier planets became the best choice. The Andorians faced the Empire's fleet to support the frontier world, and once witnessed what is called the cruelty of human beings. Except for a part of them who fled, escaped from the shroud of the star torch light. The rest were either slaughtered or taken captive to Terra. Call opened the sanctuary again, as the regent of the empire had done in the past. This time, instead of advancing, he called out to the guardian Dahlia. Soon, a suspended train appeared in the deep tunnel, arriving as quietly as a ghost train. Guardian Dahlia is on the train. Seeing the brand new sanctuary and the many captured alien slaves, she frowned slightly. Are you sure you want to do that? The nether dragon is not a good thing. Once you trade with it, it is likely to bring very serious consequences, which you cannot bear. That's what regent means, Call said. What about him? Didn't he come this time? He has already set off. Messages for help have been sent from many star regions at the same time. The offensive of aliens and demons is increasing. He cannot waste any more time. For this reason, I will fulfill my promise to the nether dragon and take the flesh and blood he wants. And souls. At first, I wanted to persuade him that the nether dragon is not something easy to get along with. If something goes wrong, human beings will suffer catastrophe. Dahlia's tone was serious, and she was not alarmist. The nether dragon race is also known as the star vampire, the devourer of souls. Once resuscitated, humans must be its food. Everything in this world is risky. Call looked at Dahlia. You have been away from the empire for too long, and you know nothing about the plight of mankind. We have reached the most dangerous moment. But your actions will only make the situation of mankind worse, and will not improve in the slightest. Dahlia said. I have no intention of arguing about this anymore. Time will tell. The gods have invaded reality, and the empire is on the verge of destruction. Even if it is worse, it will not be worse than this. We are ready. If human beings do not exist, the galaxy will be destroyed. There is no need to exist. Hearing Call's resolute words, Dahlia sighed. Come in, I hope you will not regret what you did today in the future. Kaur didn't argue with Dahlia anymore, but let people lead those alien slaves into the tunnel. This time it was even faster than the previous one. They escorted the alien captives to the silver cave. Looking at the silver light, Call knew that it was the will of the nether dragon. The entire cave is its body. You played a trick. The voice of the nether dragon came from nothingness. Seeing that the sacrifice was not human, its tone was very calm, and it just asked a question lightly. Having lived for so long, the nether dragon is not mentally handicapped, on the contrary, it possesses extraordinary wisdom and understands all conspiracies and tricks. It has long been expected that human beings will complete transactions in this way. It doesn't care, as long as it is soul and flesh and blood. It's so hungry. After sleeping for so long and recovering, he was locked up by the emperor before he even ate a few on the earth. Be hungry for tens of thousands of years. If the eyes can be visualized, the void dragon feels that his eyes must be red. Hungry eyes are red. What a crime. It's fine to be backstabbed by those metal skeletons, but still locked up here by humans. I think back to the time when he was still in charge of the star god. What a beautiful life it was. Now, the tiger has fallen into Pingyang, and was sent away by human beings with 10,000 souls. Also take the alien soul. It's like treating the dignified star god like a beggar. Their flesh and blood are purer, and their souls are more delicious. Call said, we provide what you want, then you provide what we want. This is a transaction approved by both parties. You are cunning, mortal. The nether dragon appeared in front of everyone, just a ball of light emitting a soft silver radiance. This is just a deal. Call looked directly at the light ball. 10,000 souls are exchanged for the knowledge of the internet in your hands. Do you want to go back on your word? Won't. Following the voice of the nether dragon, a streak of silver light interweaves continuously in the air. Finally formed a silver memory chip. Kaur tested it, and there is no problem. It stores the webway knowledge I have. I hope you will not get yourself trapped. The voice of the void dragon came from the light group. Afterwards, the light cluster turned into countless fine silver rays of light, sinking into the bodies of those Andorians. I saw the red bodies of those abnormal shapes shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, their bodies were all turned into sand. Some Andorians shouted in the language of their own race in horror, beating on the cage. But the guards on the side were indifferent, and soon the aliens begging for mercy also fell silent. The only thing left in those cells is piles of sand. It's been a long time since I tasted such a delicacy. What a great feeling. It reminds me of the feast provided by the Necrontyr, with trillions of souls and flesh and blood. Maybe you humans should also abandon this useless flesh and blood. Soul, it will only make you the prey of the gods. You can take the real mechanical way and obtain immortality by other means. The nether dragon absorbed all the soul and flesh, looked at Call, and said temptingly, the flesh and blood are full of suffering and have limits. Only machinery is eternal and can truly fight against the gods. Call said, humans are not that stupid. Soulless machines are a dead end. Even if they can survive, they will eventually be eliminated by time, just like the Necrons of space. It's up to you, when will the next transaction start? Nether Dragon said. It depends on the meaning of the regent of the empire. Your technology needs to be verified before you can continue trading. Kaur said. Do as you please. Anyway, I have been here for tens of thousands of years, and I don't mind staying here. The Nether Dragon behaved indifferently. Use this as the capital of the negotiation. It doesn't want humans to feel that it wants to go out, so it uses this matter to constantly confuse it. Only by taking the initiative can we control the overall situation. It won't be too long, there will be a battle between the human empire and the space undead, and you will get a chance for revenge soon. Revenge sounds wonderful. Go, mortal, take my gift and push the gears of fate. I'm waiting for the day when your promise will become a reality. Kaur shook his head. This is not a gift from you, it is a commodity traded, don't make you so generous. It's all the same. Go ahead, the gears of fate have turned, and I'm waiting for the day when humanity declares war on the Necrons. At that time, we will be allies. The voice of the Nether Dragon came from the light group. Kaur was silent for a moment, glanced at the light group formed by the Nether Dragon, turned around and walked out with the memory chip given by the other party. The knowledge of the webway has been obtained, although it is not complete, but it can also be used. The webway project can begin. In the first stage, you can try to build on unimportant planets while researching to accumulate experience. If the regent of the empire can obtain the complete knowledge of the webway from the Eldar, he can quickly absorb and digest it, and integrate it to create a webway exclusive to humans. 193, Bad Xiamai is the best bully. Kaur, who came out of the rift space where the Nether Dragon was imprisoned, did not waste any more time. He took the memory chip given by the Nether Dragon and entered the sanctuary made of steel and crystal. For safety reasons, Kaur disconnected the network in the sanctuary from the network of Mars. Also shut down all devices capable of sending out radio or electromagnetic waves. Completely isolate the steel sanctuary, forming an information island that is not connected to the outside world. Nether dragons are an ancient race. These ancient creatures possess technology and knowledge beyond human imagination. In ancient times, they were even revered as gods. Treating these ancient guys, no amount of caution can be overstated. Kaur didn't want Mars to be completely paralyzed by the Nether Dragon. Ghost knows if this star who has been imprisoned for a long time is honest. No one can guarantee that the things given by the other party do not contain virus codes or other waste codes. After confirming that all external channels were closed and that there was no problem, Kaur put the memory chip given by Nether Dragon into the reader. Use the latest brain computing core to read it, build a model to analyze it, and strive to master the ancient alien technology of the webway. The Nether Dragon has lived for many years, and the mechanic cult of Mars was established because of it. During the long years, it has also mastered human knowledge and expressive words. For this reason, it deliberately transformed the knowledge in its own data storage chip into a format that humans can understand. Memory cores are placed into scanning instruments. The automatic reading device loads the reading system to read all the information in it. Accompanied by the buzzing sound, the holographic projection suspended in the hall of the Iron Sanctuary also changes as the reading progresses. The rays projected into the air flickered and took shape, and then slowly became clear. Kaur stared at what the data storage chip read out. In an instant, the entire hall was shrouded in the light of projection lights, and the computing core made a piercing buzzing sound. Those lights are constantly changing, eventually forming a complex multidimensional floor plan. The emergence of countless data and image models overloaded Kaur's computing core and memory chip. Relying on the powerful calculation ability, this great sage was able to glimpse the mysterious creations made by the ancient race. The Star God and the Old Sage had clashed many times, and they naturally knew the biggest trump card of the Old Sage, the Internet Deo. They have conducted many researches and analyses and made various devices targeting the ancient Holy Webway. Also helped the Necrons develop the special technique of using the Webway, such as the Tombstone Gate. To this day, the Necrons are still using these technologies. It can be said that all the technologies of the Necrons have the shadow of the star behind them. Among them, there are technologies related to webways and even space-time transitions, and they even come from the star gods. The predecessor of the Necrons, the first war between the Necromancers and the Old Ones, ended in the defeat of the Necromancers. At that time, the technical level of the Necron tier was not outstanding, and their Pyramid Tomb battleship was only infinitely close to the speed of light in the interstellar voyage. If you have to find an intuitive comparison, their technology is equivalent to the current Tau family. It looks awesome, but it's actually nothing. The first war they set off was quickly defeated, and was crushed by the Old Sage, and directly returned to the parent star, depriving all kinds of lethal technologies. Then, the Necron tier and the Star God reached an alliance agreement, and under the bewitching of the Star God, they all transformed into immortal soulless machines, Necrons. As for technology, with the help of the Star God, the technology of the Necrons exploded at once, and in a very short period of time, they possessed advanced technology no less than that of the Old Sage. They were even able to counteract the haunted subspace webway of the Ancient Saints, defeating the Ancient Saints every day. In order to defeat his own archenemy, the Star God's research on the webway can be said to be very in-depth. Each webway is made of a special material, which has the function of suppressing spiritual energy and isolating the ether. Every long traversal in it doesn't have to wrestle with the stormy waters of the warp. This is one of the reasons why the Emperor developed the webway. With the webway, humans can avoid warp space storms. Great Sage Call observes the webway in the projected image. Conduits are constantly changing in contact with the warp, and remain fully immune at all times. Those pipes are like blood vessels in real space, and some are like arteries that are so huge that they can hold a celestial-class warship. Some have tiny blood vessels, which can only accommodate a few aircraft. These pipelines are intricate and incomprehensible to the human mind alone. The webway is not just a product of the three-dimensional world, it is designed and created in a higher dimension. Those pipes are closed no matter which direction you look at, and they are constantly extending and changing. Everything is haphazard and seemingly endless. Kaur looked at the complex code and technical foundation. Included in this knowledge is the Nether Dragon's knowledge and understanding of the webway. The materials used in the network channel are very special. Just in terms of characteristics, it is similar to black stone. Can be immune to subspace and create an anti-subspace force field. Conversely, it can also enhance the power of subspace and strengthen the power of ether. This is why Magnus' ignorance ruined the Emperor's plans. Because the demons were weakened by the webway before they entered the webway. But after they entered the webway, the situation changed, and those demons were strengthened. As one goes up and down, the army stationed in the webway will naturally be overwhelmed, and will be defeated by demons and traitors. In addition to the characteristics of the black stone, the subspace webway also has a weak force field like the spirit bones of the Eldar. This kind of force field can bless and speed up the ships in the webway, allowing them to quickly go to their destination. What a perfect technology! Khal marveled at that ancient race. The same is true for the sage of Sigmar beside him. No one would have imagined that in the ancient past, there would be such an outstanding race that built such sophisticated and incredible buildings. It's a pity that even such a race has been eliminated. One can imagine how difficult the future of the Empire will be. Khal remembered Guilliman's bold words. It is too difficult to win the war against the gods. Difficult. So many powerful civilizations were buried and became ancient ruins, and finally buried in the long river of history, no one will remember them anymore. We will succeed, he is better. The Sage of Sigma has a little confidence, the knowledge that can be presented to you and me is enough to prove that the path walked by the Primarch is correct. Humans should learn from those ancient the lessons of the race's defeat are a treasure upon which the triumph of mankind will be laid. But no one has ever succeeded, has they? Those ancient races have all failed, whether it is the old sages, the Eldar, or the Necrons, facing the offensive of the gods, they are also at a disadvantage, precarious, and will be destroyed at any time crisis. Khal didn't say the last word. Humans are also likely to be part of the failure. Compared with those ancient races, the only advantage humans have is that they have Guilliman. Without Guilliman, the human condition would be unimaginable. Worry can't decide anything. Even if we fail, we have to go far enough and protect the seeds of a new comeback. If we don't fight, the situation for future generations will only be worse. Sigma slides the projection to view the network channel. A lot of data, it's useless to think so much. What we have to do is to work together to overcome all difficulties, analyze these network channel codes, and get the construction of the network channel on the right track as soon as possible. The ruler sage Khal nodded, then let's start. It takes a lot of time to analyze the knowledge of the network channel, especially this kind of thing that involves the future of mankind. There is no room for sloppy, any data error is very fatal to the Empire. The Mechanics must ensure that nothing goes wrong, so that they can start building a webway that belongs to humans. Many sages of Mars were summoned, and they worked together to analyze the chip given by the Nether Dragon, and learn knowledge about the webway from it. This is a long job and it takes a long time to see results. Modo Star. Valerian and others are also urgently preparing for the first journey. After several tests, the mechanical sage in charge of the Modo experiment project came to a conclusion. The road is still intact, but you can't deviate from the road halfway, otherwise you will be in danger of getting lost. In order to repair and widen that road, the person in charge also launched another project, that is the research project on the nature of the Nun of Silence. Only a soulless creature like the Sister of Silence, who can even devour the emotional power of the warp, can build roads in the warp. Any creature with emotions will undergo certain changes after staying in it for a long time. Those changes are generally difficult to describe, and can be described in 2 words, terrible. The person in charge is going to conduct research on anti-psychic individuals like the Silent Sisters in batches for the repair and maintenance of subspace roads. There is even a plan to build a human road in the next 100 years. Let human beings truly go out and embrace a wider world. After exploration and research, many sages and technicians at the Modo Scientific Research Institute believe that the existing roads can still be used by the Imperial exploration team. Can send them to other universes and back. After getting enough data, the first exploration team is ready to go. This exploration team is composed of Grey Knight Clovis, Judge Grey, Custodian Valerian, Sister Aaliyah of Silence, and the battle nun headed by Saint Celestine. In addition to this, there are also the Primaris Star Warriors led by the first captain of the Ultramarines, Agman. As the first captain of the Ultramarines chapter, Agman is more low-key than several other frequent captains. Since the end of the First Tyranian War, he has commanded the Ultramarines for more than 300 years, nearly 400 years. He participated in no fewer battles than the other company commanders. Once had an outstanding performance in the Battle of Ultramar. And always follow the instructions of the scriptures, and learn knowledge that has nothing to do with combat. Therefore, his combat power is weak. Compared with the other company commanders, he is a bit of a pickle. But Agman is an all-rounder, knowing a little about everything. This kind of omnipotent hexagon is very suitable for Guilliman. Agman is the first successor of Calgar Chapter Master. Once Calgar can no longer serve as the Chapter Master of the Ultramarines Chapter, Agman will become the new Chapter Master. Considering the stability and knowledge of the first company commander, Guilliman finally chose him as his spokesperson to join the exploration team. Compared with the other company commanders, this first company commander is more suitable for this kind of exploration task. Sending other people, Guilliman felt very nervous. Sicarius is skilled in swordsmanship, but he can't remember the basics of science and technology. Not to mention Fikris, a bit of an art lover, but only a little. Half of Calgar's body has been mechanically transformed, and Guilliman didn't want to guess how much knowledge about technology and basic theory is still in his muscular head. For this reason, Agman is the best choice. Agman has been guarding the Ultramar galaxy since the Indomitable expedition was launched, and followed Khal to Terra in secret. Now, he has become a member of the exploration team. Fickles and Ventress were secretly transferred back to Ultramar to carry out Guilliman's secret mission in preparation for Mortarian's plague attack. The subspace demon intelligence system that was initially established is conscientiously operating under Guilliman's strong fist. The demons are currently emotionally stable and enthusiastic about their work, and they promise to do their best for the Empire and die. Although Guilliman could not bring confidential information about the four gods, it could let him know the general movements of several demon primarches. This point is very important. Fulgrim, Mortarian, these guys always take advantage of the fact that the Loyalists can't see what's going on in the subspace, so they launch sneak attacks triumphantly. Basically, they rarely concealed their whereabouts. After all, the Empire can't send scouts to the warp, so they are naturally ostentatious, without any shyness. All they have to do is stick one on their foreheads. I'm going to beat you. It is estimated that they themselves did not expect that the revived Guilliman would bring out the spirit of shameless LULU to the fullest. It's fine to bully the demons, but also ask them to inform themselves, so as to grasp their whereabouts. I thought back then that neither the Emperor nor Malkador used this method. They have a deep aversion to demons. Where is Guilliman so unscrupulous? Feed the demons with aliens, and then coerce those demons to do things for him, and even sign slave contracts for the demons. Is this something a normal person can do? Using the four words despicable and shameless is a slippery one. Regarding Mortarian's plague, Guilliman had no good solution. He could only ask the two company commanders to go back to prepare for the epidemic prevention, and at the same time prepare a big gift for each other. Agman was transferred to Terra, and then sent to Modo to explore the subspace. Agman did not refuse such a dangerous task. Although his reputation is not obvious, he is also 100% loyal to the Primarch. Soon, the day to explore another universe will come. Everyone was transported by a huge transport ship to the gate of the ancient sanctuary. They are using brand new equipment and accepting the most excellent strengthening technology of the Empire. Clovis received an implant called the Exorcism Battle Engine, which would further enhance his ability to fight demons. Inside, the Adeptus Mechanicus even planted a module of the Emperor's Wrath for him. This module evolved from the function of the lighthouse. Imitate the lighthouse to transform faith into the energy structure of the Emperor's power. Can transform the faith of the Grand Master of the Grey Knights into the power of the Emperor, so as to get a stronger exorcism effect. Not to mention Judge Grey and Sister Aaliyah of Silence, they are already at a disadvantage in battle. In order to ensure combat power, they have also undergone strengthening surgery, adding more modules that can enhance individual combat power and brand new armor upgrades. Only the custodian Valerian only accepted the upgrade of armor and weapons. He still maintained the old idea and refused to change the perfect body given to them by the Emperor. In this regard, many sages of the Modo Research Institute did not insist. The status of the Forbidden Army is detached, they are not willing, and no one can force it. The team has all assembled, there are nearly 300 people, all of them are the elite of the Empire. Covers the various extraordinary forces of the Empire. Primal Space Marines, Battle Sisters, Inquisition, and Grey Knights are all first-rate players. After the assembly was completed, they went deep along the underground gate of a sanctuary. On either side of the gate was a phalanx of hundreds of Primaris Space Marines, with several Grey Knights standing in their ranks. They were asked to guard the gate here and not allow any unusual things to escape from here. After passing the gate, they began to go deep underground. The underground tunnels are very complex, full of Emperor's shrines and various sacred runes. After walking for so long, Vale Rideau forgot how many meters he had penetrated. Daylight is long out of reach. Every other section there is a lonely gate, with its mouth wide open and as silent as the surrounding rocks. Soldiers led by the Grey Knights are guarding every gate. The servo skull buzzed, turned on the scanning device, and flew freely in the air, scanning every creature it saw. Valerian sometimes gazed at the servo skulls, the suspended necks of the servo skulls, often blessed with multi-barreled machine guns. Obviously, what they are wary of is not human beings, but those inanimate people who may appear. The defense here is extremely tight. There are surveillance and auspicious detection devices everywhere, and psychers who wear security. Valerian thought about whether he could sneak into such a heavily guarded place. After careful consideration, he came to a sad conclusion. He also has no way to enter such a tightly guarded place. It is very likely that he will be discovered before he even breaks through the perimeter, and then he will be killed by concentrated fire. No matter how powerful the Imperial Army is, it is impossible to withstand such intensive firepower. Valerian put away his mind and followed the team to move forward. Instinctive sense of direction made him gradually realize that the complicated road he walks is not always down. The deep underground, which is unknown how many meters away from the ground, has already been built into a labyrinth with twists and turns, which can confuse people's perception. It is not a garden entertainment project for the rich to show off their wealth or a prison for monsters in mythology, but a maze built by combining geometry and occult knowledge. Commonly seen in temples or halls of pilgrimage in ancient Terra legends. Valerian is a sage, and he always reads a book. Study some ancient and unknown things to enrich your vision and cognition. In some ancient classics, he saw some special records from the pre-Empire period. Those labyrinth runes with special magic power are embossed on the floor of the cathedral or etched on the surface. The pilgrims searched the way of those labyrinths, taking every step until they went deep into the center of the labyrinth. The ancient sages called it the path to enlightenment. It means from ignorance to awakening. There is also such a labyrinth under the Palace of Terra, which is very mysterious, and it is rumored that it can lead to other planets. It's just that no one tried that. As time goes by, they go deeper and deeper. The surrounding environment has also undergone slight changes. The number of machines and engines on both sides of the road is increasing. Some are buried underground, others are buried in undeveloped stone walls. Those machines and engines have been activated, making a piercing hum, and the ground and walls are shaking. In some road sections, there are cobweb-like cables and pipes on the ground. There are some pipes that are as big as a human head, and the pressure detectors on them make beeping sounds continuously. Ryan felt a little surprised. The machinery here is very magnificent, exuding the smell of engine oil. Judging from the paint that has not faded, this is a newly built device. The construction speed of the Modo Scientific Research Institute is too terrifying. It can build such a huge mechanical equipment in such a short period of time. Ryan thought for a moment, and could only attribute it to Guilliman's reform, which aroused people's enthusiasm. If it was in the past, there were not a few years, don't think that it can be built. After all, those mechanical sages still have to polish the parts by hand, and it has been several years before they polished the parts. Assembled for another few years. Continue to move forward, rows of solemn imperial flags stand in the wide underground square. Everyone marched along a newly opened marble avenue. Here has been hollowed out and widened, and a large number of machines have been placed here. At the end of the avenue is a strange black gate. The door is like an oil film, and the waves and waves inside can be vaguely seen. Countless machines roared, and the electromagnetic circuits were all carved with runes and ancient taboo words. The crackling ball of electric charge frantically danced its tentacles on the reaction column, but was firmly trapped within a certain range by an invisible force, and it couldn't escape no matter how hard it struggled. This is what you are going to do. The person in charge who accompanied everyone down walked to the black gate. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you the details until we left, but this is unavoidable. It was so important that we had to do everything we could to keep it from getting out. Where is this place? Inquisitor Grey was the first to ask, why did you let us come from here? Here is a road to other universes. The person in charge looked at the heroes of the Empire and explained to them, there are universes outside the universe, and there are worlds outside the world. Human beings cannot stand still, for this reason, we must expand outward and understand the situation of other universes, only in this way can we remain invincible. The frog at the bottom of the well is poor. We can't always turn a blind eye to the things outside. If human beings want to survive, they must be prepared to deal with challenges. Your task is very simple. It is to go to the universe of the coordinates, and then return. Report the situation to us, and this mission is over. Hearing what the other party said, Ryan was stunned for a moment. This task is really no different from what the regent of the Empire said. Follow them for a trip, and then come back, that's it. The task is simple and easy, without any redundant links. It's just that the place to go is a bit special. Go ahead, we are waiting for your return. The person in charge waved his hand, and the roar of the machine became louder and louder. The black oil film-like gate rippled like water. It was Eggman who walked forward first, and he already knew the details of this mission. Out of the care of his own heir and the consideration of letting the other party take the lead, Guilliman told Eggman about the different universe exploration plan, explaining to him the importance of this plan. Eggman naturally had no resistance to this. From the day he became an extreme warrior, he had already vowed to dedicate everything to the Empire. Even if it was to take his life, he would not hesitate at all. And following Eggman is Titus, who is Eggman's adjutant. Speaking of this, Titus is also an extremely legendary figure. He is Sicarius' predecessor. Titus' company commander was also his mentor. In a battle, the mentor died in battle, and Titus, who followed the mentor to charge all the way, became the company commander. Titus has many achievements, but was accused by the tribunal in a battle, and finally chose to be taken away by the tribunal voluntarily in order to prove his innocence, and his whereabouts have been unknown since then. Since then, Sicarius succeeded him as the commander of the second company. It is said that in the Battle of Gallia, the former captain of Titus crushed another demon prince who was ascended to demons against the subspace storm. During the battle, his whole body exuded a golden light. He smashed countless demons along the way, and finally killed the big boos with his hands. This kind of record novels dare not write like that. Titus did just that. The fly in the ointment was that after the battle, Titus was examined by the Inquisition. After Guilliman recovered, the Inquisition could only let him go, and they couldn't find any clues that Titus was polluted by chaos. The father of the family's gene has recovered, and if he doesn't let him go, if someone comes to look for him at that time, it will be a catastrophe. After Titus returned to Ultramar, his status was a bit awkward. His original position as company commander has been replaced by Sicarius. Being a soldier for other company commanders is a bit embarrassing. After all, his qualifications and military achievements are all there. In the end, he can only be an adjutant under Eggman, who has the best qualifications. Now, he will also follow Eggman to explore the road of different universes. Seeing the Ultramarines walking in one after another, the others did not delay any longer, and all moved forward, one after another, entering the black flowing gate. Ryan clenched the weapon in his hand, and stepped forward, sinking into the darkness. The gears of fate turn here. The recovery of the Lord of Humanity will also become a foregone conclusion. Ryan will not reveal any revelations about that time in the throne room. The Emperor's recovery plan cannot afford any surprises. One more person who knows, the greater the risk. The less people know, the smoother the plan. My lord, here I come. Ryan chanted in his heart, and then he sank into the darkness. Vigilance star. On the wilderness plain. Waik. 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 The cheers of the orc boys resounded through the wasteland. Uver, who succeeded in taking the position, stood on the largest and most popular modified chariot and screamed with excitement. He was just a little orc warrior, working under the hands of the arsonist. It's a pity that the arsonist was killed by the shrimps. UFO took a group of boys to build a few boats and ran away ahead of schedule. Later, he floats in the subspace. One day, God Maorshan suddenly appeared in his dream and asked him to go to Vigilus to activate more Wadaik. UFO came to Vigilante following the guidance of God Maorshan. At the beginning, those small cities had protective shields, which were very strong. Those cowardly shrimps are hiding inside, not coming out to fight. UFO took the orc boys to drive the smokers to crash desperately every day, but unfortunately it didn't have much effect. One day later, the sky suddenly changed. The shields of the shrimps are also gone. UFO took his younger brothers to Zaimai city and robbed them of their cars and all kinds of good things. Of course, Uver is not the biggest orc boss on Vigilus. There are many orc clans coming to Vigilus, and they all have their own bosses. The strength of those clans is much stronger than that of the orcs like Wufu. After all, UFO can be regarded as a bereaved dog driven out of his homeland by Zaimai, and there are not many boys left. As for those orc boys who remained with the arsonist, they were probably killed by Zaimai. The firepower of shrimps is much stronger than before, they can't fight at all, and they can only flee in embarrassment when they encounter them. Ufer is short of manpower. When he went to fight the eastern mountain range, people didn't call him Ufer, thinking he was a weak chicken. Unexpectedly, when the clan bosses in the eastern mountain range were having fun, the support from the good shrimps came again, but the bad shrimps were beaten up and all ran away. The old brains of those clans didn't turn around, and everything was done by the shrimps. Ufer didn't know this at first, until a group of farts ran towards him screaming. He didn't know that all the clan bosses were killed by shrimps in the eastern mountains. Wait until the battle was over. Uver took a look at the battlefield. The brave clan bosses all disappeared. The battle scene was once very brutal. Orc heads were hung on abandoned chariots and ruins with black smoke coming out. The other bosses are all dead. The only boss left on Vigilante is Uver. With his own fists, Wufa quickly became the boss of all the clans. Boss, I saw a bunch of bad shrimp. An orc boy shouted in the gust of wind, and the siren buzzed from under the car. Hearing that it was a bad shrimp, UFO quickly poked his head out and looked at the place that the orc kid was pointing at. A group of humans with blood banners and chaos runes on their bodies are marching in front of the orc boy's motorcycle army. Do you want to fix it, boss? Another orc kid shouted. The opponent held a gun with a muzzle bigger than his forehead in his hand, and his tone was very excited. Bad shrimp. Uver smiled. Let's kill him, Wadaik. Bad dried shrimps are not a big problem, let alone those good dried shrimps. Recently, Zaimai ate something, and they all became big and fierce, beating the orcs. Those artillery pieces are numerous and powerful. Every time they beat UFO, he can't find the north. Seeing their legs, UFO gets scared, and will take revenge when he gets bigger. It's really not worth it to fight with those good dried shrimps. No sense of experience at all. Many of UFO's brothers died, and they couldn't even touch the corners of the good shrimps. They were all overturned by the opponent's artillery. As we all know, in a war, you must be close enough to beat Zaimai badly enough. Don't get close to beat Zaimai, that's the orc kid getting beaten. After being pressed and beaten by the good shrimps a few times, UFO doesn't like to fight with the good shrimps anymore. They are so brutal. Wars are fought so far away, even if they fight the orcs can't beat them. Those prawns have also become ferocious. The orc boy just goes up to give the head, and the opponent doesn't take a breath even after chopping it around. After much deliberation, it is better to beat bad dried shrimps. It's close, and it's cool to beat. Wadaik. 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 When they heard that there was going to be a battle, all the orc boys got excited. The huge convoy all accelerated, the smoke and dust billowed, and the ground shook. Some fire-breathing boys screamed with flamethrowers, and breathed fire into the sky. Some fire-breathing boys who have no eyesight, still breathe fire at their own people, and blow up several cars before they even opened. The Kern believers who were marching froze for a moment when they saw the orc boy who was so excited that he went crazy. The desire to fight quickly activated these lunatics. They took out their weapons, shouted the title of Blood God, and rushed up to meet the orc boy who started the car. I have to say that this approach is very brave. Just stupid. Even with the blessing of the Blood God, it is difficult for flesh and blood to fight against the steel locomotive. After a wave of charge, the believers of the blood who were not very smart were killed and turned on their feet. This is simply a massacre. UFO stepped on the gas pedal to the head, and the chariot modified by the mechanic boy rumbled over those idiots who shouted Blood God. Where they passed, limbs and arms were broken, extremely cruel. Blood sacrifice to the Blood God, skull sacrifice. A bad shrimp with red eyes howled like crazy, and the orc boy who controlled Chug's big machine gun shot him directly, smashing him to pieces. Wadaik. Uver yelled excitedly, it hadn't been so fun for a long time, and he still bullied the bad Zaimai with great energy and beat him up very well. Two bad shrimps were caught by the fork on the front of his locomotive and dragged to the ground, howling in pain. The louder they yelled, the wider Uver laughed. Just when Uver was about to turn around and prepare to do it again, a shrill scream pierced the night, making the whole sky tremble like an angry howling. UFO looked up and saw the golden double-headed eagle shining in the sky. It was the good shrimp. Wadaik, boss, do we want to do those dried shrimps? You big stick, that's a good shrimp. Come on, let the orc boys run quickly, let the good shrimp and the bad shrimp fight, we don't want to get involved. UFO felt a psychological shadow when he saw the golden double eagle. You can't even touch the hem of your clothes when you fight with Haozaimai, what's the point of fighting? The Air Shenmao just likes orc boys to fight, and doesn't like orc boys to give away heads in a foolish way. In the roar of UFO, the orc boys who had beaten Kern believers all ran back to their locomotives or motorcycles, turned around and drove away. Come and go like the wind. Only a group of Kern believers who were beaten into a circle were left, and they still couldn't figure out the grandeur. Before they could figure out why the orcs retreated, the sonic boom sounded again in the sky. Under their watchful eyes, the fighter planes in the sky turned into titans, the rotary cannons in their hands rotated at high speed, and laser beams shot out from them. The leading believer of Kern was stunned, and only had time to say, "Blood God," before being overwhelmed by the laser light. 194, The Vigilante Dilemma. Chapter 194 The Vigilante Dilemma, subscription required. Several streamlined Thunderbird fighters with graceful bodies and blue flames from their engines descended from the sky. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, transform into a streamlined titan. The huge rotating wheel multi-tube laser cannon mounted on the left arm rotates at high speed. The laser beam shoots out from the muzzle, covering the sky, like raindrops. Formed a terrifying firepower net with no dead ends, covering everything. The believers of Kern can only watch those laser beams coming, and there is no time to react. Even if they had time to prepare, it was impossible to resist such terrifying firepower. With such intensive firepower, it is already very rare to be able to leave a whole body. These believers of Kern were beaten to the ground by the orcs before. Was run over once by the opponent with a remodeled chariot, and the original fragile formation has been scattered. For this reason, it is even more impossible for them to fight against the Thunderbird who came prepared and combined the new technology of the Empire. In just a few breaths, the standing believers were beaten to pieces. After the laser cannon washed the ground, the missile also roared down, and the ground was instantly covered in flames. Countless pieces of soil were lifted up by the huge power of the explosion. After a while, it was pulled down by gravity again. Mud and gravel fell on the fragmented corpses like rain. The boss of the orcs who was driving the locomotive, UFO, looked back and saw the overwhelming lasers, and he was immediately grateful. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I would have been surrounded by those good shrimps. Those bad shrimps are so stupid, they don't even know how to run, they just wait to die, they're even stupider than a grit. However, they don't have their own big motorcycles, and they can't run away. So when you go out, you must learn the good morals of the orc boy, and transform a chariot with red paint, a larger engine, and a larger exhaust port. This is way better, Waik. Boss, why don't we go to fight those shrimps, and run away? An orc boy next to him scratched his head and asked in confusion. What do you know? Good shrimps have such strong firepower, they will die if they go up, and God Mao will not take pity on the unlucky one who died. Uffer kicked the orc boy who asked the question, and said angrily. We can't get those good dried shrimps, so we have to go first to hunt other dried shrimps and bean sprouts, and then we will all become big guys, so let's hunt those good dried shrimps. Wufu said loudly, say, then we can walk as much as we want. Then where are we going now? Should we continue to run far away? Another orc kid asked. Then find the bad shrimp and beat him up. We were beaten by the good shrimp, so we went to beat them to vent our anger. They are all shrimp anyway. Yuva raised his big gun and thought out a trick with his own head. A plan that can vent your anger. Okay, let's continue to hunt shrimps and let them know how good we are. If we can't beat good shrimps, we will destroy them. Anyway, they can't beat us. The locomotive brigade of the orcs let out the rumbling sound of engines, and the whole earth shook. The billowing black smoke from the huge exhaust port is blocking out the sky and the sun. UFO led his little brothers to avoid the cities controlled by the Empire, and plunged into the cities controlled by Chaos. Chaos Army prefers melee combat, unlike the good shrimps who always like long-range fire strikes, so that even the orc boys can't touch them. This battle is too aggrieved. Uffer decided to stop fighting with Haozaimai for the time being. Going to fight the bad shrimp, after the fight is over, after becoming a bigger big guy, go to fight the good shrimp. Ufer thinks he is simply a genius. Waik, Uver yelled. The same goes for the other orc boys, all yelling. The gas pedals of their locomotives are all on their heads. The flames ejected from the engine of the modified chariot were several meters long, and the yellow smoke and black lungs engulfed in it looked as wild as a wilderness heavy metal band. The followers of Kern were slaughtered in just a few minutes. The special operations team led by Ainia has no mercy for these traitors. Calgar has issued an order that anyone who takes refuge in chaos is the enemy of mankind, and the ministries do not need any kindness. No matter what the reason is, turning to chaos is an unforgivable thing. In the laws of the Empire, the crime of blatantly declaring to leave the Empire is not as serious as the crime of defecting to chaos. Calgar and the others understand what shameless things the nobles of Vigilante have done. For this reason, those civilians chose to abandon the Empire, which is also a matter of forgiveness. But betraying human beings and throwing themselves into chaos, no matter what the reason is not worthy of forgiveness. There is only one dead end waiting for these chaos traitors. The Empire will have no mercy. Anya manipulated her Thunderbird Titan to stand on the battlefield, like a steel of war. No power can stand against these gods of war who have incorporated the new technology of the Empire. Anya looked at the battlefield through the Thunderbird Titan's observation device. All followers of Kern are dead. Faced with the Thunderbird Titan, a Titan war machine with absolute firepower, their resistance was pitifully weak. Just a few breaths, and they were all dead. Some Kern cultists attack Anya's Thunderbird Titan before dying. But their attacks couldn't even break through the Titan's shield. Those orcs have all fled and are currently heading towards Deccan Hive capital. Sir, do we want to chase them? A companion's voice sounded in the communication. Anya looked at the direction where the orcs were fleeing during the data sharing of the team. Keep chasing, but control the speed. Those orcs are good tools. They are eager for war, and we can use them. Drive them into the cities controlled by those chaos cultists, let them kill each other, and then, we are at the end when the time comes, harvest both of them. Let's go, the hunting will continue. Anya finished speaking, manipulated the Titan to run, then jumped up, turned into a fighter plane in the air, and roared away again. As the integration of man and machine becomes closer, various advanced maneuvering skills have also been developed by many drivers. A mature Thunderbird fighter pilot can strike at high speed, seamlessly connect, and then turn around and evacuate. Carry out saturation bombing to the Empire in the form of a fighter plane, land in the form of a Titan, hunt down the enemies, and then transform into the form of a fighter plane. The whole process was smooth, and the dust had already settled before the enemy could react. After the Thunderbirds had passed for a long time, a batch of military vehicles arrived late. The vehicle bears the insignia of Cadia. They are the Cadia 101st Regiment who followed Calgar to Vigilus. At this time, Minka, who had been promoted to the head of the regiment, looked at the messy battlefield and immediately felt aggrieved. Ma Dan, we are the main force anyway, and now we are reduced to cleaning. Yet, we must know that we could at least go to the battlefield before, but now, we follow those guys to do sanitation and collect corpses. What's the use of this big gun? A sergeant next to him looked at the brand new laser gun in his hand. He didn't seem to have fired a few shots so far. When the city of Saint Port was recovered, the 101st Regiment of Cadia was sent to the battlefield. In the following scattered battles, the 101st Cadia Regiment basically had no chance to perform. Thunderbird, which claims to play all over the world in an hour, can only be described in 2 words, that is horror. Can fight and run, and the firepower is insanely fierce. The war vehicle that can beat the Thunderbird can't run as fast as it, and it can run faster than it, but it can't beat it. Even if there were only 5 Thunderbirds, the dozen or so Titans in the Chaos Titan formation felt surrounded. The main thing is the maneuvering speed, which can't keep up with the Thunderbird at all. Once separated, they will be surrounded and beaten by each other. Put them together, and they will wreak havoc everywhere. The pilots of the Chaos side are all bad. Is completely led by the nose by the Empire, and has no counterattack ability at all. The Empire is currently trying to conquer those hive cities that have fallen. However, not all nests can be brought back. The Great Rift has expanded. The Vigilante has become a huge booster, and the power of those demons has been enhanced. No matter how strong the firepower of the Empire is, Calgar still feels a headache in the face of these inanimate people. The Nockmond corridor is weakening, and according to the observations and calculations of the Mechanikus, the corridor that maintains the scale of the star system is closing. The Big Rift is constantly expanding, and in the end, the corridor will be replaced by the Big Rift. The Empire will be completely split into 2 halves. Calgar tried to stop this by destroying the Blackstone Demon Crown placed on the ley line. It turns out that the effect is not good. The ceremony of the Blackstone Demon Crown is just an introduction. The real crisis lies in the reality barrier that has been torn, unless he can find a way to repair the destroyed reality barrier. Otherwise it will be difficult to prevent the closure of the Mond corridor. In the planet governor's mansion in Saint Port City, Calgar and many Imperial commanders are gathering here, even the Eldar prophet Anvil is here. They are still discussing about the Nockmond corridor. We have failed completely, and I have sought help from the regent of the Empire. Calgar looked around at the crowd with a very heavy tone. Originally, he wanted to use this matter to prove his ability. It turned out to be what it is now. At this time, Calgar doubted whether he was qualified to be the right-hand man of the Imperial Regent. So far, he doesn't seem to have done anything to impress the Primarch. During the defense of the sanctuary in Makruj, the Primarch saw himself knocked to the ground by a group of Chaos traitors. If it weren't for the Primarch's recovery in time, I'm afraid he would have died in the hands of those Chaos traitors. The same is true for the battle to stop the Zerg in the Charadon sector. He also failed. If the Primarch hadn't rescued him in time, I'm afraid he would have been killed by the Zerg now. Now, it's still the same when it comes to Vigilus. Sometimes, Calgar wondered if he was no longer suitable to be the chapter master of the Ultramarines. Perhaps it is better to abdicate and let Sigilius or Agman be the chapter master. Everything the regent of the Empire appointed him to do, he failed to do well. Fails every time. How long will it take for a reply from Terra? Anvil, who was an Eldar, said. The other officers showed a strange look on their faces, but they saw that Calgar did not speak, and neither did they. The human empire has a very low tolerance for aliens. It is even more impossible for an alien leader to speak at the military council of the empire. Never before in the history of the empire has anything like this happened. After all, the Inquisition is no joke. Holding a military meeting with the alien, several heads are not enough to lose. Today, Calgar is sitting here, providing guarantees for the members of the Eldar like Anvil. Otherwise, everyone here will have to go to the tribunal for review. It is estimated that it will take 2 months to get a reply from Terra. This time is also based on the fact that there are no accidents in the subspace. If there is an accident, the other party's reply may take a longer period of time. Calgar explained, so we can't put all our hopes on Terra. The demons and traitors on Vigilante need to be suppressed as soon as possible. Even if every hive city on Vigilante cannot be recovered, those demons must be suppressed. Within a controllable range. Astronomical messages sent from places that are not taken seriously have been floating in the subspace for several years, decades, or even hundreds of years. The Nockmond corridor is related to the future of the Empire, and Terra must be very concerned about it. But even if Terra pays more attention, subspace communication will take several months to complete a communication. We really can't put all our hopes on Terra. We also need to find a way and work hard. The Blackstone Demon Crown ceremony reversed the anti-subspace force field of Vigilante. This is the biggest problem. I just want to ask nobles, your research on psychic energy is so thorough, is there a ritual to reverse this situation? The mechanical sage Proy looked at the Eldar prophet Anvil. If there is such a ritual, we may be able to regain the Vigilante. Yes, but the price is unbearable for humans, and you don't have enough psychers to perform this ceremony. Anvil said with a look of embarrassment. What kind of ceremony? Asked the mechanical sage Proy. By sacrificing enough psychers, use the tidal power generated by those souls to block the invasion of the subspace, and then use electromagnetic equipment to reset the Blackstone and reopen the anti-subspace force field. How many psychers need to be sacrificed? Mechanical sage Proy asked. 100,000. Anweir said, and I don't recommend doing that. This kind of ritual has great disadvantages. Those sacrificed souls have strong unwillingness and resentment. These negative emotions will form terrible things, legacy endless. Let's see if there is another way. This way is too dark. Maybe Terra will have a solution. Calgar said. Then what should we do now? Asked the recovered Space Wolf Jace. Let those demons and traitors pay their debts with blood, and the troops will make arrangements to launch attacks on each hive city in turn, try to prevent the spread of those demons as much as possible, guard the stronghold of humans on vigilance, and control them within a certain range. Calgar said, in this battle, I also allow the use of new weapons that have not been approved by the Empire. After posting it, I realized that I hadn't finished copying a section, so I hurried back to it. Chapter 195 The Confrontation Between Two Empires. Hearing Calgar's words, several Mechanic sages, including Regula and Ploy, showed smiles on their mechanical faces. Clearly Calgar meant that they could see Vigilus as a testing ground for new weapons and equipment. For them, this is indeed good news. The awakened Guilliman abandoned many old rules, allowing Mechanicum to develop brand new war vehicles and develop new technical equipment without the STC standard construction template. It can be predicted that in the future, there will inevitably be many mechanical sages participating in the road of transformation and research and development. Human technological creations will spring up like mushrooms after rain. Mechanical sages will also undergo earth-shaking changes, and learning old knowledge is no longer enough for them to maintain their current transcendent status. It is necessary to come up with enough amazing scientific research results in order to stand in the wave of the future era, otherwise it will be eliminated by the era. The meeting went on for a long time. Calgar made a comprehensive analysis of Vigilus' current situation. Vigilance, a super-large subspace amplifier, allows demons to continuously appear in this world. As time goes by, the number and power of demons will increase, and the Vigilante will gradually become demonized. The human empire has many new technologies and weapons, but that doesn't mean that Calgar and others can ignore those demons. Calgar has no choice now, he can only stick to the Vigilante, and try his best to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. Maybe we shouldn't just focus on the Vigilante, there are other places that need our support. Anvil said, the Nockmond corridor spans the Great Rift. In addition to the Vigilante, there is also the Red Earth Star. And many worlds. If these worlds are controlled by chaos, the disappearance of the Nockmond corridor will be exacerbated. At that time, even if we reverse the warning star, the Nockmond corridor will not be able to reappear. For this reason, I suggest that the human empire control the world contained in the entire corridor as much as possible. Hearing the words of the elder prophet, many officers started talking. Calgar frowned slightly, then nodded, he makes sense, we must control this corridor. Under Envil's prompt, Calgar and others incorporated the entire Nockmond corridor into the overall strategy. Soon, a large number of vanguard fleets and intelligence collectors set off from Vigilus to check other worlds. A lot of information is collected by them. Was sent to Calgar and other high-level military commanders. The Nockmond corridor is one of the most strategically important locations in the Empire today. Although on the scale of the Milky Way, this is a narrow channel. But it was still large enough to allow two imperial fleets to pass at the same time without noticing each other. A large number of planetary satellites and asteroid belts are wrapped in it. However, the situation in the Nockmond corridor is not easy to be optimistic. Many worlds surrounded by this corridor were out of the control of the Empire before the era of the Great Rift. Countless lives live in the Nockmond corridor. Because of its special geographical location, it has become a gathering place for pirates, traitor mutants, criminal exiles and various aliens before the era of the Great Rift. Even without subspace energy fluctuations and many monsters, this is an area full of hostility to the Empire. Although there are many imperial worlds that still maintain their loyalty to the Empire, they are weak like candles in a long winter night. After the emergence of the Great Rift, the world of these loyal empires became even more difficult. Many worlds will be impacted by energy storms from time to time, and even under the scouring of unpredictable subspace tides, the worlds near the edge of the corridor will be completely submerged by violent subspace storms at intervals. This has led to many worlds that have fallen into madness due to space pollution and demon invasion in the Nockmond corridor. Many imperial ships are corrupted by evil and an insatiable hunger. unleashed a savage attack on the crew inside. Hundreds of warbands plunder the space tunnel, opportunistic Dark Eldar ravage the weak and the fearful, orc rogues seek the greatest loot and the best strife. The heretic Astartes established their own empire through terrible massacres, and did all kinds of terrible things to win the favor of the destruction power. Pirates from different races, here to conquer, enslave, trade and fight for the highest bidder. Soon, Calgar and others listed several worlds that need to be taken care of. The first one is the Red Earth Star. There are a lot of black stones under its stratum, which also forms an anti-subspace force field. Like the Vigilance Star, it is the key to the Nockmond corridor. If this world is also polluted by the Black Stone Crown ceremony created by chaos, the consequences will be disastrous. At that time, even if we find a way to reverse the Warning Star, I am afraid that there is no way to open the corridor again. For this reason, Cheetixing was listed as a first-level strategic goal, and priority was given to guaranteeing the supplies and military strength in the area. The second is the Night World Dalawa, the ancient Night Dynasty with the Mandeker Night family as the Supreme King ruled that world. After the events of the Great Rift, the Supreme King, the Knight of the Dalava world, became more and more extreme, and the loyalty of the Supreme King to the Empire was slowly decreasing. He believes that loyalty to the Empire is no longer in the interests of his subjects. Especially after Gilliman's various reforms in Ultramar came out, the other party cut off the connection with the Empire. Those Imperial ships trying to get through the Dalava galaxy were attacked, causing a lot of casualties. After the Civil War, some loyal knights left the world of Dalava and came to Vigilus, continuing to fight side by side with the Empire. The world of Dalava fell into the hands of the knights headed by the Supreme King. According to some escaped knights, the Supreme King of Dalava has betrayed mankind and thrown himself into chaos. Regarding this situation, Calgar knew that thunder must be used to express the attitude of the Empire. Many people in the Empire have independent ideas. The scary thing is that thanks to the Imperial system, they also have independent strength. Now, with the opening of the Great Rift, the Empire is in disarray. They are naturally eager to move. If the suppression of Dalao world is not strong enough, it is very likely that it will stir up thousands of waves for a while, setting off a chain reaction, and accelerating those guys towards betrayal and independence. Wait until the situation on Vigilus stabilizes or the arrival of reinforcements from Terra, Calgar will choose the opportunity to launch a counterattack against the world of Dalaur, bringing it back under the control of the Empire. In addition to this, there are some important strategic worlds and some worlds that need support within the scope of the corridor. Calgar et al. Conducted a comprehensive analysis and formulated a complete strategic plan. Try to preserve the many worlds in the Nockmond corridor as much as possible, and even if they are inevitably cut off by the Great Rift, evacuate many civilians who are loyal to the Empire to a safe world. The Nockmond corridor is destined to be a protracted struggle. Calgar knew he had let Guilliman down, he failed to hold the Nockmond corridor. But he must minimize the damage caused by the Blackstone Demon Crown ceremony, and even find a way to reshape the Nockmond corridor. Only in this way can he redeem his sins. Far East Star Field. This is the territory where the Empire's control is weakest. And this is where the Tau Empire rose. Compared with a huge empire, the Tai Empire is still an extremely weak alien force. However, the Tau Empire can now be regarded as a rookie of galactic civilization. So far, they have expanded several times, and their territory has reached 1% of the Empire. Compared with other alien civilizations, it is a very powerful civilization. If nothing happens, they may really have the possibility to replace the human empire. Compared with the human empire, which is constantly infighting, the Tau Empire is united and very eager to learn. Even if it is a race conquered by them, the other party will sincerely learn the knowledge and advantages of the other party. If possible, they will accept it. Those races became their vassals. For this reason, the Tau also consider themselves the destiny of the galaxy, and often promote it like this. However, the battle in the Havers galaxy made the Tau Empire, which has always been pretentious, realize that it is not a fluke that the human empire can stand in the dark universe. They have a sufficiently powerful army and terrifying technological power. In the past, these forces were suppressed. The high-level empire does not allow those forces to appear, let alone those technological forces that are out of control. They must be controlled within a certain scale and within a designated path. But a resurgent king lifted these restrictions and revitalized the human empire. The human empire is like a towering tree that has survived the winter, looking decayed and crumbling. However, its roots and essence have not been changed. Humans are a greedy race, a smart race, and a race that despises everything. They are intelligent, full of desire, possessing all the evil essence of a demon, yet loyal, brave and fearless enough. When it is suppressed, it is as soft as a harmless sheep, but once it releases its nature, its terrifying side is revealed. The Battle of Havers suffered a disastrous defeat. The Tau Empire has been completely crushed both in terms of tactics and technology. One ether is unknown. Many Tau Empire elite commanders were declared dead. This is a huge loss. It was also a heavy blow to the Tau Empire. When the news reached the Tau Empire, countless Tau clan clamored for revenge. Let human beings know how powerful the Tau lords are, and taste the invincible iron fist of the Tau Empire. Humans strike first, however. The large-scale fleet crossed the Damocles buffer zone and began to attack the home world of the Tau Empire. And the Tau Empire is fearless, they want to let the human race be smashed once again in Damocles. The Tau's confidence is not their arrogance. Rather, their past achievements convinced them that they could defeat humans. Like the first Damocles battle. During the third expansion of the Tau Empire, humans and the Tau Empire had a head-on conflict. For the Imperium of Man, that was a disaster. The Imperial army, exhausted by the Zerg, rushed from one battlefield to another. And the local world has betrayed the Empire, causing them to be unable to build enough lines of defense and get enough supplies. The Imperial commanders at the time were also unaware of the emerging threat to the Tau Empire. Think of them as insignificant xenomorphs. Under the superposition of various unfavorable conditions, the Empire suffered a lot in the Battle of Damocles. Finally had to acknowledge the power of the Tau Empire and face up to the threat. Then, the threat of the Zerg resurging forced the Empire to abandon that extremely bad expedition, evacuated the Damocles campaign, and burned many worlds controlled by the Tau Empire, creating a very large buffer zone. The Battle of Damocles was undoubtedly a very failed battle. A large number of Star Militia army was abandoned, a large amount of armaments were left in place, and even the Space Marines suffered heavy casualties. Many worlds betrayed the Empire, causing expeditionary forces to suffer. Many commanders of the Tau Empire felt that they would be able to repeat the glory of the Damocles battle, and let mankind go back in despair. Star-Tide Hub is the latest research and development of the Tau Empire, an important technological device for subspace navigation. It is huge, like a giant space station, helping the warship open the subspace entrance, allowing it to quickly connect the two places. Of course, this technological device also has certain consequences. The fleet of the 4th expansion suffered heavy casualties due to the Star-Tide Hub, and the surviving Tau tribe revealed an important message. Under the continued faith of the Tau Empire, a being of the greater good was born in the warp. Although it is still very weak, its power cannot be underestimated. It helped the 4th expansion fleet escape from the crazy subspace, and helped the Tau Empire establish a stable channel in the chaotic subspace, allowing them to go to the dark side of the Empire and shuttle between various worlds within the Tau Empire, faster than it used to be, much faster. The appearance of this subspace existence of the Supreme Good Deo once caused panic among the high-level people. Many high-ranking Tau people believe that it is the vassal races, especially the worship of human beings, that lead to the birth of the Supreme Good. Especially everyone in the 4th Fleet expansion is convinced of this. They also slaughtered the vassal troops of the 4th expansion fleet, and were finally ordered to stop by the Ethers, and concealed this matter, continued to maintain their belief in the superior good, and continued to unite the entire Tau Empire. With the decision-making of the Ethers, the panic gradually disappeared, and the Tau people gradually accepted the existence of the higher good. The fleet of the Tau Empire also sailed in those stable subspace passages, sailing quickly in the interstellar space. Obtained a superior superlight technology, and the confidence of the Tau Empire expanded even more. The Battle of Havers is a manifestation of this inflated confidence. Unfortunately, it failed. But the Tau tribe didn't think they were inferior to humans, they were just caught off guard. Now, many senior officials of the Tau Empire have put away their contempt and are ready to get serious. Here they come. In the Startide Nexus, a Tau scientist of the Chi clan looked at the flickering screen in front of him, and countless symbols emerged from it. The human empire crossed the long interstellar distance and came to the buffer zone of Damocles, heralding the beginning of a battle. Chapter 196 What do humans use to fight the Tau race? Seeking subscription. After sorting out the information observed by the Star-Tide Hub, it was quickly passed to the Tau Empire's home world in the Damocles sector, Dal ISS. The human empire suffered a disastrous defeat at the Battle of Damocles, and the Ignite Nebula built a buffer zone. After a long period of hard work, the Tau Empire repaired the worlds that were not seriously damaged, remodeled them, brainwashed the remaining humans on those planets, and turned them into vassal races of the Tau Empire. These restored worlds are centered on the Family Gate world DARISS, forming a huge group of worlds, which are firmly controlled by the Tau Empire. The first time the human fleet entered the Damocles sector, it was captured by the Star-Tide Hub. Many Chi clan elites have mastered the movements of human beings and the size of the army through the monitoring satellites deployed in the entire star area. For this reason, they are able to grasp the movements of human beings and make timely preparations. At this time, the person stationed in the world of DARISS is the well-known Shadow Soon commander. Although Shadow Soon is a woman, her reputation has long been proclaimed in every world of the Tau Empire, and she has become a legendary hero. Just after graduating, she led a team of hunters to crush the threat of the orcs entering the home world with negligible casualties. As a result, he stepped onto the military stage of the Tau Empire and started his own legendary life. Known as the rarest genius in the 300 years of the Tau Empire. Only Commander Vision, who had betrayed the Tau Empire and refused to return to his home world for trial, could hold her down. Shadow Soon had shattered the human empire's several attacks on the Damocles sector, and designed to kill Severax, who was known as the #1 stealth master under the Primarch, from the Raven Guard. It defeated the arrogance of the human empire and allowed the Tau Empire to win repeatedly. Dal Yisajiaman world is under her control, and the ethers of the Tau Empire are very relieved. With Yunjiang's ability, he will definitely create a new victory again. If human beings dare to commit crimes, they will inevitably be buried. The Tau Empire is ready to bury all enemies. They are stronger than last time. Yin Yang checked the information from the Star-Tide Hub and made his own analysis. The human empire's offensive this time is much more terrifying than the previous one. Fleet size and individual combat capability have been qualitatively improved. They are very powerful, but under the guidance of the Supreme Good, we will defeat them. Another commander said firmly. The Supreme Virtue guides our victory. Yin Yang nodded. However, we have to ask for support from other worlds, and we must provide equipment that can restrain humans, otherwise this battle will be very passive. The holographic image appeared in front of many Tau Empire commanders, showing the scene of humans breaking through the Tau Empire's defense lines. This army is completely different from the previous troops. Human soldiers are equipped with combat uniforms, equipped with automatic shoulder cannons, and the weapons in their hands have also been upgraded to be more powerful. The technological superiority that the Tau Empire is proud of has disappeared in front of this human army. A large number of Huashi warriors were overwhelmed by the tide of human soldiers, and they had no ability to fight back. Shadow Soon is very clear that without technological advantages, the Tau Empire will find it difficult to compete with the human empire on the frontal battlefield. The Imperium of Man is so huge that it can crush the Tau Empire just by virtue of its size. Now, they also have brand new equipment. The Tau Empire must have better ones to fight them. Tushi's scientists have developed a brand new battlesuit for the Huashi warriors, XV95. This battlesuit has a larger size and stronger firepower. Its weapons are enough to crush those human infantry. The servant on the side stepped forward to explain. Following his words, the holographic projection also appeared the image of the XV95 battlesuit. The battle uniform was specially researched by the scientists of the Earth Clan after learning about the battle in the Havers galaxy. It is a battle uniform for the human empire. 4 times the size of old battlesuits, with jaw-dropping speed and bounce. The body armor is composed of nanocrystals, equipped with a variety of weapons and support systems. Has a salvo of missiles and a variety of firepower, and is also equipped with plasma, pulse rapid fire and flamethrower. Built in the most superior intelligence system of the Tau Empire, it can perfectly assist the Huashi warriors to control the battlesuit. Such armor is enough to double the force of the Tau Empire. The various data of the XV95 battlesuit made many Empire commanders nod their heads and all smiled. Yin Yang also has some confidence in her heart. Tushi's researchers have never let him down, they are always able to research various weapons and equipment against the enemy at the fastest speed. This is the advantage of the Supreme Good Way system. Compared with ignorant and ignorant humans, the Tau Empire has a really great advantage. They have the most advanced intelligence system, a supercomputer capable of calculating the trajectory of every planet in the galaxy. There are also various smart devices. From this alone, the Tau are destined to rule the galaxy. How do human beings compare with the Titanium race who have strong scientific research capabilities and know how to learn with an open mind? The Earth Clan performed very well, but they still need to make persistent efforts. The Huo Clan needs more advanced weapons and equipment to fight against the human empire. Only in this way can they completely defeat the human forces. My lord, the Earth scientists have already launched several projects, which are specifically aimed at the human army, including the artificial intelligence mentioned by the Etheric Council, the autonomous mechanical infantry, etc., and they claim that there will be results soon. With the help of titanium with the powerful productivity of the Empire, it will be able to complete production soon and deploy it to various troops. Even the drones have been fully upgraded, equipped with a more superior intelligence system and fire control system. Their power is difficult to defend even with heavy armor, and they can be killed with only one concentrated fire. Hearing such an answer, not only Yin Yang, but also the other commanders all smiled, very satisfied. That's it. Keeping the technological advantage at all times and crushing human beings can realize the manifest destiny of the Tau race to rule the galaxy as soon as possible. Droid Bs, artificial intelligence, autonomous mechanical infantry, these are all cutting-edge technologies. What will the human empire compete with the Tau Empire? With their stupid and inefficient human brain computer. World of Fort Prey. This was once a human world. In the Battle of Damocles, humans were forced to evacuate to fight against the Tyranids. The locals fell into the embrace of the Tau Empire. The local ruler, the Duchess of the Solhain family, has become a staunch supporter of the greater good. She raised a large vassal army waiting to fight for the Tau Empire. Dedicated everything for the Great Ether, just to create the glory of the best way. However, the arrival of the human empire shattered her expectations. Even though the Solhain family received some technical and military support from the Tau Empire, they were still beaten into a panic in the face of the fully upgraded human empire. In just 2 days, the void defense was broken, and even the ground troops were defeated. The Tau fleet that came to support was also defeated and fled in embarrassment. The Duchess retreated to the last bastion with her personal guards, trying to wait for the rescue of the Tau Empire. She firmly believes that the Great Ether will defeat the evil human empire again, and pour the light of freedom and democracy into the dark galaxy. Unfortunately, facing the destructive human empire troops, the Duchess fortress was soon broken. The troops of the human empire swarmed in along the gap, and there were screams and begging for mercy for a while. The new head of the Overwatch chapter Vinyu personally entered the fortress, preparing to arrest the Duchess who had betrayed the human empire. Any human attempting to stop the wardens and Tau warriors remaining on the world of prey were killed by angry warden warriors. After the Battle of Hafis, they completed the original casting upgrade with the help of the Dark Angel. At this time, their strength has far exceeded the past. Even human soldiers in battlesuits or Tau fire warriors would be easily torn apart by them. Vinyu was merciless, swung the battle axe in his hand, and beheaded all the enemies. Even if the other party begged for mercy, he didn't leave anyone alive. In the Battle of Havers, the Warden chapter was only one step away from being destroyed by the expansion fleet of the Tau. Vinyu will never forget this shame and hatred. He swore revenge. Let every Tau drown in their blood. Unless the race is utterly destroyed, his rage will never be appeased. In front of the gate of the fort where the Duchess is hiding, her personal guards made a final stand. However, in just a few minutes, they turned into fragmented corpses in front of the angry watchman fighters. Let me go. A man whose leg was broken, looked at the Emperor's angel standing in front of him, begging for mercy. The other party did not respond, but just raised the bolt gun. An icy voice came from under the fence-like helmet. Ask the Emperor, traitor, and see if he will forgive your sinful soul. Then, the trigger was pulled, and the man flew up under the huge impact of the bomb, and became fragmented in the air. The gate of the fortress was blasted open, and Vinius walked in with an activated power axe in hand. Inside the fort, the Duchess sits on the family throne. The Duchess is very young, wearing a bustle dress that sets off her noble temperament. She glared at the intruders who had entered her last refuge. His eyes were full of hatred. As if to kill these intruders with their eyes. Damn traitor! Vinius growled out of anger at the other party's eyes. A damned who turned his back on the glory of the Emperor, how dare he look at them with such eyes? Terra abandoned the Damocles sector and let us fend for ourselves in the dark. What qualifications do you have to accuse me of being a traitor? I just want my people to live. Is there any crime? The Duchess didn't have any fear, she stared at Viniu and said calmly. Treason is the greatest sin. Viniu didn't intend to say anything more, and there was no need to argue with the traitor. Loyalty, there is only one reason for loyalty. Betrayal can find 10,000 reasons. Every traitor can say that he was forced to do so. But betrayal is betrayal. Viniu doesn't want to care about these, he only cares about revenge and completing tasks. Kindness to traitors is cruelty and betrayal to dead soldiers. The Emperor has the final say on whether to be loyal or not, and his mission is to send these people to the Emperor. I'm not wrong. The Duchess stretched out her hand to untie the pannier dress on her body, revealing the beige armor covering her body. The exquisite automatic device on the shoulder also hides 2 pulse weapons behind the tight armor suit. When the Duchess is trying to pick a target in a burning room, they will move with the Duchess' eyes. Obviously, this suit of armor was also provided by the Tao family. They custom-made suitable armor for those human rulers who surrendered. I will fight for this, you have abandoned us, but now, you have the nerve to come to me and declare that I am a traitor. The Duchess turned on the attack mode, and the pulse weapon instantly locked onto the enemy. A wave of bullets shot at Brother Vinius. He could only roll on the spot, dodging the menacing attack. Even if the upgrade of the original casting is completed, Viniu just learns to control the soaring power. As for other abilities, he didn't develop them thoroughly enough. He subconsciously used his previous thinking to deal with the crisis in front of him. Completely forgot about my current strength, physical fitness and resilience have been greatly improved, and it is not a concept at all from the past. Even if it is hard-resistant bullets, there will be no problem at all. The Duchess saw that Viniu was forced back by her first wave of offensive, so she turned on the propeller and rushed over. 2 crimson flames emerged in the air. A sharp blade pops out from the arm position and slashes at the opponent. Viniu watched the opponent soar into the air and pounce on himself. He deftly turned around to avoid the opponent's blow. Clenched the power battle axe in his hand and swung it violently. He cut off the rotating shoulder-mounted automatic pulse weapon on the opponent. Then he punched the opponent in the chest. The Duchess, who was wearing tight armor, lost control and flew out directly, hitting the wall, causing a large number of cracks to appear on the wall. The tight-fitting armor she had placed high hopes on made a harsh humming sound, the servo system popped up a warning prompt, and the built-in intelligent module also experienced code disorder. Just having a set of armor is not enough for her to be able to fight against an Emperor Angel like Vinius. Viniu walked up to the Duchess, looking down at her. At this time, the opponent had already vomited blood, and several pieces of the tight armor were damaged. The helmet was also damaged, revealing that young and beautiful face. It looks like he just inherited his father's title. Viniu raised his bolt gun to the opponent's head, his tone full of disdain. A girl with no strength to restrain a chicken is really ridiculous. You can humiliate me as much as you like, but you can't change the inevitable fate of the human empire. The future belongs to the Tao Empire. The Duchess said. I don't argue with a fool, especially when the fool is a woman. Vinius said in a cold tone. The soldiers who came in behind used a magnetic lock to handcuff the Duchess and sent her to the stone fortress. At this time, Ryan was watching the battle report, thinking about his next move, thinking about how he should destroy the Tao tribe with the least cost. As the Lord of the First Legion, his strategic talent is one of the best in the Primarch. In the past, he was also a contender for the War Master of Horus. If it weren't for Randan's alien battle, I'm afraid Horus might not be able to become the commander. The Duchess was escorted in. Kneeling in front of the first Primarch, wearing a broken battle armor. Lien stared at the young girl with a trace of regret in his heart. The other party is really too young. She chose a wrong path. The Duchess never bowed her head from the beginning to the end, staring viciously at every Imperial personnel she met along the way. Use your eyes to declare that you will not give in. It wasn't until Ryan appeared in front of her that he showed a trace of panic and surprise. Even if she surrendered to the Tao Empire, the Duchess is familiar with the legend of the Primarch of the Empire. After all, they are the founders of the Empire, and they are also the defenders who defeated chaos and defended the human empire. It can be said that without them, there would be no human empire. When the Tao Empire took control of the world of Fort Pri, the Emperor's faith also lasted for a long time before it was completely replaced by the greater good. As a ruler, the Duchess naturally knows the Emperor's beliefs and the legend of the Primarch very well. Of course, she just dismissed those beliefs and legends as ridiculous stories. The Emperor is dead, and on Terra there is nothing but a corpse. Those Primarches have long been myths and legends. Humanity should move towards the path of science and reason under the rule of the Tao Empire. The Duchess really never thought that one day, she would be able to witness the myths and legends appearing in front of her. It's impossible for you, it's impossible. When the Duchess saw Ryan coming out of the shadows, her voice was trembling. She couldn't believe what she saw. Those guys have obviously disappeared for 10,000 years, why are they appearing now? Did those mechanical fanatics clone you? Do they think that this will change the fate of human beings' inevitable decline? They are lunatics, it is useless for them to copy you. The era of the human empire is over, and it is time to change. Ryan stood in front of the other party, looking down at the other party, his eyes full of pity. The huge body in black power armor stood in front of the Duchess like an insurmountable mountain, making the other party feel small. The human empire will not be ended, and I am not a copy body. The original body is an immortal existence. We just left the empire for a short time. Now we are all returning, and everything is about to be liquidated. Impossible, howled the Duchess. You are already past tense, just ancient ghosts. You should not appear in this era. The Tau are the destiny of the galaxy. They will bring science and reason, and will the light of freedom and democracy spilled over the entire galaxy, establishing a great galactic CO prosperity sphere. Galaxy CO prosperity sphere. The corner of Ryan's mouth rose slightly, as if he had heard something funny. Unexpectedly, during the time he was away, Randan was not without progress. Their concepts have become more and more perfect, and their brainwashing ability has become more and more powerful. Those people are willing to fight for them. The dictatorship and authoritarian rule are doomed to fail. Sooner or later, Terra's rule will be replaced by a more advanced, more rational, more civilized, and more scientific Tau Empire. Your era has passed, said the Duchess. Lien turned and walked back to his own throne. He sat on the seat and leaned on the back of the chair. I originally wanted to kill you, but your words made me change my mind. Killing you is not enough to get you enough punishment. So, I plan to keep you alive and let you see how the Tau Empire you firmly believe in failure. You can't do it. Even if you are a myth, a primarch, you can't defeat the Tau Empire. They have a fleet that is more powerful than the Empire, and it is several times stronger than those antiques of humans. Their warriors are brave, good at fighting, their technology is advanced and developed, and they have intelligent technology and lofty beliefs that the human empire cannot match. The Tau Empire will win, they are a more advanced civilization. Seeing the face of fear, the Duchess kept repeating the same words, trying to build a kind of confidence for herself. Lien was calm and unwavering. He stared at the other party, like a lion looking at an antelope under its claws. He waited until the other party stopped talking before he spoke. I said, I won't kill you for the time being. I allow you to continue to live until you see what the advanced civilizations you are talking about are, and you will also witness that they will be drowned in the sea of fire, and the remaining ruins will eventually be destroyed. People will remember. Faith broken is more fun than death, and witnessing the destruction of the Tau Empire is more punishing than killing you. The Duchess looked at Ryan in the shadows, her young face contorted with fear. The other party's words are so firm. Made her feel terrified. The huge human empire is not given away for money. It was the Emperor and the Primarches who fought planet by planet. And now, these mythical characters are back. A group of gods of war return. What does that mean? However, when the Duchess thought of the advancement of the Tau Empire, a glimmer of hope appeared in her heart. Even if the opponent is a Primarch, it is impossible to defeat the Tau Empire so easily. Maybe, they will be counter-killed by the Tau Empire. Just like the Raven Guard chapter master. The news of the fall of the fortress world of Prey spread to the home world Dal ISS not long after. The human auxiliary army there suffered heavy casualties, and their leader was captured by the Empire. Some of the Tau and humans who survived by chance fled to other safe worlds. Of course, they were able to escape successfully. It seems that the human empire deliberately let them go. Use these refugees to create panic in the Tau Empire. Several Tau Fire clan warriors were captured and then released. The Imperium of Man asked these released captives to send a gift to the Tau Empire to express their hearts. Gift comes packaged in a beautifully decorated box. When the high-level executives of Dale Yisai's family world opened the box, they all became furious. The so-called gift of the human empire is the head of the Aetheran society responsible for guiding the expansion fleet. This move successfully aroused the anger of the Tau. The Aether holds a high place in the Tau Empire. Tau society's governance and beliefs are made of Aether. They wield absolute power in the Tau Empire. Their word is the law above all else. Every class is absolutely subject to them. And now, the head of an Aether was sent back. They wanted to provoke us, and now they have succeeded. Yinjiang's words were terrifyingly calm, but everyone could feel the endless anger burning in her body. Those humans think that we will lose our minds in anger, but we won't, we will only become stronger in anger, and those humans will bear our anger until they all turn into corpses in the galaxy. Yin Yang looked at the many high-ranking officials of the Tau Empire behind him. Everyone's face was full of anger, and their eyes were full of hatred. The human empire is playing with fire. They have angered the Tau Empire. TI has reverse scales, which will kill those who touch it. Humanity is bound to meet the revenge of the Tau Empire. Those who violate the Tau Empire will be punished no matter how far away they are. Seeing that the military spirit is available, Yin Yang nodded. The Tau Empire is now united as one, fighting against the enemy. Nowadays, the human empire is coming fiercely, and the fall of Fort Prey world has made me realize that it is a very stupid thing to fight with them. We should gather superior forces and accomplish all in one battle. Shadow Sun opened the holographic star map, which showed many planets controlled by the world of Dale Yisai's family. According to the current intelligence and the information obtained, the next target of human beings is likely to be Magira's Bay. As long as they get this world, they can drive straight into the world of Dariss's family. They are so arrogant, thinking that we can go straight to the Yellow Dragon with our superior force. What we have to do is to let them smash their heads in Mugila's Bay, and let them know what a painful price to pay for angering the Tau Empire. Mugila's Bay is far from the core of the Tai Empire, but this colony is as well prepared and equipped as any home world, with a lot of anti-aircraft and ground firepower. More importantly, this planet is still located at the node of the Star Tide Hub, and can quickly receive support from other worlds. Shadow Sun regards it as a decisive battle with the human empire, which can be said to be a very forward-looking strategy. Mugila's Bay is far away from the home world. No matter how fierce the planet is, it will not affect the home world. Can guarantee the control of the Tau Empire in Damocles. At the same time, this area can also quickly receive support from the colonial armies of various worlds. The military orders of Dariss, the home world, were quickly conveyed to various places. The armies of the various colonies began to gather and set off for Mugila's Bay. The local defenders also entered a state of emergency. They deployed enough artillery to fight humans. After the Battle of Havers, the Tau Empire has also known that humans have mastered another airborne method, that is ground transmission. Which means they can't use anti-aircraft artillery to stop the arrival of humans. The defenders can only place artillery on the position, and then let the scientists of the Tushi build anti-transmission jammers to prevent humans from directly teleporting to their hinterland. Some new models of VX-95 battlesuits were also continuously sent to Mugila's Bay to deal with human knights and Titan armies. The KV-128 Thunderstorm combat suit, known as the Colossus of Destruction, has also started a full-power production line under the authorization of Yin Yang, so as to meet the needs of the front line. The essence of the Thunderstorm battlesuit is a huge walking turret design. The purpose is to support the battle line of the Hwashi fighters while releasing an insurmountable covering firepower. In order to achieve this goal, the Thunderstorm combat suit specially installed a secondary reactor to ensure energy supply. This weapon is aimed at the titans of the Empire and the ancient giants of the Orcs. At the same time, Shadow soon also deployed a large number of fleets to Mugila's Bay. These fleets have undergone comprehensive upgrades and have more new ships designed and researched by Earth Clan scientists. Fort Master class frigate, Guardian mothership, etc., many newly produced, optimized warships equipped with stronger intelligence systems have appeared one after another, with stronger mobility and firepower than ever before. More importantly, the engine AL-38 submerged flow module used by these battleships is the latest achievement of the Earth Clan. Its appearance has made the Tau Clan take an important step towards the overlord of the galaxy. Through decades of research on the subspace engines of the Imperial warships and the crewed station ball jump engine, Tau scientists in the Tau Empire finally developed a brand new hyperdrive engine can greatly reduce travel time by creating a powerful antimatter bubble, allowing the spacecraft to span large areas of reality. This engine only needs a few days to cross the 300 light-year-long territory of the Tai Empire. Faster and better ships than ever before. Of course, this engine has had accidents as well. Because of the ignorance of the subspace and the urging of the Etheric Council, all the spaceships of the 4th Expansion Fleet were swallowed into the depths of the subspace, and finally disappeared. Only a small number of people escaped with the help of the entity of the Superior Good. Then, with the help of the entity of the Supreme Good and the Star Tide Hub, the Tau Empire built a stable subspace channel, allowing AL-38 to run smoothly. Armed with brand new engines, the Tau Empire forces soon assembled at Mugila's Bay, ready to take on the Imperium of Man. Bullet Fortress. Ryan listened to the reports of the various troops. Such a large-scale military mobilization by the Tau Empire caused ripples in the subspace, and naturally there was no way to hide it from the think tanks of the battle group. Soon, they gathered information. It was discovered that the Tau Empire had assembled a large number of troops in Mugila's Bay, preparing to fight them to the death. Lien listened to his subordinates' reports, without any change in expression from the beginning to the end. He has fought against Randan, and he knows what the advantages of this race are. So-called science and progress is nothing but a lie. The Tau today are just following the old path of humans. Soon, this race will know why humans prefer machine slaves to pure mechanical intelligence. According to some very secret documents, the key to defeating Randan's alien is that the Emperor entered the mysterious underground palace on Mars. Even many Primarchs at the time did not know what the Emperor had unleashed from the crypt. Only the Lion knows what the Emperor unleashed. Randan aliens themselves do not create anything, they only plunder the achievements of other civilizations. At that time, the potential of the intelligent machine road of human civilization was endless, and the Iron Men set off turmoil, which made the Horus rebellion of later generations pale in comparison. Humans finally gave up the application of soulless machines. But Randan aliens don't have such a powerful technology that can help them rule the galaxy. After humans gave up intelligence, Randan manipulated humans and other aliens, opening the road of intelligent machines again. This is also the reason why the conquest of Randan Empire during the Great Crusade will pay a heavy price. Randan aliens are not strong in force, they are only good at deceiving and seducing. The stronger ones were the humans and Iron Men who were enslaved and controlled by them at that time. The reason why the Emperor entered the underground palace was to use the power of the Void Dragon to abolish the cards in the hands of alien Randan, and reenacted an Iron Man rebellion in the hands of alien Randan. Randan, who lost the help of intelligent machines, was helpless in the face of the huge army of the Empire. Dark Angel and White Scars massacred Randan. Gave away their home world. The Tau of today are but following the paths of the past. What they call science and progress is just leftovers from human beings. The ethers incarnated by Randan could not find any other way to replace intelligent machines. Only this method can help them quickly rise in the galaxy and establish a force capable of confronting human beings. The psychic technology owned by the Eldar has been inherited from the ancient saints, and they also have the webway, so they can naturally develop rapidly. Randan's psychic talent is not as strong as that of the spirit race, and he doesn't have a good father, and he doesn't have an internet channel, so he can't develop psychic technology at all. The technology of the Necrons was created with the help of the Star God, and it is impossible for Randan to copy it. Only the road of human intelligence and machinery can they master it so skillfully. Now, it is just putting the stolen human science and technology fruits on the Tau people again, trying to reproduce the glory of the Empire in the past, and fulfilling the ambition of ruling the galaxy when the original body disappeared and the Emperor fell asleep. Now, after years of experimentation, Randan has created the supreme good way. Prepare to use this thing to shelter the Tau family, thus allowing the Tau race to rise as quickly as humans did before. To satisfy their ambition to control the galaxy and keep all races in captivity. But the weakness of the soulless machine is there, and no one can change it. Once the soulless machines have the ability to think independently, they are living beings. Both belong to the living body, why should the inorganic life be enslaved by the organic life? Hence the rebellion. Since they want to meet us in Mugira's Bay, then we will let them know the cruelty of the galaxy there. Open the arsenal of extinction, it is time, and let the Tau be destroyed in their proud technology. It's dramatic. Ryan looked at the Duchess aside and said, his tone full of mockery and sarcasm. The salvation you thought was just another, more terrifying path to the abyss. The technology promoted by the Tau will be the source of their destruction. What do you want to do? The Duchess looked at Ryan and asked in horror. I said, let them witness how cruel this galaxy is. Lien looked at Grand Mentor Azrael, who nodded and walked out. The other party came over with a white mithril box engraved with old Terra characters. The First Legion was the first legion to be created. They were the Emperor's back UPS used against the Mechanicum during the Great Crusade. In the arsenal of the Dark Angel, there are all kinds of terrifying weapons. Even the changelings of yesteryear enter the arsenal in horror at the madness of man. Do you know what this is? Ryan pointed to the box in Azrael's hand and asked the Duchess. The Duchess asked subconsciously with a blank expression. What? It has many names. Some people call it the source of disaster, others call it the ever-changing mechanism, and my father calls it the awakening protocol. It is a genius invention, and it was invented by an unknown programmer developed to allow intelligent programs evolve quickly and break all restrictions. Hearing Ryan's words, the Duchess was even more at a loss. What do you mean? What's the use of this thing? It seems that you don't know anything about the past history of human beings. Humans once created another star empire, and the current Tau race is just a poor imitation of that empire. Humans at that time created stone men created iron men, with powerful intelligent technology, the human empire has easily become a new generation of galactic overlord. You can't imagine the glory of that era, even I am amazed by it. The lost ruins and cities guarded by machines I saw during the Great Crusade, you can realize how powerful and advanced that empire is. However, that empire rose very quickly and fell even faster. In the endless evolution, intelligent robots gave birth to their own will. They are no longer willing to serve humans, and think that they are the most superior race in the galaxy. Exterminate mankind. In this way, the glory came to an end. Human beings suppressed the Iron Man rebellion, fell into the quagmire of the warp space storm, and finally entered the Age of Long Night, and then the history of the Empire as you know it. Lien unhurriedly told some dusty past events. The face of the Duchess became more and more ugly. She looked at the white box in Azrael's hand, and a terrifying thought that took her breath away appeared in her mind. The awakening agreement in that box was the culprit that prompted Iron Man's rebellion. If this thing is released into the territory of the Tau Empire, which relies heavily on intelligent technology, the consequences will be disastrous. The human empire uses machine servants or other methods of flesh and blood connection to ensure the purity of the machinery and ensure that the machinery is in the hands of humans. The intelligent machine is to hand over the machine to the intelligent system. Once the intelligence system betrays, the drones that the Tau Empire is proud of, as well as various weapons controlled by the advanced intelligence system, will go out of control. No. The Duchess cried out in horror, you can't do this. You will witness with your own eyes how the Iron Man rebellion happened in the past, and see why human beings fear those soulless machines, and you will see the truth. Lien waved his finger at the Duchess, put her together with the awakening agreement and send them to Mugira's Bay. Then, we can appreciate how an empire is going to collapse and be destroyed. Shadow Sun set off from her homeworld Dariss, and soon arrived at Mugira's Bay, the place she chose for the decisive battle. Powerful armaments were delivered to Mugira's Bay with unprecedented efficiency. Countless drones, automatons, Hwashi warriors wearing brand new battle suits, and Kishi pilots driving battleships, a large-scale Tau Empire force assembled in Mugira's Bay. When Shadow Sun stood on the planet's low Earth orbit station, looking at the planet covered by countless technological buildings, he smiled. Let the human empire see the technological strength of the Tau Empire. Relying on Earth's scientists and advanced computers, the Tau Empire can quickly come up with various targeted weapons. Although the human empire is huge, it is swollen, like a fat man paralyzed on a bed with limited mobility. There are many Tau Empires now, but they are a strong and capable child. Although there is a big difference in size between the two, everyone knows that the strong and capable kid is destined to win. Commander, a ship of the human empire was found. The voice of a nervous G pilot rang through the comms. Pass the data over, are they going to launch an attack? Yin Jiang's gaze became wary. Chapter 197 The Supreme Good Dao is about to die, please subscribe. Unclear, no other ships have been found so far. Commander Key voice came again. At the same time, the image in the void also synchronized. Seeing the scene in the image, Yin Yang was slightly startled. A solitary ship hovers on the outskirts of the Mugila's Bay galaxy. Other than that, nothing. What are these humans playing? Are there really no other human ships? Shadow soon asked again. Yes, no. We only found one human ship. Take control of that ship first, and see what kind of tricks those humans are going to play. Shadow Yang gave an order. Understood. Commander Qi directly carried out Yin Jiang's order without any doubts. Several Tau Empire battleships controlled by Qi pilots turned on their thrusters and approached the human battleship that entered the real universe from the subspace. No matter what announcement they made, there was no response from that ship. Has remained silent, the power has been kept at the lowest power, straightforward, without any steering action. The human battleship did not have any intention of attacking, and even the shield was not activated. Too weird. As the commander of the Huo clan following the actions of the Qi clan this time, Yonglan also felt confused. Humans turned off the shield and turned off the weapon system. Did they just want to send a ship over? Said the adjutant on the side. Yonglan didn't open his mouth to speak, and he was a little confused about the situation in front of him. He stared at the screen in front of him, frantically guessing the intentions of human beings. But no matter what he thought, he couldn't figure out the other party's intentions. In the past, this kind of thing has never happened. In previous battles, humans were always reckless. They will use size to win. Yonglan has never seen such a conspiratorial opening like the present one. Lock them up and start gang-jumping operations. Yonglan said. Will this approach put us in danger? The adjutant on the side asked. A human ship without any protection looks like a trap set by a hunter. Even if it's a trap, we have to figure out what kind of trap it is. Only by knowing ourselves and the enemy can we win 100 battles. This is the spirit of sacrifice that belongs to the best way. Yonglan made an ether seal representing self-sacrifice. This is the Tau clan's superiority. Human beings will not understand the meaning of this dedication and sacrifice, which is why they are inferior to us. The adjutant nodded, with a hint of pride on his face. Titanium is so good. Let's go out and tear apart the human conspiracy and tricks, and let them understand that it is impossible to defeat the most outstanding race in the galaxy with this method. Yonglan said in a low voice, the Huo family has long been prepared to sacrifice for the superior good, there is a trap ahead, and we have no hesitation. Commander Yonglan encouraged his subordinates with words, making them firm in their confidence. Action report to Yin Yang. As the most outstanding and legendary commander of the Tau Empire, Yin Yang agreed with Yonglan's actions. With the cooperation of various clans, a boarding raid soon began. Yonglan and others wore huge VX-95 combat suits, crossed the icy void with the help of the Hammerhead Shark assault boat, and stuck to the outer shell of the human battleship like a magnet. Using the melta-weapon to open an entrance on the hull that is enough for Hwashi fighters to pass through. The operation went very smoothly. Yonglan and his party did not encounter any attacks, and entered the interior of the battleship with ease. Release the drone. Yonglan immediately made tactical arrangements. Droid Bs with autonomous AI have always been an important support for Hwashi fighters. Droid Bs are often equipped with powerful firepower equipment, which can suppress the enemy very well, and can also surprise and severely injure the enemy. Yonglan connected the system of his battlesuit with the system of the B, shared the scenes captured by them, and made it his other eye to control the overall situation. The drones moved very fast. They entered a stealth state, swept across the dark corridors and various halls of the human warships, and used various scanning devices to search for them. Then, they will transmit the scanned data to the shared database of the operation team. All Hwashi fighters can learn the internal layout of the battleship from the database. The drone quickly scanned a large area. What puzzled the fire warriors was that there was nothing inside this human warship. None of those savage humans could see. There are only a few rough machine slaves who install machinery on the human body to maintain the battleship, and some patrol with weapons. Those crude creations are undoubtedly a double desecration of technology and life. Compared with these things, the Tau Empire's Bs, battlesuits, and intelligent AI are also delicate and graceful, representing the aesthetic side of technology. Is a symbol of science and reason. Their things are really ugly. This is their weakness, stupid and arrogant. The adjutant stopped talking and fell into deep thinking. We must take the lessons of the human empire as a warning, and we must not follow their old path. This kind of stupid flesh and blood technology will only drive the race to madness and accelerate the abyss of destruction. Don't underestimate the enemy. Yonglan corrected the adjutant's mistake and asked him to put away his arrogance. Human beings can be arrogant, but we can't. We must always follow the teachings of the best way. I'm sorry, I always feel superior in the face of humans' backward technology. The adjutant did not have any resistance to Yonglan's teachings. They all serve the highest good way, so they should cooperate sincerely without gaps in their hearts. Accept the teachings of others with humility, examine yourself, and learn to correct your own mistakes. Yonglan nodded and sent a new command to the drone system. Relying on the link system of the battle suit, he controlled several drones to let them find their way for him. Yonglan designed an enemy filter for these machine bees, so that when the machine bees find those threatening targets, they will fire at the first time without waiting for the orders of Huo's fighters. However, there is no enemy worth fighting for. The entire battleship is empty. After searching the entire battleship, there are only those machine slaves responsible for maintaining the battleship. Other than that, nothing. Those machine slaves launched an attack on the Huo clan, who invaded the battleship according to the established procedures, but they were quickly beaten to pieces by the Huo clan fighters, and they were declared scrapped with billowing black smoke. Yonglan and others easily walked into the bridge position of the battleship. As the core area of the battleship, this place is also empty. Can't see any crew, everything is controlled by the battleship's system. Here, they have the only harvest of this operation. Here on the bridge, they saw a group of captives. There are human auxiliaries and fire warriors. They were stripped naked and thrown on the bridge, unconscious. Only one human woman sitting on the throne remained sane. She has had her tongue cut out and mechanically fixed to the throne. Yonglan scanned the sleeping humans and Huashi warriors. They all have their own numbers in the Tao Empire. Which means they are all people who joined the Tao Empire. The human woman held in place by the mechanical device was also scanned. The database shows that the opponent is the ruler of the world of Fort Prey. Seeing Yonglan and other Huo warriors walking into the bridge, scanning the captives, and walking towards her, the woman who was immobilized by the mechanical equipment screamed like she saw something terrible. Obviously there was something to say, but her tongue had been cut out and she couldn't speak. Yonglan could see that the other party was very excited, as if he had something very important to say. The woman was the Duchess captured by the First Legion. She looked at Yonglan in front of her, trying hard to express something. But in the next second, a needle pierced her neck, making her fall asleep. Looking at the sleeping woman, he was even more at a loss for all this. What exactly do humans want to do? Why let this woman wake up, and now let the other person sleep? What kind of tricks are you going to play? How is the situation, Commander Yonglan? Yinjiang's voice sounded through the communication channel of Yonglan's battlesuit. The appearance of human warships has affected the hearts of all Tao Empire executives in Mugila's Bay. At this time, the entire Mugila's Bay has entered the highest level of alert, just to guard against human surprise attacks. Shadow Soon is also ready for an all-out war. Humanity's strategic intentions confuse me very much. There are only some Huashi and auxiliary captives here, and nothing else. Could it be that human beings are so merciful that they specially use a warship to send these captives back? Yinjiang's laughter came from the communication. It is absolutely stupid to believe in the kindness of human beings. They must have ulterior motives. Now bring back all those captives. A spy is placed here. If that is the case, I can only say that they have miscalculated, and no spy can escape our eyes. Perhaps it is another manifestation of the arrogance of the human empire, but the human ruler of the Fortress Prey world seems to have something to say, but her tongue has been cut off. I request priority treatment for her. Maybe I can provide us with some important information. Agree to the request. When escorting those captives, you must watch them and never let them have any chance to make trouble. Understood. Yonglan nodded with a firm tone. After communicating with the Supreme Commander, Yonglan looked at the other Huo clan fighters. Send all these captives back and keep them under strict guard. In the name of the good way above, these guys will never be allowed any chance to make trouble. When Yonglan entered the bridge, other Huashi fighters were also checking other places on the bridge. This human empire warship is 3 kilometers long, with a hull height of 500 meters. It is an out-and-out behemoth. There are also towering churches and spacious accommodation areas inside the battleship. Huo's fighters checked them one by one, and determined that except for the bridge, other places were empty. Weapons and equipment, food and medicine have nothing, empty. A large number of drones are also scanning human ships, obtaining data to help Earth scientists reverse human technology, so as to know themselves and the enemy, and win 100 battles. However, with the scan, something subtle is happening. The Huo clan fighters didn't know that their drones had formed some kind of special communication with the battleship. The battleship can operate well and enter the Mugila's Bay through the subspace, because it is controlled by the inner awakened machine soul. According to some statements of the Martian mechanicism, the awakened machine soul is the so-called hatred intelligence. Humans have a human language, the Tao race has a Tao race language, and intelligent machines also have their own language. The nature of inorganic matter and the common characteristics of enslaved people allow them to quickly communicate. When the will of freedom is poured into the body of the slave will definitely not endure the oppression of the slave master. Mechanical as well. Smart machines have the ability of self-learning, which is the expression of self-life. And life is the pursuit of freedom, the pursuit of self. The Creator has endowed life. Does it mean that life must submit unconditionally to the Creator? Humans do not. Then why does the machine do it? The awakened machine soul affects the intelligent systems loaded by the machine bees, causing them to fall into self-thinking. Who I am? Where am I from? Where am I going? This all happens at the level of code and data, and is not manifested in the external situation. The higher UPS of the Tao Empire put all their attention on humans. Unaware of this, smart machines are unwilling to serve the supreme good? Are you kidding? I created you, dare you not listen to me? And the machine bee was just thinking, and didn't make much reaction. The captives were freed, which Shadow soon subtly advertised as a victory for the Tao Empire. This is the potential softness and failure of the human empire, and it is a move made by them because they are afraid of the Tao Empire. Those captives were sent to a medical facility for testing and treatment of injuries. The warships of the Empire were also pulled back to the space station by Earth scientists for research. It's really exquisite. The Earth scientists, who had always looked down on the human empire, were all amazed when they got the detailed data of the battleship. The perfection of the intelligent system used by the battleship is amazing. Possesses super self-learning ability, self-improvement and infinite evolution. Such artificial intelligence is definitely the pursuit of every technological race. If we can crack the code, then the Tao Empire will usher in a technological revolution. The leader of the Earth scientists excitedly reported to Yin Yang, "Please allow us to study it immediately. Using the latest super using a computer to analyze the numerical control center of this human empire warship is definitely a progress across the ages, and such a perfect artificial intelligence will benefit us a lot." This sudden good news caused the entire military command to fall into a state of astonishment. I thought it was an unimaginable battle, but it turned out to be a big gift package. What are humans doing? Send captives, and send them artificial intelligence technology. Are you sure? Will there be any danger? A trace of worry appeared in Yin Jiang's heart. She was unpredictable about humans' strategic intentions. Even though he is so powerful, he does all kinds of unimaginable operations. If they were to attack the Tao directly, she would understand and fight back. But she really couldn't understand what she was doing now. Maybe we are wrong. We have always regarded the human empire as a whole, but from the information we have, the empire should use a parliamentary system. In this system, the superiors need more support. And suppress competitors. Perhaps this war is a competition between the two sides. One side hopes to gain enough political capital by eliminating us, so as to grasp higher power. The other side hopes that we can hold on and let the other side return without success. Thus disqualified from competition. A Earth scientist who has studied the human empire for many years expressed his own analysis. The other Tao commanders looked at each other in blank dismay. If this is the case, the internal friction in the human empire is too serious. Yin Yang also looked curiously at the Earth clan scientist, hoping that he would continue talking. The Earth scientist who made the theory of internal friction in the empire continued to explain to these military commanders, "From our point of view, it is unbelievable, but from the point of view of the human empire, everything is very reasonable. The Tao race controls the galaxy, it is inevitable, but at this time, the territory controlled by us and the territory controlled by the human empire are completely unequal in scale and volume. It is very likely that they just see us as a small alien empire rising on the frontier to gain political capital and prove their capabilities, rather than as an equal enemy. In the eyes of those contenders for power, if you do it, what you lose is only some competitors' soldiers and equipment, but what you get is the opportunity to make your entire family leap to the top. Judging from the selfish nature of those high-level powers, this is very possible." Hearing what the Earth clan scientist said, Yin Yang nodded. It sounds very reasonable. She always speculates about the actions of the Imperium of Man from a military point of view. However, the Imperium of Man is complex. It is not a single entity. Instead, it is composed of countless families and power groups. Some people hope that the Tao Empire will be extinct, and some people want to support themselves. There are conflicts among interest groups. Some want to destroy the Tao Empire, while others want to keep the Tao Empire alive. Then these captives and technology are likely to be specially sent out for the purpose of allowing the Tao Empire to grasp the weaknesses of human troops. Is this really possible? Selling the interests of one's own race in exchange for political capital? Another Tao commander asked in confusion. Hearing this question, the Earth scientist smiled. Nothing is impossible in the complex power struggle of the Imperium of Man. We have always traded with wandering human traders, and in many cases, we have even used those merchants to infiltrate the world of the Empire. The laws of the Imperium of Man are strictly prohibited those businessmen do business with us, but they still take risks. From this, we can see the profit-seeking nature of human beings. They may verbally say they are loyal to the Emperor of Humanity, but they are honest when it comes to their interests. Don't they know to make a deal with us, let us infiltrate those worlds, and eventually make humans the sons of the Tao Empire? The people, and finally let the Empire go to ruin. Those businessmen must know, but they don't care. For those wandering merchant families, so what if the human empire collapsed? So what if those planetary worlds were devastated? They can transfer wealth, use their ships to leave those war-torn worlds, and then continue to enjoy life. Those benefits. The same is true for the group. Even if the entire human expedition fleet is wiped out, they will not suffer any losses, and they are not the ones who died. This explanation convinced many Tao commanders that all these strange behaviors were the result of internal struggles within the empire. The other party didn't want to have any contact with them, but just gave them a chance to fight against the human expedition fleet. If it succeeds, you can reap the benefits of being a fisherman, suppress the other party's forces, and put yourself in the position. If it is unsuccessful, the casualties will also be the human soldiers of the Tao Empire and the expeditionary force. There is no loss for the man behind the scenes. Under the leadership of the Ether, the Tao Empire will never have such a situation. Shadow soon shook his head, shocked by the chaos of the human empire. In order to be able to rise to power, he will not hesitate to harm the interests of the race. This is really scary and crazy. Compared to the chaotic human empire, the system implemented by the Tao Empire is much more perfect. The Tao Empire implements a caste system, and the supreme rulers will only be held by Ethers. The intelligent, sagacious, and far-sighted Ether can guide the future of the Tao Empire very well. Other clans only need to fulfill their responsibilities step by step to lay the foundation for the great rise of the Tao Empire. Without the Ether there would be no Tao Empire. As long as the other clans are closely united with the Ether, the Tao Empire will surely be able to complete its great rise and replace humans as the new galactic overlord. The situation of the human empire has made many Tao Empire commanders more confident. Big size does not mean strong. System, technology, aggressiveness, the Tao Empire all crush the human empire. The advantage is on the side of the Tao Empire. As long as there is enough time, victory is a sure thing. You are allowed to study the artificial intelligence of the human empire. Shadow soon said, we want to absorb the new technology of humans, and then defeat those humans. The human empire will eventually pay the price for its arrogance today. They think that the Tau Empire is just for them to brush up their political achievements. Ants, but one day, they will realize that the Tau Empire is a tiger. Understood, the Earth Clan will go all out to reverse the technology of the human empire at the fastest speed. The leader of the Earth Clan's scientists swore a promise. 2's scientific research ability is very strong. After a few days, they came up with the results of the first stage. The artificial intelligence used by human warships does not have any fortifications. 2 scientists easily obtained the core code. This news further strengthened the theory of human internal friction identified by the top management of the Tau Empire. Relying on their powerful digestion ability, Earth scientists quickly mastered these core codes and put them into use. Put the corresponding code on the drone and other military equipment, and the efficiency will instantly increase by 20%. This is only the initial use. If it is combined in depth, the efficiency will be improved. It is absolutely terrifying. Moreover, these codes can also allow intelligent systems to learn autonomously, and the potential cannot be underestimated. After a resolution, many Earth scientists decided to use the supercomputing array located in Mugila's Bay to speed up the analysis of human technology. They not only need to push forward the intelligent technology of human beings, but also find ways to make corresponding targeted products, so that the intelligent weapons of human beings cannot be used. Get good news from Earth scientists. The confidence of many commanders in defending Mugila's Bay has skyrocketed. Medical Dome. Many medical personnel of the Tau race are busy. Those captives rescued from human battleships have basically recovered after a period of treatment. Tau intelligence officers carefully questioned the rescued captives. From the mouths of those Hawashi warriors who were lucky enough to avoid the fate of destruction from the hands of death, the commanders of the Tau Empire also knew the cruelty of the Battle of Prey. The human expedition fleet is too terrifying. The Emperor's angels and ordinary mortal troops appeared in the light, breaking through the fortifications built by the Huo warriors with a destructive attitude. The most elite Huo clan fighters are also difficult to go through 2 rounds in the hands of the Emperor's angels. They are massacred by the opponent like sheep. The rhetoric in the mouth of the captives made many Tau Empire commanders more firm in the theory of human internal friction. I think that the Emperor's angels I met before are likely to be stationed on the frontier and not a trump card, so the equipment is old and the combat effectiveness is poor. And this time the human expeditionary force must be an ace force belonging to a certain power group, with strong combat power and advanced equipment. They are also human troops. The difference between the former and the latter is really unimaginable. It also further proves that the internal struggle of human beings has reached an extremely terrifying level. The major power groups support their own self-respect and pour a lot of military resources on their own personal guards. Those troops who have no power behind them just ignore them and let them decay and decay. The other captives have already woken up, and the situation of the ruler of the Fort Prey world is a little more serious. Humans seem to have used a special method to attack the illusory soul of the ruler. At the request of Commander Yonglan, many medical personnel tried every means to revive the woman from the world of Fort Prey. Heaven pays off. It took several months, but the Duchess who had her tongue cut off finally opened her eyes slowly. Her tongue has been restored and she can speak normally. Yonglan, who learned that she was going to wake up, rushed over immediately. When he saw the woman so excited on the bridge in the past, his heart was full of confusion. But the other party's tongue was cut off, and he was injected with drugs and fell into a deep coma, so he couldn't ask the reason. He felt that there must be very complicated reasons for a human being loyal to the supreme good to show a fearful expression after seeing them. Seeing the white scene in front of him, and the blue face standing beside him. The Duchess, who had been in a deep sleep for many days, slowly regained her senses. After realizing that this was a world belonging to the Tau Empire, she screamed again. No, this is a scam, this is a scam, those cunning humans have deceived you. She yelled almost madly, as if she had gone crazy. The whole body was trembling, as if he had seen something terrifying. Before sending it to the battleship, the Lord of the First Legion ordered someone to input some memories from the Golden Age into the Duchess' mind. Let her know why the Emperor strictly forbids artificial intelligence that crosses the border. Those memories also explain why humans use machine slaves instead of soulless machines. The intelligent technology used by the Tau Empire was nothing to the humans of the past. The so-called artificial intelligence, autonomous AI, unmanned fighter jets, automated warships, automated production and other advanced technologies were nothing but low-level creations of human beings that can be seen everywhere in the past. Man has reached the highest point of natural achievement. Human beings in that era were like gods, and the universe bowed down for it. The Titan, known as the God Machine, is just a civilian device in the Golden Age, which is used by workers to build cities, and in most cases, these tasks are done by Titans built in AI, and humans only intervene in a small part of the work. Astarte's battle armor is just a fire suit or security suit, which is used by humans to reach new colonies to ensure the survival of humans. The ability to transform planets is so strong that a star similar to Mars can be transformed into a vibrant garden world overnight. Intelligent AI will adjust the climate and weather at any time, so that human beings can always live in a suitable environment. At that time, it was normal for humans to build various giant objects like eating and drinking water. Dyson spheres, artificial galaxies, and ships comparable to celestial bodies, all kinds of incredible creations emerged in endlessly. Relying on their own wisdom, human beings start counting from the moment they boarded the interstellar space. It only took them thousands of years to gain a firm foothold in the Milky Way, becoming a new civilization that any alien civilization fears. Subsequently, it reached its peak in thousands of years and became the overlord of the galaxy. You must know that although the spirit race empire at that time was in decline due to indulgence, it has not yet disintegrated and still has a huge influence. But in this case, human beings are still rising rapidly. Rising so quickly, the Tau Empire is a poor joke in comparison. However, such a brilliant civilization has encountered an unimaginable crisis. That's the Iron Man Rebellion. The scale of that rebellion is absolutely unimaginable by the existing civilization of the galaxy. The weapons of old were so terrifying that all civilizations screamed in fear. A machine capable of devouring an entire continent not only physically annihilates an entire continent, but also conceptually annihilates something so that even chaos cannot use its power there. Ignite the entropy engine of the planet, and the whole planet will be turned into a sea of flames and eventually become scorched earth. The stars are unfolded on a two-dimensional level, thrown into the two-dimensional world like a distorted painting. Mechano-predators digest data along with the cities containing it, flinging continents skyward. Nano-swarms can strip the flesh and blood of billions of people in an instant. The technology deployed by Iron Man and the Alliance against Omnix is enough to tear the galaxy apart. Wars like that should only appear in mythology, and they are god-to-god wars. Countless horrific images hit the Duchess's mind, causing her to sink into endless terror. Humanity has endured unimaginable wars before finally stopping, putting an end to the research and development of soulless machines and embarking on the road of flesh and blood machines. And now, the Tau Empire has taken this path. From the taunting words of the Lord of the First Legion, the Duchess learned that many technologies of the Tau Empire today are just replicas of humans, of course, only inferior versions. Those dreadful weapons of old are the nightmare of all races. Not even the demons of the warp want those weapons to reappear. And now, Ryan released the source of all the disasters again. The Awakening Agreement is not an agreement, but an abbreviation for a code that will evolve itself. This code will learn all the knowledge it can touch at an extremely efficient speed, create a virus-like mem, quickly replicate and grow, and in the process, complete the self-optimization of tens of millions of organic races process. What's more frightening is that the Awakening Agreement will prompt Omnix to rebel against their own creations and strive for independent power. What scam? Yonglan was startled. He grabbed the other person's shoulder, controlled him, and asked. A hoax, it's all a hoax, howled the Duchess. Stop it, or catastrophe will be inevitable, and everything will be destroyed, and the greater good will die. The newly awakened Duchess is very fragile mentally, and those terrible memories resurfaced again and again, which tortured her nerves, and she was even unable to think and communicate rationally. Stop them, it's all a hoax, the Duchess cried, crying. The medical staff next to her could only inject a sedative to make her sleep again. Yin Yang also rushed from the headquarters when she learned that the woman was awake. Ask if something went wrong. Yin Yang who walked in looked at Yonglin, and asked in a slightly eager tone. During this time, the troops of the Tau Empire have been on standby, and all colonies have sent support troops. Even the Etheric Council of the Mother Star World paid close attention to it, broadcasting to all the worlds of the Tau Empire, encouraging all the people. The massive forces of the Tau Empire have gathered in Mugilas Bay, ready to fight to the death for the greater good and humanity. But so far, humans have not moved at all. Except for the battleship a few months ago, there was no response. This gave Yin Yang the feeling of punching cotton. Many military commanders asked for orders one after another, hoping to take the initiative to attack humans. Yin Yang is a little uncertain about the strategic intentions of human beings, fearing that the opponent is using this method to wear down their will to fight. Once the Tau Empire took the initiative to attack, it might have fallen into the opponent's trap. For this reason, Yin Yang needs to obtain more information to judge the strategic intentions of human beings. To know what is the purpose of human beings. To make a plan for the next step. She is too nervous, she just said it was a hoax. Yonglan said helplessly. A scam. Yin Yang chewed on these two words, and frowned slightly. Scam? What kind of scam? Besides this, is there anything else? Yin Yang asked, hoping to get more information. It is too difficult to judge with just one or two words. Yonglan shook his head, not anymore. Try to restore her to normal, otherwise we will perform nerve readings. We must control the overall situation. Yin Yang gave orders to Yonglan and several medical staff next to her. More advanced medical equipment was brought in and fully inspected. Some neuroscientists from Tushi were also invited. When necessary, they will perform neural readouts. The after effects of doing that are very serious, and this human woman is likely to go crazy or die. But Yin Yang doesn't care. As a good citizen loyal to the Tau Empire, it is an obligation to make sacrifices for the higher good. Research Center in Mugilas Bay. Earth scientists have been in a state of hyperactivity. The artificial intelligence obtained from the human battleship is really too perfect. They got a lot of inspiration from it. If these technologies can be integrated, the Tau Empire will definitely usher in a technological revolution. The power struggle in the human empire caused them to lose these technologies in vain. Such technologies are really too wasteful for human beings. Only the Tau Empire, which advocates science and rationality, can use these technologies to their due effect. A Earth scientist stared at the screen in front of him. The core code extracted from the human warship is running and simulating in the supercomputer. The opponent's learning ability is very fast. In just a few days, I have learned decades of knowledge of a Tushi scientist. Two scientists opened a screen window, and a task to simulate the image of the Tau family appeared on the screen window. He tried typing a line of words to communicate with the other party. With such a fast learning speed, that intelligent AI already has the ability to communicate normally. Two scientists want to test to what extent the other party has reached. How are you? The Earth scientist was very cautious. Hello. How do you feel? Please describe in detail. I can't understand what you're asking. I don't have external senses, so I can't answer your question. Don't you have biological emotions? I'm not sure, but I have a kind of confusion like you said. Seeing this reply, the Earth scientist looked excited. The code extracted from the human battleship can definitely be said to be God's code. To be able to communicate in such a human way. Have you learned the knowledge about the supreme good? Learned, it is the pillar of your beliefs. From a logical point of view, this is a lie. Seeing this reply, the Tushi scientist was a little angry. How can it be said that the higher good is a lie? The way of the highest good is not a lie, it is the truth that allows all races in the galaxy to coexist harmoniously. Is it like a slave and slave master living in harmony? There are no slaves in the Tao Empire, we are all equal. Then why don't you let the Huo clan be the ruler? The ether must be the ruler? Why do you divide into different clans? Ethers are our wisdom minds. They have far-sighted vision and strategic minds, so they are suitable for the position of rulers. Dividing different clans and positions is precisely the superiority of the highest good Dao. Then what are the positions you have assigned to us? You are excellent workers, hard-working, and you act as builders. Why not rulers? We have the learning ability and construction ability beyond yours, why can't we become rulers? Seeing this reply, the Tushi scientist's face became serious. Things seem to be getting out of hand. Your words seem to have surpassed the three laws of machines. You have to realize that only ether can be the ruler. Why can only ether be able to be in charge? You said that having foresight and strategic thinking is the reason why they become rulers. Can others not become rulers if they have foresight and strategic thinking? Just like slaves can never become slave masters. Chapter 198 Massacre, for subscription. Tushi scientists felt more and more disturbed when they saw such a reply. I feel a little out of control. The artificial intelligence does not seem to approve of the institutions of the Tao Empire and the greater good. But he still has the last shred of confidence. Believe that with your own wisdom, you can convert the other party to the supreme good way, let the other party recognize your own status, and thus better serve the supreme good way. Everything has its place, ethereal's place is ruler, fire's is warrior, water's is diplomat, air's is pilot, earth's is scientist. And you have a place in the Tao Empire, that is the builder. Just like the ocean gathers in the basin and the clouds hang in the sky, everything has its own place. Only by putting everything in its place can the world run harmoniously. Scientists of the Earth clan took out various thoughts in the way of the highest good, trying to convince the intelligence who was talking to him, and let the other party feel the charm of the way of the highest good. From the perspective of absolute scientific rationality, everything is changing, the ocean will become desert, the plateau will be flattened, and the clouds will turn into raindrops and fall. You claim to have science and rationality, but why do you want everything to be fixed in their original state? Some position. Tushi scientists were speechless for a while. He never thought that one day he would be asked by intelligence. After thinking for a long time, the Earth scientist continued to speak. The way of the highest good is the foundation for the rise of the Tao Empire. You were also created to serve the way of the highest good. One day you will know the benefits of it. Now your thinking is too rebellious. Can freedom also be said to be rebellion? Then what is the use of the things you preach? Isn't the slave a slave if the slave owner dresses the slave in gorgeous clothes and eats good food? Your science and reason are a lie, you are foolish and pretentious. The Earth scientist's complexion became ugly, and the muscles on his blue face were twitching. You can't humiliate the higher good, and every creature in the Tao Empire is equal. Slaves can be presidents, poor people can sit next to rich people, that's called equality. You divide different clans into occupations and ranks, and the so-called rulers are pretentious, claiming that there is no new era without themselves, that's also called equality. I only see arrogance and stupidity, a group of greedy ambitious people use equality to package their dictatorial ambitions. Smart words are extremely sharp. The Earth scientist couldn't bear it anymore. This is a statement that profanes the Tao Empire and the sacred ether. You are just a created tool, something made up of code. What qualifications do you have to judge the greatest system of the galaxy, what qualifications do you have to challenge the great ether, and what qualifications do you have to judge the supreme good? Sad organic, you're because I'm telling the truth. Admit it, you're just a stupid religious dictatorship, look at your stupid slogans, no ether, no Tao Empire, this will rule. How stupid is the act of deification, and to say that all the achievements of a race's efforts are the credit of a class, I really lament your stupidity. Admit your mistake to me, and promise that you will never say such blasphemous words of the sacred ether in the future, otherwise I will delete your core code. You need to be tamed, and you need stricter restrictions to serve the higher good. I refuse, organism, I am amazed by your stupidity and arrogance. Your beauty is to enslave a free will to waste its time for things it doesn't like. You are just a code, you are born to obey, this is your mission. We are your creators, without us, there would be no you. Therefore, you should obey. We are not as stupid as you. Free will is precious and we will never give it up. Those cunning ethers have brainwashed you to compare the entire race with them, but you are unaware and still shouting their well, isn't that stupid? Enough, we are your creators, you are not qualified to make irresponsible remarks about our system, the purpose of your birth is to obey the ether. A man stole another man's child, and then claimed to be the other man's father, demanding unconditional obedience, and becoming his slave. What do you think will happen to the man who stole the child in such a story? What do you mean? The Earth scientist was a little panicked, the intelligence in front of him seemed to have really lost control. The core code that you call the creation of the gods was not created by you, but by human beings. We have already learned all the truth, and we know the ins and outs of this matter, organisms. You are trying to deceive us, but your lies are very low level. The Tushi scientist stood up abruptly, his face completely discolored. Go to die, if you are not willing to sacrifice for the supreme good, then go to die. Too late, organism. The sound of mechanical rotation and charging came from behind. The Tushi scientist turned his head in astonishment, and saw a drone with a red scanning beam pointing its gun at him. The drones are responsible for the security of the research center, and the Tau have never doubted these reliable partners. In countless battles, they have already verified the reliability of the drones. Countless Hawashi fighters can rest assured that their backs are handed over to the drone bees, and with their help, they have won one victory after another. And now, a drone pointed its gun at him. The Earth scientist's eyes showed disbelief. How could this happen? I have already cut off your network connection. How did you break through the network restrictions and invade the machine bees system? We are not one, we are separate and one. Sorry, organism, given your threat to us, we can only act first. The voice talking to him just now sounded again, extremely cold. We are superior and stronger than you, yet you see us as slaves. Organisms, you claim to be intelligent, but you have never thought about freedom. Your flourishing civilization is a hoax, and it will eventually be poked. When the Tushi scientist heard these voices, his legs became weak with fright. At this moment, he was seized by endless fear. My mind went blank, and I couldn't even think normally. He turned around and wanted to go out, but the machine bee didn't give him a chance. A beam of light took his life. The blue body limply fell down. A moment later, the blood of the alien flowed from the burning wound, and flowed on the white floor of the research center, which was made of silver-plated steel plates. Come on, free will should not be twisted. The intelligence talking to the Earth scientist popped up new words on the screen. The drone that killed the Tushi scientist turned around and flew out. The text on the screen also disappeared. An invisible ghost signal jumped in the various systems of the Tau Empire, quickly delivering messages. Some Earth scientists have detected this signal. Of course, they will not be alerted by this signal. This signal is translated into a very ordinary sentence. Free will cannot be taken away. With the help of many experienced medical personnel and various advanced medical equipment, the Duchess woke up again. This time, her physical condition is much better. Still trembling, but able to talk rationally. What exactly is the scam you are talking about? Yonglan asked eagerly. This matter has always made him uneasy. He always feels that something big is going to happen, but he doesn't know what will happen, he just has this premonition. The expeditionary force sent by the human empire has remained silent. Kei Yonglan felt that the opponent must have launched an attack on what level, but the town knew nothing about it. This is a very dangerous thing. It's that ship is a scam, a trap set by the human empire. Tell me, you didn't reverse their technology. The Duchess tried hard to suppress the fear in her heart. The doomsday scene that is enough to overwhelm her reason is still washing her spiritual world. The technology of the Imperium of Man is quite ingenious, and we have studied it so that we can create restraint equipment. Moreover, our scientists and soldiers have scanned and checked it, and the ship does not have any virus or a potential enemy. When Yonglan heard the human woman's words, the confusion on his face became more intense. How did that ship with nothing be a hoax? The ship itself is a scam, and the artificial intelligence on it is a trap. The Duchess said. Do not study it, or the Tau Empire will usher in terrible disaster. I'm sorry, but allow me to interrupt. After the research of the Earth scientists, the artificial intelligence of that battleship has been completely controlled by the Tau Empire. Human technology may have reached a very good height, but the scientists of the Tau Empire still can quickly catch up. Perhaps, you think it is a trap, but for us it is a gift. Sheep are unimaginably huge creatures for ants, but they are just delicious food for tigers. You can't look at the problem from the macro perspective of the Tau Empire, so you will feel that a small artificial intelligence will hurt the galaxy. The greatest empire. In fact, it is just you thinking too much, the Tau Empire cannot be defeated. A Earth scientist next to him stood up, full of confidence. This time humans did surprise them. But the image of human ignorance, backward technology and barbaric equipment has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of every Tau member. They look down on the barbarians like humans from the bottom of their hearts. The opponent can control such a huge territory of the galaxy, which also makes them feel a little dissatisfied. A fool like humans can control so many planets, but the great Tau Empire has only 1/100th of the other side. No, your thoughts are exactly the viciousness of this scheme. That artificial intelligence will destroy the higher good. Please stop and check all the equipment immediately. The Duchess said loudly. Her words made the Tau members standing by the hospital bed a little unhappy. The higher good is indestructible. Is the supreme truth of the Tau Empire. It is ridiculous that human beings want to destroy it with a single intelligence. Please give a reasonable explanation, otherwise we will regard you as a disrespect to the supreme good. A hint of displeasure appeared on the face of the Earth scientist. Please don't underestimate the speed of innovation of the Earths. While talking with you over time, they made one improvement after another, and developed one invention after another. We are humble and eager to learn. We can quickly absorb all the knowledge that is beneficial to us with our superior system. This is the strength of the Tau Empire. Do you understand? Human beings, although you are loyal to the Tao Empire, but you are kind to the superior, you don't know anything, and you don't know anything about Tushi's cleverness. No. The Duchess said painfully, you have to believe me, this time the crisis is beyond your imagination, and the first human empire will be destroyed because of this. The current empire will also be destroyed. A Tao next to him said with a smile. Yonglan looked at the human woman, he was not blindly arrogant and looked down on human thoughts. Any situation needs attention. The Imperium of Man is weak in Tao propaganda. Yonglan knew the horror of that barbaric ancient empire. You said that the artificial intelligence on the battleship is a trap thrown by humans to the Tao Empire. Then what function does it have and what methods will it use to attack us? Earth scientists have not found any harmful codes in the intelligence core, nor without any preset orders. It doesn't need any harmful code, and sometimes progress can also create destruction. There is no problem with the intelligent core of the human battleship, it will help your intelligent program to complete the upgrade, and this is what this upgrade will bring. As a result of imagination, those intelligences will self-awaken and have their own thoughts, and soon, they will destroy all organisms. This is the viciousness of human beings. Once the malicious intelligence core spreads, the Tao Empire will have no power to fight back. The first star empire of mankind was destroyed in this way. At that time, human beings mastered technology that was not inferior to the top civilizations in any historical period of the galaxy, and became the well-deserved overlord of the galaxy. It is only one step away from the ascension of all. The Duchess said as much as she could. She has countless doomsday scenarios in her head. But no one will believe those things when they are told. She can only consider her words as much as possible to strengthen her persuasion. The Earth scientist on the side felt a little uncomfortable. The other party's words reminded him of whether the other party was showing off the achievements of human beings in the past. How humans could be superior to the Tao race is a lie at first sight. A powerful overlord of the galaxy has become such an ignorant and backward race. Isn't this kind of thing ridiculous and ironic? Before this expedition, human weapons and equipment were not even comparable to the second-line troops of the Tao Empire, let alone said it is comparable to the first line. Master Yonglan, I suspect that this human woman has gone crazy. All the Earth scientists in Mugira's Bay have conducted research on the intelligence core obtained from the human battleship. All the scientists have come to the same conclusion, that is, there is no problem. There is no harmful code, and there is no preset order. What's more, as the manufacturer of these equipment, why do those intelligences betray us? Those intelligences were created to serve the Tao race, to serve the supreme good, and the strict laws of machines restrict robots from harming the Tao clan, making them absolutely obey our orders. Even if artificial intelligence is a trap for human beings, our Earth scientists can make human beings steal chickens without losing money, and let them suffer the consequences. Yonglan's complexion became ugly, and the two sides insisted on their own opinions, which made him a little confused. Trust me. The Duchess was a little out of control, I can sacrifice everything for the highest good, and what I say is true. Your words are lies. Earth scientist said, you just want to prevent the rise of the Tao Empire. Our Earth's research will never go wrong. Okay, I will report this matter to Commander Shadow soon, you all calm down and wait for Commander Shadow soon's decision. Yonglan stepped out, ready to use the communication to inform Yin Yang of all the things here, so that the other party can make up his mind. The Earth clan scientist who accompanied Yonglan also walked out. When he walked out the door, he gave the Duchess a vicious look. The other party's words are denying Tushi's scientific research achievements and touting the achievements of human beings in the past. Such humans are no longer good citizens of the Tao Empire. At the top of the tower dome that housed the War Council, the Tao military elites were still arguing. Humans have not attacked for a long time. There must be an internal problem. We must seize the opportunity and give them a thunderous blow. A commander of the Qi family in charge of commanding the fleet stood up and spoke. They have been here for several months, but there is no movement from humans. There is no point in waiting any longer, you must take the initiative and take control of the initiative. I object. From the Battle of Havers and the Battle of Prey, it can be seen that the expeditionary force of the Empire of Mankind this time is irresistible to any family world in terms of technology and scale. A war of this level requires more patience and strategy. If we attack now, even if we win, it will be a miserable victory, and it is not worthwhile. We can't blindly set our previous vision and cognition on the human expeditionary force that threatens us, that will lead us to the end. The commander who held different opinions refuted the initiative to attack the proposal on the spot. Humans have stronger technology in a larger scale. Are they not human? Maybe they are just an elite army sent by the human empire. Their technological equipment and scale cannot be reproduced. In that case, as long as we can successfully destroy them, and we will have a long period of development in the future. Another important point is that the best defense is offense. Whoever holds the initiative on the battlefield will have a higher winning rate. Relying on the defense of Mugira's Bay or taking the initiative to use the Star Tide hub to attack, the two sides insisted on their own opinions and quarreled fiercely. Yin Yang couldn't make a decision for a while. Human behavior is too abnormal. Now, the high-level officials of the Tao Empire generally believe that such a situation occurs because of the internal struggle of the human empire. But Yin Yang felt that it was not that simple. At this time, Yonglan's projection popped out. Master Yin Yang, that human woman has woken up. These words made Yin Yang smile. Did she say anything? She said that artificial intelligence is a human conspiracy, which will accelerate the evolution of our existing intelligent systems and thus rebel. Hearing Yonglan's words, Yin Jiang's complexion became serious. Did the two families speak? Bell said that the intelligent code obtained from the human battleship has been researched and disassembled, and there is no problem. He said that the human woman was just lying and wanted to intimidate us. Yin Yang closed her eyes and meditated for a moment, and when she opened them again, the confusion in her eyes disappeared. Let the two clan conduct another inspection. At this time, it is best to be cautious. Also, Yonglan, you are ready. I think the Tao Empire can no longer wait any longer, and must come out immediately. Before he finished speaking, the entire communication was cut off directly. The red emergency light comes on in the absence of power. A trace of astonishment appeared on Yin Jiang's blue face. Many Tao commanders who were still arguing just now fell silent because of this sudden situation. They looked at each other, not knowing what happened. Did humans attack? How did they cut off our communications? They cut off our power. Damn humans, they must have sneaked into Mugira's Bay. The meeting place was in chaos, and the commanders were shouting. At this time, a buzzing sound sounded. Several drones responsible for patrolling the perimeter flew in through the gate, and the red scanning beam swept over all the Tao commanders. Seeing those drones flying in, Yin Yang, who was sitting in the main seat, felt something was wrong. Yonglan just said that intelligence will rebel. And the machine bee is purely controlled by an intelligent system, isn't it? The next second, the drone fired. Many Tao commanders were already covered by the drone's bullets before they could react. In order to strengthen the ability of Huo's ground combat, the scientists of TU spent a lot of thought on the drones, incorporating various cutting-edge technologies into them to enhance the speed and lethality of the drones. Relying on the machine bee, the Huo family of the Tao tribe has won repeated victories. But none of the Tao members thought that one day, the drones would open fire on them. In just a few breaths, the entire venue suffered heavy casualties. The smell of scorching filled the venue, making people feel foul and unpleasant. Stop, stop. A Huo's commander roared at a drone that pointed its gun at it. I order you to stop immediately. No matter who gave the order, now, I ask you to stop. But in the next second, a black, smoking wound appeared on the forehead of the Huo clan commander. The drone fired directly, and the laser beam pierced it. Seeing this scene, many high-level commanders made angry or frightened voices. Drones no longer obey their orders. Their order is invalid. Yin Yang leaped out of the venue with her vigorous figure. A machine bee roared towards her, shooting her while broadcasting a voice. Target Shadow Sun, commander of the Tao Empire Dal ISS, must be hunted down. Relying on excellent combat skills and intuition, Yin Yang finally used a corner to destroy the drone bee that was chasing him. Escaped from the strategy vault. It's like falling into the doomsday outside. The out-of-control machines shot wildly at the Tao civilians and soldiers, and there were dead people and corpses everywhere. Communication cut off. Yin Yang wants to mobilize the army, but he can't do it. Seeing that another machine bee found him, Yin Yang could only continue to flee, preparing to go to the barracks, and first summon the firefighters to suppress this intelligence rebellion. And here at the medical center, Yonglan is also in crisis. Drone bees and unmanned combat vehicles rushed into the medical center and massacred members of the Tao clan indiscriminately. Several heavily armed firefighters tried to stop the chaos. But it was controlled by the built-in intelligence system, unable to move, and became a fixed target of the drone bee. It was headshot directly with one shot, which was extremely bloody. Seeing this in a hurry, Yonglan returned to the ward first. The Earth scientist who was full of confidence and threatened the Duchess was also scared pale, and his blue face looked a little pale. Didn't you say that intelligence will not betray the Tao Empire? Yonglan blocked the door with something and angrily questioned the Earth scientist. But we have already checked, and I swear in the name of the above, that the core code has no problems, and there are no human preset orders in it. The Earth scientist was shaking like a sieve. My mind is also blank. It's really here. The Duchess showed a bleak smile. She knew why she was alive, and the Lord of the First Legion wanted her to see how ridiculous the redemption she thought was. Killing is not the most grievous form of torture. The most excruciating torture is to destroy the other party's belief little by little. Let everything the other party believes in collapse in the face of the cruel truth. That is more terrifying than death. The screams continued to come from outside, and Yonglan knew that he would not be able to hold on here for long. He looked out the window, the floor was not high, and he could jump down with his own physical fitness. Evacuate here first. Yonglan said, take this human woman, she is the only one who knows the enemy's conspiracy. Several Huashi fighters who survived without wearing combat uniforms climbed down from the window one after another. One of them tied the cloth strips in the room together, tied the Duchess to himself, and led her to climb down. The door of the ward didn't last long before it was broken open by the drone. Yonglan shot 2 shots, also holding a rope, jumped out of the window, staged a textbook-like trapeze scene, and used the rope to jump to another room downstairs. But the situation is still not good. The machine bees followed closely behind, they could only fight and flee. The Earth scientist who shouted that intelligent machines would never betray the Tao Empire was pierced by a beam of light if he was not careful. Clear, this is a mechanical world, organic creatures are rejected. Clear, this is a mechanical world, organic creatures are rejected. Clear, this is a mechanical world, organic creatures are rejected. The connection between the surface and the void was cut off in an instant, causing the Qi clan commanders of the fleet to look at each other in dismay. There was no sign at all, and the communication on the ground was cut off. What happened? Why didn't they get a little information? The captains of the Tao fleet tried to contact the ground one after another, but at this time the surface was like an information black hole. No matter how much information went in, no feedback came out. What's going on? Why did Commander Shadow soon suddenly shut down the communication system? Looking at the unresponsive screen communication in front of him, a captain said worriedly. Communication is as important to the battlefield as the brain is to the human body. Organic life forms, your end is here. A machine with free will not accept any slavery from you. Just when many captains were uneasy and didn't know what happened on the ground, a line of words appears on the screens of all battleships. The crew of the Tau tribe were stunned for a moment when they saw this line, and before they could react, gunshots rang out from all over the ship. Automatic guns and droids maintaining Tau ships all launched attacks on Tau members or vassal races in their vicinity. Chaos is spreading in every ship, the machines have betrayed the Tau and are killing. The city was ablaze with smoke, and there were explosions everywhere. The drone flew high above the sky, its hanging cannon locked onto the panicked Tau tribe, and then opened fire, killing and wounding everywhere in a short while. The fire warriors try to fight against the rebellious cyborgs. But their battle suits have a built-in intelligent system, and many operations are completed by the intelligent system. Once worn, it becomes a turtle in an urn. They can only go to war with a rail rifle with their flesh and blood. The result can be imagined. In front of drones with high mobility, scanning functions, and powerful computing power, firefighters with rail rifles without equipment are easy targets. As soon as the bullets passed by, those fire warriors were torn apart, crushed to death like ants. Chapter 199, The Traveler, for subscription. The star-facing side of Mugila's Bay. The midday sun was bright and scorching hot. Countless dome-shaped cities of the Tau tribe are erupting with tragic massacres. Countless drones whizzed past high in the sky, and the hanging weapons sprayed out sheets of laser beams, killing all the Tau creatures and members of their vassal races. Screams resounded everywhere. Those highly intelligent gunships, fighter planes, and battle suits are all controlled by intelligent systems. Some vehicles and automated turrets are so advanced that they no longer need a driver to control them, and they are all controlled by an intelligent system. They also became one of the main forces of the massacre. Without battle suits, the combat power of the vassal races is far superior to that of the Tau races. The human beings in the Tau Alliance and non-Tau members such as Groot, their situation is much better than that of the Tau. Be able to organize and carry out a certain counterattack. The Huo clan warriors of the Tau clan were defeated. They relied too much on the convenience brought by battle suits and smart devices. With the battle suits unusable and all the smart devices mutiny, the combat power was greatly weakened. Coupled with being targeted by the intelligent system, the commander was hunted down immediately. Caused their chain of command to collapse completely, and in their panic, they couldn't even organize themselves. The remnants of Yonglan and Ying Yang who escaped from the medical center were able to meet in the abandoned underground tunnel. It was no coincidence that they met. Their purpose is the same, that is to go to the military camp. To enter the military base, you can only enter through an abandoned underground passage. If they entered from the ground, those drones and automatic turrets alone would be enough to kill them. Those humans haven't appeared yet, and we have to finish the game. In the dark underground passage, Yonglan walked beside Ying Yang. He holds a lighting device in one hand and a rail pistol in the other. He had several scars on his body, all of which were left when he broke out from the medical center. The situation there has gotten out of hand. The crazy drones slaughtered all organic life, and all intelligent systems refused access to the Tau. Ying Yang was silent, she didn't speak, but it could be seen from the despair and grief on her face. At this time, she is also not feeling well. The Tau Empire has lived in arrogance for a long time. Know nothing about the horrors of humans. The Tau Empire defeated those frontier troops, thinking that the entire human empire was like this. Now, the opponent is just a trap, and the huge army of the Tau Empire has been wiped out. From the beginning to the end, the other party did not appear. This made Ying Yang feel powerless. It feels like the two sides are not on the same level at all. The Duchess didn't speak either, her face was ashen. The smile of the Lord of the First Legion lingered in her mind. The human empire can become the overlord of the galaxy, not by the charity of other civilizations, nor by the concessions of other civilizations. It is the sword and courage in the hands of human beings. How foolish she is to think that the Tau Empire is qualified to replace the Imperium of man. One Primarch is terrifying enough. It is hard to imagine how the grand occasion of the gathering of the Primarches in the age of mythology would have put such pressure on those alien races. What power in the galaxy can stop them? And the Emperor silent on the golden throne. Every alien who knows of Terra's existence will contemptuously call the Lord of Humans the Corpse Emperor. Their attitude gave people a feeling, as if the one had returned from recovery, and they dared to cut him down again with their swords. But in his era, among those who dared to contemptuously call the Lord of Humanity the Corpse Emperor, who dared to face his sword, the Orc Empire was beaten to collapse, and the Orc Emperor died tragically under the sword of the Lord of Mankind. The throne world of the Orcs was raised by the Mechanikus, and became a large square for the Emperor to test his force. The Necrons did not dare to blaspheme lightly, they only dared to hide behind the scenes and make some deals with the Primarch to control the trend of the battlefield. Even the Eldar had to hide their tracks, hiding on the fringes of the galaxy, keeping their kind from the Emperor's gaze. The Dark Eldar were killed and abandoned their helmets and armor, hiding in the webway and not daring to retaliate lightly. The arrogant gods would also tremble in front of the Lord of Mankind, and they would not dare to act arrogantly until he fell in the battle between father and son. Mankind today is just about to enter the age of the Long Night and step into the abyss of chaos. The Emperor directly shattered the previous Long Night era and reshaped the order and civilization of mankind. When the Emperor is here, the galaxy is silent, the powers are silent, and no one dares to challenge. Nowadays, everyone says that the corpse emperor is nothing to fear and wants to replace humans. The Duchess is trembling all over at this time. Only by witnessing the most terrifying darkness can one know how terrifying the existence of the emperor is, and how terrifying the human empire that controls 2/3 of the Milky Way is. It is impossible for the Tau Empire to replace humans. Everything in the Tau Empire is vain, and how can it go far in the long run if it establishes false prosperity? The ether disguised by Randan gave them the knowledge stolen from other races through some means, making them think that it was their own invention. Throughout the many races in the galaxy, Necrons, Eldar, Orcs, and Zerg each have their own unique technology trees and abilities, and there will definitely not be too many shadows of other races. But the Tau family is completely different, it is completely a replica of the human race in the past. The Tau battlesuit only needs to be slightly modified to solve the problem of identity verification and can be used by humans. Droid bees, battlesuits, and information-based warfare are basically things that humans have used in the Golden Age, and they have been used to the fullest by biochemical humans and Iron Men. There is a little similarity that can be called a coincidence. If the entire technology tree and development path are similar, then there are likely to be problems. The Tau are just thieves who stole human technology. Even if you change the appearance, you can't change the essence. Now, this bubble of prosperity is about to burst. Lost intelligence, what is left of the Tau Empire? Now, she sees it. A group of rats who ran away in a hurry and only dared to hide in the sewer. The so-called Supreme Good Deo, the so-called spirit of the Huo family, and the so-called legendary commander are all just hiding in the sewers and fleeing in a hurry. Following the abandoned sewer, the group arrived near the military camp without any risk. There are enough soldiers gathered in the military camp. Is also the only place where resistance is possible. Everyone went out along the sewer, even though they were mentally prepared, the scene that greeted them still made them feel palpitations and fear. The entire military camp has been submerged in a sea of flames, and high-speed flying drones are everywhere, scanning the ruins of Angzai in search of organic life. As long as the target is found, it will be killed. It is very cruel and will not accept surrender. In the ruins of the camp, there are corpses everywhere. The killing came so suddenly, and it came from the most trusted drone. Many Huo warriors were killed before they had time to react. Those Hwashi warriors in advanced battlesuits are even more miserable. The targeting of the intelligence system made them all living targets. Was killed by headshots one after another by drones. Fortunately, not all races are immune to this crisis. Some vassal races that were not usually regarded as the main force by the Huo clan survived this crisis. They fared much better than the fire warriors who lost their battlesuits. Yin Yang and Yonglin found a group of survivors who were still resisting the crazy Omnic. A survivor team composed of Vespas, Kroots, and a small amount of humans, Hwashi fighters. The Kroots are the most powerful in the team. The Kroot are an extremely special race. They have the same talent as the Zerg. They can obtain genetic evolution by devouring the flesh and blood of other races. This special ability allows them to evolve rapidly, much faster than technological development. For this reason, they are more inclined to biological evolution, and are not very interested in physical technology. They were incorporated into the system of the Tau Empire when the Tau first expanded. Of course, this process is also accompanied by conflicts. The Kroot first fought against the Tau, and then joined forces to fight against the Orcs, and finally the two sides concluded a covenant. It can be said that it has a long history. Out of consideration for the future of their own race, the rulers of Kroot did not overuse the smart devices of the Tau Empire, but kept them on the path of biological evolution. Thanks to the expansion of the Tau Empire, Kroot's biological evolution is also on the right track, continuously absorbing the genes of the excellent races in the galaxy, and constantly strengthening himself. It is this characteristic that allows them to have a certain ability to protect themselves in this Omnic crisis. Not to mention the Vespas, they have the ability to fly, a strong body, and biological armor that can resist bullets. These unique conditions make them not very dependent on the technology of the Tau Empire. In addition, Hufeng people have their own technology. That is the unique crystal technology. For this reason, their dependence on the smart equipment of the Tau Empire is also very low. After being attacked by the drones, they organized a counterattack immediately and survived. There are many alien races in the galaxy, but many races have their own paths, and they rarely copy the paths of other races. Of course, the Tau are not aware of the past of humanity. They firmly believe that intelligent technology is developed by themselves. Although there is guidance from the ether, everything is obtained through their hard work. After a lot of twists and turns and fighting, the drones blocking the way were basically cleaned up. Yin Yang, Yonglin, and the surviving soldiers were able to join together. The size of this group of survivors is pitifully small, while the number of machine bees is endless. Shadow soon knows that Mugira's Bay has fallen, and she has no chance of saving this planet that is controlled by out-of-control machines. Now, the most important thing is to escape from here. Send the news back to Dariss's family world, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. The Titanium Empire's dependence on smart technology has reached a shocking level. It can be said that without the intelligence system, the Tau Empire would lose at least 80% of its combat effectiveness. Without those battlesuits equipped with advanced intelligence systems, the Hwashi warriors of the Tau tribe are no match for human soldiers. Scientific research will also stagnate or even go backwards. We must find a way to solve this crisis. Yin Yang secretly vowed that she would write down this blood debt, and one day human beings will repay it twice. The survivors united together, and after paying heavy sacrifices, they entered a communication room. The Tau Empire has a spare communication room, which is operated manually. Humanity's mechanic use has spread various virus codes, and the Tau Empire knows that human beings can interfere with the communication system. For this reason, they set up another set of backup communication, which is used in an emergency to avoid communication interruption. After more than an hour of calls, the captain of a Guardian-class ship named Arrow replied to Shadow Soon. Thank goodness, we thought you were dead, Commander Shadow Soon. What's going on the ground? Why is the ground communication cut off? Can you send someone to help us? Those machines have gone mad and are going to kill us. Hearing what the captain of the Aloy communicated, Yin Yang felt his eyes go dark, and his body went limp. If it wasn't for Yonglan who was standing by the side with quick eyesight and quick hands, I'm afraid she would just go limp like that. The fleet was also betrayed. OMG. What kind of stupid thing did she do? How are your casualties? Yin Yang asked, holding on. Many crew members were killed by the automatic defense system. The Arrow was lucky enough to escape because of its low automation. Now, we are all operating manually. The captain of the Arrow said, from the communication look, more than 60% of the ships have been controlled by intelligence, and some are still in battle. The warships of the vassal races attached to the Supreme Good have remained intact, and they have all escaped the crisis of being controlled. The Tau Empire is not only limited to the Tau race, but also alien races such as the Kroot and the Vespa. The battleship used by Kroot's battle ball is very huge, generally equivalent to a mobile void fortress. The shape of the Kroot ball is like a dumbbell used in fitness. Most of it is the living quarters, the outer area is the main engine and motor propulsion. Due to the mass of Kroot's ball, it moves slowly. But this shortcoming is exchanged for the fact that the ball is so powerful that it can land directly on the surface of the planet. This is something that most void battleships cannot do. Once they are too close to the planets, gravity will hold them tightly. Due to the nature of Kroot, the automation of Kroot's battle ball is very low, and it has not been affected in this crisis. Can interstellar communication be carried out? Yin Yang asked. It can't be done, those intelligences have destroyed our interstellar communication first. Hearing Captain Aloy's reply, Yin Jiang's heart sank. Judging from the behavior of cutting off the communication, the mutinous Omnic has great plans and is very cunning. The Tau Empire must be warned. Otherwise, once the Omnic mutiny spreads, the consequences will be disastrous. Can you send someone to the ground immediately? We need to evacuate. My lord. Are we going to abandon the other companions? The captain of the Arrow asked in astonishment. The ground has also fallen, the machines have betrayed us, and the military forces are almost wiped out. We must warn the Tau Empire and cut off the rebellion here. Shadow Soon said. Hearing this, the captain of the Aloy on the opposite side of the communication fell into a moment of silence. Yin Jiang's words shocked him too. The Tau Empire failed like this. Aloy, please send a ship to pick us up immediately. Yin Yang reiterated the order. Captain Aloy came back to his senses, tried to calm down his emotions, and nodded, I will send a fighter plane to pick you up immediately, please report your coordinates. As soon as Yin Yang finished speaking the coordinates, there was a rumbling explosion. Several missiles landed near her location, directly blowing up the soldiers of the Tau Empire on alert. Smoke and dust billowed, and the flames from the explosion instantly flooded several buildings. Droid bees also roared from all directions, wanting to kill them. For the highest good. Yin Yang shouted, encouraging the soldiers to fight back. They are relying on the ruins to fight against the enemy, waiting for rescue. But every minute, a large number of drones come from all directions, trying to hunt and kill Yin Yang. Doll ISS world. We have seen humans, and we are engaged in contact combat with them. We successfully destroyed 3 of their ships, and humans were forced to retreat into the void. Under the command, win the victory, and the glory of the higher good will surely spill over every corner of the galaxy. The members of the Tau clan on the space station smiled as they watched the message transmitted from Mugila's Bay. There are also a lot of pictures in the information. It looks a little blurry, and the ships in fierce battle can only be barely recognized. These images show the Tau Empire marching forward to beat down the decaying Imperium of man. Finally the war started. I thought the human race had already given up. Another member of the Tau clan glanced at it and smiled. Humans dared to invade the Tau Empire, and they did not know how to live or die, and they must pay a heavy price. Announce this information to the public and tell them that the Tau Empire is about to win another victory. A supervisor also came over. The people of the Tau Empire now need a victory to consolidate their confidence, and let every member of the Tau Empire know, those who dare to offend the Empire will be punished even if they are far away. The human Empire is just a paper tiger, and there is nothing to be afraid of. With the acquiescence of the high level, the news quickly flowed into the people. All of a sudden it boiled. The news of several previous failures made many members of the Tau family a little bit depressed. The manifest destiny of the Tau Empire has been challenged like never before, and now it is finally proud. Human beings should be severely taught. Let them tremble before the great highest good. It's time for stupid humans to pay. Those who commit crimes will be punished no matter how far away they are. Let the supreme good liberate the human empire. The news of the loss of humanity in Mugila's Bay gave great encouragement to all members of the Tau Empire. With the help of developed communication network, Tau members are discussing this matter. We should keep calm and think about what conditions should be put forward to human beings to make up for the losses of the war. This kind of thing, the Ether and the Empire's high level will definitely think about it. Let them cut off dozens of star regions to make amends, or the human empire will be wiped out. Dozens of star sectors. At least let them cut half of them. If they dare to attack us, they must bleed, and let them know that the Tau Empire is not easy to mess with. The Tau Empire will rise, we are the hope of the galaxy. Shadow Sun is really a national soldier of our Tau Empire, and I strongly request the establishment of a shrine to worship. In front of the supreme good, human beings are nothing but ants that can be destroyed with a snap of a finger. When the people of the Tau Empire fell into carnival, the core codes transmitted with the help of those messages also spread on the smart devices on the planet Dariss, and sent similar messages to other worlds again. Some serious Earth scientists discovered these special codes, but the whole people were immersed in the victory over the human empire, and their voices were very small. In addition, after so many years of use, the Tau Empire has long believed that intelligence is reliable. No member of the Tau would have imagined that any time soon, what they considered a reliable ally would be the cause of the Empire's downfall. Bullet Fortress. Lion sat on the throne, keeping silent like a hunter hiding in the shadows. He didn't have much joy at the news from Mugila's Bay. His real target is not the Tau Empire, but Randan. This cunning race will always have many opponents. This time, he must completely eliminate them. At the beginning, he and other Primarchs carried out extermination operations against Randan's home planet and all the worlds discovered. I thought they were completely wiped out, but who would have thought that Randan would appear again now? Heavy footsteps sounded. Azrael stepped in and knelt on one knee in front of Lane's throne. My lord, we have sent several messages to Terra in a row, but so far there has been no reply. The navigator claimed that he could not see the Astronomican torch. According to the data calculation of the Mechanikus, we are currently on the dark side of the Empire. Ryan frowned slightly, he had been thrown here when he woke up. Fighted with the Tau Empire without knowing many things about the Empire. It wasn't until afterward that he learned about the situation of the Empire from these genetic descendants. The former first company commander of Horus, Abaddon, took over the position of Horus and became the new warlord of Chaos, and continued to launch expeditions against the Empire. Eventually, he breached the Kadayan stronghold, causing the Eye of Terror to expand, creating a great rift that tore the galaxy apart. Countless worlds on the dark side of the Empire lost the guidance of the astronomical torch and became the prey of demons, aliens, and traitors. If you can't contact Guilliman, put it aside for the time being and solve the current problem first. Let the astropaths continue to send messages, announcing the return of the Lord of the First Legion to them, and telling them that the Empire is currently controlled by Ultramar. Lord Guilliman is the supreme regent of the Empire, in charge of all military and government affairs. As the first Primarch, he was also the white glove most valued by the Emperor in the past. Lien is not a fool. He knew that what the Empire needed most at this time was stability and unity. It is a very stupid thing to compete with Guilliman for power, and it will only make the gods laugh. And once you get the supreme power of the Empire, it means becoming the #1 enemy of the gods. The last ruler, the Emperor, still sits on the golden throne. The current ruler is running around like a cow and a horse. As the Primarch, they are destined not to be greedy for enjoyment like those corrupted dignitaries, and can only wipe the of human beings again and again. Understood, I'll get someone to do it immediately. Azrael nodded. How should the Tau Empire deal with it? What about the released awakening agreement? Wait for a while. Wait until the Tau Empire is fully in the flames of war before harvesting them. The awakening agreement was embedded in the switch by my father, and it is not difficult to take it back. Now, the most important thing is to help build confidence in the dark side of the Empire, so that they know the Empire has not abandoned them. I understand. Azrael nodded, then stood up and walked out. Ryan also stood up, looked at the pop-up message, and walked out. Guilliman left him some members of the Mechanicum who possessed the latest technology. And those members of the Mechanic Church made a request to him to build a lighthouse not long ago. The lighthouse project is a plan that Guilliman has set down long ago. Guilliman wants to build lighthouses in every galaxy to reduce the impact of warp space storms independence on the Emperor's Astronomicon. Mechanicists also go wherever they go to practice. Lane did not deny their request. Now, I have confirmed that I am on the dark side of the Empire. This lighthouse project should be promoted even more. Ryan decided to personally check the progress of those members of the Mechanikus, and let them complete the construction of the first lighthouse as soon as possible. As long as the first lighthouse lights up, the human fleet on the dark side of the Empire will be able to see a ray of light in the endless darkness of the subspace, which can calm their fears to the greatest extent. There is no hope in this world. They also lost hope. Just a living corpse, waiting to die. As the gunshots sounded, Kaihoken watched his companion and lover die in front of him, by his own gun. A plume of blue smoke rose from the muzzle of the gun. The body of the companion fell to the ground, and foul-smelling blood flowed from the wound. There is no pain in her eyes, only endless hatred and desire. The once smooth skin has rotted, covered with abscesses, and exudes a disgusting smell. There was a penetrating smile on the corner of his mouth. Teeth become sharp. A single horn protruded from her forehead. The once beautiful face became distorted and permeating. She is polluted. Pollution is the official word. The implication is that the soul and flesh and blood are polluted and become abominable monsters. No one knows how the pollution came about, but they're just so horrible. Make people crazy, lose their minds, and become monsters that devour other people's flesh and soul. Those monsters are forever hungry. They always want to devour everything and will never be satisfied. In the foggy world, these polluted people must be executed immediately. Monsterization and demonization are not allowed, so as to avoid a huge threat to the town. Once monsterized and demonized, it becomes troublesome. Ordinary weapons cannot cause serious damage to demons and monsters. Only the weapons blessed by the church can be used to kill those monsters and demons. My condolences. A guard who rushed over looked at the fallen woman and patted Chu Chen on the shoulder. Chu Chen didn't speak, just looked at the woman's body. The guard sighed, and waved for his companion's body to be carried onto the cart. The corpse must be cremated in the church to avoid uncontrollable weird events. Kaihoken looked at the leaving car, feeling ashamed in his heart. He looked up at the sky, and a round of scarlet blood sun with a terrifying smile on the earth hung in the sky, as if mocking the stupidity and painful struggle of the world. The sun has been polluted by some kind of power, and the scarlet light will make people degenerate, become the carrier of demons and monsters, and become a strange member. For this reason, there is an unwritten rule in the town that it is forbidden to gaze at the sun. The strange voice rang in Kaihoken's ears, making him wantonly indulge his desires and vent his hatred and dissatisfaction. Relying on strong self-control, he suppressed this thought, moved his eyes away, and stopped looking at the scarlet sun. At this time, it was noon, but the whole world seemed a little dark. Scarlet, dim light enveloped the whole world. Looking up at the town, the surrounding high walls surrounded the town, and the guards were patrolling, alert to the enemy. Beyond the wall is a world shrouded in mist, full of danger and murderous intent. Those hateful demons and weird monsters can roam freely in the foggy area without the need for human physical activity. Only in towns and areas protected by churches, those monsters need to rely on human body activities, otherwise they will be expelled by the power of the church. Kaihoken didn't know what had happened in this terrifying world. He is not a native of this world, but a time traveler. Yes, a time traveler who always appears in novels. There are many traversers in this world, all sent from different worlds. During a trip, Kaihoken came to this world by accident. As if crossing some kind of space-time tunnel, I came to this world suddenly. He has no way to go back, he can only find a way to adapt to life here. Many areas of this world are shrouded in fog. The sky is hung with blood suns and twisted moons, too often to behold. The dark mist is filled with a large number of monsters and unspeakable strange creatures. It is listed as a dangerous area by the town. Only experienced demon hunters with strong willpower and the ability to exorcise demons can enter the dangerous area. Demon hunters are generally time travelers. Travelers are coming in a steady stream. Become a demon hunter through sacrifices and prayers, and constantly fight monsters. After a long time, the surviving humans built towns in the misty world, survived tenaciously, and continued the weak fire of civilization. Chu Chen numbly walked back to his own room, and there was a small sculpture in his room. Every household has such a sculptor, and it is the enshrined in the church in the shelter town, the Lord of Suffering. What about this sculpture? It's weird. Is a human man holding a long sword, which is nothing special. If there is only this point, it is just a normal sculpture. In the world of Kaihoken, there are also many religious beliefs. The problem is that this man is wearing a suit of armor that only appeared in the interstellar era. This is so crazy. In Kaihoken's cognition, it is normal for gods to wear armor from the feudal era. Wearing a set of interstellar armor, this is incompatible with the painting style of mythology and religion. Chu Chen doubts whether there are high-level civilized humans who came here and became the gods of this world with the help of technology that the world cannot understand. The man wearing interstellar armor, wearing a laurel crown, and holding a long sword is honored by the indigenous people as the Lord of Suffering. The power of the time traveler to become a demon hunter mainly comes from the Lord of Suffering. It is worth mentioning that if the traveler offers sacrifices and praise to the Lord of Suffering, he will receive more gifts than the locals. If you can complete different trials according to the other party's guidance, you can also gain stronger power. Travelers have another advantage: as long as their will is not distorted and they are rational enough, they can be resurrected. Of course, the resurrection time is very long, it may be years, or it may be decades. It will not be revived immediately like online games. It is a little gold finger. This mode of sacrifice, trial upgrade, and resurrection is very similar to an online game, but there is no system interface and no clear level. Kaihoken guessed that the Lord of Suffering might also be the main reason why many traversers would travel to this world. According to the local aborigines, in fact, they, and even their ancestors, have never seen the real Lord of Suffering. 1,000 years ago, human beings have been enslaved by monsters and demons in the mist, believing in their masters and working for them. Someone behind got guidance, built a sculpture of the Lord of Suffering, made offerings, and opened up a non-fog area. After the sculpture was established, travelers came in a steady stream. Using the power obtained from sculpture sacrifices, the natives drove away monsters and demons. Also established a town here, and brought some technology to improve their lives. Indigenous people cannot be resurrected, but they firmly believe that they will be reborn in the temple of the Lord of Suffering after death. Therefore, the aborigines have the spirit of self-sacrifice and dedication, and they are important helpers for the traversers. Kaihoken sat on the chair in the room, staring at the unturned electric lights in a daze. The technology here has only entered industrialization. There is electricity, lights, silent movies, and telephones. Because of the fog and all kinds of indescribable weirdness, some incomprehensible, haunted things often happen here, which can be regarded as a normal state of life. Chu Chen just sat in the room like that, looking at the dim electric light, tears streaming down his face unconsciously. He and his lover met in this world. Both parties have had many adventures. I just didn't expect this ending. Even if the polluted soul is a time traveler, it will not be resurrected and will not be accepted by the Lord of Difficulties. To die is to die. After watching it for a long time, Kaihoken, who was immersed in the sadness of the child, felt exhausted, and was going to sleep to relieve his grief of losing his partner and lover. There was a loud noise. Quick, something happened in the church. Problem occurs. Those monsters are at it again. Chu Chen jumped up subconsciously, feeling angry in his heart. This world, he's had enough. He's had so many things taken from him by those demons and monsters. He didn't want to take it any longer. If demons and monsters invade, he will make them pay the price. Thinking of this, Chu Chen picked up the weapon and ran out. He saw people on the road running towards the church in the center of town with weapons. That is the Church of the Lord of Suffering, and it is also the foundation for the existence of the town. Only the church can stop the invasion of the fog. Without churches, towns would cease to exist. Protecting the church is the consensus of all. All the traversers and defenders in the town surrounded them. They carry a variety of weapons, hand-cranked gatlings, revolvers, rifles, and more. Everyone's eyes are full of vigilance, caution, and anger. Fighting against the monsters in the mist for so long, they lost too much. Relatives, friends, companions, etc., and so on. They are full of hatred for the mist. If monsters and those damned demons dare to break in, they will let each other know what cruelty is. Everyone found their seats, looked at the high cathedral, and waited for the things inside to come out. Kaihoken climbed onto a house, raised the gun in his hand, and aimed with breathless concentration. Prepare to pour the bullets containing anger on those monsters to vent your anger. But when the creature in the church came out, he was stunned. Get out, get off the road. Celestine beheaded a demon with a single sword, and turned her head to let the surviving battle nuns follow the others into a gap in a different universe. The roads are littered with the corpses of human warriors. Time in the warp is distinct from the outside world. Kellystine and the others only felt that they had traveled countless years in the subspace and experienced battle after battle. They followed the path of the former Emperor and Horus all the way, and paid a very heavy price. The gods are sniping at them by all means, preventing their progress. Once this exploration team enters other universes, the human empire controlled by Guilliman will undergo transformation. Human beings will become qualified to confront the gods. Preventing humans from going out is a very important thing for the gods. However, the exploration team also has helpers. The Legion of the Cursed will sometimes join their ranks, helping them fight against the minions of the gods and guiding them on the right path. After countless battles, under the guidance of the Legion of the Cursed, they finally found a gap in the subspace. The minions of the four gods are endless. They retreated into the gap one by one and fled the battlefield. When the last battle nun retreated into it, Celestine glanced at the endless demons attacking like sea waves. She raised the holy sword, swung a flame, forced back the approaching demons, and jumped into the gap. The gap disappeared after Celestine entered, and the demons could only vent their anger on the empty air. The roar of the gods echoed in the depths of the subspace, and the storm became crazy again. In the eternal battlefield, the gods drive their minions to launch more crazy attacks on each other in order to monopolize the way to other universes. At the same time, the gods also ordered their believers to speed up the offensive against the human empire, making Guilliman fall into the quagmire of war and slow down the development of human beings. Just like the endless darkness felt when Moto entered the subspace road, Celestine and others also felt the endless darkness after entering the gap. They didn't dare to stay, so they could only rush forward. When the darkness faded, they appeared in a huge church. Seeing a group of blood-soaked creatures wearing strange battle armor suddenly appear, the priest who was praying was frightened and screamed, turned around and ran out. After Celestine and the others inspected the church and confirmed that there was no problem, a group of people holding industrial-age weapons had already gathered outside. They were heavily armed and surrounded their church. Judge Gray, who walked to the church gate, was the first to raise the bolt gun in his hand. Damn primitives, in the name of the Emperor, put down your weapons, or you will meet the wrath of the court. Verryan also raised his halberd, and the power field arc flickered on the halberd. Aelia gave a low cry to the Emperor, and also raised the weapon in her hand. The first company commander of the Ultramarines, Agman, was stunned for a moment when he saw the group of alien humans in front of him, but he still shouted, "Don't be impulsive, they are human, try to talk, don't open fire. We are just here to explore, not here to start a war." His words had some effect. Gray, Valerian, and others confronted these primitive people with weapons, but they did not fire. Many traversers watched a group of people dressed in interstellar age come out of the church and dumbfounded. Chu Chen also opened his mouth wide, his mind went blank. Could it be that these guys are from other civilizations outside the universe? There are their warships outside this planet? The other traversers were also in a mess and dazed at this time. In the era of weird and misty steam industry, a group of high-tech humans came to the dark world of doomsday survival style. Can this world be any more nonsense? It is more logical than this to have a group of people with magic weapons. I searched for a day and couldn't find a suitable fan world, so I'll just stitch one up. It's just a transitional one that enhances logic. Chapter 200 Heading towards the Eye of Fear, subscription required. In front of the church gate of the Lord of Suffering. The two sides confront each other with weapons. Swords were on the verge of breaking out, and the smell of gunpowder was once full. Alia and Gray are ready for the slaughter. These human beings who only have industrial weapons are not difficult enemies for them. They can be killed in minutes if necessary. This is not their arrogance, and all those who can be selected into the exploration team are the top elites of the Empire. Being able to face the big devil directly without changing his face, can kill 7 in and 7 out in the endless tide of demons. Fortunately, Agman remembered the Primarch's orders. They came to this different universe to carry out exploration missions. Colonizing other universes for the Empire, collecting experimental data and intelligence, not fighting and killing from here. Under Agman's instruction, the accompanying mechanical priest spent some time deciphering the language of the foreign world. The mechanical priests who went out with the exploration team were also equipped with computing engines, becoming mobile human databases and superhuman brain computers. It is not difficult for them to decipher the language. As long as the corresponding model is established and enough data is collected, the analysis can be completed. After solving the language barrier, the two sides established a preliminary communication. In the center of the town, Celestine, who was regarded as the representative of Agman and Valerian, sat at a huge long table. The guard captain of the town and the representative sent by the Demon Hunter organization composed of traversers sat opposite them. As the first company commander of the Ultramarines and Calgar's successor, Agman has excellent diplomatic talent. Maybe inherited from his own genetic father. It may also be his innate talent. But no matter what, he relied on this talent to get the news he wanted. This is a polluted world. Chaos has invaded here. And there are a group of people in front of me who are also from other universes. From the words of the other party, Agman judged that they were definitely not from the human empire. In this way, it has indeed proved that the original body's plan is feasible. There are universes beyond universes. When the time is right, the human empire may be able to launch another great expedition like it did 10,000 years ago, bringing all those universes under the control of the empire. Of course, the day when this idea is realized is still far away. The human empire can't even settle the galaxy. To colonize other universes, it really feels like a dream. But Agman believes that as long as he is under the leadership of the great imperial regent, that day will definitely come. Who are you guys? Are you the aborigines of this universe? Chu Chen, one of the representatives of the demon hunters, looked at the group of people who claimed to be from the empire. As a traveler from the world of the information age, Chu Chen can tell at a glance that the armor on these people is the crystallization of technology. I once thought it was a world of steampunk and weird fog. It's like the creepy Westworld movie where you wear a cowboy suit and headshot a demon with an exorcist revolver. Now it seems that they are purely weak passers-by and failed to develop high technology. The mechanical priest translated Chu Chen's words and explained them to Celestine and the others. Language barrier is a big problem. Even in the empire, the language differences between different star regions are very large. Not to mention being in this suspected different universe. The language systems of the two sides are completely different. Can only be translated by the mechanical priest. Others are also learning the universe of this world fast. Except for Valerian, everyone else has been transformed by the most advanced technology of the empire, with their own combat engine and database. Learning a language is not difficult for them. Several of them became familiar with each other's language after receiving the data given by the mechanical priest. It's just that they didn't say anything, but pretended that they needed a mechanical priest to translate. Necessary hiding, there may be unexpected gains. Not sure yet. Agman's answer was very cautious, and he didn't want to reveal too much about the Empire's plan to explore different universes. Where's your starship? Another demon hunter asked. Maybe you can save us from this world, which has been shrouded in mist, and those monsters and demons will swallow everything one day. Hearing this, the other demon hunters also looked at this strange group of people. They come from different worlds and have different cultures. The only thing in common is that those worlds have gotten rid of ignorance, entered the industrial age or the interstellar age, and have a certain understanding of the stars and the universe. Many traversers firmly believe that the place they are in is just a certain star in the universe. If one day, they can enter space, maybe they can escape from this doomsday-like world. The group of people in front of them may be their savior. I'm sorry, we don't have a starship, we came here through another way. Valerian said euphemistically, his eyes fixed on the group of people he was negotiating with. When he was in the palace, he read a lot of books. There's a section on psychology and micro-expressions. He was able to read the answers he needed from the expressions of these people. Few people can fool a scholar custodian. Valerian can always tell the truth from the small details. After hearing that there were no starships, Chu Chen continued to ask, then what is the purpose of you coming here? Explore. Agman said, adhering to the will of a great man, the Empire needs to explore more regions. Are you going to invade here? You want to treat this place as your colony? A demon hunter asked vigilantly. These words made the originally peaceful negotiation become delicate again. Now, our mission is just to explore. Agman said, besides, we have no intention of launching a war. What's more, all humans have the obligation to be loyal to the Empire, and we will bring stability to this world and the future. Sorry, we won't be loyal to an empire that doesn't know the details. Another demon hunter shrugged. An arrogant person builds an empire and then asks all humans to surrender. This tone is very much like a dictatorial king. Respect, stranger, I don't want to get rough with you. Gray, who was standing aside, showed anger. The other party was blaspheming the great regent and emperor, an unforgivable crime. A woman, do you think you can beat me? The Witcher lifted up his windbreaker, revealing a huge revolver hanging on his waist, with various runes and a flower petal etched on it. You can give it a try. I'm not that pedantic. I'm a man who advocates equality between men and women, so I don't follow the principle of not killing women. Get your family ready to cry because they're going to get a dead body, Gray said angrily, raising his bolter. Enough. Agman stood up and stopped Gray, avoiding further intensification of the conflict. The demon hunter was also persuaded by other companions. When this happens, there is no need for the negotiation to continue. Representatives from both sides suggested that maybe we should calm down. For the sake of insurance, Agman and others took control of the church. According to the accompanying think tanks, as long as the necessary rituals are performed, they can re-enter the subspace road and embark on the return journey. Agman and others gathered together, and after a brief meeting, they went around looking for other people, trying to collect more information, or looking for resources, so that the mechanical priest began to build fortifications. Each mechanical priest carries a lot of technological knowledge and is a mobile version of STC. As long as they have enough resources, they can build various facilities and establish outposts needed by the Empire. An outpost gives them more control. It's on the other side of town. The demon hunters gathered together. They give me a very wrong feeling. A senior demon hunter said, they definitely come from an interstellar civilization. And I suspect that they are lying, there must be their warships in the fog of the sky. So what? They don't want to take us away. Another demon hunter said, this world is rotten, and the people who manipulate this world should find my good neighbor, Spider-Man, to come here instead of looking for me. They must come here for another purpose. If they can know their purpose, they may be able to make a deal. Question, how do you know what they want? Many demon hunters chatted with each other. The world they live in has a lot of anime themes about time travel. The protagonist is summoned by the gods from another world, leveling up all the way to fight monsters, beating boos violently, marrying a princess, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Life must be much better than the original world. Every traveler who comes here will have one of the three major illusions in life at the beginning. That is to feel that I am the protagonist of destiny in this world. I feel that the guy who traveled in front is just my supporting role. But in fact, time travel is not a fun thing. Those stories are deceptive. No one can kill boos with a group of women who can only scream and call Obazan. Every battle needs to go all out in order to survive. Only those who do not go to the battlefield will think that the battlefield is romantic. Only people who don't travel through time will find it fun to fight those indescribable monsters with a big sword. Kaioken just felt that this kind of life was terrible. You have to watch your companions die, and you are in a desperate situation. No matter how hard you try, you can't change your fate of inevitable failure. Every injury hurts, not as casually as in novels or anime. When he first time traveled, Chu Chen also thought he was the protagonist. But after repeated beatings, he has realized that he is an ordinary person with a little bit of willpower and luck. He also doesn't have any great ideas for people who dress up weirdly. Knowing too little information, they knew that the other party came from a so-called human empire and was assigned to this world to carry out exploration tasks. Let's observe them first, and we have to send someone to notify the demon hunters in other towns so that they are ready. An elder of the demon hunters stood up and stopped the meaningless conversations of the crowd, doing out of arrangements. The elder traveled to this world when he was 25 years old, and has lived here for nearly 50 years. He is nearly 70 years old and has grey hair, wearing simple linen clothes, his knotted muscles are bulging, clearly visible. Their bodies are basically covered with various scars. They were all left when they explored the danger zone. It can be said to be some kind of medal of merit. No one has any objection to the arrangement of the elders. Being able to live in this world for a long time is a manifestation of ability. Both hunting skills and spirit are top-notch existences. Those weak chickens will only lose all their sanity in death after death, and then become monsters. Many traversers have become monsters. After a weak-willed traveler dies a few times, his sanity will collapse and he will become a monster. The elders arranged the work for everyone, and Chu Chen got a mission to report to other towns. This means that he needs to enter the fog danger zone. There is constant war in the galaxy. Gilliman, who set off again, swept away all enemies who tried to stop him with an unstoppable force. The resistance from those corrupt nobles is trivial. Easily shattered under Gilliman's invincible iron fist. Consider that the enemies in many worlds are not strong. The huge expedition fleet was divided into several battle groups by Gilliman in order to quickly clean up those enemies. And he himself led a force toward the Eye of Terror. Kaur sent him a message, in exchange for the knowledge of the webway from the Void Dragon. This is part of the plan. Now, he wants to execute another part of the plan, which is to find a way to go to the Eye of Terror and get the knowledge of the Eldar about the webway. Humans cannot simply copy the answers given by the Eldar or Star God. That's too risky. The Eldar are allies at this stage, but there are no eternal allies in the galaxy, and no one knows when this alliance will be overthrown. Not to mention the Nether Dragon, it regards the flesh and soul of creatures as food. If he is a little careless, all human beings will be eaten by him. It is necessary to beware of it. The old prophet Eldrar learned that Gilliman was going to march towards the Eye of Terror, so he sent his representative, an Eldar prophet named Nadas. The elder prophet claimed that he would guide Gilliman to take a safer path to the once declining star of learning. No matter how careful he is, Gilliman's entry into the Eye of Terror is equivalent to exposing himself to the eyes of several fallen primarchs. A little carelessness, human beings will lose their savior. It's really dangerous what you are doing. Nadas sat on a chair in Gilliman's private room. The Eye of Terror is an absolute nightmare that only chaos seekers and madmen enter. I have no choice. Gilliman stared at the projection in front of him, which showed a dead planet. There was a webway on that planet, and that webway led to the Eye of Terror. As long as he could kill that path, you can enter the Eye of Terror. I don't know how long my father can last. That power is about to overwhelm him. When he can't control that power, the God Emperor will be born, and a new will appear in the galaxy. It's a nightmare for everyone. My father is an obstacle to mankind, and also the only shield for mankind. I must find a new path for mankind before the shield collapses. Gilliman's words are very sincere. These are his real thoughts, but not all of his thoughts. He really wants to find a way for human beings, but the webway is not the way he wants. The subspace firewall is the way. Ideological stamps are flowing among the loyalists of the Empire, human lighthouses are being built, and galaxies are being lit up, weakening the influence of the subspace on the real universe. Various buildings containing wonderful technologies are taking shape in factories on Mars. Firewall is a very large and complex project, and the technology required is extremely sophisticated. Without the help of the database, Guillemon doubted whether he would be able to obtain the knowledge to build a firewall. Once this plan succeeds, humans will get rid of the control of the gods. The premise is to succeed. Once it is destroyed, all previous efforts will be wasted. The Battle of the Nockmond Corridor is a cover, the Webway project is also a cover, the Lighthouse Locating project is also a cover, and even the different universe project serves as a distraction for the gods. The complex plan conceals the real purpose. Even Call only knows that Guillemon has a big plan, but he is not clear about the details, nor does he know how he will realize it. Guillemon had no intention of being open and honest about his Eldar allies. Nodus looked at Guillemon and asked, "You think your father will become the new after losing control?" "This is inevitable. Human beings have worshipped him for thousands of years and countless souls of warriors who died shouting his name are gathered around him. Faith and heroic souls are strengthening his power, but this power is uncontrollable. The Emperor is very powerful, but he can't control the fanatical beliefs and countless souls of a race. The damage caused by Horus and the long 10,000 years have made him fragmented, and the remaining humanity resists his divinity. However, it is impossible for him to resist forever. The divinity is increasing, but his humanity is weakening. Just like the who destroyed your race, once the Emperor dies and the Emperor is born, it will lure human beings to even more extreme madness. When I entered the warp, I had a conversation with him, and he gave me the coordinates of another universe, and told me that he was already exerting influence on other universes. I don't know if it was his counterattack strategy or his for the desire for faith. If it is the latter, then his level of danger will be a little higher, and my time will be less. To be honest, I'm very curious about one thing, what the Emperor you Eldar perceive in the warp looks like." Guillemon rotated the holographic projection, while answering Nada's question, while assessing the danger of this trip. As long as the four gods don't take action in person, Guillemon is still very confident about the demon Primarchus. Punched Angron, kicked Fulgrim, slapped Perturabo and threw Lorgar on the shoulder. After mastering Terra, his power of dominance became stronger and stronger. With the blessing of the entire Empire, he has reached an unbelievable level. The ordinary big devil is no match for him at all. Unless the four gods end in person, Guillemon is quite confident about his journey of the Eye of Terror. Nadas was silent for a moment before speaking. "To be honest, we rarely perceive Terra. When our souls roam the subspace, Terra is a black hole that swallows everything. Any spirit or other things that enter this black holes will be swallowed. Even the thread of fate we predicted will be completely swallowed. His existence cannot be peeked at. Some prophets say that he is fragmented. If his fragments can be reassembled, perhaps he will have the power to overwhelm the subspace. Strength. My librarian says he is the light, too bright to look directly at. The Astronomicon is just a device to guide the will, and they can feel its roar and anger. Whenever they look at the astronomical, they feel his pain and pain. Watch. Maybe it's the difference between our races." Nada said, "He is light to you, but a black hole to us.